Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. We have got a lot to talk about, and we got to start with this. Holy crap. What a bombshell. What a bombshell. Jose Altuve now leading off, playing left field. Jose Altuve. Holy crap. Batting second, playing second, Alex Bregman. How about this? You don't believe it?
No. I just can't believe it. I mean, I'd put, in honor of Craig Biggio, I'd personally put Altuve in center field.
And Craig Biggio and Lance Berkman. I mean, all the greats.
In honor of the Hall. I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Fame second baseman, right? Name another organization that would have two Hall of Fame second basemen play center field.
How about that?
Now, was it Robin Yount?
Robin Yount went to center.
Robin Yount, went to center, but as a shortstop, as a middle infielder. But we could end up having two Hall of Fame second basemen become outfielders. Incredible. Yeah. I don't know that. This could be a Scott Boras. Try to speed things up with someone else. It could be something to get another team off the pot, but I just feel like it's just as likely that Scott Boras outsmarted himself from a market standpoint, and now he has to kind of come back hat in hand with the Astros. He's going to look for a big 1-year deal, probably is what he's going to want to do. And if I'm the Astros, I strongly consider it.
That's tough on Bregman because he's not getting what he wants out there in the market. Mm-hmm. But you're another year older. Okay, it's not like the market now increases for you. It actually is going to decrease because you got another year under your belt, and now he's got to prove it again. He's so funny. He's such a slow starter, and it's just killed him in his career because he could have an average, an OPS, and everything could be much higher if he could just start a little bit quicker. I don't know what he has to do, but it's just what he does. He just starts slowly.
The Astros offer is still, according to Chandler Rome, the Astros offer of $156 million for 6 years is still on the table for Alex Bregman.
Well, I mean,
it's sub $30 million, but total contract, of course, is guaranteed. At this point, it's just a number. At $150 million, he won't even spend in his life. So it's not even like it's a respect. It's a where do you place amongst your peers? It's an ego thing at this point. He wants $156 million, not because he'll ever spend it, but because that's a number. Well, he wants more, but if he decides that I just want to be here, and I mean, a lot of that's going to be. Remember, you could also have Alex Bregman sign a deal with the understanding that maybe, there's a potential trade for him. You give him some type of trade language where he can decide where he gets traded in the future. But I don't know. That's the only way you do that is if it's like a 1 or 2 year deal. I
don't know about being traded anywhere because he's not happy with the, if the money is the issue, what he would want to get is out of the contract. Well, yeah, and I think you're probably right. Let's just do a 1 year deal, 1 year, $30 million. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, it's more than you would have got as on an AAV basis for a multi-year contract.
That's what Carlos did. He took a couple of bigger deals, and then he ended up with near $300 million with his Twins deal. So that's the way that he went about it, and that's the way that possibly Alex Bregman might have to go about it as well. I'm just flabbergasted that a team that's right there on the cusp of the competitive balance tax that they're going to actually that they're still thinking about. When Joe Espada this week actually came out and said, "Yeah, the door's still open. We'd love to have Alex back." I'm like, "Whatevs. You ain't bringing Alex Bregman back." But maybe. I mean, this is being reported by national media, not local media. This is national media that's saying this stuff, which is pretty significant that that's the case. If Chandler Rome is saying, "Oh, I'm hearing behind the scenes" or whatever, that's fine, and maybe and I'm not doubting that he's telling the truth on anything. but that there's some. Yeah, and you may be right. It may be Scott Boras putting it out there.
He's been known to do. I mean, that's one of his moves too,
to get the ball rolling on it. Yeah, to get maybe some other teams.
It doesn't matter that there's not conversation, but he may want people. I mean, I'm sure he wants people to know that. I'm sure.
Well, that Alex Bregman is wanted elsewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're buying a house, I got time to drag my feet. Not if somebody else is putting in an offer. Not if somebody else is making an offer on it. So you got to now all of a sudden it gets the ball rolling on other teams are saying, wait, wait, maybe we have to give Bregman what he wants. So that's a possibility too. But that Jose Altuve allegedly said that he would, move to left field. So who was it, Dell, that caught up with Pena and Eric Eddy? Jason Bristol caught up with the caravan is out, right? Is that why?
Yeah, it's the Astros caravan.
Eric Eddy and Pena.
They were at St. Arnold yesterday.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
And so the caravan is out there, and Eric Eddy and Pena, and they were like, "What do you think about Jose Altuve moving to left field?" And here's the guys.
No, I can't imagine Jose not at second, but it would be crazy. I mean, there's been weird things that have happened. Anything could happen, but no, I can't imagine Jose not at second. Who said that? Bob Nightingale, Jose left field. I can't see it, but if that's something he's open to and he wants to do, and Parker team. I know he's gonna try to show up every single day, and doesn't matter where they put him, he's gonna try to do his best for the team.
Well, I mean, defensively, it's a big drop from a real outfielder. He's not, he's quick, but he's not long. So he's like the smaller catch radius. Well, he can move, but he doesn't have much of a catch radius. He has a weak arm. I mean, it's not like he's really Bregman would be a better left fielder than Jose Altuve. It would make more sense to keep your second baseman at second base and have a guy with a better arm out in the outfield. Jose Altuve just kind of a pop gun arm, so it doesn't it's kind of surprising that they would put.
Well, that's your weakest outfield arm.
I get that, but
well, it's a tie between him and Jake in center. If you want to know the truth.
It's not a great people are going to run on the Astros if that
talk about guys running on you. Plus, now that outfield wall, which is the second highest outfield wall in baseball, it gets even higher. I mean, how many balls that guys go up the wall and get that Jose Altuve won't be able to get? But that's the same at second base. How many balls over his head that he can't get to that maybe a taller second baseman could? Hey, Jose Altuve will play Jose Altuve is a baseball player. Jose Altuve will man left field just fine.
Well, I don't know. Well, Craig Biggio didn't man center field just fine.
No, but he was, and so was Lance Berkman. They were all right.
But it's bad. It was a drop. It was a noticeable decline, and it will be with Jose Altuve.
But you got a noticeable increase if you've got Bregman and Altuve in the lineup.
Well, I mean those are separate conversations. I'm saying defensively,
you take some away, but you gain on the offensive end.
Well, you stay the same. You had them both last year, so you keep both of them.
You add you add Walker and
Paredes. I understand that, John. I understand all that. I'm just saying I'm having a separate conversation about defensively. Your defense is going to take a big hit if you have a Jose Altuve out in left field. Theoretically, I mean, people would run on him. You go second to home. I don't think Altuve's throwing a lot of guys out. But if you have to do that for Alex Bregman, then I guess you have to do that for Alex Bregman. The real problem is not where Jose Altuve plays or who plays left field. The real problem is how are they going to manipulate the cap so that they don't get into that tax territory? Because I think there is. I'm reading an article on it right now. It would require trading a Victor Caratini or a Ryan Presley, or probably a Ryan Presley. That's one thing that you'd have to do. And I think Presley is movable. You'd have to find a team to take Rafael Montero's contract, but you probably have to pay the entire thing off. So it'd still be cash out of Jim Crane's pocket, which he's probably not super excited about. Or you could pay a portion of it and then basically sell them a minor league prospect, which I'm not really interested in doing that either. There's not a lot because you've got McCullers and Christian Javier. You're not going to be able to move those guys. You
still got Greinke on the books.
You still have Greinke? My God.
Oh yeah, you got two more years of Greinke on the books.
in reality, the Hader contract's a little bit of a problem. It's too long. The deal's just too long, but it is tough. It's going to be tough to maneuver around. To get this deal done, two things have to happen. You probably have to take a little hit in left field defensively, and Jim Crane's going to have to be willing to go over that threshold again, which I don't know that he is. He's already said he doesn't want to. And even if that happens, then you have to figure out a structure for Alex Bregman. But I'd rather worry about how you make it happen and have a chance of it happening than not happening, because this is a closing window for the Astros. And this is one of those times where you make allowances to give yourself a little better chance at the end of Jose Altuve's career. This is something that would make the fans happy. I think it would. Jim Crane's he's had a little run where fans are starting to lose confidence in Crane and the Astros at keeping the players on the back of their jerseys in the stands. Those fans are wearing a lot of jerseys that don't make a lot of sense anymore when they go to the games because those players are gone. You get Bregman back, even for 1 year, it'll create some good feelings for the fans. You get him back for multiple years, and I think there's a real happiness. I don't know if Alex Bregman is going to be happy. He was hoping to strike it rich with $200 million. But if you don't strike early in free agency, you're in trouble. And he didn't strike early, and here we are. And we're rolling up on February. I think it's real, John. I think this is real. I don't think the Astros are necessarily the favorites. But if it's going to come down to a 1-year deal, Alex Bregman may say, hey, if I got to take a 1-year deal somewhere, I'm taking it with Houston. I'm going to take it where I know. I'm not going to go to pull a Minnesota Twin thing and go do a year. I know Carlos did more years, but I could see him saying, look, if this is going to be a 1 year, a one and done situation, I'd rather go do it at home instead of just relearn another city, relearn teammates. For what? Why would I want to go somewhere else for one Band-Aid year? I'll stay at Houston to do that. And so I can see it happening. I mean, it's still, you still hit a tax threshold this year though, unless he takes, you get him to 26 million or something, you're still up against it.
Yeah. I don't know where, we can't speak whether or not they would go over the tax threshold again. Jim Crane has before and will, and I think you're right. I think it would placate the fan base. I think everybody would be happy and behind this team once again. And I think it'd be one of the best lineups in the American League, quite frankly. The Dodgers
Walker and Paredes are a big step up from Abreu to start the year last year. And who else? And I guess it would be an outfield. I guess it would be like Jake, basically. Well, you lost Kyle Tucker,
Tucker. You lost Tucker.
Yeah, Tucker. But you throw Altuve out there. But yeah, it's basically
Tucker was only there half the time. Tucker was only there half the time.
Yeah, but when he was at an MVP level.
He was great. But
that was part of your 80. He was a big part of your 88 wins.
But actually they took off when Kyle Tucker went down. That's
it's not because
how they struggled. They struggled early on, and when Kyle Tucker went down,
but not because of Kyle Tucker.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
but they did.
So they're not correlated.
Played better baseball after Kyle Tucker went down. That for whatever reason they did.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
I'd
like to have Tuck in this lineup. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
If we could have Walker and Tucker, Tucker and Bregman, then that'd be even cooler.
Oh, forget about it. That's over. You know what's over? Your love of your car or truck, and you got to get rid of it? Well, give me the VIN.com is here for you. If you are somebody that needs to get rid of your vehicle, there's one way to do it. You're going to hear John Clay Wolf tomorrow morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can call the show, and he will buy your car on the radio, okay? You want to do it that way, or you could just go to the website and fill out. There's some stuff that you got to fill out. You got to put in your license plate or your VIN number, and then you got to take some pictures of your vehicle so that they can see it, so that they know and they know what kind of what kind of condition it's in. And when you all determine that, and in about 10 to 15 minutes, you will have a bid for your car. Now, you can go back and haggle, and you can go back and say, no, I think it's worth this. Oh, I've got an offer from CarMax. It's this. then now all of a sudden you got him up against the wall, because here's CarMax's offer. Can you beat a John Clay Wolf? And if you can't, I want you to send me $100, and John Clay Wolf does that. All you need to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com. One place that you have to go every single time, it's GiveMeTheVin.com. So from LA, I had a consultation yesterday with Jamie over at Game Day Men's Health, and it's the personalized care like that that is just different. It's just different. Everything about it is just different. Game Day Men's Health just goes about it. They care. There's a lot more attention to detail. I'm telling you, I've been doing the testosterone procedure, the replacement, for I don't know how many years, and I've gone to Game Day, and it's just a game changer. So they've got different ways that you go about it too. You can do the shots, or you can do pellets that release. So every 6 months or so, they put the pellets in you, and then they release on time. Or you can do pills now for testosterone. I mean, the technology is second to none, and then all of the different peptides that can help you in anything that you're trying to do to help yourself. You want to lose weight, you want to gain muscle, whatever it is, you're trying to get recover better when you're working out, whatever it is that you're looking for, they've got it at Game Day Men's Health. A free consultation when you go in there, labs on site, which make a difference, all new locations, and they got locations that are sprouting up all over the city. You're looking to get testosterone replacement, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, Billy chokes up now. Do you remember his retirement when he retired from the Astros, his press conference? And that's where he's not ready. When he was talking about his son, when he was retiring.
Right. I
forgot
about that. Billy Wagner.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
He's not ready.
Billy gets
He's
emotional.
not ready. He gets emotional, my
He
man,
does,
Billy.
but that's why he got all mad at me and really through by proxy at you. And you probably said something out of line at that point.
I never said anything.
You say
out of
things
line.
out of line all the time. You were a little less out of line at 6'10" when they had their thumb on you and made you
really?
and made you
Ask Jamie Roots
made you their pocket boy.
Speaking of Jamie Roots, Greg Grissom fired yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, Greg Grissom is no longer with the Texans organization.
That's how to say it.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's
how to
a team.
Put that.
A lot of you won't know, but he's the team president, and I think one of the guys who's responsible for helping to kind of bring that organization into the current century. Really, I mean, it was stale. The not only was a product stale, the way that they presented it, it wasn't hip. Like, it was really corny. It was just a corny product. And he really, I think, he used to listen to a lot of radio. When I was at 790, we had some run-ins at that station had some run-ins with him because he was very protective of the product and didn't, he's protective of broadcast rights for 610. So anytime you mention like Texans related stuff, he was, I guess would get a little fussy about it. But I do think, he did listen to radio. I think he listened to what people, I think he had a feel for what the fans thought. We talked about all the stuff we talked about has changed, John. It's not Clay Walker all the time. It's not this country ass stuff. They've incorporated Houston's community and the old school music vibe the same way the Astros did. The Astros were really the first to do it, and the Texans kind of followed suit. I think Greg Grissom was a big part of that. So I think he deserves.
No.
He's been around for a long time, John.
They brought in a guy. Because Wendy told me about it, Channel 13 is the partner for the Houston Texans, and she said they brought in a guy that was going to cool it up, that was going to make it cooler to go,
and he did,
and make it a better fan day experience and a cooler fan day experience. But Greg Grissom embraced it, and I can tell you this: I knew Greg. See, Greg Grissom was there from the beginning of the organization. Greg Grissom grew. And I never liked Greg Grissom more than when he took over as president. He really, really changed his attitude and the attitude about the team and was a really good team guy, actually, as president. I thought he was, well, from a distance, I thought he was doing a nice job. I think a lot of this is, I think some of this is maybe Hannah. There's Hannah's hand is in it, and she's going to change the organization to the way, like I said, she was able to get rid of Jack Easterby, and maybe I think Greg Grissom was doing a hell of a job. I don't know. They know better, but listen. I don't know if the fan base returned in the way that they thought they would this year, and I don't know if they're blaming Greg Grissom for that. But it really has taken some time. But it's going to take a little bit of time after the way that they botched it for
that period. In the world could you blame a team president for anything like that?
I know, right?
I mean, that would be but ridiculous. I've just heard Hannah wants to put her own person in place. And, that's what, hey, I mean, is it dissimilar to when Reed Ryan got whacked and Jim Crane put his own son in that position? Yep. Like, Tillman Fertitta has Patrick Fertitta. Like, it's a thing where owners want their own people at positions that are near to them and close to them, and it sounds like that's what Cal and Hannah are doing.
Is 13, so I don't know about
no, but maybe. You want to hire your own person,
right? Maybe her sister, maybe her sister or something.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Brick is doing some great things over there with the Jets.
Is he?
Brick Johnson
is Brick doing great things?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well,
But would that be unusual for Cal and Hannah to want to have somebody that is handpicked? Like Greg Grissom was there before they took over ownership. He's been there for a long time.
What's Aaron Glenn's Madden rating? That's why he got hired there, right?
Well, it was good when they played, and
he
was part of Madden. Madden's been around since the early '90s, so I don't know. His was probably good. But don't you agree that Crane's done it, Tillman's done it. I don't think there's any way that. I don't think it's unusual that Cal and Hannah want to have somebody that's handpicked, their person that they have closest to them, because it's their confidant. So it's not, I don't think it'll have any impact. It's not going to have any impact on the field. Fans don't really care. It's interesting to us because of the dynamics at play and over the years, the shifting dynamics. And sometimes it can tell you where there's people making little power moves, or, it can alert you to some different I don't know what's the word for it, John. Just in the building, things may be shifting and turning, and I do wonder sometimes if Hannah's really expanding her control in that building a little bit. I will say that out loud with my mouth into a microphone.
Yep. No, all those things are.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I don't know. I give Hannah all the credit for. Yeah, I mean, what you think?
Better than they were being when Wormtongue was in there, leading the way and poisoning the organization. So no. It's a listen. That's the best move that they made.
Shut up, Jack.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
no one cares, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Go ruin A&M basketball.
Well, oh my God, why are you wanting him to ruin A&M basketball?
That's where he is. He's going to inevitably do it.
I know. Yeah. Well,
you ever thought about maybe Buzz not being the coach here and maybe me being the coach, Trev?
Well, I don't know if you can ruin A&M basketball per se, but okay. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big stories yesterday. Jose Altuve allegedly says he will move to left field if the Astros can sign Alex Bregman and bring him back to play second base. And Greg Grissom, that's locally. That is what it is. I've got some sound from JJ that we'll hear on the other side, and you tell me if this isn't a little shot. But it's something that we've been saying. So we'll hear that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen, the roads have cleared up. The weekend is coming. The AFC NFC Championship games are here. Were you going to watch it? Well, how about at the DraftKings Sportsbook, which is one of the, if not, it's a premier sportsbook. I'm telling you, you will love the DraftKings Sportsbook and what they did at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You've got everything that you want. I don't know that you'll be swimming this weekend, but you'll be. I think it's going to be in the 70s. You'll be able to play golf. You'll be able to play all the casino games. You got a beautiful hotel. You've got 12 different restaurants. What more would you want? And it's just 2 hours. It's so much cheaper to go when you talk about all the year and time-wise. I mean, maybe you only got a day to go. You're going all the way to Vegas in a day? Hell no, but you want to go and gamble. You want to have some fun at a casino. It's 2 hours down the road. It's so easy, so great. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. One of the monkey wrenches in this Alex Bregman possibly coming back to the Astros thing is Ryan Presley will not waive his no-trade clause. The Cubs want him. The Cubs were trying to get
We don't
Tanner
want you
Scott.
anymore, Ryan. We don't want you. Go away.
And it's so funny because
you want to be
he's not
somewhere where
closer
you're not
here.
wanted?
He could be the closer for the Cubs. Why would you not want to go there, right?
Maybe he didn't.
And why would you not want to play day games and get off early and then have Chicago nightlife every night?
Maybe he didn't. Well, because he's married,
stupid.
but maybe he doesn't want to live in cold weather. You always tell people don't go to cold weather.
Well,
and
you know what? It warms up there, and it's beautiful in the summer.
It's very cold.
Beautiful.
It is. It's great.
It's our best city in the summer.
Maybe he doesn't like bright lights. Maybe he's like it hurts his eyes. Maybe he's got a light sensitivity and he doesn't want to play outside.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is, but I do know that he should probably go if it was him. I mean, he was great. You know what? Ryan Presley he did his job well for years, and then he didn't. Then he didn't anymore. And he came into the playoffs. Who didn't know that he was going to give up runs when he came in? Who didn't know that? Who didn't know that he was going to give it up?
My hands are not raised.
I mean, that was just – I mean, apparently Joe Espada didn't watch the team all year when he brought in Ryan Presley against the Tigers. I mean, just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. And he's making $14 million a year. And if the Cubs want to pick that up, Ryan, Chicago's a great place. It's a great place to live. I mean, in the summer, some winter, not so much, but in the summer. So there's a big stink out here about Defensive Rookie of the Year possibilities, and the Kamari Lassiter and Cooper DeJean and let's see the other corner's name, the other rookie from the Eagles. Anyway,
Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell. There is a big stink out, and that Kalen Bullock is not even being considered as another thing. I mean, those two being, finalists for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Kamari Lassiter not being there. Is it just an East Coast thing? Is that it?
Maybe. I mean, Cooper DeJean over Lassiter feels a little. I know that you don't want to just lean on just interception production, but that's kind of what you do have to lean on when a guy's been a starter the whole when a guy's been a starter the whole year on the outside, like Kamari Lassiter. That's a tougher, to me. That's a little tougher go than what Cooper DeJean is asked to do. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I was really surprised that he didn't make that. The more I thought about it, he should have been the guy. I mean, he and Bullock, probably one of those two guys should have been on that team.
Yeah, not only on that team,
or
but
on the
finalists.
mentioned. Yeah, on finalists. Yeah. I shouldn't say on that team as finalists, because that's what we're. It's not about the team; it's about finalists. And to me, Lassiter with his production should get there. That's usually what it's based on when you're rookies.
His stats are better than both those guys. His stats are better than both those guys. So, I mean, it is. I don't know if there's I don't know. I don't think it's an anti-Texans bias, but I think it's probably an East Coast bias. It's probably they're in a bigger spotlight. They had a better season, I guess. I guess they had a better season than the Texans did. That's Philadelphia. I guess. A bigger city.
So I mean, both defenses were really. Look, both pass defenses were good. The Eagles are one of the best in football, and the Texans are up there. So those things are equal. It should go to production. Kamari Lassiter should be on there. Yeah.
I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
See,
no,
that's what they say about Philadelphia. That's what people have said about it.
People do say that.
People have said that's been said. It was said, and it's by a guy who's really known as one of the better wide receivers in pro football. Said that. So
by multiple people.
By many people say that. What's his name again? Mims. Who is this? Who's that wide receiver from Baylor? They can't get off press.
Denzel Mims.
Yeah, he said it. I mean,
wait a minute.
I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
I thought he was one of the great receivers in the game that said it.
Well, he struggles to get off press and have production. But from a talent standpoint, did you see him at Senior Bowl when they threw that fade route to him and he jumped up and made that catch over the corner?
Yeah, John, did you see it?
Iconic.
I saw that. It was unbelievable.
Iconic.
Plus, he does actually. He's got some common sense about cities. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't like that dirty.
He didn't want to go to that dirty ass. Ask Ben Simmons if that's a good place.
Yeah, no.
They treated him poorly after he gave his heart and soul to that city, and Ben left it all out on the floor, and they treated him that way and called him a crumb bum.
Yep.
I mean,
he's that crumb bum.
That crumb bum.
That's too.
Ben Simmons, you crumb bum.
See, I mean, who talks to Ben Simmons that way after he literally pours his heart out for you and leaves it all on the court every game, game in and game out, busting his ass? And this is his. This is the thanks that Ben Simmons gets.
Ben Simmons, you crumb bum.
That's terrible. Of course, I just tried to chase Ryan Presley out of town. I literally just tried to get rid of Ryan Presley.
So let me ask you a question. What is wrong with Trent Baalke? What do people hate about Trent? What is the deal with him? Is there some rumors behind the scenes about Trent Baalke?
No, I just don't think they want, it hadn't been good over there, and he hasn't made good moves over there. He did some good things.
Liam Coleman and Ben Johnson both said, I ain't working there.
Well, John, you talked about it yesterday. Why would you want to go into a spot where don't you want to go into a spot where you have your own guy as a collaborative effort instead of a guy who's lorded over one of the disappointing franchises over the last 5 years? They spent a ton of money in free agency 2 or 3 years ago. It didn't materialize. Their draft picks have not been great. They've had some issues in draft. They've had some hits, but they've had plenty of misses. They screwed the Trayvon Walker versus Aiden Hutchinson. That's going to be a huge miss. They haven't been their first picks. I mean, Trevor Lawrence was a no-brainer, and it hasn't worked out the way they thought. Trayvon Walker was their own decision, and they missed on that one. And then, I just don't think those guys want to roll with Trent Baalke. He may not be their personality too. Trent's kind of a football guy personality. I don't think he fits everybody. And I thought he did a good job for a while in Tampa Bay, in San Francisco. But let's face it, everything really hit its peak when Baalke was out and John Lynch took over. So I don't know. I just think I don't want Trent. It's just one of these things where I go, I don't want Trent Baalke.
Well, bad enough that I wouldn't take the job, and then after if
you didn't like a program director, would you want to go work somewhere if you knew that you didn't think the program director was any good?
No.
I think it's the same thing because this guy's going to be. You got to have
reasons I left the place.
Exactly. You're going to have every meeting. He's going to be there. All the meetings that matter for building roster. Like, oh God, what's Trent going to say now? The guy that liked Trayvon Walker better than Aiden Hutchinson.
So those of you that don't know, Liam Cohen interviewed on Monday or Tuesday.
Offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yeah, left there and told Tampa, I'm coming back and I'll be there. And they were making him, and they agreed on a deal that would make him the highest paid coordinator in the game. And then the next day, Thursday, he's back with the Jags after they fired Trent Baalke, spent the whole day with them, wouldn't answer any calls. And then I guess he told somebody that he said, I'm gonna be the head coach here at Jacksonville. So I guess Trent Baalke, that just changed the whole game for Liam Cohen. And maybe he does. Maybe he gets to select his GM. But it was amazing. It was like I've never seen anything like it. When the owner, Shad Khan, is on an interview with Trent Baalke in the picture, all of them doing an interview together, and he said, yeah, if the head coach doesn't want Trent Baalke, then we'll just have to get rid of him.
I tell you what I think they're going to need to do after this year. I think they really need to consider moving Trevor Lawrence because the reset that they're going to need, and Trevor has a chance to be a really, really good player, but he just has a chance to. Like, it's not – he hasn't sustained it. But can you imagine with, there's not the quarterback that you're going to want to, build your franchise around this year if you were at Jacksonville, for example. However, next year, if you were to move him, now, of course, you're in the market for a quarterback, and that's a deep reset.
Don't you think,
obviously,
though, that's why they hired Cohen? I mean, because
it's to get him
look
right.
At what he did with Baker.
Yeah, no, they hired him. They wanted to hire him to get him right. But now that he's not there, at some point, And I got to check and see what the cap ramifications are from a signing bonus standpoint,
huge.
accelerating. Well, I mean, if you were to trade him, you're going to have an acceleration of signing bonus. I don't know how feasible that is, but can you imagine what Trevor Lawrence would get you? Trevor Lawrence might get you, because teams are all desperate. He's still young. He might get you 3 1s. He might get the holy.
Wow.
He might
what?
get look at Deshaun.
No way.
Oh yes.
No chance.
100%.
He has
100%
been
he
an
could.
average quarterback at best.
Deshaun didn't play football and came off 24 sexual assault lawsuits and hadn't played football. And then they gave him guaranteed money. Like, Deshaun was given something that we've never seen in our entire lives. And it wasn't just 3 1s. It was 3 2s, John. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Deshaun was given more than that. I'm not even giving the Deshaun deal. But to get a quarterback who's already established, I think you are. There's a lot of people who will look at him and goes, we can get him right.
There was a belief that Deshaun was a great player, even with the year off. People saw him as a great player. Who sees Trevor Lawrence as a great player?
Well, I guarantee you there are teams who say, oh, this guy can be great. We watched him. We scouted him. We had a huge grade. He's had it's been mismanaged over there. They've had terrible support system, lousy ownership, whatever you want to say. There's going to be lots of people who say, we can get him right. We can get him right, especially if you're desperate. I'll bet you Aaron Glenn would love to have him as a quarterback over there. Remember, the Jets lost out on him.
I don't know that
when they
anyone
lost.
would love that.
Oh yeah, over Aaron Rodgers with a jacked up Achilles and doing a bunch of documentaries on Netflix.
Well, I don't think he's going to be there. But
no, they're going to have nobody.
So the potential out for him is after the 2028 season, a 0 dead cap hit. 0.
Well,
okay. 5-year, 202.
I'm just giving you a separate look.
deal.
They would never consider it because they've just got too much invested in him becoming a dude. But I'm just saying, sometimes you got to look at what can trigger a complete reset for an organization, and a lot of times it just revolves around having a bunch of draft picks. And how are you going to get that? I don't know. You guys keep getting first picks and early picks, and you don't do anything with it. We'll see what you do this year. My guess is it won't be good when you're picking early again.
Yeah, well, they don't do it. They don't do it good. Well, when you would pass on Hutchinson for Walker, I mean, not that Walker actually played pretty good this year.
Yeah, he's not a bad player. It's just
not a bad player, but I mean, Hutchinson is a game changer.
It was a plug and play guy.
Yeah,
plug and play, instant juice, instant locker room culture changer, instant production. It was a no-brainer. But they went with the traits and the upside instead. And, but to an extent, you also did the same thing with, to be fair, Houston kind of did some of that with, now the difference was we had seen the production with Stingley. We had seen what he was capable of. It just had happened in 2019 and hadn't happened the next 2 years. But you drafted traits ahead of the production with Stingley over Sauce, and it looked like the Jaguars and Texans did bad, stupid things. But now it just looks like the Jaguars did bad, stupid things, not us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see if Liam Cohen, I mean, that's is he going to turn that franchise around? That certainly affects the Houston Texans. Here is, we got JJ. Let's play the sound. I said we were going to play the sound. Here is JJ. He's on the Pat McAfee show. And let me ask you if you've heard this somewhere before. Like the day after the game when we were trying to watch Dalton Schultz block Karlaftis and play after play after, and it was just ridiculous. Here's JJ on that subject.
Yeah, D-Bud has a question for you, Jage.
I'm going to ask you about the defensive fronts left in the conference championships. Who do you have, I guess, the most confidence in going forward to win these things and get to the Super Bowl?
I mean, obviously I'm a Houston guy, and I just watched Karlaftis take it to tight ends. You can't. I'm just gonna. You can't block guys with tight ends.
How about that?
I just watched Karlaftis take it to tight ends. It was one tight end, and he happens to be the terrible blocking tight end too.
How about that? How bad? I mean, it's a choke. I mean, what are you doing? What are we blocking Tank Dell down low in the goal line? Why are we putting Dalton Schultz?
You won't let it go. And you know what? I was
watching
watching the Ravens-Bills game, and when Ray Davis ran it in, Khalil Shakir was down there in the muck blocking a Raven to make sure his running back got in the end zone.
Well, that's stupid too.
The Bills do it too.
He's grimy, but he probably weighs 70 pounds more than Tank. He probably weighs 200.
Khalil Shakir?
Yeah.
Isn't he like 5'8"?
Joe Brady, you're stupid.
He's way bigger than Tank. 5'80". Isn't he like 5'8", 180? So much bigger than Tank.
I mean, he could play. I mean,
got him at
honestly,
6 feet.
I'll
I don't
put him
believe
down
that,
there.
Honestly, do you know that this is serious? You can go do the math on this one. Your boy
6 feet 190.
Your boy Bryce Young is about 40 pounds heavier than Tank Dell. And that kid skates.
He is a skater.
He does ollies.
Oh, I thought you meant ice skating.
No. He does ollies and he does all this stuff, and he's like somehow 40 pounds heavier than Tank. And he's one of the smallest people I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, and we're blocking him inside. And we're putting Dalton Schultz on Karlaftis.
Yeah, that ain't.
Stop already.
Well,
Let's think about what we're doing here.
Tank was very outside, not around big people, and still got decimated.
You don't go three wide.
You don't broke a knee.
You don't have a receiver near another receiver.
I mean, we're blocking
in the back of the end zone.
So bigger people can't break their knee.
Get out of here! Hey, what's his name? Bobby Slug. How dare you run a receiver next to Tank in the back of the end zone?
No, who said that? He got hurt. Oh well.
Yeah, Tank gets hurt. That's because he's small.
No, that's not why.
No, it's two times out of two, John.
3 injuries already.
Really? Oh, so every guy that gets hurt twice in 2 years is small.
Okay, here's the thing.
He is, and it's leading to injuries.
Broke his knee.
Here's the thing. He was considered durability was a concern due to his size. 2 years, 2 season-ending injuries.
He never missed a practice at UH.
I don't care.
That's college football.
That's a bunch of small guys running around and
playing in the American Athletic Conference.
Oh, he never missed a practice while he went against one of the worst defenses. Too bad.
AAC was
and now he won't play.
juggernaut.
Now he'll play 2 season-ending injuries and won't play this year. Little guys get hurt. That's what they do.
Stop.
Little bones break easier.
There's little guys all over the
little
league.
ligaments tear easy.
He's very small.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he is. He played at 158 at Houston.
He's bulking up.
Probably just eating.
He won't be able to run, so I guess he will be heavier.
He will bulk up if you don't do anything.
Right now, I want you to bulk up your roof, okay? I want you to bulk that up. And with Brinkman Quality Roofing, don't get one of these guys that knock on the door and say and have them go up on your roof, because you know what? It just ends up that Brinkman has to come and fix it. That's just Jason Brinkman told me, he said, we do more work with these people that they hire these people that come knock on the door. Are you kidding me? That, you know what? There's a reason they're knocking on your door, because they don't have a business. Why would you let that guy on your roof fixing your roof that you need your roof? And then Brinkman has to come and fix it all, and then you pay double. So that's just terrible. BrinkmanQuality.com. Brinkman, BrinkMann, quality.com. Custom metal roofing, commercial roofing, commercial roof repair, commercial roof replacement, residential tile roofing, residential roof cleaning and rehab, skylight installation. What if it has to do with a roof or siding? They do siding as well. BrinkmanQuality.com. They've been doing it for 50 years. You get a free inspection. Okay, they'll come to your house and they'll tell you exactly what's going on with your roof. They're going to be honest about it, and they're going to let you know if your roof is shiny. You look up at your roof and it's shiny, you got problems, and you're going to have problems with your insurance company if you ever have to make a claim. So call and let Brinkman Roofing come to your home. 844-215-2841, 844-215-2841, or BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dream Shake, thank you. He tweeted me, Billy Wagner, discussing his rivalry with Barry Bonds. Good stuff. I retweeted it if you're following me at John Granato. I just retweeted it. Listen to it. It's good stuff. Billy is so West Virginia. Oh, my God, is he West Virginia. And and Barry Bonds were actually good friends.
Billy Wagner.
Billy Wagner. They were actually good friends. And
Billy and Barry Bonds?
He and Barry Bonds were good friends because they at All-Star games, he said he spent time with him and his kids. They talked all the time. Billy said, I struck him out at 102, and afterwards he called me after the game and said, I better see 102 against every hitter. Because you ain't bringing 102 against me and nobody else. He goes, Billy goes, why would I bring 102 to a bad hitter? I'm bringing it against you, brother. So he said he loved Billy. He loved Barry Bonds.
That's cool. Sometimes you do have those interesting friendships when you have people who aren't like Barry probably liked the fact that Billy wasn't like most of the people he was friends. You know what I mean? Like country guy, West Virginia. He probably thought Billy was really authentic, which he was and is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he probably saw something in Billy that he wasn't used to seeing, like a teammate that was a little different. He played in Pittsburgh. He played in San Francisco. You don't see Billy Wagner's running around those cities. Like that's not really. Well, I guess West Virginia Pitt's that's not that far away. That's a backyard brawl. So maybe that's not that crazy. But no, Billy's just a real dude. He's just a real dude who brought gas. What you see is what you got with Billy Wagner. He wasn't trying to fool you. Let me put it this way. Billy wasn't ever trying to fool you. You were going to get all gas, no brakes with Billy.
Well, and Billy said, he told that he said, he threw him a slider. He threw Barry Bonds a slider, and Barry held his nose at the plate. He was holding his nose like, your slider stinks. And he said, you got the worst breaking ball in the game. Everybody knows that. And
he's the one that talked Billy off of throwing a second pitch. It was Barry tricked him into just throwing gas.
That's right.
Let me tell you, it didn't matter.
Billy goes,
if you thought gas was coming and something came 10 miles an hour slower, you were in a lot of trouble. You had to be sitting on it.
You had to sit on that. Well, that's what made Trevor Hoffman so good. I'm like, Bags, why don't you just sit on the changeup? He's like, you can't. What are you, nuts? You can't just sit on. He throws it 50, 60% of the time.
Actually, you can, Baggy.
You can.
That's you have a great chance of guessing right.
Right. I know. You got a better chance that it's a slider, that it's a changeup than anything else.
If you're going against Lance McCullers, what pitch are you sitting on?
Oh, you're going to get a curveball.
You're sitting on a curveball. He doesn't throw it at the same crazy rate, but he throws mostly curve. Now, it's really good.
Yeah.
His curve breaks hard. There's a reason why you can sit on it and not hit it. Same thing with Fromber. You can sit on that curve all you want, but when that thing is dying down in the dirt and you're swinging at it, it's hard.
It's the same. Hey, when Presley was at his best, oh man, that thing just sunk. It just went dove into the dirt, and that was just such a good pitch. And now I think everybody's just sitting on it.
But with Fromber, that's why, because he does have such a sharp left-hand breaking ball, that's when he gets it up there at 97 too. Like Fromber's way faster than you think he is. I mean, it doesn't feel like it when you're watching the gun numbers. I'm like, golly, this is 97. Like, feels like Javier throws way harder, and Javier doesn't hit the gun numbers that Fromber does sometimes.
Yeah.
But Fromber, when you're sitting breaking ball and Fromber comes in at 96, food, you have no chance because it's on top of you, and you're like, well, that's not what I was looking for.
How disappointed were you? Disappointed? Did you see this story? I'm so disappointed. I want to believe that Ohtani is cheating. I want to believe that he's betting on everything.
Come on. He seems like a good dude. I have no ill will towards Ohtani.
He's a Dodger. I can't stand him. I hope he goes to prison.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. That's your squad. What are you doing? That's hometown team.
No, that's not my hometown.
Yes, you're in the home of Ohtani now.
It's my most hated
wear your
team
Astro
I've ever
stuff
had.
out and get your ass kicked.
I know
today.
you live in the city. Shouldn't you be rooting for the team? It's the city where you live.
No,
that was part of the rules.
Okay, I'm an Angel fan then.
ain't.
Okay, that's all. That's all.
Nobody's an Angel fan.
Nobody.
Ohtani seems like a good. I don't, and he's an incredible guy to watch. That was what a story. It turns out everything they said was right. John, why don't you tell him what this guy?
Apparently,
oh, it's me, Ohtani. You got my money.
Yeah.
I need you to wire some money.
We've got the sound of Ipe
got it?
pretending to be Ohtani.
Okay,
if you do something where John's doing this,
No, we actually have the sound. Well, you set him up for it. I wasn't going to do that. You did it.
Okay, so here is the
Something
audio
from Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Ipe Musuhara. He is impersonating Shohei Ohtani, trying to obtain a $200,000 wire transfer.
Who am I speaking with?
Shohei Ohtani.
Thank you. How may I help you?
So I tried to log into online banking, and it told me that it's not available to me at this time. I need a call.
Sure, I can take a look into that. Alrighty. And could you tell me the name of the payee and the amount of the transaction, please?
The person I'm sending to?
Yes.
It's for $200,000.
Thank you. Alrighty. Now, recently we come across a trend of fraud and scams, so we have been monitoring the online transactions closely to make sure our clients are not the victim of either. What is the reason for this transaction?
For a car loan.
Okay. You said it's for a car loan?
200 Gs.
Yeah.
Okay. What is your relationship to the payee?
He's my friend.
Okay.
He's my
Is that
friend.
how Shohei Ohtani sounds?
I don't
No one knows.
think so.
At least
Well,
in English, we don't really
he's
know.
got an interpreter. If he sounds like that, he doesn't need an interpreter. He needs no interpreter. I'm just sending 200,000 to my friend. Like, I thought you. I'm actually a baseball fan.
Did
I
his
didn't
lips
know you
move at the
sounded
same
like
time
this.
as he was talking?
It's me, Shohei Ohtani.
It's
okay.
No.
And who am I speaking with? Shohei Ohtani. Okay.
okay.
How much money do you want to send? Do you need your interpreter? No, I got this. 200,000 to my friend Suzuki Kazuraku.
No, Ipe.
Whatever.
Ipe.
And then she's like, okay, we think there's been some fraud. So what's this for? Car loan?
Damn, girl, you asked so many
Why
questions.
did you go
Why you-
Carlone?
Why Carlone?
Like,
I don't know
wait
why.
a minute.
I don't know why.
Why did you do Carlone?
I did do
Bato. Why'd you
Carlone?
go Bato on him?
that. Carlone?
Carlone?
Excuse me? He wants a car loan, eh?
Why are you asking so many questions?
Why you in
Wait.
my business, eh?
It would have been funny if they had the video up, but the lips didn't match the sound. It would have been that would have been great. That would have been great if they did that in
Oh
court.
man, he is going to prison. So they want to get him for 50. I think it's 57 months. And
I just hate it that Shohei's not guilty. What about
and
all the
his guy-
jokes about him? You know,
maybe we live in a
fixing
cynical
games.
society that's a hater society. You are part of the problem, John.
I am.
You're sitting there hating on a guy
No,
who did
I
nothing
am the
wrong.
problem.
You are
Yeah.
John the Problem Granado.
I am the problem. I
That
don't
would be your
care.
nickname in the UFC.
Mm.
It's time! And Bruce Buffer in the red corner, and from Knoxville College or whatever, and from Chicago, Illinois, by way of Houston, Texas, John the Problem Granado! The
Be great.
Problem is a great nickname for you.
That's a great nickname. I'm certainly not the solution. That's for
Not
sure.
a chance.
Oh, that could be my nickname.
No.
No, you're not Lance the solution.
No.
That's for sure.
There's the problem for the Astros, as you guys mentioned, was Ryan Presley's unwillingness to waive his no trade clause. Apparently, he doesn't. According to John Heyman, he does not want to be traded to an East or West team. He doesn't want to. Don't send him to the coast. So,
well, the Cubs are not the coast.
well, he still hasn't. Yeah, still haven't waived for them either.
It's a political no trade.
Coastal elites out.
It's a no trade with politics.
Yeah, but he's disinclined to go East or West.
Well,
so
he's like,
I'll
no,
go-
Chicago, forget it. Too Democratic.
I'll go.
What?
I'll go to St. Louis.
What? Yeah,
Kansas
St.
City.
Louis.
Kansas
Yeah.
City.
There's
I
Oklahoma
just need
City.
to be really a small area in the middle.
He might even go to Oklahoma City. Man, that's so Republican.
A flyover.
Holy crap.
A flyover trade city. Like, where are the flyover? What's the flyover baseball teams? Cardinals, Royals. No one wants to go to the Royals.
No.
You consider
Cardinals would be
Pirates? Are
perfect for it.
Pirates considered a flyover?
Do the Cardinals have a closer? No one knows.
Detroit, would Detroit be considered a flyover?
Oh,
no one wants to go to Detroit.
Nobody wants to go to Detroit.
Yeah, I guess we can't trade
Listen,
Ryan.
AJ saw him already. AJ's like,
he was.
putting Ryan.
Oh, wait a minute. No, he was good with AJ.
Well, not last year when he put him in against AJ.
Well, yeah, but AJ can fix it.
Oh, can he?
Yeah, take him.
I need you.
So he's got a no trade clause, but that means he can waive it if he wants.
Oh, he can.
If
absolutely
he chooses.
So if we make
he's a
life
10-5 guy.
miserable,
It's not like the Astros gave it to him.
So I'm watching Top Boy, and one of the things they're trying to do to get tenants out of Summer House is to make it as miserable as possible for them. They'll turn off their water and all this stuff. Is there a way
need to turn off the shower when he gets in?
I'm just saying, and he seems like a super nice guy, and he did some great things. But I'm just curious: is there a way to?
Well, we're seeing that in Phoenix, and Bradley Beal has yet to do it. They've benched him. They're trying to let him know we don't want you here, and he hasn't waived his either.
And Jimmy's trying to do it to Miami, and they won't budge.
Well, because he only wants to go one place, and that one place is Phoenix, and they can't get him unless Bradley Beal waives his no trade. So that's what that is. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to work with Ryan Presley. If he wants to stay, he's going to stay.
All right, we got a break. We're way behind. We got to talk a little Chastain Ford right now. If you want to get in, someone 3780-3776. But if you want a Bronco Sport Big Bend, okay, how about a great lease deal right now? The Ford F-150 STX, great lease deal right now. The PHEV hybrid, if you're looking for a hybrid, an Escape PHEV hybrid right now, great car. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, you got the F-250 as well. Chastain Ford specializes in work-ready vehicles, from service body trucks to box trucks, and they will customize it, built exactly how you need it, okay? The Ford F-Series has been the best-selling truck over the last 40 years. Okay, we don't have to sell that. But we have to sell it on where you're going to buy it. And here's the deal. If you're looking for a place, if you're shopping for a new truck, you get the price up front. No surprises, just the keys to your next ride. Whether you're buying for work or whatever, personal, Chastain Ford makes it easy. Honest pricing, zero dealer add-ons, ever. Why settle for markups? Chastain Ford believes in upfront pricing. It's why they're Houston's best-kept secret. You're looking for a vehicle. They've got all the deals. I'm telling you, you're going to go on that lot, and you're going to see something that you love, and you're going to get a great deal at ChastainFord.com. On 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You got anything you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. We'll get you right in. It's the shortest wait times ever in the history. Nick Saban named his favorite players. Did you see this?
No.
Julio Jones. His favorite players he ever coached at Alabama. Derrick Henry, Tua, Rolando McClain, and Reuben Foster.
Oh, Rolando McClain. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
And Reuben Foster. Yeah. He didn't say Will Anderson, huh?
He did not say Will.
Huh. Maybe it's because he's you look at the time frame of those guys. McClain, Foster, Julio were in an earlier time. Like maybe he doesn't consider the last few years of his career as enjoyable for whatever reason. So maybe subconsciously, because I know Will is a mega dog, and I would think that. Saban's had so many great players. It's just because you get left off a list like that doesn't really mean anything. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders were having an argument about who's generational.
I watched the video of that.
Is it just a joke?
It was a joke because they've both had articles written about them calling themselves generational. So they were like, no, I'm generational. I'm generational.
Were they call themselves that?
No, they don't call themselves that. Oh. The article does. So they both had one. So I got an article that said it. You got an article that said it. And then they went back and forth saying, no, okay. I'm the generational one.
I started something that turned into a really big deal online. I just put it when we were during a timeout at the Rockets game. Oh, no, I did it before then. And I saw somebody say something generational, this, that, or the other. And I said, listen, if you, during the draft season this year, if you hear someone use the phrase generational, just tune them out. Mm-hmm. I said, it's the most overused word. I said, a player can be great, but the best of a generation? And what's happened, and so it had, I don't know, 300,000 views, whatever, a lot of interactions, but it was very frustrating to deal with people because what has happened is the word elite, 3 words, the elite, the phrase GOAT, greatest of all time, and now generational have been co-opted into this new hyperbolic complimentary stage where generational means you are a player who is the best in a generation. Like no one approaches you in a generation. You're special. Sometimes it has to do with physical, not only the way you play. Like, would you say Calvin Johnson was a generational wide receiver? I would. You ever seen anyone who looks like him, ran like him, produced like him? No one was like Calvin Johnson in his generation of football. And when I say generation, I'm going to say about a 15 to 20 year run. I think Randy Moss was iconic. Jerry Rice was. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods. You can be a great player. You can be a superstar. You can be a Hall of Famer and not be generational is saved for icons of an entire generation. Like the no one really compares to. No one compares to Jordan from that generation. No one compares to LeBron from this generation. No one compared to Tiger Woods. Like those are, I think Mike Tyson, even though it was a very short, he was a generation. That's a generational talent, right? Wouldn't you say? Like no one, you can't think of anyone that compares with Mike Tyson over that time frame. He's the only one we ever talk about. He's generation. He fought Jake Paul, and we all tuned into it to watch him fight a streamer who turned into a boxer. Mike Tyson's generational. Shohei Ohtani, that's a generational talent. We've never seen this. And the argument
is Shohei Ohtani?
Uh-oh. Who am I speaking with? Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani. Hey. No, not that Shohei Ohtani. The other one that speaks Japanese. Not the one that's trying to get $200,000 for a car loan wired to his friend. Not the Shohei Ohtani version that's going to do 57 months in prison, who's actually his own interpreter. So what I found is that people now say, okay, Travis Hunter, that's generational. No, he's a generational college football talent.
Stop.
But see, I think but he's a generational college football talent without question. He's played 2,600 snaps in 2 years. That's the equivalent of a 4-year college career. That's how much his talent. Like, to me, he's got the ability to be an NFL wide receiver or be an NFL cornerback. And
okay, honestly, could he have done that in the SEC?
Yeah, he was a 5-star coming out. Wasn't he the Florida State?
Remember, John,
he was
played
a 5-star.
2,600 snaps in the SEC.
He might have, yeah.
No, I doubt that.
He might have.
I highly doubt that. First of
Why?
all, his first year was in the Pac-12. His second was in the Big 12 that he did this.
Well, he did. He did it at Jackson State also. Not as much.
Yeah. I mean, in Jackson State. You can't. Okay, is he going to be able to do that in the pros? No. Bigger, faster, stronger. He's not going to be able to do
it would be dumb. Like, he's a really good player. Why would you want to risk injury for him? He's 180 pounds.
Okay. I would say this. Where does he rank on the recent last 10, 12 Heismans? Where does he rank as far as talent goes?
I'll have to go. I think it's higher than some people say. I think in the top 5.
And what kind of difference did he make for a team that wasn't any good the last 2 years?
Well, they were fine this year.
What do you mean? They were good.
They were okay this year.
They won 9.
No, they were good.
Did they get the 9 wins this year?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, but look at their
maybe
schedule.
even 10. Yeah, 9. No, he was really good. Like, listen, that's a really good football player. I think he deserved the Heisman. And I think the problem is Boise started giving Genty. Do you know Ashton Genty had 279 carries over the last 9 games?
They were really going.
It was literally they were trying so hard to get him a Heisman. And
Who was coaching there? Wayne Graham?
Yeah, he had 370. How many touches did he have? He had close to 400 touches this year, an absurd amount of touches. The guy, I mean, he's great. I watched him yesterday. He's my top-rated player in the draft. He's LaDainian Tomlinson. Oh, I got to break it.
Melissa wants you to break.
Yep, break. You got a milkshake? What is that? Looks like she's drinking a milkshake. She came in today and said, "Where's my cake?"
Well, you said you're bringing cake.
No, she said I was bringing cake.
You said it.
She wants a.
Where's her cake?
It's for his birthday,
for my
but
birthday,
he wanted.
She said,
she
"Where's
wanted
that cake for your birthday?" Tres leches from Aranda's Bakery. So it's not too early and it's not too late. I never called him. Well, I never called him and set it up.
That's what they think of you.
I never called him and set up. Maybe you didn't hear. You weren't here. We had ice and snow. It was dangerous here.
Oh,
you were in Cabo, and we're sitting here getting through this.
His birthday was ruined. I didn't get no cake.
I'm okay with it, but Melissa's very disappointed that
you got coconut cream pie.
I did get a slice of pie. I did.
Yeah. Oh, a slice of pie.
Oh boy, can we go to? Let's go to break, please.
Let's take a break right here.
Yeah.
The problem.
The problem strikes again.
Let's talk about my bookie right now. All right, let's bet on it. Let's bet on it, baby. Because you can at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You're looking for the best way. Please, if you're looking for a great way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for a great place that's you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. You're looking for a place where you make your initial deposit and they give you a bonus for it. So they give you extra money to play. When you make that initial deposit, their percentage of it, they're going to add on to so that you got more bets, that you can play more. What bookie does that? I don't know. I don't know any bookies that do this, but I know that bookie does. I do know that they've got everything you can buy to play, and there's still plenty to play. You still got the AFC NFC Championship games on the Super Bowl, and you got hockey, and you got basketball, and you got baseball coming up. I mean, it is anything, anytime, anywhere. They'll even bet. You can bet cricket there. You can bet soccer. I mean, obscure sport like soccer, you can bet there. Listen. You're looking for the best place to play, win and get paid. Mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
You see this tweet from Joe Pompliano, who I trust implicitly because his name is Joe Pompliano. The Baltimore Orioles have implemented a new concession menu with 11 items for $5 or less. $2.50 peanuts, $3.50 popcorn, $4 bottled water, $4 hot dogs, $5 beers.
$5 foot longs.
How
That's
big are
great.
these?
That's huge.
How big is this? Is this one of those little bags?
Can't Jim
peanuts?
Crane do that? He does give us the hot dogs.
He does give us
We do have a hot dog.
hot dogs?
Yeah, we do have a hot dog day.
We do have a hot dog day.
But man,
that's only one game a week.
$5 feels like the $5 would be incredible.
$5 beers? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm there, Jim. Hey, Jim, let's go.
That's
Forget
almost,
Bregman.
That's only just a little bit more than you're paying in bars.
Yeah. I mean,
a decent amount more, but not
depends on what bar you go to.
Yeah, well, I mean, just most bars, you still are getting it in the $3.50 range or something, right? Or is it higher than that? Maybe it's higher than that.
It's higher than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, I don't know where you're getting $3.50 beers anymore.
Well, okay. I'm usually ordering mixed drinks, so you're right. That's probably a lot. Maybe it's a lot
more. Anyway, let's go. Let's get Bregman and lower the prices. That doesn't make sense, but okay.
No, it would be quite the move for Jim Crane to say, all right, we're getting Bregman. You guys happy? Okay. Listen, also, it's going to coincide with some increases on tickets, parking, and concessions. Because this tax isn't paying itself.
I mean, stop already. So those of you who haven't heard, Bregman's still in play. Allegedly, Jose Altuve says he will move to left field to make room for Bregman at second base so the Astros can re-sign him.
Now, he said that. That doesn't mean that's what the Astros would do. That doesn't mean that Joe Espada goes, yeah, we absolutely want Altuve out there. Joe Espada might say, I appreciate you being such a team player, Jose. We may keep you closest to first base as possible.
Well, he ain't playing first. I know that.
No, I'm saying for the easy throw.
Oh.
He even had problems with that for a while.
Well, yeah, maybe Bregman's the left. You're right. Maybe Bregman's the left fielder.
Yeah, maybe to Espada. Yeah,
he's got
Altuve's like, I'll do it. I'll move to left. Hey, ho. You don't throw very far.
Did you see the picture of Jose Altuve going up over the wall, in the Crawford boxes and catching a ball?
No.
You didn't see it?
Was that an AI? Is that on Twitter? Did somebody do an AI?
I mean, it was photoshopped. But yeah.
Wait, have you seen what they can create? I mean, you've seen the Andy Reid picture. That's terrible with him on his knees. The Patrick Mahomes kissing referees. AI can create some crazy things. Somebody create a Jose Altuve playing center field and going up and over, the fence to make some incredible catch in center field. Create it with AI and send it in. I'm interested to see what it looks like.
In left field. Do it in. Well, I already got it. I'll send it. I'll send it to you.
No, not a Photoshop. I want an AI created. I don't want him Jose Photoshopped on there. I'm going to create an image on Elon Musk's thing. And if I say create an image and he does that ugly car shows up, I'm going to be so pissed if it's a bait and switch.
I mean, I don't know. Is Julian still there? No, it's not Julian. It's Pena. Pena's still there? Let's get him in. Hey, Pena.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Lance. I'm all right. Hey, so I saw another the draft is months away, but I think this morning I can't remember the guy's name. I believe it was on CBS Sports, and from my knowledge, I thought Calvin Banks was going to be a high draft pick, and this guy didn't even have him in his top 20. Am I missing something? And you're the draft expert, so have you heard something? What's going on with Calvin Banks?
No,
thank you. Have a great day.
He's all right. I mean, tape's just okay in pass protection. Better run blocker than pass protector. Hasn't really gotten a lot better in pass protection from his freshman year. A lot of people think he's more of a guard than a tackle. He'll go inside the top 20. He's there at
25.
No, he'll go inside. Oh, I'd consider him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because he's a good run blocker, and He needs to get a little stronger, but he's a good run blocker, and he would be a huge upgrade pass protection wise. Absolutely. If he were there for the Texans, I'd probably run the card up. Now, I like him. I don't, I'm not sure if he's going to be a tackle or guard.
Like him, don't love him.
Yeah, I don't love him, but I like him. I like him. When I say love, like, it's not top 10 to me. He was getting top 5 love forever. But the more you watch him, you realize, there's some holes here. There's some holes that are a consideration. But to me, he'll go inside top 20. He might go inside top 15 or 16 if a team sees him as a tackle, because that position has a lot of value. But
the Texans took a guard that wasn't that needed to get stronger at 15, and it didn't work out. Didn't work out all that well. But right here from the state of Texas, that didn't work out. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I hate that you say, well, he's a good run blocker, but he needs to get stronger. Oh, we already did that.
Well, he's like more accomplished in pass protection than. He has some. He just has some. Like, some of the stuff he has can be corrected and things like that. I would play him at tackle at first, and if he doesn't get it done, move to guard. But yeah, one of the things you'll start to see is all these names you're taught. This happens every year, like with Drake May. You're taught that this is going to happen and this is it, and those names you see in too early mock drafts and draft, and then all of a sudden when people really start to dig in and do their work and you'll start to notice some of these names will disappear that you saw in the top 3, top 5 of drafts. So Kelvin Banks is one of those guys. He's not going to be a top 5 pick, but he'll fall back. But he's still good. Like, he's still a pretty good player. I mean, I like him fine.
Yeah. All right.
I didn't see. Did center won this morning, right? So it's he and Zverev. This Australian Open is going on. Like, they really need to change this. It's at 2:30. It's at 2:30 in the morning. And they need to make it later so we can watch it.
Well, how about Djokovic just quit in the middle of his match?
He was hurt.
Yeah.
And they booed him.
Well, but Djokovic, rude. I don't know. What's the deal? Everybody hates Djokovic.
Everyone hates Djokovic. It's just a thing. Because he's not Federer and he's not Rafa. So he's the guy they don't like.
Well,
Ivan Lendl,
is it the vaccine?
No, it's not.
Yeah, a lot of it is.
No, it isn't.
A lot of it is.
John,
all of it is in Australia.
No,
of it is in Australia.
No, he was hated there before, well before COVID. This has been going on a long time. He's not, his personality. People they haven't liked him forever. It's kind of like Ivan Lendl, no personality. Although I think when Ivan Lendl came along and he was good, but he wasn't Borg, he wasn't Connor, he wasn't McEnroe. Get him out of here. When you got Rafa and Federer, and then you have Joe, and they're like,
Lendl wasn't. This is an all-time great. This is an all-time one of the, if not
he
the
is now,
greatest ever.
He is now, but it was not. Trust me when I tell you, this is not a COVID thing, a vaccine thing. These people have. He just has not. I don't know what it is. People just don't appreciate him. They don't love him like they love Rafa. They love Federer. This guy, they respect him. He's a good tennis player, but they don't really like him. And he's also said some, like, he can be a little curt. He can be, he can say some things, like, he's got strong opinions that can ruffle people the wrong way, where Rafa's just, nice old Rafa Nadal. But I don't know what it is. Because this guy's going to end up, and maybe some people just don't like the fact that he's going to end up more accomplished and better than Federer and Nadal. And it probably bothers some people that, but those are our favorites. We don't want this guy to be the best. It's too bad. He's still playing at a really high level. And Alcaraz, we're hoping, is the next Rafa.
Except he got beat. Beat it, Alcaraz. Beat it.
Man, Rafa was phenomenal. Rafa Federer matchups were some of the best I've ever seen. I don't watch a ton of tennis, just major stuff, but I can't watch Australian Open until they move it back to a time that we can watch. Maybe they started at 1:00 a.m. their time so that we can have a chance to watch a match.
Right. If they started matches there at 8 a.m., at 1 a.m., it'd be perfect.
World Cup was in Asia. Remember that in 2000?
Yeah, that was
And they had all the games like 3 a.m. for what?
How stupid are you?
Move it so America can watch it. Yeah, move it to when Americans can watch it.
That's right.
So world doesn't play any part in this. You hear the word world and think that means they should kowtow to Americans.
Well, now that Trump's there, we could just we can just start calling you Japan of America. We can put our name on your country if you're not careful.
Well, you don't have to worry about this World Cup. It's in America and Canada and Mexico all the time. Will be good for you. No worries.
There's a chance. Did
you hear that in Mexico they're going to keep on calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico? The Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico? That's so stupid.
Yeah, what are they thinking?
What are they thinking? The Gulf of America. In Florida, it's officially the Gulf of America. All right.
This dumb stuff. I can't get caught up on this silliness.
This is why you want to live in Texas. And if you're going to live in Texas and you're going to buy a home in Texas,
Dream Rate.
You need Dream Rate. You do need. You needed him. You called him. And what did he do?
Yeah, he told me, he gave me the facts.
He gave you all the facts. And right off the top of it, Kent has been doing this. I mean, honestly, we went to lunch and he's talking to me and I'm like, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you want to know the truth, you're saying all kinds of words that I don't understand, because he knows so much more about the mortgage game than you do and I do and everybody does. So why are you trying to do this yourself? Oh, let me pick the mortgage. Well, what else? Okay, good. And yeah, let me pay this. Okay. You know, I sat down. We bought a couple of houses now. Just sit down. Yeah, you sign your name. This is this fee. And there's this fee. Okay. And let me sign my name to all these fees. Okay. I agree with Kent Jones says, why are you agreeing with all those fees? I'm going to help you save thousands and thousands, because he does this all the time. He helps save. We've got listeners that are now doing testimonials for him that are saying, man, are you kidding? I can't talk about the numbers that he saved them, but I can tell you they're significant. And when you are buying a home, there's all these things where you can save money, and Kent Jones knows about them and you don't. So if you're going to buy a home, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. Opa! That's the app that you open up. Opa, OPA. And you open up the app and you order at Nico Nico's, and you got a great way to do it. If you're going to order anyway, you might as well get something that's going to give you rewards and eventually free food. I mean, why not? Why would you just go up to the counter and buy it instead of ordering it on the app? And listen, while you're watching if you haven't had the cheeseburger over at Nico Nico's, I'm telling you, it's as good a cheeseburger as you're going to find in this city. It's not an exaggeration. The gyros I don't know where else you get a gyro if you want to know the truth, But how about doing Greek this AFC NFC Championship game? You're going to be maybe you're going to have, I don't know, just 4 or 5 of you at your house. Order from Nico Nico's, catering at niconicos.com, catering at niconicos.com, and or you could do it through the app and pick it up or have it delivered or however, whatever the case may be. And you got yourself a great way to watch the game. They've got all the different stuff that I'm telling you, it is so good, so good, so good. You will love Nico Nico's. They got everything you could possibly need for your party. I love Nico Nico's. You'll love Nico Nico's. They got 3 locations if you're going to go there. You got Montrose, which has been there forever, Montrose and Westheimer. You got I-10 in the Beltway, and you got 240, and you got 45 in Research Forest, the brand new one that is huge and wonderful. You're looking for a great way to celebrate the games this weekend or for the big game? Nico Nico's.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Friday. It's a Friday show, which is a holiday show. So whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Shortest wait times in the business. Jerry is here. Jerry's been waiting for 2 seconds, and here he is on the show. What do you say, Jerry?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, 2 quick things. So Travis Hunter was the #1 overall recruit in the entire country.
Yeah.
He could have played for any school that he wanted.
He was big time.
Even more so than the quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah, he was big time. Number 2, very, very quick. I think like with Aaron Rodgers, like with the Djokovic thing, like the COVID thing is more of a lagging indicator of your personality than the leading one. So I think it's more than just the COVID stuff. So not to talk about that. But question for Lance. With the Texans' needs, right, which I think offensive line, safety, wide receiver, and based on like draft position and availability, if they keep the first round pick, like who do you think, not who, but like what position do you think they should target with their first round pick in the draft?
Yeah, I'm just too early into it to know. Like I still have a lot of players to get through, so I can't really, I don't have a feel for what the draft board would look like quite yet, but I do know that a guy like Luther Burden, I don't think he gets there, but Luther Burden would be just electric with the wide receiver out of Missouri for the Houston Texans. There's a couple of receivers that I like. I don't love the kid from Arizona that's going to McMillan that's going to get a lot of hype from people. Can't separate. Just he's another Drake London. So I don't know. I really need to watch more players and stack the board before I have a great feel. I'll have a lot better feel probably by about mid-February. I'll know most of these guys and I'll have a much better idea then. So I'm still learning. I just finished Cam Ward yesterday. Just finished Ashton Genty. So I've still got a ways to go. Cam Ward, super talented, but I mean, he's got talent, but I watched the Georgia Tech game. It's funny. Georgia Tech showed one coverage pre-snap and then they rolled into other coverages and he was just lost in that game. He had some real issues there. There's a lot of quarterbacks that would get beat with that. But what you want to know is that in the future, he can recognize and make decisions quickly. That's where the processing thing comes in and football IQ and reading defenses and understanding what you're seeing. That's why it's so important for quarterbacks, because teams try to fool you all the time, pre-snap, post-snap, and you got to be able to recognize what they're doing and counter what they're doing quickly. And that's hard. Great quarterbacks can do it. The ones who don't do it well, they have to have other aspects to his game. This guy I was surprised. He's a good runner, but he's not like this. He's not an electric runner. He runs to go. He runs when there's pressure and he'll scramble out of there. They don't run you guys didn't run a whole lot of called runs for him though.
No, very few, if any, didn't pull it on zone reads. It just wasn't his thing. You see his casual style of play in the pocket, and he treated running that way. If he needed to go get you 7, he'd get you 7. I mean, later in games when it was desperation mode, he would run. But yeah, it wasn't even first, second, or third on what he wanted to do back there.
No, and so after watching these two guys, him and Shedeur Sanders, I'll say this about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur has this long, kind of slow operation time. He doesn't have great velocity. He's really accurate, throws with really good accuracy. If he were to, if this is, okay, John, so tell me if I were to tell you this, how would you respond to this? Because I had this conversation with a scout. If I told you that Shedeur Sanders, if he was able to wrap his mind around being a game manager who makes accurate throws, who stays on time and delivers and moves the chains and, and isn't trying to, isn't a playmaker and isn't one of these guys who is, a brand like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. And because he takes plays off schedule unnecessarily sometimes. If he could get away from being Primetime's son, and he grew up around that level of generational ego and arrogance that Deion has, but that he earned through being one of the greatest that has ever done it at cornerback. The difference is that's what he grew up with, and that's what his I think that's what his mentality is, and it serves him well from a confidence standpoint, but it makes him think he can do things he can't do physically. Like, he's not a twitchy player. He's not the athlete that Deion Sanders is, not even remotely close. And I think he wants to be that. He wants to be a Josh Allen, wants to be not a Lamar. He doesn't run, but he wants to be a Pat Mahomes, extend, make this great off platform throw or this. And I think that limits who he can be because he doesn't have that kind of arm talent. But if he bought in to being, God forbid, Kirk Cousins in Minnesota, if he said, I'm not, because he's not a runner. So if he said, I'm going to deliver the ball accurately with good tight spiral, I'm going to beat people with placement. If he could wrap his mind around being the best quarterback he could be and just working to his strengths, I actually think he can be a pretty good starter in the league. I really do. But I don't know that he can get away from the ego of trying to be this arm talent, run and make these incredible throws. His completions are going to turn into interceptions in the next level, especially if he's on a team that's not very good. And I think that the desire to be a superstar will sink him as opposed to just being a really, good game managing quarterback who can deliver the ball with accuracy. That has a chance to win at a much higher level than him trying to be the next Pat Mahomes.
Well, one of the things is he a quick reader of the field? I mean,
hard to tell.
Play on time, or is
he
a holder of the ball?
He can. He can. Yeah, he sometimes just will hold it.
Can be that guy.
Well, but
I don't think it's just because he's Deion.
Okay, will he
look at all these quarterbacks now that come out that are like that anyway? I mean, I gotta make this big play as opposed to just making this simple good play.
Yeah, no, that's true, and a lot of that comes from the 7-on-7. But is he okay being not the focal point of a team? Like, not being a brand, not being on podcasts, not having all the conversation about him. Do you think he can? I have real doubts that he can be that guy. And the scout I talked to said, look, he's going to lay out. He just said it this way. He goes, if you draft him, he said, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. He said, he's got some talent, but he's not like special. And he said, if you draft him to be your quarterback, you have to worry the whole time about him or his dad laying out teammates, coaches, front office, ownership. He said that would be just so disruptive to an organization when you always have to worry about either your quarterback or, his extremely famous dad who's on a lot of different, do you know Deion has a TV show right now that he does weekly?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and did you
see
that?
He's a head coach of Colorado.
Did you see the girl that's on there with him?
Yeah.
That he had to tell everybody. He said, I'm not hitting this.
No,
okay?
I didn't. Well, that's just because people are gossipy.
No. Everybody was saying, "Oh, Deion's hitting that. That's why she's the host," and blah blah blah. And Deion
does
had
Teddy
to come on the
Bruschi
show.
have to say that about Laura Rutledge? No. Why does Deion have to say that about the girl he's hosting with?
Because he's Deion. Because Prime. But yeah. I seen. Yeah, Deion's got a show. Can you imagine being the coach? I mean, I don't know if I want Deion as my quarterback dad. I don't know.
I know that's and this when this guy said it, I'm like, yeah. I mean, if I had to, if you gave me a $20,000 chip and you said put it on Shador or Deion being a problem on a TV show or a podcast, yes or no? And I'd probably have to say yes. I just think there's two good. I mean, Deion just thinks he knows what's best. I have a hard time believing that if things don't go well for his son, that he's not going to immediately tell everybody this coach is terrible. You know, this GM can't get any good players. This ownership's not. We're trying to get Shador traded because this ownership is awful. Just if you know that's coming, why would you want to deal with it in advance? And I think that's going to be a real problem behind the scenes. But from just the tape standpoint, I actually was pleasantly surprised. Shador's really he's an accurate quarterback. And he's confident and he's poised, like everything you want, all the intangibles from a quarterback. Shador has it more than any quarterback that I've studied. Now, I haven't studied Jackson Dart and Will Howard and those other guys, but Cam Ward is the arm talent guy who can make some special plays. I mean, he can make some special plays. He's got some Brett Favre in him at times. And then, the guy who could be potentially CJ Stroud is Shador Sanders.
Well, what I'm listening to you say is if he was willing, he could be the guy who he looks at as a mentor, Tom Brady. Not accomplishing, but how he manages a game, how he would thrive if he would actually take on.
If he'd be okay with sinking it, just being a leader and a team guy. Like, I think he'd have to fundamentally change the personality of who he's been on the field and off the field. And I don't know that that's possible. But if he could, I think he would access the best version of himself as a quarterback. And how do you do that? I think as getting away from your dad. And I'm taking some of what I've been told from other teams. I'm kind of borrowing their opinion. But I was told this: if you get him away from Coach Prime, which he's never been, he's been coached by him his entire college career. But if you get another way of doing things in his head, he gets to see a different way. He gets to hear from different people. He gets to see different things. He's held to a different level of accountability and not coddled. All these things, if you can get him there, he might have what it takes to be a good NFL quarterback. But it's a controversial topic just because people get all upset if you say anything about Shador Sanders. But I actually think he had more talent than I expected. But it's just such a personality-driven league. There's so much that has to do with leadership. There's so much that has to do with non-football stuff. And I think he has a lot of those things, but I would be terrified that in the words of a scout, he's, at some point, he's going to rip teammates or coaches. And if it's not him, it's going to be Deion. And
then he'll get his ass kicked in the NFL. I mean, he can get away with that crap in college. You ain't getting away with that.
Well, what do you mean? Micah Parsons, you have players doing it now.
And that media and his teammates will go, bro, no, that's not how we do it here. No, we ain't doing that.
You think he's going to go sorry? Does he strike as a guy who's going to say, sorry, you're right, I got to do better?
Yes, he absolutely will be a guy that says that. Absolutely.
Why do you say that?
Because if you mess up at the NFL level, and Zach Wilson found it. I mean, you mess up at the NFL level, you're going to have to apologize because the media is going to kill you and your teammates are going to kill you. You're going to lose the locker room.
Have you watched Colorado? They ain't apologizing to anybody ever.
Well,
never,
dude. It's a difference. You know better than that. It's
Deion never apologized to
anybody.
Then
Daddy's kid saying something. This ain't Daddy's kid. You ain't Daddy's kid no more.
Deion never apologized to anyone ever for anything.
These are grown men.
He
ain't Deion.
You mean Deion on the NFL level?
Oh. No, we both know he's not Deion, but does he know he's not Deion?
Yeah.
Does Deion know he's not Deion? I don't think Deion tells him he's not Deion.
No, but if you guess what, he loses. You lose a locker room. You start talking about guys and their play.
Oh, it'll be a disaster. Can he humble himself to not do that? Like he threw his entire offensive line under the bus. You just don't do that.
No.
You can't do that.
We got a break. We got to talk a little HRP right now is what we got to talk about. We got to talk about if you got an employee like that's talking about other employees and you need a little HR intervention. Okay, we got that. We've got employees that are talking about stuff that they shouldn't be talking about at work. Okay, HR. Are you handling that? I don't know. Are you handling it right? I don't know. All I know is you got HR problems. You got a problem, sis, because guess what? HR has caused people to lose their businesses because they don't handle it properly. All right. You don't want the EEOC on your tail. You just don't. Okay. Because you just don't. And here, HRP is here for you to help you through any issue that you might have at work. Not only that, but all your payroll issues as well. And that's what you're going to have a lot more of, okay? HR, you got to handle that, but that's few and far between compared to every payroll. Getting it right, doing it economically, doing it technologically, getting all of your your vacation time, all of everything that you need to make sure that your business is running properly and efficiently, saving money, doing it the best you possibly can, doing it perfectly every time like HR&P does. That's what they do, okay? And then come tax time, forget about it. They're the best. So you're looking for the best way to get that payroll and that HR to your people, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
Chastain Ford works with businesses like yours to get the job done. No hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-tier service. Go to ChastainFord.com today and let their commercial team handle your fleet needs. That's ChastainFord.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair price. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we're doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind it, payment houses. We even buy one tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your houses as is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting really great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What? Reagan. I guess you could talk about horse racing because it's a holiday show, right? So I said, call in, whatever you want to talk about. Horse racing, even, is that a sport? I don't know. I guess we could talk about anything, I guess. Horse racing, Reagan wants to get in.
Good morning, Hall of Famers. Good morning, my friend. How's everyone
How are
doing?
you, Reagan?
We're good.
Wonderful. Obviously, the most important thing this weekend is the Pegasus World Cup at sunny Gulfstream Park. in South Florida. I am on the way to Hobby Airport to attend the race. The $3 million Pegasus World Cup will be run Saturday afternoon. John and Lance, I'm curious if you think White Alvario makes his triumphant return to the winner's circle, or do you think the up-and-coming Todd Fletcher trained horse, Lock, finally gets the win he's been looking for?
I always go Todd Fletcher.
Todd Fletcher's strong. I love it. I love me some Todd Fletcher. Yeah.
So not a lot of handicap been done by you guys yet, or what?
Well, give us
not
okay,
Todd, John. You called him Todd Fletcher. It's Pletcher.
Whatever. So no one knows that. But here's the deal, Reagan.
He's pretty famous.
Give us a winner. We need a winner.
I have the winner. Do you want it over the air or via text?
Yes, over the air.
We're wanting it for the people.
We got a filly. We have a filly named Sacred Wish coming off her first Grade 1 win. That's running in the filly and mare turf race. It's race 10. We are horse number 8. Gulf Street Park on Saturday. We're going to win. Sacred Wish, horse 8, race 10, Gulf Street Park, Saturday.
Horse 8, race 10,
Gulf Street
Sacred
Park.
Wish. Got it. Okay.
She's a hell of a horse. She's a
it's
hell
a
of a
Gulf
horse.
Stream. All right. Well, Reagan knows his horses now. Reagan knows his horses, and he's had some. He's thrown some winners our way. So
hey guys, there's a real fancy weekend. It's kind of where South Beach meets the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, y'all know me. There's a Diplo concert after the race. Do you think I'll fit in at a Diplo concert?
No, I do not think you'll fit in at a Diplo concert.
Okay. I mean, maybe Barry Manilow.
But I want you to give it.
I
want you to give it a shot, though.
Yeah, go. That'll be fun. You got stories. We want pictures.
I'm more Clay Walker. Yeah. I'm more Clay Walker than Diplo. But I'm going to
drive
Diplo,
me
so,
smooth, Momo. Drive me smooth. Okay, that's good
all
stuff.
Right. Awesome pick.
Hey, that horse better win. I'm putting money on it.
What's the horse's name again?
Sacred Wish.
Sacred Wish.
Okay.
Sacred Wish. Horse 8,
Tomorrow.
race 10.
Tomorrow, not to be confused with today.
At Gulfstream. I can bet on it right here. Oh, I could go over here. Man, the Hollywood Park Casino. It's right next to SoFi Land.
It's supposed to be really. Do they have a horse track? They have cards there
too,
right?
They got off-track betting right there.
And cards, right?
And cards. Oh, my God. It's a casino. But the poker is the biggest thing there at the casino. It's awesome.
Yeah. The poker's what they're
and it's
known
right
for.
across from Intuit where the Clippers play.
Nice.
So it's a busy place. It's so cool. You're driving down the street. Have you ever seen this before? There's a giant billboard that goes across the street. So as you drive underneath it.
I've never seen that.
It is really, and it's a video board. So while you're driving, you're watching commercials and all this different stuff on this giant video board that goes over the street. It's not a billboard that's at the side of the street. It's over the street. It's really cool. And then you're there. That's when you know, okay, I'm here. I'm at SoFi. I'm at Hollywood Park Casino. I don't go to SoFi much, but Hollywood Park Casino, I've been a few times now. Been a couple, 3 or 5, 8 times. Thank you, Reagan. We appreciate it. I'm going to go bet it at Hollywood Park Casino tomorrow. Okay, so Western Conference voting results came in. LeBron James is starting his 21st straight All-Star game. 21st.
That's called
straight
generational,
All-Star.
kids.
That's
not
generational.
LaMelo Ball, the GOAT.
No.
LaMelo Ball's goated. Shut the up.
Okay,
Stop
that's your
saying
kids.
guys are
so
goated
the 3 starters in the front court are Jokic was unanimous across the board. The players voted him number 1. The fans voted him number 1. The media voted him number 1. He was number 1 overall. LeBron 2, 2, and 4. Kevin Durant 2, 3, and 5. Player rank, fan rank, and media rank. So then the next 3 were Victor Wembanyama. He got the 4th in the players rank, 4th in the fan rank, 2nd in the media rank. Anthony Davis, 5th, and 3rd, and then Alperen Şengün. Players voted him 9th behind Jalen Williams, Jaren Jackson, and Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, my God. Behind Jaren Jackson?
Behind Jaren Jackson.
I mean, Jaren Jackson's a nice player, but that's disrespectful.
Fans
you know what
voted
that is?
him 6th, and the media voted him 8th. So the media voted Sabonis ahead of him. And Jaren Jackson. That's unbelievable. The fans voted Jaren Jackson 10th. So that's why.
You know what that is? Jingoistic. That's jingoistic player attitudes toward international players. It's disgraceful and sad that a player of his ilk, despite being from Turkey, gets treated like that by American-born players and the international crowd. Disgraceful. So, all of you should be embarrassed.
So Şengün might be. Have they said who the reserves are going to be? I don't think they've announced the reserves.
No, not. Well, you'll find out today.
He probably is going to be on the team because Wembanyama will be on the team. Anthony Davis will be on the team. He might be the next guy. You need more front court guys, right? I mean, you're going to have at least 6 front court guys, right? Or 7.
I do want him to go to an All-Star game. I also want him to get rest if he needs it. But no, All-Star game at this age. Oh my gosh, to go with those guys, what an unbelievable honor that would be for him. Yeah, we'll see. He might make the team.
Yeah, we'll see. That'd be nice.
Will a Rocket make the team? I mean, obviously, there's only 2 that.
It's not going to be Jalen. Jalen's not making the team.
I think Şengün makes it then.
Yeah,
I think we see a Rocket on the team. What about Fred? Can Fred make it?
Fred,
he had 2 huge 3-pointers the other day. I mean, it was after like 3 straight turnovers, but he dug the hole for himself, but he also filled it back in with 3-pointers. So that was cool.
No, I don't think he's going to make the team because of his 2 3-pointers the other night. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Sacred Wish, number 8 horse in the 10th race. You got it. You got it right here.
You got to remember it tomorrow because unless you go to an off-track place, you can't get to it yet.
Yeah. And you got a winner in Gulf Coast Windows, that's for sure. When you win the Pinnacle Award, that means something. It really does mean something. It should mean something to you if you're buying your windows. If you're buying windows right now, if you're building a home right now or a business right now, get the Gulf Coast Windows. I mean, the Hurricane windows, pretty indestructible. Those are some badass windows now, okay? If they can withstand hurricanes, they can withstand a lot of stuff. And here's the thing. When you're building your home, you're thinking about, okay, well, let's cut corners. Don't cut corners on your windows, okay? Because long-term, the amount of money that you're going to waste in your electricity or your gas from your furnace, whatever it is, the way you heat or cool your home, it escapes through those windows, and it's no good. That's no bueno. So what you need is the best window in the market. You need the best doors in the market. You want security. You want privacy. You want economy, okay? You want all of that in one fell swoop, and that's what you get with Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiumi's been doing this forever, okay, 30, almost 40 years now. He's got the best product in the world, and so he's going to make sure that you get the best product and you get the best insulation and the warranty. Second to none. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. Tell Jim Fiumi you heard it right here. All right, our last hour of the week right here on ESPN. Glad you could join us. Glad you were here with us this week. And I know it was hard times, trying times in the city this week, but it's going to be beautiful this weekend now. But we still got to watch the AFC, NFC championship games. Dal, I put some sound in the rundown that we need. And I don't know if this is going to be a finable offense, but we'll see. Joe Witt, the defensive coordinator of the Washington Redskins, he's got a warning. He's got a warning for Jalen Hurts. Jalen had did you hear Jalen, his 44-yard touchdown that started the game? He was the first score last week. And he said, well, what about Saquon? And he said, well, Saquon was a little tired. We've been overworking him, so I decided to take it myself. Well, Washington, this is a rivalry. This is a division rivalry, right? This is the third time that they're playing. They split the first two games. Washington ain't having none of that. Joe Witt, at least, the defensive coordinator, ain't having none of Jalen Hurts running around on Sunday.
We've had a number of these guys that we've had to prepare for. And so the one thing is if he's going to run the ball and if the coordinator makes a decision for him to run the ball, we're going to treat him like a running back. And we're going to hit him that way. So that's their decision if they want to get him hit the way that he gets hit. If they don't, they'll keep him in the pocket. So but that's what we're going to do.
Joe, you guys.
There's nothing better than him trying to dissuade the Eagles from, Joe Witt is trying to make them turn their quarterback into a pocket passer, which he's not great at doing. I give him a lot of credit because he's telling you right up front, we're going to hit him as hard as we can. Now, every team has that mindset with Jalen Hurts, but he's just telling you out loud, get ready because we're going to plow into this dude. And we're going to hit him as hard as we can. Good. Because guess what? Jalen's not really afraid. Have you ever seen Jalen Hurts look intimidated? Never.
No.
You ain't stopping what Jalen Hurts does. You're not going to stop the play calling. This is going to be a fun game. It's an NFC East game. It's the third time they've met. It'll be, this is really cool matchups. Like, okay, on paper, you would like to have the Lions in there. Eagles are. I get a little bored with the Eagles, but whatever. Rams would have been more boring to me. So Eagles, Lions would have been better. But now we get the super kid. We get wonderkind Jaden Daniels, the next potentially, elite level quarterback at a young age, already playing for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. They're playing the third game in a row. Third game this year against Jalen Hurts, who's been there before. You've got, the talent of the quarterback versus the talent of the defense. You've got in the AFC, is this the year Josh Allen finally gets over the hump against Pat Mahomes? Can the Bills vanquish the villains that are the Kansas City Chiefs? Used to be lovable Chiefs, but now they're the villains. We want them out. And can Buffalo do that? Do they have enough defense? Some great storylines here. Really excited about these games coming up.
No, listen, if the Chiefs are out of it, I think it's going to be a more exciting Super Bowl. If the Chiefs are in it, it's all ho-hum, same crap, year after year after year. I think the Bills would add, and I think Washington-Bills matchup would be I know from a ticket standpoint, that'll be the biggest draw because the Bills haven't been there, and the Commanders haven't been there.
Yeah,
and that ticket will be I know I got a buddy that deals in Super Bowl tickets. He'll be loving it because that'll be the hottest ticket that we've seen maybe in a while.
I think it's can't miss. I think Kansas City, Philadelphia is going to, I think that is going to load it up too. Philly fans are going to travel.
Yeah,
travel and fight.
Yeah. But they're
I don't think
Kansas City. I think Kansas City's getting bored with it.
Yeah, but you think fans won't go? I think it's going to be.
It's certainly not going to be close to a Bills. No, not even close.
I don't think there's a losing matchup for him. I think your ticket guy is going to be in good shape anyway. It's a Super Bowl. You're always in good shape.
Well, this is the kind of thing I worry about is the secondary market guy.
Yeah,
okay?
You worry about secondary
Making
ticket
money.
guy jacking up prices on the regular people and the casino boss and the sportsbook boss. Like, I'm just
Right.
worried, man. The casinos are taking a little bit of a hit from the people.
Hey,
That's the least man of the people you can do, to be in favor of the casino.
Yeah, no, because if the casinos lose money, then it's not going to be marble and gold that we're going to see, and there's going to be plaster and stuff breaking. We want it to be nice in the casino.
Forget it.
We got to treat them. Okay,
we got 5-star coming up. We got to go to a break.
We got a break right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to get some winners.
He's got a teaser.
How about some winners
He's got a teaser
weekend?
for you this weekend.
All right. How about a little teaser? That's going to come your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what do you think we're going to be drinking while we're watching these games? What? That's right. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I mean, come on. If we're in America now, okay, when we were down in Mexico, life was bad. Well, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't Coors Light good, okay, because they don't have Coors Light there. We got Coors Lights now. I don't know if you heard. We got Coors Lights now, and the mountains are blue. My mountains are blue. Make your mountains blue, okay? I don't know what you're drinking, but what I'm drinking is better. It's a matter of personal taste, but I'm going to tell you this. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy your games or whatever you're doing, if you're playing golf, if you're not playing golf, if you're watching games, if you're not watching games, whatever it is, make sure you do it with some Blue Mountains. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas. It's going to get warm again, so you got to chill it out. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, time for 5-star, not 4-star, not 3-star, 5-star in Vegas. Joining us now to give us winners for this weekend. Not just a couple of games, but you got to take a side and you got to take some props. And here's the deal: 5-star's here to give you winners. What up, 5-star?
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys enjoyed your snow days out there?
Oh, it was fantastic.
How much snow did y'all get in Vegas?
It snows some here. We might get some this year. Especially where I'm at in summer. So we catch snow probably once or twice a year.
You do? Really?
More than we get.
Yeah.
Well, you
if
got
it's snowing
in
Destin,
5,
Florida.
6 inches,
it can snow anywhere.
Yeah, we don't get that tight. It's just a little that comes through where the kids run outside. It doesn't stick. It's like how it used to snow in Houston back in the game when you snow every now and then, just a little bit. Nothing like you guys just had.
No, did you see Herman Park where people are going up on? They had sleds and trash can, anything that they could find that was kind of a hard plastic surface, and they were going up and sledding down this hill nonstop. It was unbelievable. There was so much snow.
It's like they had a great time out there. You can tell we have a lot of transits now in Houston because they were bringing that snow culture.
Yeah, they were. I didn't know what to do.
Right. We wouldn't have.
My daughter's down doing snow angels, and then you realize, oh, my God, it's all dirty. And snow's great until you have to actually deal with it.
Yeah, we didn't really have any of that here in LA. We didn't really have any of that.
Oh, you're out this way. You're on the West Coast. Okay, my bad. I forgot big timer.
Yeah.
He was talking about 5-star. He was talking about going to the card. What's it called, John? The card house that you go to?
Oh, I go to Hollywood Park Casino. You ever been there?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, my boy Hakeem Property. That's his area of the world before he moved to Vegas. So yeah, I've been over there before.
Wonderful. It's great. I love that. That's one of my favorite casinos. Great poker games going on there.
Yep,
all right, let's do it. Let's get some winners in here. 5-star. We only got 2 games, so what are we going to do?
All right, let's start with the first game, which is going to be the Washington game against the Eagles. Now, man, I don't know how the weather's going to hold up because we know Philadelphia has bad weather this time of year. There's no way getting around it if it's just even the wind. If this game was inside, I'd be on Washington money line if it was in the dome because I trust that Washington offense that much, and I trust Dan Quinn to be able to come up with enough stuff to keep Jalen Hurts, from putting up some points. And they'd have to lean strictly on Saquon. But with the elements and everything, I just cannot trust the Commanders. And the 6 points is just a really short number, so I don't want to deal with that either because the Commanders, man, they had a lot of problems with Saquon Barkley this year. He's ran all over them, man. He ran in the first game against them for 150 yards and 146 yards and 2 touchdowns and 150 yards and 2 touchdowns in the second game. So they have had a really hard time holding them down. The Commanders are one of the worst teams in the league against the run. They're 30th ranked in rush yards allowed, 28th in yards allowed per rush. And then on top of that, you got to look at the fact that they're not good at getting contact. They're one of the worst teams in the league at hitting contact to a running back. He leads the league, actually, Saquon Barkley, in the most yards before contact, and Washington gives up the most yards, before having contact on defense. So that's just not a good formula for me to take them. But I do trust the fact that, as we talked about last week, Jaden Daniels is the best fourth-quarter quarterback in the league. 72%, 12 touchdowns. Now, 74% now, and I believe 13 touchdowns in the fourth quarter in overtime after last week. He led 5 comeback wins. He also beat the Eagles with 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Let's tease this up because I do like the Commanders, but I do feel like the number's too short. So we're going to go with Commanders plus 12, the biggest loss that they had this year. Outside of that Cowboys game when it was just a jinky week and Jaden Daniels was hurt, he wasn't at full strength. Outside of that, the biggest loss they had were against these Eagles, and that was 8 points. And if you remember, Jaden Daniels was also hurt in that game. He's back to full strength. But I worry about the elements. So that's one thing to look at. But I like them on the tees to up to plus 12, and I also like to go over 40. So we're going to tease down the points because I think it'll land right at 47. So let's get a winner home by taking the tees, and we're going to put 6 points or 7 points on it, depending on which kind of book you have. I'm going 7 points, so mine would be Commanders plus 13 and over 39. You might can take the plus 12 and over 41. I think all of those are good.
Okay, we're going to do a teaser. Get those 7 points.
Yes, 2 teamers.
Get them 7
2 teamers
points.
with Commanders and over. Commanders in the over. I think points are scored because Washington is going to have a difficult time stopping that run game. And I think that the Eagles try to set the pace early and get on them with that run game and take the lead. But I do think that Jaden Daniels fights back late in that game and is able to put up some points.
Okay, there we go. So you got that teaser, Washington and the over. Tease it. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
And then what else we got?
Man, I can't believe all of the media is taking Buffalo. It's just setting us up for a perfect spot. On this show alone, in the last 4 years, how much money have we won with Kansas City in these same spots? So we're going to stick to what works, man. I'm taking Kansas City money line in this one. You got a lot of motivating factors for the Chiefs in this one. You know, the horrendous refereeing that went on against the Texans. So the whole world is watching them and saying that everyone's saying that they get helped by the referees as if this team wasn't already a great team before all of this stuff. And then you have the Bills beat them earlier this year. Now they're at Arrowhead. Man, the Chiefs are trying to set history, man. Josh Allen is 0-2 in the playoffs against Mahomes. He always wins in the regular season, but this isn't the regular season, man. And the Chiefs have won 8 straight playoff games. Only the New England Patriots have more with 10. So I just feel like everyone's underestimating the Chiefs, and we're not going to be foolish. We're taking the home team, the defending champion with the best record in the league. We're not going to get caught up in the hype. If you really looked at last week's game, Baltimore was the better team. Buffalo got the victory, but I'm sure you guys have watched the tape since that game. Man, Baltimore should have won that game easily. If you take away the horrible call by the referee in the first half where he gave Buffalo first down and led to a touchdown, when you had the kid Coleman push off the defensive back clearly, and it should have been offensive pass interference, and they changed it to a defensive pass interference. Those 4 points are the only reason that Buffalo won that game. Their offense looked a little stagnant last week, and I don't think that the Chiefs are any team you want to go into with a cold offense. Their offense did not look like it had a lot of heat last week against the Ravens, and I think that we're going to see how good Steve Spagnuolo is with that Chiefs defense. Also, on a prop angle, we're going to go with Khalil Shakir over 4.5 receptions. He's all averaged 5.5 receptions this year. He had 6 in the last 2. He's Josh Allen's favorite target. Last time that they played the Chiefs, he had 8 catches. So we're going to go with Khalil Shakir. I think that he'll get over 4.5 receptions. And also, let's go with the OG DeAndre Hopkins, ex-Texans, to go over 2.5 receptions. He was shut down by our great cornerbacks for the Texans last week and didn't get any balls. So I think that this week is his day. This is his first chance to go to a Super Bowl. I think we see the best Nuke Hopkins this week. So over 2.5 receptions for a player of his caliber is really, really short. I think that Mahomes looks his way, and I'm sure all week Hopkins has been telling him, hey, man, don't forget about me. So let's go over 2.5 receptions for D-Hop. He's had 3 or more every game besides last week.
I think that one thing that is going to be interesting, because that seems like such a low number for Khalil Shakir. I mean, they throw him little wide receiver hitches. He's just a really, really tough, consistent player. Josh Allen loves him. He targeted him early and often last game. The one, it feels low, and I'm thinking, I wonder if they're going to put Trent McDuffie on him. I wonder if they're going to try to take him away with Trent. That's going to be the one area that could be curious. What do you think? I just saw something where Joe Fortenbaugh on ESPN had higher than over 31.5 pass attempts for Josh Allen. Just off the rip, what do you think about that?
The only way I can see that formula going about is if they get down early, because if you look at this season, the reason why Josh has had such a good year and has protected the ball is the emergence of the running game.
Yeah.
Like, you don't realize that kid had the same amount of touchdowns running as Derrick Henry did. It's just because Josh is who he is. So I think that they're going to try to establish him on the ground. If anything, you probably want to go over on their run. Yeah, on Cook.
Yeah.
Cook. I think he's 45 or something sure like that. James Cook is a really good player, man. He's just like his brother was. He's a dog. So I think that James Cook goes over on the running yards and on the passing attempts. The only way I see that going, as I said, Lance, is if the Chiefs jump out early and now the Bills have to, shoot to come back and then they'll play that way. But if it's a game that they're kind of managing and running the way they want to, they're going to feed James Cook. Them and Baltimore did a really good job this year of focusing on the run game and letting their quarterbacks be special, with the run game still being the lead, of the offense.
All right, there you have it. Over for Nuke, over for Khalil, money line, Kansas City, and then the Commanders and the over tees, 7-point tees. So you got all of those. You got those winners, and we'll see how that works out, and then we'll have you back for the Super Bowl. All right, and you can give us all your props and everything else. Weren't you in studio for one Super? I thought we had you in studio for one Super Bowl. But
That's no tell, man. We've been rocking out so long, man. I know I've been on set a couple times, so I don't remember if that time we were or not.
And then I thought we watched it over at the Warehouse Live afterwards. Remember?
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Not
sure
a
that
Super
was
Bowl. A Super Bowl?
A Super. Yeah, we watched a couple of Super Bowls over at Warehouse Live now. Yeah. And 5 Star showed up. I'm almost positive that we did that.
Yeah, I think it was one year I did. I think it was one year that I did, John.
So we'll see if you can't do that. If you're in town, let's go. But we got 5 Star. 5 Star as always. Thanks, man. 5 Star in Vegas at 5 Star in Vegas. Follow them on Twitter and get your winners from 5 Star. Hey, buddy, we appreciate it as always.
Hey, guys, tell everyone to tune in today to YouTube, The Wagering World. I got my boy Sean King on. He's one of the last QBs outside of Jaden Daniels to be a rookie quarterback going into the conference championship game. I believe it was 5 of them. He was the only one that covered the spread. So we're going to have him on today. So you guys tune in on YouTube, man. Sean King will be on The Wagering World today. I appreciate you guys.
Okay, there's a record setter, the only one to cover the spread. That's a record. We'll see if Jaden can be the second to ever cover the spread as a rookie in a championship game. That's something we're watching for on Sunday. And we're also, how about getting a little taquerias horrendous?
I mean, you already heard people around here expecting tamales and tres leches cakes like every Friday, every week. And you can make that happen if you go to Aranda's Bakery. They've got it for you. If you go to Taquerias Aranda's, you can order some tamales there, but usually you want to get it with a plate. You may have a combination dinner where you get the tamales added there. They have the one of my favorites is their al pastor street tacos. Love that. Love that. And of course, for breakfast, we don't get to go to breakfast here at Taquerias Aranda's as much because I'm on the show, but on the weekends it's available. On the weekdays you don't do a radio show, you can stop by and grab breakfast tacos or grab a big hearty breakfast to get your day started. You're going to get fresh, authentic Mexican food, and then you're going to come back in the evening, have some cervezas, have some margaritas, have drink specials, and enjoy your favorite sporting events. That's right. At the bar itself, inside of Taquerias, they're creating the Aranda Sports Bar where they want you to watch. You tell them what you want to watch. Put your games on. Don't put the games on. They'll have the food there. You bring your friends. They'll help provide the fun, and it is on at Aranda Sports Bar. So whether you're getting your lunch, your breakfast, or your dinner, you're just watching great sports with friends and having awesome food, make sure you make it Taquerias Aranda's.
Guys, listen. You're in your car. You've been thinking about this. You've been thinking about your hair receding. You've been thinking about the bald spot that's growing. If you're in your 30s or 40s, I mean, you don't have to live with this anymore. You don't have to do it. Doc Linville is here for you, okay? Especially that it's easy, the bald spot or the receding hairline. Now, you may stimulate it with the PRP that just stimulates it. It's a much easier process. The neo-grafting, more detailed. You take the hair from the side and the back of your head. They put it on top. It's your hair, okay? It's not a rug. It's your hair. And then in about 6-7 months, you're going to see, oh, my goodness, look at how that is filling in. It's a painless process. Even though he's got a 3-day anesthetic, it's basically painless. It is the way to go, okay? If you are somebody that is on the fence or you're like, man, I'm starting to think about this. This is no good. Do it now. Don't wait until you're bald. But don't wait till it's too late. Don't wait till it's a big job. Make sure you go to 975hair.com. Do it now. 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, we got a couple of callers, but before we get to them, some stuff that we haven't mentioned yet. Looks like Pete Carroll is going to the Raiders. Adam Schefter reporting. I mean, they just hired a guy named Stytek, the Raiders did, because Tom Brady worked with him in a couple of places.
Brady probably knows,
Yeah,
it's interesting. That is, what do you think about that? It's not exciting. Pete Carroll, you're getting a 70-year-old coach. How not exciting is that? And
Pete Carroll is the least 70-year-old guy you'll know.
Well, but he knows how to coach, though. But that's not something that's going to excite the fan base. But exciting, you know what excites the fan base more than a coach's hire? Winning. Yeah,
right. That'll excite him. I mean, it worked for Dick Vermeil. Pete Carroll is the youngest 70-year-old you'll ever meet. He's got more energy. I mean, I ain't worried about that. It's the Brady influence on this organization is going to turn the Raiders around. It's going to turn the Raiders around. He's going to put people in there that are actually competent and capable of picking players, winning football games, coaching players, all of that. And then the other thing was the Mark Andrews note. Did you see it? Did you see that Mark Andrews finally said that, he had not spoken, and there's a big hubbub about how come Mark Andrews doesn't have to say talk?
Cam Newton said that.
Yeah, Cam Newton. No, actually Cam was the other side. He said, wait, if you're going to have energy for him not talking.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, he took the other side. He said, if you're going to have energy for not talking, then why does Fox not have to answer to
why
their
is not
lawsuit?
Joy Taylor not have to? And it's funny. I saw a lot of people like, that's right. That's a great point, but it's actually not. One has lawsuits. One is performance on the field where you are. That's what you do. You're a game. The other one is literal . Where you're not allowed to You're not really allowed to talk. If they want to talk about it, they can, but they can't really be held to. You just want gossip. Just say that. You know what I've noticed is a lot of people now gossip and just
Gossip's made a comeback.
Gossip culture has really shaped a lot of people demand that they know this and that, and gossipy stuff becomes topics gossip runs a lot of the media. I notice a lot of the media shows are really and podcasts are really heavily driven around gossip.
We haven't even talked about Jennifer Aniston and Barack Obama. I mean,
what is that?
What?
I don't know that. I'm watching.
Oh my goodness!
I'm watching tape.
Just go look it up, bruh. Just go look it up.
Is it a real thing or
the cover of the Inquirer? Apparently, Michelle and Barack are breaking up because of it. Okay. I mean,
there's not a lot of I'm looking at articles, and here are the NDTV, Times of India, Straight Arrow News, the Economic Times,
Ballsack,
Hindustan, Where did that get started?
I don't know. Well, the national. I think it's the National Enquirer.
Oh,
had it.
now the
Cover.
National Enquirer. Interesting.
Yeah.
Why Barack Obama and Jennifer Aniston dating rumors are trending online. That's Yahoo.
Yeah. It's and she denied it on some show. Might have been last night or the night before.
Yeah.
She denied it. But
United last October.
Oh, that was last October?
24th,
But she looked guilty while she was doing it, so I believe
I
I believe the Enquirer. Yeah.
I bet you can just say anything.
Yeah.
You have to prove things wrong, not prove things right anymore.
And
Speaking of gossip culture, like
proving a negative is difficult.
Yeah, you can just
prove that something didn't happen.
You can just put something out there, and if you want it to be true now, people are going to just want it to be true. I've seen that on both sides of the political spectrum where you just throw something on somebody and then
let me ask the question. Perhaps let's say in some world this is true. Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't actually matter, but but gossip culture.
No, understood.
It doesn't matter, but it matters because it's a topic for people to talk about.
Sure. He's no longer the president.
He's not president, so it's not.
Was he spilling state secrets to Jennifer Aniston? That's why it's a problem. I don't know why this is why we would care. Why I know why we won't care, but I don't get why other people will care.
Just gossip culture. It's just the
because
thing. That's all. That's the only
what
reason
people do.
come.
Why do people stand outside of courtrooms of trials they don't even know?
Exactly.
I mean, it's the world, Del. What do you mean?
And
why?
it's actually not new.
Still didn't give me a reason.
Welcome to the world.
No, that's still not a reason. I would like to know why they care, not why they do
well,
things.
You're not gonna because their lives aren't important, and so you glom on
famous people are doing stuff.
Yeah,
famous people are doing stuff.
Stars, they're just like us.
Frankly,
you saw that in Us magazine.
I never bought an Us magazine. I hope if it did occur, he got her in her prime.
See,
in a relative prime.
This is what you let John do to you.
No.
You let the problem.
If it's going to
create
happen,
other problems.
I don't want. If it happened, I don't need morning show Jennifer Aniston.
Well,
go back a couple years, Barack.
Hey, dude! I saw her last year. She's still in her prime, bro.
I mean,
Barack.
It depends on your opinion of prime.
Yeah, whatever you think her prime is.
Yeah,
the president of the United
probably depends on your age.
An ex-president of the United States involved the Hollywood starlet or actress in this case. If you're a president, the prime is what you deserve.
You're an ex-president.
Whatever. Ex-president, fine. Prime.
Doesn't matter.
Well, yeah.
Prime Aniston.
If football coaches can get girls in their prime, why can't presidents?
Prime Aniston is what I hope for Barack.
Well, wives.
I hope this alleged affair spans over 25 years.
You want prime
for him?
Yeah.
If you're going to have your name dragged through the mud,
you want it to date all the way back to the Friends era.
Yeah,
or back into the Friends era. Yeah,
mid to late Friends era. Aniston. If he's going to have to deal with it, you might as well. Prime Aniston should have been the play.
It's not a bad thought. It's probably a little disrespectful to say that about anybody based on based on rumor.
I don't believe it.
But
by the way,
we're also here to work through things.
Yes, and if we're pretending like this has any real basis, let's dreamcast this back to like early 2000s.
All right.
As he was coming up in Chicago and
Courtney
Illinois.
Cox? And both of them?
I don't. That's what you might want.
You're dreamcasting. I'm just saying.
My dreamcast doesn't involve a threesome. That's your dreamcast.
I was asking. I don't know where you're going with it.
No. I hope these two.
If you want that for Brock, wouldn't you want?
I hope he's like
more.
I hope he's like Prince Charles, where he loved Camilla and he just could never be with her in public. I hope that's the case. If this is supposed to be real,
but eventually Camilla.
Well, eventually
she ended up winning.
I know. Well, someone had to die.
Well, yeah, that's always the unfortunate thing.
No, they were together before she died.
No, I'm not together, but publicly, and she's acknowledged by everyone.
People cared about that.
That's right.
Oh, but that's always weird to me. This Princess Diana stuff to me, like, oh, Princess Diana. I mean, yeah, she was great and everything fine. The royal wedding. I've got to watch. That's the thing that I can never wrap my head around, why people in this country care about royal wedding and
it's
Fergie
royalty.
and whatever their names
because
are.
it's a storybook. It's a fairy tale.
Who cares? It's not us.
Fairy tale. You seen those people? What's so fairy tale about them?
When Diana became the princess,
that was a simpler time.
Exactly, that's a fairy tale story.
Yes, that was a simpler time. We're a very cynical people now. Now we hate those people.
No, we
yes,
don't.
We do.
We still travel to London and go visit there every year.
We hate them. We cheer
hundreds
assassinations.
of thousands of people every year.
We're against rich people. We're against royalty. We don't like them.
No, we turn back. I don't know if you heard about the election. We turn back to rich people. We like them again.
We'll see.
Well,
we'll find out.
The guy who was ahead was the guy who came before him was a rich person too. Ain't nobody poor getting that job.
Poor. There's no poors in that job. Poors in the White House.
Well, the Biden crime family got a lot richer while they were in office.
Ah, yes, the Biden crime family.
Biden crime family.
He knows what he's doing.
We're all aware of what he's doing. It's not subtle.
I'm actually kind of enjoying watching Trump create all these businesses. Like, I'm getting everything I can. I'm going to squeeze it all out. I got 4 years. I'm doing a crypto. I'm doing watches. I'm doing high tops. I got Trump Burger. You see, he's got burger places too. Yeah. We talked about that yesterday.
We're going to have one.
There's one right down at West.
We're getting one.
No, it's at Chimney Rock and 59.
Can't wait for
it's at a gas station.
Can't wait for the inevitable scandal where his burger places are hiring undocumented workers. Oh, was it? I don't know. That's not true. Media's like all the things.
Well, you don't think he hired them, though, do you?
But his people will, and then he'll pretend like, that's not a thing. I can't wait. You know it's gonna happen.
It is. There's a shot in this city. There is a shot. There's a shot.
There's definitely a shot.
That's gonna happen. There's a chance. Yes.
No, there's a chance.
You think he's running them? You think he's checking up on the profit loss? These are going to be. You use my name. You buy a franchise. They're just going to be. He's just going to franchise it out. That's all it's going to be.
That's all it's going to be. Quality control. We don't need that. Are we gonna hear from who's on the line?
Giovanni wants to talk.
Giovanni wants to talk. Do we have time?
Yeah, we have time.
Let's get him in here real quick. Hey, Giovanni, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy New Year. Real quick, just want to see if any of y'all have been watching Jason Kelsey's talk show at night and what your review is.
No, I haven't seen it.
I haven't. That's another one. I don't care about these athletes who are now trying to do
I'm
really
in bed.
honestly don't care.
I'm sleeping.
I care 0% about athletes doing shows.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, and a lot of them are good. And I notice like there's some interesting stories and things like that. I'll catch a snippet and think, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty funny. I'm sure Pat McAfee's show is fine. I just they don't do anything for me.
Yeah. I don't know. No, it's too late for me. It's just too late. So if you got a review, let's hear it. Well, that's great.
Well, no.
We have got to break it here. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, a little Craig to Surf.
Let's talk about a chance for you to have the best truck. Chevy Silverado, decked out. They got that. You're looking for the GMC Sierra pickup truck. They've got that for you as well. What they've got available for you are different types of finance rates and different opportunities to take advantage of what we call the programs that are available. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Right now with the GMC, you've got the GMC heavy duty pickup. That's for people who are looking for hardworking trucks with serious power, but still look great. The GMC heavy duty truck is going to be for you. It's a 2024 GMC Sierra heavy duty Denali model. Well-qualified buyers can get 5.9% APR financing for 84 months. So look, if you're saying, okay, I want a lower finance rate, that's fine. You can wait around for a different program, see if it comes around, but they're allowing you to do this for 84 months so you can get those payments down even lower. Now's the time to take a look at your favorite trucks, your favorite SUVs over at Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. They'll always treat you right. They will be honest with you. They're straight shooters. They don't hassle you or hustle you, and they help try to find you a deal that's going to make you happy. Customer service index rating is tops in the entire greater Houston area year after year after year for a reason. They're that good. It's Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, time to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. Time to talk about Robin and what she does over there. 281-676-3888. 281-676-3888. You've got some metal, and it doesn't have to be patio furniture. It doesn't have to be car parts. It could be or boat parts, whatever. You might have some, I don't know, an old metal refrigerator or old metal, any kind of signage from a bar or whatever. Any kind of metal that you want to make look new. You got an old Schlitz sign or old Milwaukee sign that you want to make look new and nice because you got a nice bar, well, that's easy. Houston Powder Coaters can do that for you. They'll pick up and deliver. I mean, you can deliver it. It's just a sign. But you'll pick it up and deliver it absolutely free because that's what they do. Houston Powder Coaters, they don't skimp on priming and prepping the metal. They do work, okay? They're going to make sure that this looks like it's brand new. Again, you pick the colors that you want. By the way, if you get patio furniture that look like your favorite team, burnt orange or maroon or red or whatever, rainbow colors, whatever it is that you want, you got it at Houston Powder Coaters. Look, they've just been doing this forever, and they're just great. 5-star customer service, over 20 years of business, hands-on, great communication. You'll probably talk to Robin. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Del, I put some sound in at the top there, if you can grab that, because we'll use it here. But first, Missouri AG, the Attorney General, he says that the abortion pill lawsuit argues fewer teen pregnancies hurt the state financially. Do you feel like if there are fewer teen pregnancies, that it hurts the state?
No comment.
What are you talking about?
You can talk about it. I mean, what do you want me to say? He's making a financial argument there? That's a curious thing to say out loud.
He says that's what the argument is by the defense, and I don't think he's fallen for it. That's all.
Oh, by the defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a curious public argument to make.
It is rather curious. Stop already. Fewer teen pregnancies are better.
Tell it to MTV.
We don't have to support those
Tell
kids.
it to MTV.
Apparently in Ontario, Conestoga College says calling Salt College president a whore was done without malice. Do you feel you can call someone a whore without malice?
So I need to know more about this. So these are two different colleges. You said
They're
Salt
two different
College?
colleges.
Where's this place?
In Ontario.
And so what's the deal now? One
So
college called
apparently
another college a
Conestoga
whore?
College is being sued because of false, malicious, and defamatory statements. But Conestoga College says calling somebody a whore, that's not ugly. That was done without malice.
Well, yeah.
Can you call someone a whore without malice?
Ooh, man. It's tough. I think you have to say
it
that.
happens all the time.
lawsuit.
Girls call their friends like jokingly
Well,
they'll call them a whore.
You're such a whore, Jenna.
Yeah.
Don't they call each
you're
other
a
sluts,
hooah.
though?
You're a hooah.
I don't know. I've never actually heard one of those conversations. I'm just working off of television.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, but it is. There's still some malice involved. It's denigrating.
No, would you say? Oh, is there malice when you call your
You
buddy
think
an
they're
a-hole?
saying it in a good way? You're such a well, look, you're such a great whore.
Maybe no, I don't think it's
don't think
in
it's
that
like
tone.
that.
It's like if the once again we're only going by what we see. Maybe at some point the girl says something a little. I don't know. She says something about a guy she likes, and the girl, "Oh, you're such a whore," and it's not It's not an insult. They're just having fun. Not for them, because that's why they're saying it to each other. They don't mean it that way.
Oh, you're such a whore. It's not a compliment.
They're
Not if a guy says it, but if a girl says it to her friend, it's different. You don't say ugly things to your friends.
Yeah, but that's
As a
an ugly
joke?
thing. It's exactly that.
As a joke.
Stop already. There's no way
There's
that
no
it's not.
lawsuit.
Well, tell it to the
malicious.
groups of girls who do it, and
Shut up,
they're not
whore.
offended by it.
See,
Shut
I just
up,
tell
whore.
it to you. Shut up, whore.
Well,
See, everything's fine.
Yeah, well, look at that.
See, John?
No, but that's malicious.
Well,
That's-
yeah, for you.
So,
but
you're
not
going to
for them.
sue? No,
Shut
you're
up,
not going to
whore.
sue.
You whore. Employers say
Janice
they would
Ross
rather
and
hire.
2R is a whore.
Employers say they would rather hire AI than Gen Z graduates. Do you agree?
Yes.
Would you hire AI or
Yes.
a Gen Z
What do you mean
graduate?
hire AI? I guess if somebody has an AI program and you have to buy their program,
Yeah, you'd
Gen
rather
Z's in a
have
lot
that.
of Gen Z's in a lot of trouble, and they've kind of brought some of it on themselves.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they probably brought some of it on themselves. It doesn't look like Jaden Daniels is going to be bringing anyone on himself. Here's his mom talking about Jaden Daniels and girls.
Now that Jaden is getting ready to take this next big step, what concerns you the most?
Girls. Them girls. Some girl out here, she's got a Jaden Daniels wall, and her mama said, "Hey, honey, you're going to be the one who's going to go get him." And I know it sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone out there who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden Daniels.
Stay
So
away
thank
from
God he got a mama like me, because it ain't happening.
I bet she did say something like that.
How about, listen, you
gotta
feel
stay away
bad for
from them-
Jaden.
you gotta stay away
Jaden
from them
Daniels
thoughts.
Jaden Daniels' mom ain't letting him get his freak on.
No, I think she just will seek out not seek out, but she'll know, okay, you can have your fun, but not with her.
You got
because
to come through the.
She's
Mama
got a different.
might be able to tell.
Yeah,
if I'm
she's
being
got-
honest, moms
yeah.
have some radar.
She'll be able to tell which ones are good for her young son or son and who aren't. And honestly, Jaden Daniels should be able to tell, but his mind will be clouded by other things. You can guess what they are.
Snowball.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't mean
That's what you want to say.
No, I was going to say the women who his mom is concerned about, they're obvious in what they're doing. He just won't be able to tell because
I don't think he's going to have a stepson that's just as old as he is. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, she turned 40.
We're not doing that to our future All-Star.
She turned 40 and they celebrated that birthday together.
Yeah. Oh.
He put a post up on Instagram
Aw.
celebrating the love that he shares with her.
Aw.
Why can't you be happy for him?
I am happy for him.
You sound sarcastic.
I'm not unhappy.
You are
whore.
sarcastic. He's playing.
I'm not
Are you
unhappy
okay with
whore.
Are you okay with this 50% 3-point shooting in the month of January? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think
Then why
that's
don't
all. It's gone down now.
So what? No. It's still over that. Why don't you maybe be positive about our guy?
I'm the one. Dell's the one that says, "Hey, it's the 6 games." I'm the one that's been giving him
And
love.
what happened the last 2 games?
I'm the one that's been giving him love. Okay.
Stop making fun of him then.
A Florida couple was busted getting busy on a sidewalk at 4:20 a.m. Do you feel like 4:20 a.m. you should be able to get busy on a sidewalk?
No.
Why not? things
What?
happen.
Nobody's
out there.
up. Nobody's watching.
Somebody was up.
It's illegal.
They got caught. What do you mean no one
you
was
can't
up?
do it in public.
Oh, just go.
Go to the back
it's
of a
okay.
car.
Keep
It
going.
was pretty clear that
Go to the back
someone
of a
was
car.
up.
It's 4:20 a.m.
Trust me, you guys probably weren't doing it that well anyway. There's no need for you to be out for other people to see. People who decide to have sex at 4:20 a.m. in public, no way it's being done well.
Oh, they were overcome with passion.
That's a word
see,
for
you
it.
have no love in you.
You just said passion. That ain't love.
I think love. Yes, there's passion.
This man is
love
negative
passion.
about Jalen's committed relationship, and he's positive about two drunkos on a sidewalk.
And just let him do it.
What? That's
No.
just passion and
That's
love.
just passion. You don't understand.
You don't know nothing.
Oh,
okay?
Jalen's got a baby. Yeah, big deal. Jalen, he just closed his laptop or
Oops.
something happened.
What?
Not you, him, John.
Oh, he did?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're just off.
Am I back? Am I back?
You're fine. Just
wrap it up.
Just wrap it up with whatever the hell you got to say.
I'm done with you two. Have a great weekend, everybody. We will talk to you again on Monday. Hope you enjoyed the shows this week. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5
Bills,
and
Eagles,
92.5.
there's your Super Bowl.
And, yeah, we'll talk about who's in the Super Bowl on Monday. And it's not going to be the Texans. This here's a hint. It's not going to be the Texans. Access Vascular Health. This is kind of a big deal. It's kind of important that you, my friends, take care of your prostate. Okay, if you're getting up in the middle of the night a bunch of times, can't start, can't stop. You go to a game and you got to go to the bathroom 10 times. It's like, wow, this sucks. Well, it's not only sucks, but it's dangerous for your liver. It's dangerous for your kidneys, for your urinary tract, any kind of infections. ED, it creates ED. There's all kinds of issues when it comes to your prostate. And if you do have an enlarged prostate, then you need to get it fixed. And you need documented vis. Do not get surgery, because surgery is the worst thing that you could. It's unbelievably bad. Don't do it. What you need is Access Vascular Health. Doc Manavis will give you an IV. 45 minutes later, your prostate is decreased. She gets results 100% of the time. I mean, I can't say that, but I'm saying it. All I know is this. If you have an enlarged prostate, you have to go to Access Vascular Health. 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com.
Welcome to the show. And for those watching on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitter, you may be asking, why is he sitting there? Well, I'm still in the control room where I normally produce the John and Lance show because a little traffic accident happened. So Sean's a little behind schedule. He'll be here maybe in about 5 minutes or so. So this reminds me of when I was a DJ at Alvin College. I think this is kind of what everyone except for like sports radio hosts do. Like the music station down the hall, there's a guy behind the microphone, behind the board. It's kind of I think the traditional way it's done. It's just sports radio does it differently. But we'll be back to normal in a little bit here when Sean gets here. But the news of the day yesterday was, and it came as maybe not a big surprise because he was still out on the open market. And we did play that sound from earlier, at least last week, where Joe Espada kept the door open. Maybe we even played it earlier this week, arms wide open. He said his arms are open. The Astros are open to bringing Bregman back. And then the news started to come yesterday, not only about Bregman, but Ryan Presley was not just on the trade market, but looked like he had a destination until he said, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good." We'll get to that in a little bit. But Bregman and the Astros are open to a reunion. What does that mean? It means there needs to be some let's just say some acknowledgement that the market that Scott Boras maybe laid out for Bregman isn't the case. Now, there are still 2 legitimate offers, according to Bob Nightingale, for Bregman. But the big thing here was that this could be something that felt like a foregone conclusion, changing into a reunion with Bregman and the Astros. And then the reports came up that I think it made it more real for people. It was maybe more abstract that Bregman could be back. It became more real when you heard reporting or saw reporting that Jose Altuve was willing to move positions to accommodate Bregman because the Astros had to make moves. Isaac Paredes, that's a name, or Isaac Paredes, that's a name we're going to have to get used to. They have him. They brought in Walker as well. So the question was, where was Bregman going to play? Well, according to that reporting, Altuve is willing to move to left field. And then I saw all the dream casting of the lineups and how good it would look. I don't know that the Astros want Altuve in left field. It felt like all the infield moves that they did were a sign that they're moving on. They clearly have not moved on from the possibility of Bregman coming back. Excuse me. They clearly have not. But Altuve as an outfielder, it has happened in Astros history before. At least center field, we know Craig Biggio did it. Lance Berkman has played center field, so they certainly have put or found unorthodox solutions to problems. This would be unorthodox. He would play left. It is I guess you say, the easiest position to play for someone who isn't a natural left fielder. And a lot of people are focusing on the Dakin Field is it Dakin or Dakin Field portion of this, but he would actually have to play 81 times. Well, not 81. He'll have days off. He would have to play a number of games in other ballparks. So I understand the home ballpark is the focus, but it wouldn't just be an issue here. It'd be an issue everywhere. And I get it. It's exciting to think you're not going to lose Bregman. But if you are thoroughly excited about it, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't be. But if you created your lineups about how that's going to go, I don't want to see the complaints if Altuve's flopping around and flapping around in left field or he's consistently getting run on. This is the product of putting him out there. You're gonna have to take that and hope the offense means it doesn't hurt you as much as it could. And are we going to have a great Altuve year? Certainly hope so. Bregman, we know, starts slow. So if he is back with Altuve out there, the give and take is going to be interesting. How good would this offense be with the additions they made, along with Bregman coming back, and how bad would that outfield defense be when you throw in Altuve and Jake Myers, and I guess Chaz out there too? Ain't exactly a unit that's going to scare anyone when guys are trying to go from first to third and from second to home. So you hope the offense mitigates some of that. Did see Sean poke his head in. So we'll actually go to break early so I can go sit in my normal seat. We're just getting started here on the show. If you want to get in, surprisingly, Gilbert held through the last show. So maybe we'll talk to Gilbert, see if he wants to talk to me about anything. Seems unlikely, but you never know. But if you want to get in on Alex Bregman possibly returning and the thoughts of Altuve playing left, you can. call in at 713-780-3776. We'll do that. We'll talk certainly about the title game. It's championship weekend in the NFL. And I've kind of developed a rooting guide beyond football, because beyond the fact that everyone hates the Chiefs, well, is there a reason to root for the Bills beyond that? Who are you taking in Eagles Commanders? Maybe it's simply a Jaden Daniels thing. Maybe you love Jaden Daniels more now because of what his mom said. We played that late in the show with John Lance. We'll get to that in our show too. I'm sure Sean will have some thoughts on that, and I will as well. So we will be back after this, and I'll be back in my normal seat.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Sean's back. Show's back to normal. Outside of the fact that Gilbert's still on hold. That's never happened. I feel like he's not there. He's just hasn't hung up yet. So maybe we'll test that out in the next segment. Figure out if Gilbert's decided to expand his horizons and call into this show and wait for an hour to get on. We'll see. We'll see about that. But more to the Alex Bregman conversation. I had kind of given up. It was a topic of conversation throughout the show since the offseason began for the Astros, but more in the, you know what, where's Alex Bregman going to go? Not that he's going to come back. I never actually believed he was going to come back because of what we heard about his demands, what he thought his market would be. The Scott Boras angle certainly played a part in it, and yet here we are. And we kept it open that this could be a thing where he's not signed into the month of February. We're now in late January, and now is he going to come home? Is he going to take a short-term deal? Because we don't think the Astros are changing their philosophy on what they think about giving guys longer deals in the $30+ million range. It doesn't feel like that's the case. It feels like Scott Boras played the game and lost. What he thought he would be able to get for his client isn't what is out there. And Bregman has no real impetus or real need to sign early if the market isn't playing to his favor. Wait, who cares? You're not a quarterback. You don't play a game that needs continuity to perform well. You don't need practice. And hell, spring training hasn't begun yet. So this could play out even further, but the people who cover this thing for a living believe that the Astros are firmly in it. Maybe not the favorite, but firmly in this. And if it comes down to it and the Astros give him a short-term deal, of course I'm in. Of course you want him back. I kind of believe that the window with him and Kyle Tucker leaving in the same offseason was closed. They have made their acquisitions to try to stay competitive, and of course, and by window I mean not winning the World Series. I think they can compete in this division. I'm not quite sure their pitching is good enough right now. They have Framber. If we're putting them at the top of the heap as far as the rotation, I think that's a question mark because you're not ever really sure. I won't say game to game, but there's always a moment in a Framber start where it can go one way or the other. And that's a little shaky for me when we're talking about a number one starter who's going to be the head of a rotation of a potential World Series team. Maybe you think that's Hunter Brown's position. We're going to hear from a guy who's looking to stake his claim to being a permanent member of the rotation. He only got starts last year because of all the arm injuries to the Astros. But the Astros were out and about. I think they might have been at St. Arnold's yesterday, but it was Jeremy Pena and Spencer Arrighetti. They were both there. I believe Jordan made an appearance out in the city as well. But you're going to hear them both, Spencer Arrighetti first and Jeremy Pena, on the thought of, Altuve, of all people, moving in left field.
No, I can't imagine Jose not at second, but it would be crazy, you know. I mean, there's been weird things that have happened, you know. Anything could happen. But no, I can't imagine Jose not at second. Who said that? Bob Nightingale, Jose in left field. I can't see it, but, you know, if that's something he's open to and he wants to do, then it's opportunity. You know, I know he's going to try to show up every single day, and it doesn't matter where they put him. He's going to try to do his best for the team.
That is Jason Bristol. Or, excuse me, courtesy. That sound is courtesy of Jason Bristol of KHOU. He's the one who got a chance to talk to those guys. And I'm right there with him. I just assume he would retire and play second for his entire career. Yeah, I get some DH moments as he ages, but the thought of him rolling around the outfield in Yankee Stadium Fenway, all the ballparks the Astros visit, did not ever foresee it. And he's willing. The question is, are the Astros looking for that? I know he's willing. Are the Astros looking to put him in left field, or is the solution to finding a spot when you're bringing Bregman back is to put him out there?
Or put Paredes back there.
Yeah. I mean,
that's where I'm like, wait, why can't Paredes just play left field and not moving from third to second? Why don't just move from third to left field? Just take, 200 steps back and just go play left field. I think that it. I mean, shout out to Altuve for being open to this and volunteering. It sounds like this, not something a lot of stars do. Don't take that for granted, but also, I'm not sure how realistic this is because, like you said, we thought that the Bregman thing would take a while. We thought that he would need to, try to juice the market a little bit. Is this just Scott Boras throwing something out there saying, hey,
trying to get someone to bite?
Yeah,
that isn't the Astros.
It's less about getting the Astros to bite, more about like adding another suit or so. The Tigers throw a few extra $1 million per year on the deal, or the Red Sox finally get serious about spending money again for the first time in like 5 years. Is that like are the Astros being used is my question before we even talk about like how Altuve would look in left field.
No, that's no fun. I believe it's the right conversation to have, but it's less fun than creating your lineup. But let's
imagine the picture of Altuve standing in front of the Green Monster. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Look how small he is. Look how big that wall is.
Yes, all those jokes will be made. Yes, the AI has already had him out in the left field. People have already done that so far as the news broke. I don't think your approach is a wrong one because the Astros still have, according to reports, the Astros still have their original offer on the table. Well, is Bregman willing to agree to that and lock himself into a deal he thinks is less than what he's worth?
Yeah.
Or would he sign a 1-year deal and be a year older, but at the value he thinks he's worth, and then do this all over again?
Yeah.
Those are a couple of the scenarios if he's coming back to the Astros. And he, as I said, he doesn't have to be in any rush right now. So why not have the Astros be a real contender and just, hey, look out to the teams that you've been talking to all offseason and go, hey, I can always go back here. If I'm going to take less than what I believe my value is, I'll do it with them. I don't have to do it with you. So let's have a real conversation.
Yeah.
Open up them pockets a little bit because what you've been offering all offseason is clearly not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I also think that if he would come back to the Astros, or at this point probably sign any deal, because I imagine if he would have signed a deal if he would have gotten a deal he thought it was worth, that reflected his worth, that he would already have signed it. So I do think that if he does sign, it will probably be in one of those Boris client classics of a 3-year deal with opt-outs after every year. And hey, if I have a good year, then I can just opt out and, like you said, do this dance all over again. It's what Blake Snell did, where he signed a 1-year deal with some opt-outs with the Giants, got off to a rough start, pitched really well the second half of the year. Now he's going to the Dodgers on, I think it was like 6 for 180. So that's kind of the standard Boris client, where if you're not Juan Soto and you don't immediately break all the records, really these guys have had a hard time getting that money, and they have to basically redo it a couple times.
Has that man lost his fastball?
Yes. Next question.
Thank you. I just needed a quick and simple answer. It's because I think it was obvious. We've been doing the Boris thing and his clients being so afraid of what that means for several years now, and his clients always, it feels like, are ones outside of, as you mentioned, Juan Soto, who everyone wanted to give money to.
I could have gotten him a $700
Yes,
million.
he didn't need Boris for that. You probably, now there's a standard fee, but I'm sure Sean Mace would have come under.
I would have waived it.
You would have undercut Boris to make sure you got the Juan Soto
1%
deal.
1% of $700 million.
Yeah, to get Juan Soto as your client, you would have undercut Boris, certainly. That was easy. That's an easy one. All the ones he's trying now, particularly the Bregman one, are the ones where he actually has to work. And right now, he's failing. And Astros fans, beware. All I'm saying is beware of the possibility that your Astros are simply being used to
to alert other teams to a real possibility. Because everyone knows the Astros have an offer. Now, the question would be, are teams going to believe, after all those conversations they've had with Bregman throughout this offseason, that he's just going to now take less money and go back to the Astros?
And lock it in for 5 years.
Yeah, and be there until a point where he no longer will be able to command a giant salary and certainly a long contract.
Yes.
That's the game that's being played right now. I hope the Astros aren't being used, but it's business, man.
Well, do you hope? So you don't hope that they're being used. Do you hope Bregman comes back?
I would like him back, yes. Okay. I hope.
And Altuve to play left?
I would like a different solution.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate again, great teammate, Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
Maybe
your arm is.
Maybe let's try some other options.
His arm isn't exactly one that's all that impressive at second.
He's throwing it like 60 feet.
Yeah. So I hope all those smart people over there with the Astros find a different solution than putting him out there. But I'm glad, and it just certainly adds to the legacy. Whether this is a real thing or not, whether Altuve really believes that he would go out there and play left field, even though he's offering it, it's a great thing for his legacy.
I was gonna say just the story, being put out there that he's willing to do this
from the beginning of this offseason when he said, "Yo, no, Bregman's coming back. He's coming back," stepping out for the first time and trying to assert some power and going, "Hey, I want this guy back." To this point where, all right, guys, position switch, sure, I'll play left. I don't know if he has a team who does marketing for him, but the legacy grows. That statue, which was already coming, maybe now it'll be accurate as opposed to the one Dwayne Wade got.
I thought you were going to say size accurate.
No.
It's going to be much bigger. No. It's going to be much bigger.
Not size accurate. The Astros are now guaranteed to get people who will actually make it look like him.
Oh, okay. They're going to spring for the night. So in 7 years when he gets a statue,
they're
going to have to cut payroll to pay for the good sculptors.
Yeah.
Not the ones that the heat use.
Yeah. I mean, Mickey Arison wants to stay out of the tax even with his Jimmy Butler trade. Make sure I stay out of the tax. So it's understandable.
Can you find me the Hayward Highsmiths of sculptors?
So it's understandable why Dwayne Wade's statue doesn't look like him. I think Altuve is getting a pretty accurate version of himself in bronze in front of Minute Maid. Not Minute Maid anymore. Daikin Park Field.
Him throwing the ball from left field.
I don't think that's the thing. What? Okay,
like it's Kyler Murray.
Since now he's going to make that noise. Since we're doing that now, hey, Dominic, I see you want to talk Texans. We'll get to you in the next segment. What's the actual pose for Jose Altuve? What's the iconic pose for Altuve? Can we think of one offhand?
Probably like the follow through on one of the mini
Yankee murdering home runs.
Yeah, like I think the 2019 one, he held it for a little bit. I mean, he obviously doesn't like do the huge demonstrative bat flips, but he kind of like follow throughs and looks at it. I feel like it'll be simple, something like that.
Probably. I can't think
because he doesn't really have a defensive one.
No, and
which is why maybe move to left field.
we will see what comes of it, but that's the news. There also is some Ryan Presley news that might mess with this potential transaction. I will get to a little bit later, but as I said, Dominic, I see you. I guess Gilbert, I see you too. We'll get to you guys in the next segment. 713-780-3776 is the number if you do want to call in and get on as well and talk about this or anything else. But first, I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie is the place you go to if you want to put some money down on your Astros potentially winning a World Series. Maybe you want to place a bet there. You can do that, and you can do almost anything there as well. You got some thoughts on the title games this weekend? MyBookie's there for you. You want to take advantage of the slate of games in the NBA? Maybe you think the Rockets are going to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers twice. That game's tomorrow. MyBookie's there for you too. Just go to the website, mybookie.ag, and put some money down. Use that promo code BET975 to take advantage of what they have to offer. And as always, remember, there's everything there for you. From the NBA, college basketball, NHL, Premier League soccer, all the other international soccer, PJ. It's there for you. MyBookie.ag is the website. Promo code BET975 is what you use. They have a 50% match up to $1,000, which simply means you put in $200, they give you an extra $100. You put in $300, that's $150. You guys can do math. It's easy for you. Just remember this. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Earlier in the day, it was the Raiders and Pete Carroll, getting close to a deal. Now it's official. Schefter's reporting, along with other sources, that Pete Carroll will coach the Raiders. So they go from the most inexperienced version of an NFL head coach to one of the most experienced versions. Pete Carroll, the Raiders coach. So you go from Staley and Pierce in the last couple of years, and who was
McDaniels?
No, I'm not talking about all the teams. I'm talking about I'm not talking about the Raiders specifically. I'm talking about
the teams in
the division. You've had Staley, Pierce,
Nathaniel
Hackett, and now it's Peyton, Harbaugh, and Carroll. And you better get get this last one. Andy Reid, you better get it in.
And I didn't even think about Jim Harbaugh versus Pete Carroll.
Yeah,
in the same division again.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to college.
Yeah, from college, Stanford, USC.
To the NFC West.
49ers, Seahawks, now Raiders, Chargers. Woo.
Andy Reid was like, damn it.
Got to make that the Monday night game. The first Monday night game.
Yeah.
I think it has to be Harbaugh, Carroll.
Reid will always have the advantage at quarterback, but the job ain't so easy anymore. The coach is in that division now.
No, I remember that's what the angle was when Ben Johnson was rumored to the Raiders job was the
low
rumored
energy
one.
Ben.
Yeah, and people were like, "Why would you go be in the same division as Harbaugh and the Chiefs if you're going to be so picky as to pick when you're picking your next job?" He ends up picking a team that plays against 3 playoff teams from last year, 3 double-digit win playoff teams.
What we found out is he ain't scared.
He's not scared. He's LaFleur, easy.
I always beat him.
Yeah. Next.
We'll see. Now he's got Caleb Williams to kind of guide through to being an NFL, or at least a good NFL quarterback. So there it is. Pete Carroll in the AFC West, the cradle of coaches, the AFC West. We'll see how it plays out for everyone, as I'm sure the Chiefs aren't scared at all as they try to go for their 3rd consecutive Super Bowl win. All right, let's get to Dominic. He wants to talk Texans. What's up, Dominic?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. Listen, I'm ride or die Texans. You know that. But I got to be honest, I'm a little bit relieved that the season's over. If you asked me during the Chiefs game, obviously I was rooting for them, going crazy. But I'm just feeling a sense of relief. This was the year of inconsistency, the year of unknown. Week in and week out, I didn't know what Texans team was going to show up. I didn't know if the defense was going to show up. I didn't know if C.J. Stroud was going to turn the ball over. And the Chiefs game was a prime example of that. What was one thing that was the model of consistency with the Texans? It was the special teams. And Frank Ross, you could jump up and down and be a cheerleader on the sideline all you want. You blew it Saturday in the biggest spotlight. Your special teams was absolutely horrendous all day long. That leads me to my next point. Ka'imi Fairbairn, gone. I want to start that train. I am done with him. I don't know why what everyone's love affair is with the guy. He continues to miss key kicks, okay? I was there for the Lions game. I was there for the Jets game. He missed 2 big kicks in those games, including Saturday. Now, my final 2 points. This offensive line is wretched. Not only do they suck, but I don't like them either. They are an unlikable group. They don't have that killer mentality. I don't think any of them stand there and look at their opponent and say, I'm going to whoop you on this play. None of them care, okay? None of them want to get up the field, get into that second block. They just want to do their thing. Laramie wants to worry about his side stuff. It really is pitiful. Now, my final point, D'Amico, this is your chance. I'm tired of being mediocre. I'm tired of looking at the Texans as the only team who's never made it to a conference championship. You want to stop being mediocre, you're going to fire Bobby Slowick. You're going to sit there, you're going to look back, and you're going to say, this is not good enough, okay? Because now I'm questioning C.J. Stroud, what we have with him. Thanks for hearing me out, brother. Always good talking to you.
Thank you. I don't believe you.
Rack him.
I don't know if Dominic's ever called this show, but I appreciate you calling in.
He's called different variants of the Paul Gallant,
when it was at this
Gallant
time.
George, yeah.
He's
called Gallant George.
So maybe you called at this time slot.
I know Dominic. Dom from New Jersey. Texas fan from New Jersey.
I appreciate it, Dom. Paul Gallant had at one point had this time slot, so maybe that's what you're remembering. But I appreciate you calling in, no matter what. It was a tough day for Frank Ross. They were featuring him for whatever reason.
Well, because the first play of the game, he got shoved.
No,
you mean the Texans?
Yeah,
I thought you meant on the broadcast. I was like, well, he was a big part of it. I saw him get shoved in slow-mo 25 times.
Because the day before, I guess the Thursday before he spoke to the media, we heard from Frank Ross. So it was a big lead up to Frank Ross, and then he has the kickoff return go against him. He got shoved. His field goal kicker misses several kicks and got one blocked.
Yeah,
it was rough for the special teams. I thought he was going to go the model of consistency for the Texans was penalties, because they do that all the time.
Yeah,
but he was talking about a positive. And yes, for the most part, the special teams have been good. They have created advantages for the Texans. On Saturday or last Saturday, it did not go that way. And are we getting rid of Kaimi Fairbairn? He doesn't kick well in the cold.
That's a problem.
It is a problem unless you are
Never
so
play
good in the regular season that you never have to play in the cold in the playoffs, which is an improper way to look at your kicking situation. That, hey, we just got to go 15-2 every year, so we don't have to worry about it.
Boom, problem solved.
Yeah, it's an interesting way how he started the year, making all the 50-yard field goals, and we end the year asking, should he be around anymore? He was making clutch kicks, making 50-yarders, and now we're asking. Yeah. I don't believe they're making that decision. I mean, it's funny that Dominic brought it up, because all the questions about DeMeco Ryans are, can he make the tough decision now? Can he fire Bobby Slowick? Can he make the move that everyone thinks is going to change the fortunes and move them from a as Dom said, maybe mediocre, but I'll say team with a cap on what they can actually do, which has been for their entire history, divisional round loss. And can he make a move that will elevate them? I don't believe he's going to do that. Should he, though? I think he should. Now this comes with the caveat that he has to know there's a guy out there that he wants that's better. Like, don't fire Bobby Slowick just to do it.
Yeah.
Fire Bobby Slowick because you operate like a shark, and you're brutal about this, and I got a guy I believe in that I can come in, and it's going to be a cinch. Sure, I told the world I'm going to evaluate, but I've had this guy lined up for 3 months just in case. I've told this guy, I don't like what's going on here. If this doesn't turn around, you're next. If that's the case, yes, hire Bobby Slowick. Operate like all the coaches we either love because they're our coach, or we rip because they don't care about people. All they do is care about winning. If he's got that in him and he's got the right guy, then yes, fire Bobby Slowick. But you better have an improvement,
a Kubiak, a LaFleur brother,
somebody that is going to be a hit.
Someone from San Francisco.
I'm sure that's
pluck another fruit off the tree.
That is his coaching tree. So I would hope he would be able to expand beyond that, but you never know. Maybe it's all he knows. Maybe he's going to get all his recommendations from that same tree. So you never know. I don't know if it's a test of DeMeco Ryans, how a lot of people are putting it, but I do hope that if he makes a decision, it isn't, well, now we've got a month of interviews because he doesn't have an answer. I hope he has an answer for this decision
that they can,
just go to.
They already have the answer.
We're just waiting for the particulars to play out, and then immediately DeMeco Ryans will have. I need Rappaport to tweet out something like, DeMeco Ryans is zeroed in pretty soon after making that decision.
I was going to say, it has to be like the next day or something.
And then we have a guy in, and it can be met with, I guess, depending on how you feel, can be met with applause.
Norv Turner.
Chan Gailey. What if you did hire someone like 65 years old to coach?
Hey, it's steady hand.
Yeah,
steady hand up
someone who's experienced. Art says, has Dominic been on hold since Monday? I mean, there are topics we've covered, but who cares? Let him call in. If he hadn't been able to get in, he might be busy, Art.
Yeah, Snowpocalypse.
I don't know if you've heard, Enzo was in town.
Great name. Still, I stand by. Great name.
Love that name.
And I'm glad. I don't think anyone got seriously hurt. Because of it. So now we can just go Enzo. What a great name.
I believe, because of what your sources told us, that it played out that way, that the grid was fine. They were ready for it this time.
Yeah.
And I don't believe we saw any reports of the cold hurting or killing someone because of a lack of power. At least I didn't see that out there.
I should get back to my source.
Yeah, ask your source how everything held up. Did they have any have
rolling
little
blackout?
Yeah, I don't think we would have heard brownouts. I think we might have heard of that this time around. Pena, you want to talk about something we brought up, the Altuve statue. You have a pose for Altuve you want to let us know about?
Yo, what's up, Big Dale? Hey, man, I just passed up Minute Maid, well, it's still called Minute Maid because they still got the signs up there. So until they change it, why did they still got the posters up with Tucker and Verlander and Bregman? They're not even part of the team. They need to get to work over there, man. But yeah, I got an idea. Y'all said the swing from 2019. Well, I got him approaching home base, holding his jersey, just to slap all the haters across the face one more time when they say, "Oh, he had a buzzer." So slap him across the face one more time, and let's put that as a statue. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. That was brought off the air as a ironic way to do things, while it fits my sense of humor. And frankly, if you want to give me a behind the scenes process of them making it, I would sit down for the doc. I would watch it. But don't believe the Astros are looking to glorify some crackpot theory about the best player in their franchise's history.
I mean, it would make people online so
it would
much
drive
more
people
insane.
insane. What they could do is release fake renderings of what the statue is going to look like.
Oh, and have that be one
and
of the
have
options.
have that be one of the renderings, and have people vote on which one
then
they
that
want.
one would win.
I know. Now they wouldn't actually do it because they're like, "What do you guys think we're a-holes? We're not actually going to put that in front of our building."
I will say, when you asked, like, other than a swing, like, what are the iconic?
It's the thought that flashed across.
It's like that
my
is
mind.
the most iconic Altuve thing.
Yeah, it happened to me. It happened to me too. I thought of that immediately when I asked a question.
And it was iconic before the conspiracy theory. It was iconic in 2019 when it happened.
Yes, before we heard about what people eventually turned that into. You're right. You're right about that.
Should it be him with the shoe off, pointing at his foot from this past season?
That's the Altuve that morphed into, "Hey, bring back my guy." There was a difference.
He got radicalized.
Yeah, he was radicalized by watching
by starting 7-20.
Yeah, and then and the guys and the thought of all his guys not being
that
there.
too, I'm sure.
Yeah, that probably didn't help. And yeah, it was a bad call. He was right about it. Pretty obvious.
Remember when he was like angrily muttering to himself against like the White Sox or something? Like
There were a
he had
couple of
stretch
moments.
where you're like,
Yeah, there were a couple of moments
dark
last
Altuve.
year where we saw a version of Altuve we had never seen before. We will see
you can't really in bronze him angrily muttering at himself.
Yeah. I mean, they do have that guy who's in bronze or silver and he pretends he's a statue. and then turns out he's not. If you want to hire that guy for the next 25 years to do it, then maybe you could get away with Altuve muttering, but I don't think so.
Might be too tall.
Might be. Of course he's too tall.
I don't know.
I'm going to assume, mostly because Altuve's shorter than the average man, I'm going to assume that man is probably at least average height. Okay. Just a guess.
Okay.
But I don't know. You're right. I don't know. He could be 5'3" or whatever.
Guys
Altuve
in the arch
actually
are
is.
normally a little smaller. You know?
How tall is he actually, Altuve? I don't want to put 5'3" on him. Is he 5'5", 5'6"?
Let's give him 5'5".
Yeah, give him 5'5". Let's not be insulting.
5'4". That's crazy. That's a crazy height.
That's Kevin Hart height. Kevin Hart's 5'3".
I was gonna say that's like a woman's height. That's like a normal woman.
He's listed at 5'6". Listed. And you can.
He might be
is it college football listing?
He might be 5'4".
Okay. Is it or real listing? We'll come back and try this. This guy's never been on this show before, mostly because why would he be? He's a frequent caller, a legendary caller to the John and Lance show. He has been holding through a break, and he wanted to talk about Lance Berkman. I felt like that was a fake way to, try to trick me, as if he needs to trick me. We'll hear from possibly Gilbert when we come back, just to see. I doubt it. I imagine we won't hear a word, or maybe at least snoring, but we'll find out. If you want to get in and actually get on the show, because I imagine that won't be a long call, you can, 713-780-3776. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Shohei Ohtani, or at least a person pretending to be Shohei Ohtani. And it really flies in the face of all the things we were saying early, like, oh, this is a cover-up. Of course he was involved. I can't give Ipe a lot of credit for this. He wasn't very creative. But we're going to hear from the interpreter who's facing a lot of jail time because he tried to impersonate. Well, part of the reason why is he tried to impersonate Shohei to get a loan from a bank. We will hear that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We mentioned Pete Carroll. We'll get to the Ipe Mazahura sound here, the former translator for Shohei. Liam Cohen does take the Jags job, and that's an interesting story because he apparently went AWOL. The Bucs were willing to give him or make him the highest paid coordinator in football. They had this deal laid out on Monday. He disappeared, according to reports. Disappeared in the sense where he couldn't be contacted by the Bucs yesterday as he was trying to find his way to get that Jags job. He told the Bucs he had a sick kid. I think that's true, but some people think he used that as cover. So while it could be true, he may have also used that as cover so he wouldn't be bothered by it. Hey, I'm dealing with a kid. I'll get to you when I can. And while he was using that as a bit of a, hey, leave me alone, he was talking to the Jags and eventually finalizes that job with I guess, the promise that he can help in the hiring of the GM. Trent Baalke out. That happened yesterday. Jags get their guy in a very convoluted way. So if you believe in the process matters, you could say this hire is not going to lead to anything good for the Jags of how ridiculous it went to get there, how it went to get there. But if you don't think that, as long as you get the right result, then maybe Liam Cohen will help Trevor Lawrence become the quarterback people think he can be, or at least did think he could be. And he did a good job with Baker. Now Baker had Dave Canales the year before, and people were wondering, did Dave Canales make Baker? Turns out maybe Baker's turned a corner, and Liam Cohen was just fine with Baker Mayfield as well.
I'm not sure if I want to coach that's a liar.
Well, then you don't want to coach.
Oh, well, okay.
Maybe the level of lying is what you take issue with. But
lying on a sick kid?
I believe the kid is ill.
Uh-huh.
Question is, should he have used the illness to pacify the Bucs while they were trying to get in touch with him? Well, I'm sure they sensed something was up.
100%. That has to be one of the lies that that when Todd Bowles, I guess, gets that phone call or whatever, or gets that text, he's like, he looks to the other person in the room. He's like, he's gone. He's going to be a Jags head coach. There's no way that, can't get to your call. I have a sick kid. Like these football coaches don't ignore their families anyway.
I don't want to talk or really speculate on the man's parenting, but we've heard and we've seen,
we know how it goes.
Kids being used for reasons when coaches are in a tough situation.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
Nick Sirianni put him up on the podium.
Urban Meyer using his family when he got out
to walk away, yeah.
and then came back.
Go to a bunch of volleyball games.
Came back a year later.
Well, only so many volleyball games.
I mean, how many can you actually suffer through before you have to go get a real job, right?
So I need to go scream at somebody. Can't scream at these girls.
I mean, I could, but I can't really get away with it. I can go scream at college age
and
kids,
get paid millions
boys to do it and be just fine doing it. Hey, what am I going to scream at a near high school kid for if I'm not going to get paid? Why do I do that?
Bump set.
Yeah, I'm sure going to Columbus felt like a dream. Certainly the salary did too. So there it is. We got, and also Robert Saleh, because he's not getting the Jags job, is likely to be the 49ers head coach. Defensive coordinator again. It looks like he's going back. He has told the 49ers that if he doesn't get a head coaching job, the only place he will coordinate is in San Francisco, which means if he's going to coordinate, if he's going to get a job this offseason, it's going to be in San Francisco because he's not getting a head coaching job.
Yeah.
Who's hiring Robert Saleh to be the head coach?
Saints or Cowboys are the only two open.
No, Brian Schottenheimer's getting that Cowboy job. That apparently is a formality, Cowboys fans. And as far as the Saints,
that's fun.
I guess the Saints could hire Robert Saleh. They can bring in another defensive head coach. They just got rid of Dennis Allen. Let's bring in Robert Saleh.
I'm sorry, any Saints fans that are listening, but
what are you doing?
I just this. It's not even what are you doing. It's just you're bleeped. I don't know what this situation.
Who are the candidates even?
I don't have any. Well, it'd be great to work with that defense. It'd be great to work with the quarterback, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe they'll hire Mike McCarthy. Because Aaron Glenn was a candidate, but we know he's the Jets head coach. Mike McCarthy's out there.
Do you try to make
maybe Joe Brady, Kellen Moore? Maybe you go all in on offense.
I feel like Joe Brady is going to be like, I'll wait until next year.
Someone's like,
I'll be the Ben Johnson next year.
Will he? I don't know that what Joe Brady's doing is all that creative. I mean, it works. He's got Josh Allen, but no one's falling over themselves and saying, "Look how creative Joe Brady is."
I think there's a chance that they win on Sunday and win the Super Bowl, and then it's like, okay, it's just more of a like the prestigious offensive coordinator from the Super Bowl winner.
Sure, makes sense.
It was nothing like specific about what he's doing.
He just feels like the next in line.
His main edit when he took over the job from Ken Dorsey was just like, stop throwing to Diggs, let's run the ball more.
Yes.
And they haven't looked back since.
I mean, they did. Oh, Gilbert hung up. Look at that. Well, they did.
We're just about to get.
Did they make any more progress than they've had in the past? They haven't looked back since.
Not
but
yet.
They've still been the same.
Well, no, but they're a better offense. Second half of last season, and Allen has stopped turning the ball.
They were more diverse, certainly, and I guess the lack of pressure to throw to a number one wide receiver has led to Allen to turn the ball over less. I know Texans fans were like, "Oh, no Stephon Diggs. Look what happened to you when the Texans did what they did to him." But they've been just fine.
Scoreboard.
They've been just fine without him, and now they have a shot to beat the Bills. I don't think they're beating the Bills. We'll talk about that in the second hour.
You don't think the Bills are beating the Chiefs? Or the Chiefs are beating the Bills?
You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me reverse that. Thank you for that. I don't believe the Bills are winning that game.
Okay.
I believe the Chiefs are headed to the Super Bowl.
I think people have picked against the Chiefs, but no one's been as dismissive as I don't think they're beating the Bills. You get out of here with that.
Yeah.
Like everyone who picks the Bills are like, I don't know, guys.
That's true. No, and rightfully so. No one should be super confident.
Yeah.
that the
Which,
Bills
by
are
the way,
winning that game.
I don't know. If you just ask me like who's played better this year, who I think is the better football team this year, it's close. It's closer than what like conventional wisdom would suspect.
They both played games in their last opportunities where they were outplayed, and I look, the Texans outgained them, but I think the Texans, because they didn't outplay them, but people have used the yardage total to suggest that. The Ravens, that's a weird one too, because the Ravens had turnovers forced, like the Mark Andrews fumble was a forced turnover, but I think Lamar's pick wasn't anything the Bills did. And I think his fumble wasn't anything the Bills did. And then, of course, Mark Andrews dropping the football. So I think the Ravens outplay the Bills, even though if you're making mistakes, can you really outplay a team? But I think for the better part of that game, the Ravens were better.
It was unforced errors. Really.
Yes. The Bills now did a great job of taking advantage of the Ravens' errors.
Yeah.
But I think as far as what happened in their last games, I think the Bills are way more fortunate to be in this situation than the Chiefs are.
I think the Bills, they only scored 3 points in the second half.
They scored 21 in the first, so yeah,
six. So they got 6.
Yeah, and the final points came off the Mark Andrews fumble, and they almost were able to run at the clock, but the Ravens did get a stop, or at least score a touchdown to put the game away. But the Ravens did get a stop, and we all saw what happened after that. So we'll get to the Ipe stuff in the next hour. He tried to convince a bank to loan him some money. And it's a prime example of why you should always have a sports fan at a job. Now, it may never come up, but you want to always be prepared. Like sometimes we hear or we see big companies make dumb decisions, and you're like, there should always be someone in the room who goes, you guys should really think you should do this? There should have been someone in that bank telling you, Shohei doesn't talk. He doesn't speak in English very often. And if he was going to call in, his interpreter will probably be involved. So we'll play that sound when we come back. Hour 2 will begin in a little bit. If you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. We'll also have Michael Carroll on in hour 2. He'll tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. Art, you send in your questions early, because in the middle of it, anyone else has questions for Michael Carroll, you can, or you can call in as well. But you'll tweet me, and I won't see him until afterwards. So if you have some ridiculous thing you want Michael Carroll to address, tweet me beforehand so I can see it. We'll do all that in hour 2. We'll be back. Welcome to hour 2. We had someone reserve their spot for the Michael segment. Just let us know that they're going to call in. You don't have to do that. I mean, you can just call in, but if you do want to reserve a spot, you can.
I think part of it was clarification for what time.
Oh, Michael Carroll joins us
11:30.
right around 11:30. Hosts a CommaCast. He does that podcast with John Lee. You can hear it on Apple and Spotify, and depending on what's happening here, you can hear it on ESPN 97.5 as well. Sometimes it gets preempted, but we try to carry it when we can. Okay, let's get to Ipe Mizahura. Eric will get to as well. He is the former translator, not Eric. Ipe is the former translator for Shohei Ohtani. Maybe Eric will get that job coming up here shortly. But Ipe is the former translator for Shohei Ohtani. And when the initial news broke, I was like a lot of people thinking, oh, this is a cover-up. Of course the Dodgers and baseball are going to cover this up. They don't want their biggest star to be the center of a scandal where he is at fault. Turns out Ipe is the criminal. Shohei apparently is just a good guy who got duped by his former friend and employee. So here's Ipe calling a bank, and somehow, some way, someone decided this audio needed to be out there, and I say thank you. But here's Ipe calling a bank, and you determine if you think this is Shohei Ohtani.
Who am I speaking with?
Shohei Ohtani.
Thank you. How may I help you?
He doesn't even say his name confidently.
So I tried to log into online banking, and it tells me that it's not available to me at this time. I need to call.
Sure, I can take a look into that. Alrighty. And could you tell me the name of the payee and the amount of the transaction, please?
The person I'm sending to?
Yes.
It's for $200,000.
Thank you. Alrighty. Now, recently we come across a trend of fraud and scams, so we have been monitoring the online transactions closely.
She's on it.
To make sure our clients are not the victim of either. What is the reason for this transaction?
For a car loan?
Okay. You said it's for a car loan?
Yes.
Okay. What is your relationship to the payee?
He's my friend.
Okay.
So that is about a minute plus of the call between between Ipe and
Flawless performance.
I know
He got you.
He convinced me after I was criticizing him earlier in the call. Yeah, what do you think he was thinking when she goes, well, we've had a recent influx of fraud. We're just trying to make sure. He goes, wow, right on the nose. If I was in the midst of trying to commit fraud, I think I would have gotten a little nervous if she hit me with that.
Yeah.
Does she know?
100%.
Does she know I'm not a really famous baseball player?
I think, yeah, it's your eyes get real big. You're like, ugh. Maybe a sharp inhale. Okay.
That feeling those Ohio State fans got when they saw their lead slipping away, I felt that would have been me in that moment.
Car loan?
Car loan?
Just don't say bookie. Don't say bookie. Don't say bookie.
I've got a gambling problem. Can't say that. So there it is. Part of the evidence against Ipe Mizahura as he is facing a pretty long stint in jail. For most of us, any stint would be a long time, but we're talking about years for him as that investigation continues.
Do you think if you say over like 6 figures, they automatically do the whole spiel of like, all right, so we've had a lot of fraud. We do our best to protect people from fraud because like, if you're trying to transfer and wire like $300,000, there's only a handful of ways that's not nefarious.
True. And
like all at once, like boom, here's $300,000.
And the $200,000 car loan.
Oh, $200,000 car loan.
No, I get your point still remains, but I was just thinking of that. He needed a loan for a car
for $200,000.
$200,000.
You're not buying this car cash? You have $200,000 on hand. But you're not gonna buy cash.
Man, oh man. I think it almost felt like she's given a warning. Hey, we've been dealing with a lot of fraud. This is your chance. Like she does.
We've had a guy call in saying he's Shohei Ohtani.
The subtext is, "Hey, we kind of know what's going on here. You wanna hang up before this gets to a point where you're in real trouble.
You actually commit a crime.
Yeah. If I don't know if that's what she was thinking, but it felt like that to me.
Yeah.
And Ipe said, "Nah, I'm good. Give me that money. We're buddies.
Yeah, I got Ohio State minus 6.5. Come on.
I need that.
Have you seen Ibuka?
I need that.
Smith? Come on.
So there it is. Just a little bit of the evidence. Man, oh man. You got to be pretty brazen, but I guess if you've been stealing money for a significant amount of time, I guess calling in, pretending to be someone you're not for $200K ain't nothing.
Yeah, if you're already stealing money from your friend and employer,
whatever.
What's this?
I'll make that call. What's she gonna do to me? High on your own supply, you pay, or in this case, Shohei's supply. Now
it was not his own supply.
No, that's actually the biggest problem. It's not his own supply, and that's why he's in real trouble. Let's get to Eric before we go to break. Eric, what's up?
Hey, Del, great show. Yeah, I heard rumblings about Breggy wanting to come back, and also Correa. Well, we have Correa and Altuve in the outfield instead of shortstop and second base. And how do you feel about that show, Paradise? Are you going to watch it? And Abigail Dyer's been really stepping up her workout programs. Have you checked them out? I'll hang up and listen.
First off, no one anywhere has heard about Correa becoming an Astro again. So, Eric, while I've given you a lot of leeway, and maybe this is that whole give them an inch they'll take a mile thing. The last couple of calls, like the Abigail Dye stuff, which I don't comment on, although it was interesting that Sean somehow like a video popped up on your phone about Abigail Dye. Was that what it was?
Giving a report about the snowfall and stuff, and it was Abigail Dye, and the first thing I thought of was Eric.
It wasn't a workout video, Eric. It's her doing her actual job.
Yeah, picture that.
If you want to do the nonsensical stuff, that's fine, but maybe not false reports about players. You didn't hear a rumor about Correa becoming an Astro.
I don't know. Did the Astros go?
You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all.
Correa, Bregman.
Here's 2 more former Astros for you.
There you go. We'll bring them all back if we can. Correa as an outfielder, Altuve as an outfielder. Only one of those has any real juice behind it.
Yeah, Correa, you put in right for that arm, right?
Yeah, sure.
So Altuve has to play left.
Let's do it.
Or do you put Pena in center and Correa in shortstop?
Let's ignore all rational baseball thought and
boom, done.
And I'll do it. Trust me, I'll do it.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Or let's ignore Jim Crane's unwillingness to go above a certain price point when it comes to his roster. I'm sure Correa will come in for cheap. The guy they weren't willing to pay years ago, but they're willing to pay now. What else did he ask about?
Correa, Abigail Dye.
Yeah, those are the. Yeah.
What was the middle one?
There was a first. He started with something. I don't remember what it was. I never do once we get into it.
You said great show so far. So
I appreciate that. When we come back, we will do a viewing guide for the AFC and NFC title games. A less than traditional one. I know a lot of people hate the Chiefs. I'm not among you. I don't care if they win or lose for the most part. I have my own biases against the Bills, so I'm not going to root for them. But if the Chiefs win, it doesn't bother me. If they lose, it doesn't bother me. I'm only really rooting for the Commanders just because they're new and that's interesting for me. But we'll go through some of the pros and cons of who to root for in these 2 games. Because really, are you looking for us to break down these games? Let's be honest. No matter what I say, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I think Jaden Daniels won't have an easy time against Vic Fangio's defense. No, because I don't actually know. Did I know that Matt Stafford was one blown blocking assignment away from beating the Eagles? No. In a snow game? No. That's the difference right now. We are one young center turning the wrong way, or in that case, turning the right way. If he turns the right way, there was a ram coming open on that 3rd down. If Stafford hits him, the Rams probably win, and they're hosting the NFC title game. But I do appreciate everyone giving their predictions. We'll do it a different way when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about maybe winning something in those games with Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And today, you know what that is? It's a Friday. It's a Flex on 'em Friday. Yeah, let's get flexy with it. Protected play up to $20. So that means not only is it a flex lineup where you don't have to be perfect to win some money, you also, if it loses, you get your money right back courtesy of Prize Picks. So maybe you want to put in some lineups regarding the championship games, whether the AFC or the NFC. Maybe you think that Travis Kelce goes off again because it's the playoffs, and that's what Travis Kelce always does. Maybe football is in your bag. Maybe you want to get into some NBA, college basketball, hockey, darts, esports, whatever it is. Prize Picks has it for you. All you got to do is you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. On Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We got the AFC title game, the NFC title game on Sunday. We're in a city where we were one game away. I don't know how close the Texans actually were, considering how the game played out. But hey, you win that game in an upset and a big one, you're playing this weekend for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. Didn't play out that way. So I'm trying to figure out a rooting interest or a rooting guide for this weekend. Let's start with the glamour game first. And I asked Sean this, and you guys, at least wherever you are, can answer it yourselves. How are you on Chiefs fatigue? Because that was a conversation earlier this week on the show. John and Lance firmly in. Get them out of here. I'm tired of watching them. I'm standing firm in. I'm going to stick with the devil I know. I don't need another potential superpower rising with the Bills winning and Josh Allen going on a run. I ain't looking for it. I'm not looking for it. I don't want to deal with both of them in the conference. One is enough. My comparison, once again, is we thought not the Cowboys, never been lovable. At least in the last 20 years. Yeah. Maybe in the 90s they were for some people. But the Red Sox Lovable Red Sox, lovable losers. Look, wouldn't it be great for them to eventually beat the Yankees? And they did in the most dramatic way possible, and you couldn't get rid of them for a decade.
Yeah, same thing with Golden State.
Golden State too. So I'm firmly in. Let's not open up the door to another potential dynasty since we're already dealing with one. Just because you'll get the short, quick joy of watching the Chiefs lose, you never know what the unintended consequences are. So that's where I stand. Where do you stand?
I'm not really Chiefs fatigued. I feel like I'm getting there. I'm close, but I'm not like fully at where like the Patriots were for most of my football watching life.
Sure.
Where it's just like, oh my God, again with these guys. Won't these guys just go away?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite there yet, but I could see why people are, especially here when you are rooting for the team that just lost to these guys. Like, it can kind of go either way, with either you want to lose to the eventual champions and that gives you some sliver of
I've never understood that, but sure.
Neither
But I
do
know
I.
people do.
Or you bleep these guys for life.
Yeah.
And you hate them. I think just rough estimate, just me taking the temperature from what I've seen from Texans fans, it is more in F the Chiefs for life mode. So I think that kind of speaks to how tired people are, that there's not even the usual like, well, if we got to lose, I hope it's to the best. It's like, nope, everyone's like, get these guys out of here.
And I'm sure because of how the game confirmed
I think that's
some previously thought biases that the NFL had towards the Chiefs for some people, that didn't help as far as the Texans Chiefs thing is concerned. So now we get into.
I do think though that the Bills winning gives you a more entertaining Super Bowl.
I do think the Chiefs play a rather stagnant, boring style of football at this point.
And they're just like, they're going to win.
Yeah, and we just assume they're going to win. If we watch the Bills win and then go to the Super Bowl, there is some.
It's more coin flippy.
Yeah, you're
and
not
it's
sure.
more
You're not sure if
dynamic.
they're going to win.
Yeah.
So that's a more serious conversation. Let's have a dumb one.
Oh.
What if I proposition you with this? Where do you stand on Haley Steinfeld?
Proposition me, please.
We did spend a lot of time together in the room earlier this week. Where do you stand on Haley Steinfeld? I know she's not Margaret Qualley for you, but where does she? Or maybe she is.
Qualley's not the standard. Florence Pugh is the standard.
Okay, then she's not. Maybe she is Florence Pugh for you. Maybe not. She's not. So where do you stand on Haley Steinfeld?
Pro, but not a super fan or anything.
Okay, so if I said the Chiefs won, but for some reason and some insane reason, the network decided never to show Taylor Swift in the game, but the Chiefs win, but they're playing in the game in the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But you never see Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl because they made a decision. They're pissing off too many people. Or the Bills win on Sunday, and every crowd shot is of Haley Steinfeld.
No.
Bills or Chiefs?
Chiefs.
Okay. So you don't like her that much?
No, I mean, I don't want to see anyone's wife for every crowd shot.
Fiance. Fine. Okay. I'll pull it back a little bit.
Oh, by the way, yes. Thank you. Fiance. Shout out to you, Shamik Moore. Not over yet. Over yet.
Yeah, Crash House Spider-Man. He still got a shot. Maybe if Josh loses, she sees him as a loser. She doesn't want to be with him anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, because, of course, you're not the loser, Shamik, after what you did in her eyes. I don't know you, man. All right. You get two reaction shots per quarter from Haley Steinfeld if the Bills win, or nothing from Taylor Swift if the Chiefs win.
2 crowd shots. That's close.
That's
close.
better.
That's the right betting line.
Okay.
Or however you want to.
So I'm giving you the 8 per game, and then if they win the Super Bowl, she's gonna be on the field. That's afterwards. So where do you slide? No Taylor Swift if the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl, or at least 8 times of Haley Steinfeld if the Bills win.
I mean, I'd still prefer just none. So I'll go with no Taylor Swift, but that is close. Some of it is also like you mentioning like celebrating afterwards. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't want to see that.
You will definitely see it.
Yeah, Josh Allen. Look at me. look at me. I'm Josh Allen.
I'm big and tall.
I just beat the Chiefs going to the Super Bowl.
And Haley Steinfeld's everywhere.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I have a firm opinion. I mean, sure, I love Haley Steinfeld, but I can watch enough of her movies. I don't need to see her. And watch the Bills win. Let's go to the other game.
Okay.
I like the Commanders because I think the Eagles are pretty boring. I don't want to see them play offense in the Super Bowl because I know this is how this is going to go. Hey, let's hand the ball off to Saquon. Hope he breaks a big one. And Jalen Hurts will throw slants and deep balls, and hopefully he completes them, and that's how the Eagles will run their offense. I don't want to see it. Jaden Daniels, far more exciting for me. But that's the serious football conversation. Let's go to the dumb conversation. These are a couple things you have to consider. The Washington Commanders owner is also the owner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay.
So think of the conflicting things that are going to go on if Sixers fans in the building or Sixers fans watching the game, and usually that's a three-team town. They all root for the same teams. They have to watch their owner celebrate on Lincoln Financial Field, but he's celebrating for the Commanders. So I like a little Schadenfreude. So that's another reason to root.
Yeah.
That's another reason to root for the Commanders.
Yeah.
Because Philly fans will be furious.
I'm all in on the Commanders now. I was rooting for the Commanders, because Cinderella story would just be fun.
Sure.
Jaden Daniels, cool. Talking about what would make a fun Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels playing quarterback instead of Jalen Hurts.
Definitely.
But I mean all the Sixers fans having to watch the Sixers owner celebrate on your field with the division rival while the Sixers are cratering mess.
Yes.
Like they're not even it's not even the same angsty whoa, I hope we get to the East Finals this year like it was last. Now it's just like, oh my God, are they going to have to tank this year and blow it up? And meanwhile, you got this guy with a Commander's hat on, high-fiving Magic Johnson or whoever.
And he was a guy who was trying to get it done where they moved the team to Jersey.
Yeah.
So that was part of his plan too. So more reasons to dislike him.
I'm rooting for Josh Harris today.
We love ourselves some Josh Harris on the Del
We're the
show.
biggest Josh Harris fans.
Giant Josh Harris
in the
fans.
city of Houston.
But I don't think I'm a bigger fan of anyone Commanders related than I am a fan of Jaden Daniels' mom.
Whoa.
Not because of what she might look like. I'm not one of those guys who sees a dude's mom on the draft and go, wow, look at her. It's because of something she said about how she's going to keep a certain demographic away from her son. Here's Jaden Daniels' mom, I think on an Amazon Prime show, about what her one concern is for her son.
Now that Jaden is getting ready to take this next big step, what concerns you the most?
Girls. Them girls. Some girl out here, she's got a Jaden Daniels wall, and her mama said, hey, honey, you're going to be the one who's going to go get him. And I know it sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone out there who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden Daniels. So thank God he got a mama like me, because it ain't happening.
I bet she did say something like that.
I'm a real one. That's all you can say. Real, aware, knows the realities of the situation going. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Because look, Jaden Daniels has had a fantastic year. You can say seeing the field, great. But there are certain things in the world where his field vision is going to get a little cloudy for reasons that you can all imagine. You need someone out there. You need your OC telling you in your ear before the play clock hits 15. Be aware, young man. She's a real one. So that's another reason to root for the Commanders. A devoted mom looking out for her son and being real about it. Not even dancing around the issue. The girls are out there. I wasn't aware that the moms of the potential threats, at least in her case, like Jaden has to identify the free man on a 6-man pressure.
Yeah.
She's identifying the free girl.
They're playing games up front.
Running stunts. I wasn't aware that the girls who are running stunts have their own defensive coordinator and it's their own mothers. Because she said there's a mom out there who is collaborating with a young woman to get their hooks into my son. Shout out to Jaden Daniels' mom.
Yeah.
Another reason to root for the Commanders. I don't know what Jalen Hurts' mom thinks about things. I think he's in a committed relationship. But still, I need her featured more. That's why I need him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. As far as thinking about the Super Bowl week lead up, which I always now I just put myself on a minutes limit
Sure.
for the NFL media trying to come up with stories for 2 weeks. But that one would be one that's at least entertaining, getting the 5 different interviews that Jaden Daniels' mom's going to do talking about this. Not talking about like, oh, how happy are you for your son? I don't care. I know you're happy. Give me some more about, was this something that she has always been aware of? From early on in Jaden's life.
Well, he's been a
Was there-
star for a long time. Well, at least relatively long, considering how young he is.
was,
But yeah,
I mean, now I'm sorry, Mrs. Daniels, but I do have to ask: was there perhaps some bumps in the road that made you aware of this? I do have to point out that Jaden Daniels did start his college career at Arizona State. I just had to point that out.
a place where
I just had to point that out.
a place where the women she might be concerned with generally flock to.
Yes.
It's a school that you would say, if we're pointing out schools where women may potentially be trying to do something that she's in fear of, that's a school where those women may congregate.
Yes, and then obviously, then he moves and classes things up and goes to LSU.
Of course.
And so I just want to know the journey of how they reached this point of playing defense against all the single women.
Look, she knows about the D1 baby trend. She's aware. Not with my kid.
No, sir.
No,
not
sir.
me.
And of course, someone else's mom has chimed in. Mine, but not about this.
Oh.
She worked at a bank for a very long time. She's asking me about the woman who was online with Shohei Ohtani. Yeah. Sorry, Mom, I don't have more of that clip. She goes, did she ask more questions to identify him, and did the transaction go through? I don't have an answer there.
We have to check the court documents.
Sure, we have to find out if that $200,000 loan went through.
We would find out, because I imagine that's how this came to light, right?
I'm sure, yeah, in the discovery and all that stuff, yeah. So, but her concern was, as a former member.
Yeah, did she do it by the book?
Yeah, as a former
on the
long-time employee who rose up the ranks in a bank, how was that transaction handled?
On the front lines against fraud in this country.
Very, very much so. All right, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. So I guess where we're at is, since I set up a scenario where you would be bombarded with Haley Steinfeld shots, you would root for the Bill. You would root for the Chiefs.
Well, in the scenario where I would get no Taylor Swift, if I think the more likely is that we get some Steinfeld
and a lot of Taylor Swift.
Give me Steinfeld. Give me the Bills.
Yes. So in the
Bills Commanders,
I set up a scenario very unrealistic, but in the what would be the realistic scenario, you're taking the Bills against Commanders. I don't think there's anything the Eagles can do that convince us to take them.
And it's perfect because it's, on the AFC, we're probably going to get a wag shoved down our face.
Sure.
If it's the Commanders,
ain't no chance.
No girls.
Only that girl who
dudes only.
Yeah, the only one we know.
This one's for the fellas.
the only one we know about is the woman who
Zach Ertz's wife.
No.
That plays soccer.
Yeah. No, we know about her, but yeah, but the woman who we saw because the backup defensive back asked her to marry her.
Oh yeah,
it's the only one we know about. We don't even know her name. She's not going to get a lot of play. So there it is. If we go with what's realistic, Commanders versus Bills are our picks. If I throw a little juice into the scenario, we go Commanders, Chiefs. Just so. Commanders, I think, are the team I'm rooting for in the Super Bowl to win it, no matter what scenario I put in place. All right, Michael Carroll's coming up next. If you want to get in and ask him questions about shows, you can. He'll give you what you should and shouldn't watch, and maybe you can start a discussion about something he doesn't even think of. So we'll do that when we come back. But first, I wanted to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to when you need a great car. It could be pre-owned. It could be new. It could be something for your business. They have all those options there that you can check out. Go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and see that entire inventory. And because they celebrated their 50-year anniversary last year, they are extending their deals across their entire inventory up until January 31st. So you have about a week to check out all the savings. And if you get something pre-owned, they also have this, a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. So if you have any concerns about the thought of someone else owning the car beforehand, they will take care of that for you. The car's going to be great. And if something does happen to go awry, they'll take care of that for you if you bring it back to them. So you check them out at monumentchevrolet.com and then go to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and check out the entire inventory of cars on the lot. The best thing that happens when you go out there, the people out there are friendly, no hidden fees, no upcharges. The price you see on the website is the price you'll get when you get out there. And they understand car buying can be you can be a little wary of. You're not quite sure what's going on. You want a quick experience, and you want to get in the car that you love. They'll do that all. They do understand that, and they'll get that done for you as quickly as possible. Just check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Michael Carroll is here with us, the host of ComicCast. He does that along with John Lee. And if you go to Spotify or Apple or wherever you listen to a podcast, you'll see that issue 577 is up from Tuesday. And it's a reaction to the Daredevil Born Again trailer, which is something I believe we discussed.
I believe so.
Last Friday. Both of us, at least I certainly hit it with positive reviews. It feels like the tone of what I was hoping for with Daredevil. If you want to hear their entire reaction to it, you can on ComicCast. So we won't take away from that because Michael's already done it. So you can find that out.
Been there, done that.
Yes. So you can find it on ComicCast right now. Okay. We have opened it up to calls. I'm not sure how strong you're in anime, but we will get to you, Julian. But Michael, we've got Severance out. We've got shows on Netflix that are coming out. If you love The Night Agent, that's there for you. A lot to get to, but you have to pick and choose what people should watch as opposed to what they shouldn't. So let's start with the positives. Let's start with this. Do you have any negative things that people should watch?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get to the positives first, and then we'll get to some of the things that people should stay away from. Let's start with theaters. Anything good that people should go see?
Really only 2 wide releases that are probably worth people's time, although some people may be taken aback by the runtime of one of them. Presence, which is a horror film that is done by Steven Soderbergh. It's getting really good reviews right now. It's being described as the first great horror film of 2025. It basically takes the haunted house genre and kind of flips it a little bit, and it's shot in a really interesting way. Only way a Steven Soderbergh film can be shot. it looks cool. It looks pretty interesting for a low budget, quick, like 94 minutes, I think it is. So if you're going to go to the theaters, maybe check that out if you're a horror fan. The Brutalist, the Oscar-nominated movie's out in theaters. It's been out in theaters in a limited release, but now it's a wide release this weekend. Of course, that one, it may kind of put people off with the runtime because it's a 3 hour and 35-minute movie. So I don't know if people want to sit in the theater for that long.
That's usually IP related and mostly, yeah, pretty much that. I can't think of
just Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, the extended version.
Yeah.
So usually people don't want to sit down for that. The Brutalist, but if you're looking for an acclaimed movie, that would be it.
That's about it. Because the other two wide releases this weekend, Flight Risk, the Mark Wahlberg joint,
where he has the cul-de-sac haircut.
Yes. You might skip that in theaters. 24% right now on Rotten Tomatoes. And another movie, Inheritance. This one I wasn't too familiar with, and then reading up about it, it's another one that's like not getting great reviews, sitting at 50% right now. So maybe skip those two and stick with either The Brutalist or The Presence, or mainly I would say stick to streaming this weekend.
If you're a Bridgerton head, the Phoebe Dynevor, I don't know.
Yeah, Phoebe Dynevor.
Dynevor. She is the first season of Bridgerton. She was a star of that. So if you're a Bridgerton head, you can see her in that. If those happen to exist and listen to the show, I don't know if that Venn diagram has a wide swath, but
I don't know.
Who knows as far as that is concerned. So she's in that. If that'll be a draw for you, but those are the theater options as far as staying home. And if you just want to hang out this weekend, even though it is getting a little warm, you still want to stay home. What do you got?
Of course, football this weekend, if you want to watch that. But we have The Night Agent. You mentioned that earlier. Season 2 premiered last night on Netflix. I've watched the first episode, and it's Night Agent's a show that I was surprised how much I ended up liking it. I thought it was going to be like just a whatever show.
Mm-hmm.
And season 1 actually kept my attention throughout. It was well paced. It wasn't like crazy with its twists and turns or anything like that. It was a solid watch. And I mean, I'm only through one episode, so I can't say fully so far, but season 2 so far starting off kind of in a similar position.
Yeah. As much as I went after Netflix yesterday, I still have it. So I did watch the first couple episodes.
Mm-hmm.
It's
fine.
It's what it was in season 1.
Yeah.
I probably am going to tire of let's bring the lead male character and the female character back together no matter what in terms of situations. I was fine with them separated, but we'll see how that plays out throughout the rest of the season, excuse me. But yeah, if you're looking for kind of this spy-ish thriller type deal, it's there for. I mean, probably doesn't have the same prestige as The Jackal.
No.
Or what's the one that Michael Fassbender's in on
The Agency?
The Agency. It probably you aren't gonna get those type of vibes, but if you're looking for something a little lighter, that would be the show.
It doesn't waste time.
Yeah.
I think it's just it goes.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned the reuniting, that's first episode.
Yeah,
Like
it didn't take very long. Yeah.
It doesn't take very long, and we get right into the thick of it, which I appreciate. It's not like a bunch of fluff necessarily. It just gets to the action of it. The one thing you mentioned, the characters reuniting, that part didn't bother me. The part that bothers me, and this is just a trope that a lot of shows and movies do, is when a character who has done like amazing things, has saved the world or whatever, the next season or the next movie or something like that,
down to something.
they're busted down and they're like, well, they're rogue now, or they've betrayed us in some way.
Believe
It's like
in them, so on and
literally
so forth.
the dude saved the president in the first season.
That's last season.
Can we trust him though?
No.
Can we trust him?
No, he's on the way to becoming rogue, and now we have to kind of rein him in, even though he's much more competent than you are, considering what he did last season.
Yeah, considering he literally saved the president of the United States,
And he fought and pretty much fought against everyone telling him he was wrong. He had to break through and do it himself, and yet still,
I don't know about this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. So that was the one. Like, I just don't love that trope in general. So that's more of a me thing than anything else. So Night Agent's out there. It's getting solid reviews for season 2. It feels like more of the same with season 1. There's also, this is something I'm going to kind of switch to something don't watch. Star Trek Section 31. That movie is on Paramount Plus.
Is that the one?
That's
with
the
Michelle
Yao.
Yeah.
Skip that.
Oh, okay.
Don't watch that. It's real bad. It's real bad. It's like taking the Star Trek name and just slapping it on something and saying
That's not really Star Trek.
And it's 17% right now and 23% with
That's
audiences.
poor. Yeah.
Across the board, no one's liking that show. So or movie, I should say.
One clue. It's on. Is it through Roku or is it a Paramount? Because I see
Paramount
both.
Plus.
Okay, Paramount Plus. Okay.
Yeah, Paramount Plus.
Okay.
I bring this one up just because. So Watson season 1 premieres on CBS this weekend, which is the Morris Chestnut show where he plays a reimagined Watson.
Sure.
And Sherlock is disappeared or something's going on with Sherlock.
So is it still in the same? So he's reimagined. So is it in the same universe of the Sherlock show they had before on CBS?
I don't think so. I think it's a new take.
Because in that one, Lucy Liu, who is actually in the presence that you mentioned earlier, she plays the Watson character.
Yeah, I think this one different.
So
very different.
Okay.
Yeah. I bring that one up just because it's getting solid reviews, 71%. But there was one review that I saw. This is just a little snippet that said it thinks it's clever, but isn't. The writing is in shambles. The original score possesses all the depth and nuance of a toddler's tiny electric keyboard going boop, boop, boop.
Wow.
By Nadina Balil.
I don't know. It's a little disrespectful for
I was
a show
not
getting 80% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I was just not prepared for someone to write boop, boop, boop.
Maybe, what's her name again?
Nadina Balil.
Nadina may be all the 20% of what people don't like. She may, because it's getting...
solid reviews across
it's a
the
thing
board.
People will like and not like things, but that's
Yeah.
a strong no for something that's such positively reviewed.
That's it was
Or
interesting.
so positively reviewed. Yeah, that's interesting.
It was interesting.
Well, maybe I'll watch an episode. Maybe agree with her after an episode. We'll see.
There's also a CB Strike, The Ink Black Heart, which is a British detective show
Based off a book written
Based off a
by
book.
J.K. Rowling's alternate ego.
Yeah, apparently. So it's a show
I know
that's
convoluted, Sean. I know. But
Yeah,
yes, that's how it goes.
Alternate.
Yeah,
Like she has a
alternate-
different pen name and she wrote it under that pen
Oh,
name.
okay.
Yeah.
And she pretends like it's not her, but it's her. Yeah.
But this is the 4th season of her, I guess, the books that she's done. This is the 4th season of that show. The show's been pretty solid. This one's kind of mixed, but I'm always a fan of like British detective shows,
Same here.
like a Luther, stuff like that. So I wanted to bring that up. That's on Max. The first part of season 4 is out on Max right now. Harlem season 3 premieres on Prime Video. Well-regarded show. Its final season. Prime Target season 1 on Apple TV Plus. This is where the guy like figures out the code that can be used to break into like anything or cybersecurity or something like that. Mixed reviews on that one. So typically I would expect Apple TV Plus to nail it. This one doesn't seem like it is. So maybe skip on that.
And the lead in that one, you'll recognize his face. He was kind of I guess you want to use the term Lothario from White Lotus season 2. Jack. He was Jack in season 2. He was the one who was with Jennifer Coolidge's assistant.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
yeah.
he was in White Lotus season 2. If you watch that show and you watch this, you'll recognize him from that.
One low-key pick that I wanted to mention, Whiskey on the Rocks. I literally just heard about it researching for this. It's based on a true event that happened back in October 1981, where a Soviet nuclear whiskey-class submarine was spotted around a ground inside a restricted Swedish military area. But that sounds like it's going to be a drama. It's a comedy.
It's comedy. I'm looking at the posters for it. It looks like a comedy.
Watching the trailer, it looks like something that's kind of up my alley. So I thought it was interesting. But it's based off the real event.
Okay.
So you have that, and then big movies that maybe you missed in theaters are out on streaming, like Gladiator 2's on Paramount Plus right now. Saturday Nights on Netflix. Blink Twice is on Prime Video, and The Wild Robots on Peacock.
So I watched Gladiator 2.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to watch it for nostalgia sakes because you like Gladiator 1, plenty of references for people who haven't seen it to Gladiator 1. For people who haven't seen Gladiator 2, excuse me. Plenty of references to Gladiator 1. Maximus and his ghost plays a big part in the there's not actual Force Ghost or anything. Just the memory of Maximus.
That's legacy. Instantly where I
the legacy. Let's go with legacy. Legacy of Maximus plays a big part in this movie. They don't do Maximus a service at all. It's more of a disservice. But hey, if you just want to see fake sharks in the Coliseum, it's there for you. It's not bad.
That was rad. The Coliseum parts were rad.
Yeah, just all the other talking stuff. Not great. Not
great. We discussed this earlier this week, and we came to the decision. Paul Mescal,
Lights are too bright.
Lights too bright.
Can't match up to Denzel.
Too much too soon.
Yeah. And you want, like I said to Sean when we talked about it, you want to do normal people and be in a small Irish drama series based off a book with Daisy Edgar Jones? Great. I've watched that series a couple of times. A great series. But this,
Not ready. Not ready for prime time.
Not ready for this, at least. Maybe
not ready to be the Gladiator.
Maybe quiet dramas are your thing.
I'm
as
honestly
opposed to action movies.
I'm honestly surprised somebody like a Joseph Quinn wasn't cast for his part or something like
maybe
that.
Maybe the physicality.
Maybe
although
the
he is going to
physicality.
be Johnny Torch, but we'll see.
I think of him as a stronger, because Paul Mescal is like okay, like he's not like you saying he's not like the best.
Little guy too. A little too small for my Gladiator taste.
I like my Gladiators big,
but also like you said with Joseph Quinn, who's in this movie. Basically, every other actor in this movie is like blowing him out of the water, which is not good for Paul Mescal.
Not good.
I just don't.
Maybe his dead girlfriend. His dead girlfriend was all right.
I think it was his wife. Pay some respect.
Whatever.
Okay.
Was she a Force Ghost
watch
as
the
well?
movie.
No.
Watch the movie. You won't see her for more than like 15 minutes.
Spoilers, but he's right. She dies pretty quickly.
Hey, just like the
that's
first
a driving force in his
Just
actions
like the
too.
first Gladiator.
Imagine that.
So you mean it hits the same kind of story beats as the first one?
Kind of. The man.
Interesting. You want to see a gladiator touching grain? Did you love that from the first one?
And rise up from a small arena to a big one? There it is for you. Same type of stuff.
Wow, it's interesting.
Make his way through the minors.
Feels like the same movie.
Imagine. Yeah, it's kind of.
Nah, this one's different.
There are
Has
sharks.
Denzel in this one.
And they're sharks.
It's sharks, Denzel, and rhinos.
All right, so we have a couple questions, but first let's get to Julian. Julian wants to talk about anime. He's got a question for you, Michael Carroll. What's up, Julian?
What's up?
What it is, Jive Turkeys.
Welcome.
So I'm watching Shangri-La Frontier. I'm watching Solo Leveling, which I don't know that there's a better anime out right now than Solo Leveling. And there's this other one on Prime that I saw a review about, Ubel Black or something like that. Do you know anything about that? And also, is there any anime that you've seen that you can like guide me toward? Because I'm on the road all the time, man. And when I get done, I feel like I have nothing to do because I watch these shows and I'm like twiddling my thumbs. Appreciate it.
I don't know if this is your bag. He's called it about anime before. It's just not something I know a lot about. Maybe you don't know the shows he's watched. If you don't, that's fine. Have you gotten into anything that he may be able to watch?
Maybe try I don't know if he has watched Castlevania on Netflix.
I have watched some of that. I like vampires in any medium, so I'll watch that. Yeah.
Castlevania is very good. What's the one? Jujutsu. Oh, I forget how you say it. Jujutsu Kaisen is something that I would definitely recommend. I've only watched a little bit of that one, but it's really good. I'm trying to think of other ones off the top of my head. Castlevania was the one that just caught me right off the top, just because of the new season with Nocturne, Castlevania Nocturne. Season 2, I believe, just came out. So maybe try those.
So we've got a question. Because Art will always ask me a question during the middle of the segment, and by that point, it'll be too late. He asked several. I'm only going to ask some that I think you might actually want to answer. Let's see. He asked if. Nah, I can't do that.
I got to see these questions.
I'll send them to you.
Yeah,
He wants to know if you've got a viewing. Do you do the Oscar viewing party thing? And if you do, is there a party, or where is it going to be at? Do you do Oscar viewing parties?
I'm not I don't, just award shows in general. I'm not like an award show
I'm there
person
with you. I don't
at
care
this
that
point.
much about it.
I honestly, I'll get the list, I'll see it, okay, and then once the night happens, I look at the list afterwards and see who won.
And then maybe it'll get me to watch some of them. I normally wait till after to start watching Oscar stuff. Okay, one dumb question, but it's art, so kind of all dumb. But here is this one: should theaters stop serving food that crunches? Do you have a problem with crunchy food sounds in theaters?
No, I don't have a problem with crunchy food sounds. I mean, unless the person is like smacking in my ear, I don't think that's necessarily a problem.
I have a problem with some of the more like Alamo Draft Housey kind of places where it's like a full meal. Get out of here. Get out of here.
The clinking of Silverware?
Yep. It should be popcorn, hot dog, corn dog, drinks. That's it.
That's it. Okay. I mean,
You don't need to have a pizza. You don't need to have a burger. Maybe you could do some chicken tenders. Fine. You know what? I'll fall back. You can have chicken tenders for the
don't
kids.
take away my chicken tenders
For the
Sean.
kids.
Hey, some of us like chicken tenders.
The opposite
okay?
of having to show an ID to get in. But yeah, the like actual food, people actually, I don't want to actually eat a meal at one of these
Yeah, I don't
places.
like eating when I'm watching stuff. So
Yeah.
I
mean,
popcorn's good passive eating.
I mean, I get it, but like, I don't know. I don't mind the large meal.
Larry, quickly, we got to go. The show's almost over. Gallant George up next, but you got a question for Michael. What's up, Larry? We'll get to you. Get out of here.
Hey, Michael, what do you think of the show On
That's
Call?
Eric. Bye, Eric. Bye.
And
Thanks, Eric. Bye, Eric. Thanks. Thanks. One show, one call per show. But I watched On Call. I like it.
I liked it too.
But that's it, Eric. Thank you. Eric, you want to call in next week with a actual question when you haven't been on the air already? That's fine. One question. We're done for the week, actually. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Thank you, Michael. You can find Comicast on our air up this Wednesday at 8, and obviously in podcast form as well. So, Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
Thanks, Jason Whitlock. We'll talk to you next week.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, January 24th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes is behind the glass, and oh my God, it may be happening! It may be happening, Joe! It may!
It's AFC NFC Championship weekend?
Well, there's that.
Oh.
That's exciting. It's very exciting.
Ryan Presley might be traded?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Oh, you're talking about the guy with the wheelbarrow that he walks around the base pass with, Mr. Alex Bregman, and his big cojones.
Oh.
He does the wheelbarrow thing.
I've never seen that.
Well, there's the gif of it.
Okay. I was like, does he have elephantitis all of a sudden?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
My grandfather told my dad a story once. Why are you laughing at the misfortune?
I just cannot believe that. That's my fault.
Well, you brought it up.
You're right. That's my bad.
Well, no, the story must be told. So my grandfather, who fought in the South Pacific, he was in the Navy during World War II, said that there was an island that he stopped at, and there was a man who literally had what you're talking about, a real version of that, and he had to wheelbarrow his balls around.
Oh.
Yep.
Unfortunate for that guy.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I imagine they're very blue. And we all have blue balls when it comes to whether or not the Astros will bring back Alex Bregman. I swear to God, if I see one more report that involves a door, I am going to kill someone. I am going to just go straight postal. So yesterday, towards the end of the show, we saw from Bob Nightingale, the Houston Astros are keeping the door ajar for free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. But they're not optimistic. Bregman has serious offers from at least two teams. If the Astros pulled it off, Bregman could stay at third base. Isaac Paredes would move to second base. And Jose Altuve would move to left field? Huh?
It kind of felt like a joke, right? When the first report came out?
I saw it at first, and I wanted to know if it was from a fake Bob Nightingale account, because when I looked him up on X, I thought I had been blocked by him. Thankfully, I haven't. That's just John Heyman as far as baseball writers go. But it has led to a deluge of ridiculous reporting involving doors. Did you see what Ari Alexander of Channel 2 said? The first guy who said that Alex Bregman talks were heating up a month ago? And I like Ari. But Ari had this report. The Astros haven't closed the door on an Alex Bregman return, and neither has Bregman. So whether the door is ajar or the door is still open / hasn't been closed / insert more stupid lingo to talk about nothing new, it does seem like, Joe, the Astros are exploring a little experimentation with their lineup, especially considering their outfield sucks.
Yeah, they're pretty much just saying screw it, apparently, and just saying we'll do if Alex wants to come back. You know, and you know what, Paul? I don't want to give the Astros too much credit here. This feels like this is all Jose Altuve. This feels like this is a Jose Altuve masterclass of wanting Alex Bregman back. From the time he said at the end of the season, when the season ended, that he wants Alex Bregman to be his teammate for life, to be a Houston Astro, to now it's his idea to move to left field.
Correct.
Like,
Bob Nightingale told the Texans flagship last night that it was Jose Altuve's idea to change positions to accommodate the return of Bregman, which is strange because I wouldn't have thought of Alex Bregman needing to play third base as something that would potentially keep the Astros from bringing him back, or Jose Altuve being in the infield still. Again, a lot of this, it's fun to talk about this league. This is the baseball offseason drama that the sport's been dying for years, but I'm kind of getting tired of all the reporting that's going on, because this ain't reporting. This is all ifs, ands, or buts.
Well, we do know that they're at least engaged. They're talking. It's not just like the idea. Both sides are open to the idea of return, and we do know from Chandler Rome that like there's actual conversations being had between the Houston Astros and Alex Bregman. So I honestly, it's strange we're at this place. It's January 24th. They've traded for a third baseman. They signed a first baseman. I never it felt like a joke of like, oh, like Alex Bregman could still be back. And then now all of a sudden it's either a masterclass of Scott Boras and Alex Bregman to get a contract from someone else, or it's very, very real. And
with the Jose Altuve maybe assisting Scott Boras.
I think it's real. My gut tells me
okay,
right
so that's
now.
not a conspiracy in your opinion to maybe drum up interest for Bregman that Altuve, who's also a Boras client, would potentially join in and say, well, if I move to the outfield, then Bregman can return, even though like no one's playing third base. Isaac Paredes and Alex Bregman. Paredes is not in the way of Bregman returning.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's because he can move, or you can trade him. Like if you want, if you want Alex Bregman back, you get Alex Bregman back. There should be nothing stopping the Houston Astros. It doesn't matter. Money shouldn't be a problem. Positional issues shouldn't be a matter. Lineup construction shouldn't matter. If you want him back, just get him back. Just get him on the team. You've got spring training is in 20 days now. Figure it out. Figure it out when you get there. You've got a month and a half to get everyone down to Florida and figure out who's going to play where, who's going to play what position, who's good in the outfield, who's good at second base. Because even like this idea of Isaac Paredes playing second base, I think he's got like 3 or 4 games in his career at second base. Maybe it's more than that. So what if he sucks at second base? Well, then, but I don't care. Just sign Alex Bregman. This makes you a significantly better baseball team. Even though he starts slow, it does not matter. Him being in this lineup and then thus removing Dubon, Myers, or McCormick from the everyday lineup makes the Astros significantly better. They need to get this done.
Yeah, I don't care about defense. I only care about offense. And I know a lot of people say, oh, the Astros won't be very good if Jose Altuve plays in left field. Well, they're not pretty good with Jose Altuve playing second base because per metrics, he is among the worst in baseball as far as second baseman. And you know what generally happens at the very low levels of baseball when a guy can't field? They move him to the outfield. Isn't there a song about being moved out to left field? I'm out here in left field where runs I often yield. Like, I don't know. There's some song like that. It's not put me in coach. I could play center field, but that's kind of the same mindset. Generally, if you blow, you get moved to the outfield at the lowest levels. Okay, move Altuve to the left field that's 5 feet wide. And yeah, sure, they might be a lot of doubles and stuff, but I mean, Altuve's not as good of a fielder at second base anymore. Still, I feel like I'm just being teased. These people are tickling me, and they're not actually providing anything new, and this is pissing me off. These baseball reporters, the scribes of the game, are just putting out borderline sexual lingo that's teasing me about the potential return of Alex Bregman. And yeah, it's blue balls. It's blue balls. It's porn. It's porn for fans to maybe believe that everything stays together. I think it's a load of crap, all of this. I truly do, because it all starts with the Cubs and Astros are close to a deal involving Ryan Presley. There was a report by Bob Nightingale who then quote tweeted himself to correct himself saying, oh, by the way, he has a no trade clause. Yes, we knew. We've known this for a while. All of this, I think, is just fan porn. And the reporters are playing into it because they got nothing new. And they're like, all right, I'm just going to throw out some tabloid level headlines that all involve if, buts, doors being ajar, and all I want, and Sean, get ready. I need everyone until something happens to please, for the love of God, please, 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 shut the fuck up. Please. Sean, can we get the dumb button on that one?
He got it.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure.
I saw his hand go. He was on standby. He was ready to go.
Okay. I know Sean's doing a lot of things behind the glass. Just wanted to double check there. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of these BS reports. Okay? We got to get to a point where there's actually news to be reported on by these baseball writers who are just being worked over by one, Scott Boras. That's John Heyman's job. He blocked me on Twitter for calling him out on that. He is a sock puppet for Scott Boras. And then on the other side, you got Bob Nightingale doing the bidding of Jim Crane. All this porn, it is BS. It is softcore. It is wrong. And I feel that I am being led astray, that you are being led astray, that the people of Houston are being led astray. But these reporters who, again, have absolute bleep. They have nothing. God.
Is it really the doors that's really bothering you the most?
No, well, everyone's just like, oh, what's the next lingo? Like Alex Bregman's caught in the doggy door? Again, like we're setting up like porn situations. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh no, Alex Bregman has 2 fingers through the window. Like what are we doing? Alex Bregman, the Astros have 3 buttons down for Alex Bregman to return, but not 4 buttons down.
I mean, Jim Crane did say the window to win the World Series will always be open. Maybe he meant the door will always be open to guys who used to play for the Astros. Look, he brought back Justin Verlander. Now he's going to try to bring back Alex Bregman. The door is always open for a reunion. Maybe Springer's next.
I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of it. Give me something.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. This is fun. If it happens this year, it actually is a fun thing to talk about for us. But this is until Ryan Presley gets traded, and apparently this is the latest report. Ryan Presley is unwilling to move east or west. What? What are you talking about? He's unwilling to move east or west, so he's only willing to move north or south. Is he about to go to Mexico or Cuba?
Well, he won't go to Toronto.
Okay.
So he won't go that north. He wants to stay in America. Which, makes sense.
Yes, that does make sense.
Camo guy in Canada.
I'm not sure he's a Justin Trudeau fan. Not sure. Just a wild guess. Would be really funny, like if he psychs everybody out. I'm going to go to communist Cuba. Like that, if that's where he goes. But I'm just annoyed that everyone is playing this game. It's been a month of this, and they keep on like trying to get us to be interested in it. I'm sorry. Can you guys give us something when it actually happens, as opposed to this crap? Honestly, I know a lot of people don't like Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan's the only person I want to hear talking about this. I don't want to hear Bob Nightingale boboing for the Astros. I don't want to hear John Heyman shilling for Scott Boras. F off.
I do think I think the way that these reports are flooding out and all the information, I think Alex Bregman's on a team by Monday. I do like. It feels like this is. There's so much smoke here that it doesn't feel like we're going to go back into a quiet zone like we've been for the last month of Alex Bregman, where we're getting basically no new reports. If you get them, they're little things about him and contract statuses and teams that want him or don't want him. But like, I think this is it. This is the final push for Alex Bregman. I think he is signed by Monday. He wants to be somewhere by spring training. The Astros would not be re-engaging in these conversations if they didn't think they had a real shot. So whatever 5-year deals he reportedly has from Boston and Detroit must not be much bigger or any different than what the Astros offered. So I think we're close.
Oh, yeah, we're close?
I think we're close.
Are we close, Joe? You sound like the baseball reporters now. Are you on the verge?
I said things.
I'm on the verge.
I'm not reporting anything.
Okay. Just wanted to check.
I will say.
I'm so close.
You mentioned something that bothers me.
They're getting
about this.
there. Sorry.
It's okay. That's making me laugh. The part that bothers me the most about this is Presley. I despise the idea that Ryan Presley being traded is the reason why this deal cannot get done for the Houston Astros. It is so stupid. It makes no logical sense why a $14 million player who's really going to still be a $7 million player when you trade him is the reason why you can't sign Alex Bregman.
Because it's wrong. It's a convenient way that the Astros can get out of bringing Bregman back.
We all we all think like Cesar Salazar is like a fine backup catcher, right? Like he could be the guy.
Sure.
Cool. Christian Vasquez makes $12 million. Trade him. Trade him. He makes 12. Presley makes $14 million. If you need another $2 million in there, trade Dubon, Myers, or McCormick. Add one of them. Take the 100 millionth worst prospect in any organization just to get these guys off the team so Alex Bregman can be a Houston Astro. The idea that Ryan Presley has to be traded so Jim Crane can sign Alex Bregman is so stupid. And honestly, it, to me, makes him look terrible. Like, you gave out contracts to Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero and all these terrible baseball players, and you're going to let $14 million from Ryan Presley because you gave him a no-trade clause stop you from signing Alex Bregman when you literally could trade 2 guys and save more money than trading Ryan Presley away? It's illogical.
It's also, and you said it, it's insulting to Presley. Presley won a couple World Series for you. Presley's been here through the wars, and look, he's not the same guy anymore, but I don't think he deserves to be made the reason that they can't bring back Alex Bregman. And you're exactly right. Like that's what this does. And it's disrespectful. And Presley has put up with a lot over the last year. And part of it's because he's not the same pitcher he used to be. But I'm pretty sure that he was pissed about Josh Hader being brought into the fold and his role changing. And he handled it well. So now on top of last year, you're doing this. Again, it's not about how you treat your players. It is about winning at the end of the day. But I would like fans to see through this because you're right. This reporting, first off, these people are just playing to your desires without actually reporting anything. It's a disgrace to journalism. Sports journalism isn't real, but this is a disgrace to whatever there is in this, especially with how baseball writers view themselves. And it also is a disservice to a player who has done a lot of good for this team and for this city.
My personal advice to Ryan Presley would be accept the trade, because it has now been framed as if you do not accept this trade, Alex Bregman will not be a Houston Astro. Ryan Presley is going to get booed relentlessly at Minute Maid Park the second he makes a bad pitch.
If he has a bad game, you're right.
He is going to be
you're right.
Public enemy number one for irrational Astros fans.
Yeah, because no Jose Abreu anymore.
They are going to blame him
no
for
Rafael Montero.
Alex Bregman being somewhere else. And that's not fair to Ryan Presley. But the way these reports are coming out and being put out there, it is clear that we have breaking news.
We do.
We have big breaking news.
Do we want an explosion? What's happening?
I think we need an explosion.
Okay. Sean Mapes, give us what's happening?
The Houston Texans are moving on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
Wow.
Per Ian Rappaport.
You know what? We thought it was possible. I love the John and Lance breaking news sound effect. I wasn't sure they'd do it. Credit to them.
I was not either.
Now, they got to find the next guy, and maybe it's going to be Gerard Johnson. Is there any follow-up on that?
No. Right now, it just says that he is out.
Okay.
That he is out as Texans offensive coordinator, per Rappaport and Schefter.
I was curious if they'd make a move by the weekend, because D'Amico Ryan said that he would take a week to think on it. We heard, of course, D'Amico Ryan's at his season-ending press conference and how quick he was. Sean, if we could grab that. I know I'm throwing you on the spot right here. I wasn't sure this would actually happen so quickly. But hey, to do it on a Friday, this is how you do it from the team PR perspective. Does this make you feel any better about them going into next year?
Immediately, yes. Also, sorry, Chris Strauser also officially out for Ian Rappaport.
Boom. All
so
right.
Both guys are gone.
Wow.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness from D'Amico Ryans here. I like the idea of your offense is not getting better, and you talk about improvement week in and week out, and you try to act like this team is heading in the right direction, but we all have eyeballs and can see that it's not happening. And so you move on from Bobby Slowick. It's 100% the right decision to do this.
Here is D'Amico Ryans opening his press conference on Monday, talking about how we're going to take a week to make some decisions.
Good afternoon. First, I would just like to start. I know there'll be a lot of questions about, staffing players and all those things. Just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that.
And then a little bit later in that press conference, when asked this question about Bobby Slowick by DJ Bien-Aimé, it was a less than ringing endorsement of Bobby Slowick by D'Amico.
How you feel Bobby Slowick did in year two as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That is a less than ringing endorsement. I disagree with the idea that there was growth by Bobby Slowick throughout the year. And ultimately, when you take a look at what this Texans offense was on paper going into the season with, first off, who they had in the receiving core, even with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell healthy, You never saw the explosiveness that you were expecting to see, that you did see at times in year one with CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick. And two, with an offensive line that if all of those players see the entirety of the contracts that they are at least on paper supposed to get, we're talking about a $200 million offensive line. For it to be that bad when it was actually healthy this time around, massive failures by Bobby Slowick, massive failures by Chris Strausser. And I like that the Houston Texans are looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, by moving on from these two, we did not meet expectations. And now we'll see what we can do in the offseason, but we're at least willing to explore a different direction. Now the question is who? Who and what kind of offense are you bringing in?
Yeah, and I think it also clearly shows too that Casario and D'Amico also probably believe in their players. Like they might believe in that $200 million offensive line, and they might believe in what this team was supposed to be. But they really are putting the blame on the coaching of these positional of these guys and saying that you're the problem. And yeah, it's, is this because they don't want to lose Gerard Johnson to the New York Jets? Because that's been reported that he could go and join Aaron Glenn as offensive coordinator. I personally just like the idea of promoting Cole Popovich. It doesn't make any sense to me because he's been here. He's been in Houston this entire time. And I know he's just the quarterback coach, but unless he is, behind closed doors, really giving breakdowns to D'Amico of everything that's gone wrong with this offense and saying how he would change things now, I think that's a mistake. I would go outside the organization to whatever coaching tree D'Amico has. And honestly, I don't think you also need to go to your coaching tree. Do your job and hire the right people. D'Amico doesn't need a great coaching tree to be able to identify an offensive coordinator. He's one of the best defensive coaches in the NFL. He knows what a good offense looks like. He knows who is and who is not running a good system across the entire league to help him identify what's a good offense. So I wouldn't promote within, but it's absolutely the most interesting question now of the offseason for the Texans.
Yep. And it's a question that I think they got to answer sooner rather than later. I would imagine that part of this mulling on it for a week by D'Amico Ryans means that, given the way he talked about Slowick on Monday, he was probably thinking about who it is I'm going to make a phone call to, who it is I'm going to talk to, who it is I think that I can work with, because a big part of this is going to be people that he can work with. So, of course, people are going to draw ties to guys like Chip Kelly, who you would think that he has some sort of relationship with.
Mm-hmm.
Others, I'd imagine, are on the table as well. So that's going to be on the table. The rest of today's show, the Houston Texans have moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, in addition to offensive line coach Chris Strausser. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text him. Thankfully we have this, because honestly, I can't talk about doors with Alex Bregman.
We're talking about doors now.
No,
being shown the door.
Yes, but at least this is an actual thing that's happening.
Bobby Slowick has been shown the door.
Yes.
That is true.
Cole Popovich, per DJ Bieniemy, also fired.
Whoa!
So he will not be the replacement.
Is Greg Popovich going to say that this is part of Trump's new America? That this is the reason that he's gone? I don't know.
Was Bobby Slowick a DEI hire?
Ooh, good question. I don't see color, so I really don't know. I don't know
either.
Anyway, Slowick, foreigner, European, I don't know.
Scandinavian? I don't know.
Yeah, 780-3776 to call, to text. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
What's your favorite Bobby Slowick memory? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Houston Texans have parted ways with Bobby Slowick. That's a polite way to say they fired him. If I'm not mistaken, he got an extension this offseason and a raise, as did Gerard Johnson, because both were receiving interest from the outside. And given the way the first year went, I think a lot of us wanted to make sure that Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson stayed here as long as possible. We'll see what happens with Gerard Johnson, whether he gets promoted to offensive coordinator, whether he takes a job with the New York Jets, or remains in the same position. But as far as Bobby Slowick and offensive line coaches Chris Strausser and Cole Popovich, the Texans are pressing the reset button. And I'll just say this, Joe, sort of like you said in the last segment, I hope the options that are the primary targets for the Texans are on the outside, just given the way that this year went. Because, I mean, you had Diggs, you had Dell. They were healthy for at least half of this year, and the offense underachieved. Your offensive line is highly paid, and it never worked.
Yeah, and I think even like now, looking back, the Jets game, the Panthers game, the Falcons game, both Ravens games, I'm from last year, were like, yes, there was a lot of really encouraging things that like are reasons why Bobby Slowick got head coach interviews. But this is the first time we've seen this, and we've seen coaches come in, be immediately hot candidates, and then things fall apart drastically. But I'm not surprised that they got here. I just didn't think it was going to happen this offseason, Paul. Like
I didn't either.
I'm really glad they did it. I think this is a great decision.
It's been a battle red wedding this week. I mean, they fired their 25-year team president. I know it says mutual parting of ways, but I imagine someone who's been with a company for 25 years has no interest in moving on from said company, so they did it politely. But this, parting ways. And that's how it was worded with the original tweet, right?
For Ian Rappaport, yes. He said, or for Bobby or for Grissom?
For Bobby. I know for Ian Rappaport, at first it said they have fired him, and then they changed it to a mutual parting of ways.
Yeah,
based
different
off
wording.
Of the lingo of the press release.
Yeah, we haven't got anything yet from, I believe, from the Texans. But Rappaport said moving on.
Moving on. What a polite way to say fired.
And then Adam Schefter said Bobby Slowick is out. Well, actually,
Okay.
the first time he tweeted, he said Booby Slowick is out.
Booby Slowick
and
out.
then he corrected it to Bobby Slowick.
Freudian slip or reflection of what this offense was this past season. I did ask the question, what's your favorite Bobby Slowick memory? And I know that for me, this is what I'll always think of when I think of the former Houston Texans offensive coordinator.
Football is football. What's happening, it's football.
Also, my favorite memory, because we're at Drift Bar, we're having a good day, and then I just saw Paul have a bad day.
Yeah.
I've never seen you so angry over a quote. So, also my favorite memory.
I mean, this morning I got close with all this talk about the Astros and their open door policy, but when it comes to Alex Bregman and his potential return and Jose Altuve moving to left field, but a deal can't be made because Ryan Presley won't waive his no trade clause, like just a bunch of crap. Stop reporting on it. It's nothing new is happening. But yeah, that drove me crazy. I would say, look, I mean, what guys say at a press conference is not indicative of what they are doing behind the scenes. But Bobby Slowick, when asked about the offense, regularly giving answers like that and always seeming like, yeah, we're making progress as an offense when the results said something entirely different. Same thing with D'Amico Ryans doing the same thing. I am glad something happened because it did feel at times like it was a reflection of like, yeah, we know what we're doing. It's just not happening. And it's like, no, there's a commonality here. It's a week to week thing. And you guys do not learn from your mistakes. And you constantly talk about how you learn from your mistakes.
Yeah. It felt like he was part of the, I guess maybe it's just a front facing part of the Texans where it's just, hey, everything's fine. We're doing all right.
Yes.
Why is everyone mad? We're 5-1. We're 6-3. And the record gets progressively worse and worse. But it was a little bit of the, sitting on your hands kind of nature that the Texans showed all year, whether it's with the offensive line specifically, whether it's the offense as a whole, whether it's D'Amico Ryan's talking about the offense. That's why this, like, it on one hand is surprising, and on the other hand, a little encouraging, where it's like, oh, okay, they are going to actually be proactive. They're going to go out, and we'll see who the hire is. That will really kind of mark on how going for it they are, how much they're going for it. But I think right now, just the like process of what they're doing, you have to like that they're cleaning house on a disappointing offense when that wasn't a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, whatever side your head coach is on, you have to be aggressive on the other side if it doesn't work. Like D'Amico is one of the safest coaches in the NFL. I mean, he is beloved by this franchise, by this fan base, obviously as a player and now as a coach, 20 wins in 2 years. Like, his seat is ice cold. But it gets hot if you have a bad offensive coordinator and you don't believe in what's happening and you choose not to fix it. Like, if you choose to let the status quo continue and just try to say, hey, we're just going to keep working on it to where he can say football is football. Remember, the context of that question, I believe, was about adjustments at halftime. As what I think it was about.
I think you're right.
About like what's happening from the first half to the second half. And this is a guy who so adamantly throughout the year would tell us that adjustments don't really matter and that football is football. He said it all the time that second half adjustments didn't matter.
I do think that second half adjustments are a tad overplayed, but when you're asking about him and that's the answer you're giving, that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they're terrible in the second half. Like, every single week, it felt like the other team was just killing you in the second half and would either just take a couple days to figure, or a couple minutes to figure it out. They'd eventually catch on.
Yeah, that's the worst part, is that I agree with Paul. That's like the actual second half adjustments is overrated, but you can't be the second half adjustment. Who cares when you're the offensive coordinator for an offense that sucks in the second half all year?
Exactly. We're already getting suggestions on the text line from the Twitch. Hugh Dab says Bill O'Brien, offensive coordinator. He's the head coach at Boston College. Unfamiliar with his work. Has he ever been here?
Patriots
Been to
guy.
Houston?
Patriots guy.
Listen, you work with Tom Brady.
Yeah, Patriots OC.
Yeah,
not afraid to bark back at Tom Brady.
Turned around
That's
Penn
what
State.
I remember from turned around Penn State.
Yeah,
Penn State was almost in the national championship this year.
Yeah,
I did hear like he has a little bit of a temper. So I don't know if that fits with D'Amico's cool demeanor.
How would you know that?
I mean, I heard a rumor his nickname is Teapot.
Oh,
well, I have his Wikipedia open. He was offensive coordinator at Alabama year they made the playoffs.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
I can do that.
Maybe he deserves a shot in Houston.
Yeah, seems like he runs a good offense.
Coordinator instead.
What a wild move that. I mean, I know it'll never happen.
That would never happen. Yeah,
but then again,
he knows Casaria.
Look,
There's
I mean,
zero chance.
He knows Casaria.
Zero chance.
Remember who the Broncos defensive coordinator is? It is Vance Joseph, who was fired as the Broncos head coach only 2 or 3 years before he's now the DC. So you never know.
Yeah.
It won't happen.
Yeah, it won't happen, but you never know.
Now, Gary Kubiak, that one, I think there's at least consultant should be on the table.
Maybe Clint or Cliff Kubiak.
Combo deal. Just bring in the whole fam.
Is there another Kubiak?
Just bring in Clint Kubiak, bring his dad in as a consultant to help install the offense.
Mm-hmm.
The Kubiak clan takes over.
Here are some other suggestions. Mike McCarthy.
Gross.
Damn, dude. That's not cool.
That offense wasn't good.
12 wins. Did you see Dak Prescott's numbers last season?
I did. And he was good with Cooper Rush. You know what? You could do worse. It would be uninspiring, but you could do worse.
Why? Because he's old? He's a Super Bowl champion head coach.
It's been,
Cowboys didn't fire him. Mutual parting of ways. They still don't have a head coach.
Developed Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Developed Cooper Rush.
I mean, they're downgrading with Brian Schottenheimer.
Matt Flynn.
Would be pretty funny if the Texans hired Brian Schottenheimer as their offensive coordinator.
Just swiped
to block
him.
The Cowboys.
Swiped him.
Please don't.
Chip Kelly or someone else from 409 Josh. Chip Kelly was D'Amico Ryan's head coach, I believe, for a season in Philadelphia.
I think that he only overlapped for a year.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much of an overlap, and maybe there was some overlap when he was in San Francisco, but I
don't think so.
I don't think there's as much as people
are
bringing up. I know that's been the hot name on the streets.
It is.
Here's the thing, dude. He just won a national championship at Ohio State as the offensive coordinator. And the guy left the head coaching gig to go be the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. You better be paying him a lot of money because I'm sure he is getting paid a ton to be offensive coordinator at Ohio State. The Texans, I don't think they're cheapos, but you would have to pay him a lot to lure him away from the college game. And when he's cooking some of the stuff that he was cooking against Notre Dame, I would feel pretty good sticking around in the same spot after moving around my entire life as a coach.
Especially when, as offensive coordinator at Ohio State, you have the matchup advantage everywhere in 90% of the games you play. And you have specifically one guy who will be there for 2 more years that you can just point to and go, throw to that guy. Whatever the play is, throw to Jeremiah Smith. You need to ice the national championship game against Notre Dame, just run a go ball, throw it to him.
Yep.
I do think there's other ways besides talking about the Notre Dame game. We can discuss Chip Kelly guys, but
I mean, they went on a 31-0 scoring run in the middle of the game.
You're right. I know. They did crush Oregon. It would make sense. Now, I do think he got a raise to leave UCLA as the head coach.
Yeah, he did.
To be the offensive coordinator.
He did. No, like that's
UCLA is not a serious. They're not serious people.
I mean, you're probably paying. You'd have to pay Chip Kelly more than you're probably paying D'Amico. I'm just guessing.
I don't know about that.
No, probably not.
But you would.
He would be the highest paid, if not, or maybe top 3 highest paid coordinator.
Look, if he doesn't want to be a head coach anymore, even if part of it is UCLA, not serious people, like there is no better job than a school where you're always going to have more talent than everybody.
Yeah.
Like that, I don't know. To me, that would be a fun place to retire. 713-780-3776. Keith has a thought on who the next Houston Texans offensive coordinator should be. If you're just tuning in, Bobby Slowick has been fired by the Houston Texans. My bad. They're moving on. Keith, what you got?
Hey, guys, I've got 2 names already been hitting the rumorville. A couple of whispers here. The streets are saying 2 names. Here's the first name. Former Chiefs, Commanders, and UCLA OC Eric Bieniemy. That's the first name I've already heard. And the second name, been out of football for a couple of years, but won a Super Bowl with the Bucks and Tom Brady. Former Jags QB Byron Leftwich.
I know that Byron Leftwich got an interview with the New England Patriots. A lot of people believe that was to check the box of the Rooney Rule. But I feel like Leftwich had some good moments with Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
he could be wrong on that front. As far as Eric Bieniemy, that is a name that people went to war over for the longest time, and I'll just say it. Like I'm sort of worn out by Eric Bieniemy talk, but I'm sure somebody will bring that up today. That is not to say he is not qualified as an offensive coordinator or anything. It just seems like there is a commonality as far as people maybe not liking his style, and I believe that was brought up as one of the reasons that things didn't go so well for him when he was with Washington last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, look at where things are with Washington this year. They did get Jaden Daniels. That certainly helped out Cliff Kingsbury as their offensive coordinator. Remember when the Texans were thinking about bringing in Cliff Kingsbury as their offensive coordinator?
He was one of the original, he was interviewed for the original staff last year.
More suggestions. Mike McDaniel after he gets fired. Too late. He's not getting fired this offseason. Tony Romo, no joke. Tony Romo's not leaving a job where he's getting paid $25 million a year to watch football 16, 17, 18, 19 times a year. That's just not happening.
He's also, being an offensive coordinator is way more work, and he's barely putting in enough work to call games for CBS.
From the 832, put out a rumor that Kingsbury is sleeping with Commanders executives' wives. No.
Worked for the Rockets.
Listen, they didn't put that rumor out. I'm pretty sure Ime Udoka actually did those things. Okay. Doug Peterson's still out there from the 832. Josh McDaniels.
Shane Waldron's still out there.
Joe doesn't want him. And Josh McDaniels.
No, Josh McDaniels did get hired by the
Patriots hired him. Sage Rosencopter.
Dan Orlovsky? We're just throwing out names at this point.
Case Keenum.
Just former Texans.
Case Keenum, I wouldn't hate it.
Quarterback coach for Gerard Johnson. Got to work your way up the ladder.
The 346 says Gerard Johnson's to move for offensive coordinator, right? Honestly, I would have said going into this year, yes. Now, I don't know because things didn't go that well this year. There's a part of me that thinks maybe you need to go out of house. Yeah. It's not to say that Johnson's the reason things were such an issue for the Texans this year, because obviously something was going on with the offensive line to the point where CJ Stroud did seem to regress out there.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes any logical sense to. You have to cast a wide net. If they end up landing on Gerard Johnson, that's fine. If they go through a real process here. Like
Yeah.
if they hire Gerard Johnson in the next 24 hours, I will be really disappointed in the Houston Texans.
Because it's a flip side of the Cole Popovich thing where it is like you don't fire the main offensive line coach or the offensive coordinator and just promote their underling, like promote the guy who's beneath. Like that just doesn't actually make sense. So if it ends up being Johnson, I kind of agree with Joe. It's like fine, but I would like to try to do better.
Someone suggested Frank Reich, which is going to lead me to an actual suggestion, because you might have remembered this moment from the pre-draft process where we were of the belief for a moment in time that the Panthers were going to take CJ Stroud. Remember when Josh McCown and CJ Stroud dapped up?
Yeah.
Josh McCown is currently a assistant coach for the Minnesota Vikings. He is their quarterback coach.
Yeah.
I think he sees the writing on the wall that he's gotten the most that he possibly can out of Sam Darnold this past season. He says there's a report, and this was from yesterday, that Josh McCown's unlikely to leave the Vikings for an offensive coordinator job. Well, how about a job that he was on the finish line for as head coach of the Houston Texans? Assuming there are no sour feelings with the Texans, is Josh McCown a possibility? I would not hate it. If he has a good relationship with CJ Stroud, that's the best place to build off. Now, that doesn't mean that they have a good working relationship, but clearly McCown was enamored with the idea of CJ Stroud, and it does seem Dave Tepper stepped in the way and made the Panthers draft Bryce Young.
You think D'Amico would be comfortable with that? Because then what if the script flips next year? What if the defense regresses in a big way, and the guy that you've interviewed twice to be your head coach is now your offensive coordinator? I don't think they would I don't know. Like if I'm D'Amico, I still know if I want that guy in the building. Like you've interviewed him twice to be the head coach. A little self-preservation, I think.
It's like Arkansas hiring Bobby Petrino to be their OC. And, hey, worked fine. Or at least worked fine for Sam Pittman. He gets another year. I do agree that the weirdness of him almost being the head coach and then now working for the current head coach, it's a little weird in this specific scenario. I do kind of agree though that if Josh McCown actually wants to work up his way through the coaching ranks, don't you want to be an offensive coordinator, A, for a better quarterback, B, in a situation where you actually call plays and not Kevin O'Connell?
He wants to be part of JJ McCarthy's development, and he thinks that that's going to skyrocket him to like maybe he is so stubborn he thinks he should just be a head coach. I find it strange he would not want an OC job. It's the logical move.
This is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
If you're climbing the ladder to become a head coach, I think most coordinators who are actually allowed to interview for a lateral move, because sometimes that's not allowed.
Yeah.
I think most would take this opportunity and run with it.
Yeah, because you can waive it. Like if you're not calling plays, we could see it get waived. I would say Minnesota. I wonder if there's any interest connection to Wes Phillips, to Wade's son. He is the OC in Minnesota, but he's obviously not calling plays. Kevin O'Connell is. So I don't know if Kevin O'Connell would be like, hey, you can go be the OC in Houston. I'll promote Josh McCown. Everybody's happy. That could be one. There's a ton of options, and the Kubiaks do make a lot of sense. I know we are a long, long ways away from the Saints scoring 90 points in the first 2 games of the season, but it did look good to start in New Orleans, at least for the Kubiak kid.
How about someone who's worked with a really good quarterback for a long period of time? Nathaniel Hackett. I'm kidding.
The name DJ mentioned yesterday, Mike LaFleur.
Okay.
Does make some sense. He was the OC, with the Jets?
Yeah.
Related to Matt LaFleur?
Yes.
Brother.
Might be in the genes, offensive mastery.
I believe they worked together
management
in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Tora McJohnson on YouTube suggests Matt Nagy, Ben McAdoo, Adam Gase.
Will Nagy take a lateral move?
Don't think so.
If we're continuing to suggest the worst possibilities, how about former Patriots offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt? How was their 12th choice last year?
Former Patriots offensive coordinator Matt Patricia.
Someone literally just texted that in.
Oh no!
When he said former Patriots offensive coordinator.
Matt Schaub is offensive coordinator.
Is he in coaching? I don't think he is he?
I feel like Matt Schaub's a high school football coach.
That's
just gut feeling. Like
that's a good guess.
Yeah,
that's a good guess. Man,
who was the other Patriots?
Matthew Rutledge Schaub is a football analyst now. It says
for what?
He was a coach with the Falcons last year.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
Was he like a quarterback coach?
But again, his Wikipedia, it's not as updated as it needs to be.
Actually,
if you can hear this, get on that. Update Matt Schaub's Wikipedia for us. Please.
What you got, Joe?
I think I'm gonna make my wager here. The next Houston Texans offensive coordinator is someone that D'Amico played with.
Oh, I like this.
He has coached for the Houston Texans, and he is currently the quarterback coach of the Atlanta Falcons, TJ Yates.
Ooh.
Wow.
For a second, I thought you were going to pander and say Andre Johnson.
No.
I was going through
I was like,
Texans
hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is a little less exciting, but yeah.
It is less exciting.
Texans hero, TJ Yates.
He's been coaching. He started coaching with the Texans.
Watch out,
in
Bengals. You're effed again.
I like our chances in the wild card round.
Texas by 100 against the Bengals.
And he can be your third quarterback if you need him.
Sure.
He can replace Case Keenum on the roster. Yeah. But TJ Yates would make a lot of sense, actually, like based on the trajectory of his career, having coached here when Nick Casario's been here.
I will say, so far, all the best options we like either are related to or Texans related people or Texans connected people or relatives of Kubiak, Wade Phillips, Matt LaFleur. Like all we have are nepotism and Texans nepotism.
I got an idea as we stick with Texans nepotism.
Okay, yes.
Got an idea. What?
Owen Daniels?
Come on. I'm talking about a guy who scored touchdowns for the Texans. I'm talking about a guy who was used in different offensive packages for the Houston Texans and who knows the defense probably better than anybody. On top of that, you could argue the man could be mayor of this city someday, if not president of the United States. Who better to have someone leading your offense than J.J. Watt?
Know thy enemy. I know what worked against us. Let's use that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in.
Another
the press
idea.
conferences would be more entertaining. I mean, he got pretty angry towards the end of his time here in Houston. Remember when he yelled about the fans and being there on time and playing hard?
So that's changed over time. JJ got them to change that.
Yeah,
right?
we fixed that.
Right? I got another idea.
Paul Gallant.
No.
Oh.
No. Sometimes when you can't do something anymore, you got to teach. And look, for a time, this guy looked like he was going to be a franchise icon.
Okay.
It's a good chance that he's never going to be able to play again. Both Sean and Joe are holding their hands.
I thought you were going to say Aaron Rodgers, but now I know where you're going.
If you could look the other way for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We don't have to count the entire way.
I was going to start counting by 5.
Can we
10,
skip?
11, 12. Well, just got to look by all these things, okay? We're almost there. 13, 14, 15.
We're halfway there.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Asterisk, there might be more. Deshaun Watson. Huh? I mean, he's not playing football anymore.
You're right.
Maybe for Deshaun Watson to grow as a human,
second chance.
He needs to go back. I mean, the movie Hardball, Keanu Reeves, the movie The Way Back with Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Sometimes life hits you hard. And what you need to get back up is to teach kids like how to learn.
What's his name? What's the guy with the limo? Bombay?
Yeah, Gordon Bombay.
yeah.
He needs to turn the chair around and sit down. CJ Stroud, let me tell you something.
How about Dana Holgerson?
He's got a job.
That's not
gambling.
He's the offensive coordinator in Nebraska.
Oh, my bad.
I will say that
if I were Dana Holgerson and I got canned at UH, I would just go straight to the Golden Nugget and get a residence there.
Just live at the Golden Nugget.
He looks like he's just so Golden Nugget. Is that offensive?
No, it's not.
Honorary
I think
Louisiana and Dana Holgerson.
I think it's just true. We're talking about Chip Kelly not wanting to leave Ohio State for an NFL job. I think Nebraska's different. I think you could leave for an NFL job if you want it, and I wouldn't hate it.
And I know we got people that like Dana, but like haven't been impressed with his offense in like a decade. So
nah, come on. He was awesome in West Virginia.
A decade?
No. That was like 2018.
Texter asks, "Are there any black offensive coordinators?" So that's racist. Why aren't we thinking about any Asian American offensive coordinators?
Marcus Freeman.
That's a defense. He's a defensive coach.
Oh.
No enemy.
Whoa. Why is he? Oh, well, he's a Notre Dame guy. Wait.
No, because he knows defense so well, so he can coach offense.
Bad.
Steve Sarkisian.
Steve Sarkisian? Yeah, maybe.
Huh? You know what? Pass.
Have you?
I saw that play.
I was gonna say, were you impressed with this play calling?
No.
Quinn Ewers?
Just skipping.
His career's all. He's gonna get a season-ending injury.
Just being like, let's be honest, guys.
You're not.
What am I gonna be? Do I need to play in 4 preseason games every year? Come on. Let me just skip ahead to me coaching.
Tormik Johnson suggests Jack East to be his offensive coordinator. No, he's gonna be team president now.
Yeah, they cleared the way for it.
The president's gone. The vice president. Sometimes he just comes back around like it's 24. The bad president. I forget what his name was. Anyway, it's Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Keep your suggestions coming for Texans offensive coordinator. They have moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. The biggest question about who's next at offensive coordinator, it's not about who they replace Bobby Slowick with. It's about how this guy feels about it. Stick around. The Texans have moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. I'm surprised, but I will tip my hat to the Texans for showing some chutzpah. Did not think that they would move as quickly on their coaching staff after hearing D'Amico Ryans on Monday saying that they will take the week to evaluate said coaching staff to open up his press conference. I'm also curious about how CJ Stroud feels about it. Probably more importantly than D'Amico Ryans, how CJ Stroud feels about this and who they hire next is going to have a massive impact on the Texans next season. This was CJ Stroud when asked about Bobby Slowick at the end of season press conference on Monday.
Yeah, I think he did. He did great. I think he, as time went on, he got better and better and better, and was learning from his past and what he did in San Fran, learning from what he's done on the defensive side, and put into his own scheme. So I definitely think that he has a lot of success coming his way, and I've been honored to have it with him, and hopefully keep it going. So I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciate him for all the things he's taught me and how great he's been in my career so far.
It's very possible that's just the political answer that CJ Stroud gave, but that's an endorsement. And
yeah,
you have to wonder what the conversations are behind the scenes. If
he's involved.
I mean, I would imagine he's at least kept in the loop of the discussions that are being made. And, D'Amico, I would imagine, is at least explaining why he feels like the offense didn't progress. And CJ's got to have at least a say in the conversation.
Does he?
I think he should.
I don't think the players necessarily need to have a say in what happens with the coaching staff. I get it. CJ Stroud's the quarterback. You want the quarterback to be happy. But at the same time, sometimes the quarterback might be too close to it.
I think you at least need his feedback of just of what went wrong this year.
Slippery slope. You do that, you might have a quarterback who, I don't know, eventually strong arms Nathaniel Hackett into coming along with him, or
For sure.
One that tries to essentially take all the power in the organization, like I saw with Russell Wilson with the Seahawks. I think it's hilarious that there's rumors about Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll potentially reuniting in Las Vegas. With Pete Carroll, that's the other news today, is the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. But to bring it back to CJ Stroud, Stroud was asked a follow-up question after he gave that answer about Bobby Slowick. Here is what he had to say about continuity from year 1 to 2 and 3.
To that point, not every quarterback has an opportunity to come in the league and have some stability at the offensive coordinator position. How much did that help going into year 2 and potentially for year 3? What do you feel like things can be unlocked by just having 3 years with the same guy in the same system?
Yeah. I don't know how people can bounce from coordinator to coordinator. I know that I can't imagine. That's probably really tough. So I definitely don't recommend that. I definitely think you can find a rapport with a guy and build that. Do it to the best of your ability. And it would be great. To have 3 years with that same scheme. That same type of X's and O's and things like that would be great. So yeah.
My gut reaction, he probably didn't like this. My gut reaction, my instinct is telling me that at least right now, Stroud is probably not pleased. We'll see what happens next. We'll see if he's involved when it comes to who they bring in next. But he will be pressing the reset button. I did find it interesting that he answered things that way because I think for anyone watching these games on TV, yeah, you might be a football casual compared to CJ Stroud and the Texans coaching staff, but I think all of us look at this offense and think there are some very clear issues, even if we can't 100% explain what they are. So why would you want to go back into next year doing the same thing again?
Yeah, continuity is it's great if it's working, but you don't need continuity if it's stale or getting worse. Like it's the opposite of what you want. Yeah, I'm sure he's not thrilled with this news today based on those two quotes. If he's being 100% honest and transparent with us at the podium, then CJ Stroud's not happy today. And I don't get it. Like I would unless he really thinks it's not Bobby's fault and he thinks it's all his. I don't know why he would think that either, but he also shouldn't be afraid to learn a new system. Like I get the idea behind wanting to have continuity. It also shouldn't be a requirement for the Houston Texans to go out and, follow in what they're doing now and bring in someone that runs the San Francisco Kyle Shanahan, Bobby Sloak system. I don't think that needs to be a priority. Your priority is bringing in an offensive coordinator who can build the best offense around CJ Stroud. And if that offensive coordinator thinks it is the same thing they've been doing, they just were doing it poorly, then so be it. But I don't know if it is. I mean, I think part of the reason why Bobby got fired is what we saw in the playoffs. Is look when they finally adjusted and they changed their run scheme for 2 games, and they started going more inside runs and more straight up and down than these outside zones that they've been running all year. And Joe Mixon ran great in 2 games in the playoffs, but it took them weeks to pivot or a season to pivot away from what they were doing. So you just got to hire someone that's going to be, the right guy to put the right offense around CJ. That's what matters. He'll get over it. He'll be fine.
Getting some interesting text here from the 346. JJ Watt got Slowick fired for the tight end comments. I'm guessing those were comments that happened on the Pat McAfee show.
I think it was about Schultz, and I do think
yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I think he was pretty critical of having Schultz block.
Or any tight end block a good pass rusher, whether it's George Karlaftis or Jonathan Grenard, who I believe between the two had 6 sacks combined in their games against the Houston Texans. And there were multiple moments where you saw them matched up against either Cade Stover or Dalton Schultz. And whether Schultz wasn't putting an effort or Cade Stover was just overmatched as an NFL rookie. Bad!
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Stop.
Get the newspaper, roll it up. Psh, psh, psh. Next Texans offensive coordinator. Don't do that. Squirt bottle. If it's a cat. Psh, psh, psh.
It might just be like the first question in the interview. Do you think this is a good idea? if check yes, go home.
We've committed like $100 million and 3 first-round picks into the offensive line. Do you want to use a tight end to block a defensive end?
Specifically Dalton Schultz, who's slow and old, or Cade Stover, who's only played offense for like 2 years.
True.
More text from the 713. How about offensive coordinator Pat Shurmur from Colorado? Pass. I don't want any Big 12ers. Nope. Not a real conference. It's arena football. What? It is. They don't play defense in that conference.
Pat Shurmur isn't.
Also, yeah.
Pat Shurmur is the one.
We've tried this at the NFL level, okay? Joey Halsell, the Tennessee Volunteers offensive coordinator.
That is so Mickey Mouse. That would never work in the NFL.
Yeah, another person keeps texting the Oregon offensive coordinator as an option. I don't think they'll go the college
Will
route.
Stein?
Yeah, Will Stein.
Yeah, I think the only college route that they go, relatively reasonably, is Chip Kelly. And he's like coached in the NFL for 5 years. I don't know if they'll give like Will Stein or anyone an actual look.
Someone's suggesting Kevin Wilson from Tulsa. What?
Mike Dimbrock, or like how many guys are gonna name? We're just gonna name different offensive coordinators.
That's from Wheatstraw, who's a regular listener. Look, I don't want to diss people. Here's what I'm going to say about a lot of these candidates. I don't know. I'm not in the prediction making business. I'm not. The idea that any of these guys would be better than another, to me, no one can actually accurately make that judgment. It really is DeMeco Ryans going to be able to find someone who can work with him? Because if he goes to people that he has worked with before, there is definitely a possibility that we will see the same results. So this is a tricky area because, yes, NFL coaching, perhaps more than any other industry, is about who you know. Like you see the same dudes hanging out with each other over and over again. I mean, how many times has Josh McDaniels had stints with the Patriots now? This is number 3.
That's it? I thought it was more than
that. I mean, it does feel like more than that, too. That's what's even crazier. So ultimately, is DeMeco going to have the confidence to go outside of who he's worked with before? I feel like he needs to, just based off of what we saw this past season. And that's going to be tricky for CJ Stroud, too. How quickly can he pick up another offense? I think that it is noteworthy. And I know a lot of people on the Twitch bring this up a lot. They ask whether or not CJ Stroud is as much of a football savant as some believe him to be. But is he going to be able to pick up an entirely new offense quickly, given that he wasn't the guy who's calling out protection at the line of scrimmage? You know, I mean, he did have a sort of set of training wheels on in year 2 going into year 3. Maybe that was a Bobby Slowick decision with an offensive line in front of him that, let's be honest, sucked.
Yeah, I mean,
they're making the decisions for protection before the play. Like, that's not ideal.
and it's not like you have like the Laramie Tunsil of centers.
Yeah, it's not Jeff Saturday out
it's
there.
Two guys who are in their first and second years in the NFL who are doing this, like Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs,
who are also flipping between guard and center every other game, essentially.
Yeah, where like if your quarterback's just calling out the protections, then he called out every protection this year basically, except for the little bit of time that Davis Mills played this season. So yeah, it is a question. Now, it did seem like last year he had no issues learning the offense. Like I know it was a slow start. Like he didn't really come on. It's like week 3 is really when the Texans offense started to come alive a little bit last year. So I don't think he had issues learning the offense, but a lot of times we don't know that stuff until these things happen.
Someone said this, and I think it's a fair point, but to what this commenter says, OTR Sean says, I think everyone has forgotten this entire coaching staff is in year 2. Well, not anymore, but let's take off the kid gloves. This is the NFL. I am tired of this fan base babying DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud. I am. You do it too much. This was a not failure of a season, but it was a disappointment. What? Rolling back with it next year means it's going to be different? Because it wasn't different week to week all year long. Oh, it's coaching staff year 2. F off with that. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this. Like, yeah, it's his second year. He's highly paid. The offensive staff, highly paid. Defensive staff, highly paid. These are highly paid professionals. They have a job to do. You're just going to give them patience for next year? What happens if next year the patience doesn't pay off? Oh, another year? Oh, they're only in year 3. Like, stop. We have to stop with this. They do not deserve the kid glove treatment anymore. Last year they did. This was year 2. It was a step back.
Totally agree. And CJ Stroud regressed. He got worse this year. And that's why Bobby Slow got fired. Like, that's why there's no need for kid gloves. They just fired the offensive coordinator who was getting head coach interviews last year. Like, what? Like, take him off. And honestly, like, right now, it's ice cold for DeMeco. But the history of the NFL does tell us that when you start firing coordinators, like, the pressure gets turned up because the last person to always get the blame is the quarterback. So if things continue this way, like, it won't just be the offensive coordinator who gets fired next.
Yeah.
So like it is like this timeline does ramp pressure up on DeMeco.
Yeah, you only get so many coordinators you can fire. Just like as GMs, you only get so many head coaches you can fire, unless you're Trent Baalke. But there's a limit to this, and this does kind of use up one of his cards of like, blame the offensive coordinator. As far as like it's a young staff and stuff, well, then maybe you should do what Ben Johnson is reportedly doing and trying to bring in Dennis Allen to run the defense, or what Sean McVay did when his first couple years at in LA with the Rams, where he had Wade Phillips, and he was just like, Wade Phillips, you do all the defensive stuff. I'll handle the offense, and you get a more veteran offensive coordinator to handle these things and to help bring along a young quarterback. Maybe that was the mistake that that DeMeco Ryans ultimately made, was that there wasn't the older voice on the staff.
So some have suggested on the text line, Mike McCarthy, who is available. We're getting a lot of the same names. I think someone said Mike McCoy. Where the hell's he now? I don't know.
I know. Some of this is just like name some guys.
Right. Like I don't want to turn this into name some guy radio.
Brad Childress.
I truly could not tell you, what any of these guys will do. An ex-quarterback like Jason Garrett, Josh McCown. I don't hate the idea of Josh McCown. I don't.
Yeah. He's, as far as our like real candidates list, I think he's on there. At least like talk to him.
Yeah, the Texans have almost hired him before in some way, shape, or form. Then they got cold feet because of a lawsuit. And this is a guy who likes CJ Stroud. I would imagine that if he were to leave the quarterback coach job for an offensive coordinator job, this one would make a lot of sense for him. But yeah, I feel like we could name names as much as we want. I think really the important thing to look at today is that they moved on from this guy, and it shows that they are at least reflective. And unlike in years past, they are listening.
Mm-hmm.
They are paying attention to you, which is good. Is that Hannah McNair? Is that Cal McNair? I don't know. And I mean, look, this has been a rather bloody week considering this team just won a second straight AFC South championship with a new head coach and a new quarterback. They moved on from team president after 25 years. They have moved on from an offensive coordinator. They have moved on from multiple offensive line coach. I mean, this is a lot for this team, which historically has waited and waited and waited to make moves. Gary Kubiak, I don't know how the hell that guy got second legs for the 2011 and 2012 season with Wade Phillips. And credit to the Texans because they finally made the playoffs there. But, I mean, they kept him around a while. They kept Bill O'Brien around a while when fans were pissed off about keeping Bill O'Brien. They are finally acting on certain things, and I think you should like that. And the big thing about this organization that you got to remember, they do have money, and they are willing to pay off people who they do not want to be around anymore. They did it with Lovie Smith. They did it with David Culley before that. And I know I sound like I'm boboing a bit, but I think that the fact that they are willing to do this is a reflection of an organization that is a little bit quicker to action and not in such a like shoot from the hip, or as said about Woody Johnson with the Jets before, shoot, aim, fire.
Yeah.
You know, like
shoot, fire, aim.
Yeah. Shoot, fire, aim. Yeah, that's what Bill O'Brien said, or not Bill O'Brien. Bill Belichick said about Woody Johnson. Like, I like that. Period.
No, I like that. I'm with you. This is the moves you should be making. Like, you should not be waiting to. You don't need to wait for year 3 of Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud to see that it's going poorly. You can recognize it in front of you. You don't need to, just wait for things to continue to get worse. And then, because it is worse, to go into next season with Bobby Slowick as the offensive coordinator, with Gerard Johnson as the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets, and your offense sucks, so you fire Bobby Slowick 6 games into the season. And then some new quarterback coach who's never called plays before is now your OC. You don't need to be doing that. This is the right way to approach this. There's no reason to be soft in terms of the people that are on your staff. It's about winning. It's about Super Bowls. It's about developing CJ Stroud. And if you think this is the best way to do it, I give him credit.
Yeah, Paul, you laid it out. For all of Texans history, or at least all the Texas history I remember, they're a very reactive franchise. They always are. If you want to be gentle about it, they're very patient.
Yes.
If you want to be critical, it's that they kind of sit on their hands and they wait until things get so bad, until Gary Kubiak goes 2-14, then we'll fire. You wait until it all comes crumbling down before you fire anyone and make any serious changes. And I think that, I don't know if it's Caserio or the McNairs now, what Cal and Hannah, but I think that it is encouraging on the whole that they are making the move, the whole Belichick thing one year early as opposed to 1 year late, where it's like, if this isn't going to work, we need to know now. And like Joe said, hire someone now instead of doing it in October anyway, if this doesn't work out. And I think you saw it a little bit last season too, where they'd made a lot of moves of, hey, we're going to compete this year. It's not going to be a slow build. We're going to use what we have with CJ Stroud making as little as he does to throw some chips in and to try to get really good this year. And I think this is an extension of that kind of urgency that they showed last offseason.
And what you were saying earlier too, like I know I initially scoffed at Mike McCarthy when you were talking, Sean, about like hiring the veteran coach. Like, it does make sense because there are things that D'Amico was doing this year and last year that are really questionable. When he's going for it on 4th down, how aggressive he is in moments and not other moments, when to call a timeout. Like, I know, Paul, you and I are on opposite ends of the timeout with 7 seconds left to go when they're still in the huddle. But like, having that veteran coach would be beneficial. And if you do hit on this coach, like if you hit on Mike McCarthy, he's probably not going anywhere anytime soon.
It's
the next job.
It's like Spagnuolo in KC, where it's like you get a failed head coach because no one's going to come sniffing around trying to hire him.
McCarthy would be fun at press conferences. I mean, it would be better than Bobby Slowick press conferences. We haven't even played all of the greatest hits of Bobby Slowick other than football is fun. Sean, you want to play just a bunch of coach speak from Bobby Slowick, please? Here's the offensive coordinator.
We kind of made the decision as the Texans team a couple weeks ago that we were going to embrace what we do, and we were going to embrace that we do it really well when we do it to our standard.
What does that even mean? I mean, it sounds like ripped off of Jack Easterby's LinkedIn page. That is former Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. And I hate to kick a man while he's down, but I will say that Bobby Slowick press conferences this year, someone who dives through them and looks for interesting things to react to, generally annoyed me. I generally was annoyed with some of the things that he said. Worst of all, football is fun.
Football is fun. Or football is football.
Football is football. My bad.
Football
My
is
God.
football.
You know what? I'm confusing things because
Football is football. What's happening? It's football.
I forgot. I also have something else saved where like Bobby Slowick is talking about fun.
Yeah. When the Texans are all about fun in the middle of the
Right.
season.
In the middle of the season, like we need to get back to having fun. Like that's the solution to our offense. There's CJ Stroud and this is Bobby Slowick talking about fun.
In the NFL, fun correlates to doing well. So, I know that's it's just the reality, right? We all are blessed that we're able to be in a football organization and do what we do. And we never lose sight of that. I know CJ, just as much as me, is a man of faith and never lose sight of where he's at and how blessed we are to be here. But, when you're not performing across the board as good as you can, that's never as fun as it could be,
Gotta have fun. Having fun is good football. I still don't know if he meant like you're having good games, like you're just having fun while you're doing it, or you have to have fun.
Yes.
To
If it's
then have good football.
Playing well, then you have fun, or having fun, then you play good football.
I love how that's the chicken and the egg conversation.
Yeah, I
Not scheme, not
I couldn't tell what he was saying. I forgot about that.
Can
I
we
was like,
smile more?
yeah.
We smile while we're playing.
Then
sky's the limit.
Then Dalton Schultz, you stand a chance against George Karlaftis.
And remember, like they went out and on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football, whatever it was, they were dancing. They were having fun.
Oh,
that was
yeah.
before the Lions game.
Yeah.
They said that.
They were having fun
And-
when Jared Goff threw his 5th interception.
Yeah, and they had fun for a half.
Into the third quarter.
Most of the game was fun.
And then it got not fun.
And then it was very much not fun.
Texans, fun.
Texans firing a guy on his day off.
Texans, get out of here.
He might have been at work. You don't know that.
Texans firing 4 guys on their day off in 1 week. Progress.
Yeah.
It's a bloody week.
Battle Red Bloody. All right. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You want to weigh in on the Texans moving on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, as well as offensive line coaches Chris Stresser and Cole Popovich. Nothing new on the Astros leaving the door ajar for Alex Bregman and how the doors are open for both Bregman and for the Astros. Thank God. Also, there's conference championship games this weekend. We haven't even mentioned it once. Stick around. We'll talk about them for a moment. Stay put.
2025 is here. Whatever your goals are, your New Year's resolutions, whether you want to lose weight, you want to put on muscle, you just want to lean out for the summer. Be ready to look good when it's time to go out to, the beaches, the water, whatever you're doing this summer. O Athletic is a great place to get back into the gym, whether you're returning to the gym or it's been a while. Like for me, look, after college, it took a while to get back in. To want to actually do that and be working out again, I was tired of it from high school and college, and I was just over it for a while. And O Athletic has made me get there. Working with Cam, my trainer, has been an easy process. It's been a lot of fun to get back into the gym and do it at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights.
In case you're just tuning in, the Texans have moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. You can weigh in on that all afternoon. We're taking a brief reprieve to take a look at conference championship weekend. So 2 games, 4 teams. First off, Sunday at 2, you got the third showdown between the Philadelphia Eagles and Washington Commanders. They have split the 2 games to this point. Jalen Hurts is dealing with some sort of a knee injury. Meanwhile, the Commanders have nothing to lose. The spread on this game, per mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, has the Eagles at home favored by 6. I did appreciate this commentary from Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Witt when asked about how Washington will approach Jalen Hurts.
We've had a number of these guys that we've had to prepare for, and so the one thing is if he's going to run the ball, and if the coordinator makes a decision for him to run the ball, we're going to treat him like a running back, and we're going to hit him that way. So that's their decision if they want to get him hit the way that he gets hit. If they don't, they'll keep him in the pocket. So, but that's what we're going to do.
Hey, Joe, you guys.
Good. Hit him. Take the 15-yard penalty. I don't know if he's going to run that much.
I think Saquon Barkley's going to run a lot.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll have the same success that he had in those 2 games against LA where he nearly had 600 total yards. Probably not. But Philadelphia, I feel like, of all the teams going into this weekend, is the one that's being slept on the most. We were going to do a segment about this before Bobby Slowick got canned by the Texans, about how every single team going into this conference championship weekend is of the psychopathic belief that nobody believes in them. Yes, the Chiefs and Bills included. The Commanders even have a little bit of that going on. Dan Quinn, we've been on a mission to show doubters how we get down. And I mean, maybe they're looking at what Dan Campbell had to say about the Commanders and their victory over the Lions this past Saturday. If we'd brought our B game, we would have had a chance to win. Commanders motivated. But there's one team that I have yet to see, Joe, say, you know what, that bulletin board material, we aren't going to take Emmanuel Acho's disrespect, Rex Ryan's disrespect on TV lying down.
I think it's because they know who they are, the Eagles, at this point. Oh, by the way, I just did a quick double check. Saquon Barkley, not 600 yards in the 2 games he played the Commanders, but 350. He did rush for 146 and 150 yards.
Yeah,
he's
only averaging 120 yards against the Commanders.
It's pretty good.
Bum.
I mean,
Or actually 175. You know what? Our math, we struggle.
It's not our strong suit.
It's not our strong suit.
We did jinx it, Sean. Because we said we had not had any math issues in a while, 2 days ago, and now we just had one. So we did jinx it.
I mean, how many of the math issues are mine? How many are yours? You know,
you're
I'm a team player.
You're definitely the small percentage of it. I'm the large portion of the pie.
Let's not dive in.
I was going to say, let's not
further.
do the math on that, because then we're just opening ourselves up for more mistakes.
I like the Commanders this week just because it's a fun story, and frankly, just what happened with Jalen at the end of the game. It's hard because it was snowing, but man, he looked like he was in trouble. I mean, that safety, just like he knew he had nowhere he could go.
There were bad vibes about the Eagles going into the year, and Nick Sirianni. I was kind of stunned that they brought him back, given the way that things went and how he seemed to be doing without his 2 assistant coaches that got him to the Super Bowl the year before. Of course, Shane Steichen, who's now the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Jonathan Gannon, now the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. But they have put things together, and I got to say, I respect the Eagles being the one team that is ignoring this disrespect. Joe, you found this clip. This
Yes.
Jordan Mailata?
Yes, the one of the Christmas singers. That's what I know him from most.
One of the Christmas singers?
Yeah, they have a Christmas album. You didn't know that, the Eagles offensive line?
No, I didn't.
Oh, dude, it's actually pretty good.
All right.
Him and Jason Kelsey, they can sing. He was asked about the disrespect that Jalen Hurts gets on a weekly basis.
Jaden's kind of become the hot thing of this season, and then with good reason. But does it ever, I know it doesn't bother him much, but does it ever bother you that, people don't really consider Jalen that caliber of quarterback despite his record?
Just want to
apologize for this. I couldn't give a f- I just want to apologize. I'm sorry. I couldn't give a rat's ass about whatever anybody says outside this building. It ain't going to help us win championships, and that's our goal.
I like it.
Where's he from?
New Zealand, I think.
Whoa. I really don't know.
I think it's New Zealand.
New South Wales?
I think that's Australia.
Australia. Yes, he's from Australia. He doesn't give a bleep. I like that.
Doesn't
answer.
give a rat's ass.
He doesn't need the bulletin board material.
366 pounds of man.
It's a large man.
Yeah, that is a huge dude. 6'8".
Apparently, they just found they're scouted him back in the old days. He didn't go to college or anything.
Hell yeah.
They just found this huge guy who can. They taught to play left tackle.
Yeah, 6'8", and he's nearly 400 pounds.
Yeah.
That's pretty terrifying. Eagles' offensive line is very, very good. The Eagles' defense is pretty damn good. It is a shame that there's no Kamari Lassiter in the Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation, but both Cooper DeJean and Quinion Mitchell, the Eagles' cornerbacks, made that list. Okay, so that's the NFC Championship game. Meanwhile, you've got the AFC Championship game. The Chiefs are currently 1.5-point favorites, which I'm sure is going to make Andy Reid a little bit upset because Andy Reid said that the Bills would probably be favored going into this game.
He did?
He did.
Why?
Because, again,
no one believes in the Chiefs.
But they've won the Super Bowl 2 years in a row.
Dude,
Why?
Dude, it is insane the degree to which the Chiefs over the last couple of years have stooped to create motivation. No one doubts them anymore unless it's Emmanuel Acho or Ryan Clark. Oh, Patrick Mahomes has never put the whole team on his back. And they're looking at that what?
Yeah, but they know that people are just trying to be they want to be the I was first guy that said the Chiefs are dead. People don't really believe the things they say about the Chiefs, in my opinion.
Well, the Chiefs clearly believe it.
They must.
The Chiefs are upset that Deion Dawkins said that the Buffalo Bills are America's team. I'm sure the Chiefs are looking at at Ravens corner Marlon Humphrey, who said he wants to see someone beat the Chiefs in the playoffs, even though the Bills just beat the Ravens, and they're using that. Travis Kelce's ex, who won't shut the fuck up, she decided to weigh in on this too, and she hopes that he loses. No one cares. Shut up. No one cares. Go to irrelevance. You do not matter anymore. You lost it, okay? I'm rooting for Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift entirely because I am sick of hearing this lady talk. Shut up. Wow, I need a podcast title. My God, you're less original than Meghan Markle. And that's saying something. That woman's outside making cupcakes in Los Angeles while the whole country's roasting. So that's how the Chiefs disrespect.
You really hate that chick, man.
Yeah.
Because it's every day. It's every week. I can't get away from it. Just shut up. No one cares. You're not dating him anymore. Oh, I hope he loses. Well, I bet he doesn't care.
Yeah, he definitely does not care. I don't understand why people they want the Chiefs to lose just so Taylor Swift is not on television. It's okay. It's just a couple seconds, and then she's gone.
I'm cool with it.
It doesn't bother me.
Look, if the Chiefs hadn't beaten the Texans and Patrick Mahomes hadn't flopped, I would be rooting for the Chiefs this week because I want to see history. I think, yes, even if it does come at the expense of making my favorite team ever look bad, I want to see a team continue to knock people off. I think it's cool.
And if the Chiefs are not going to make history, I think it is more dramatic, obviously, if it happens in the Super Bowl. If they're stopped from with the Patriots when they lost to the Giants. If they would have lost in the AFC Championship game, it doesn't have the same luster.
Yeah, the 17-0.
Yeah. But going for a three-peat and getting to the Super Bowl, being one game, 4 quarters away from a three-peat.
Yeah.
The drama's way better in the Super Bowl. I really want Jaden Daniels versus Pat Mahomes.
Yeah,
I really do.
Whoa. Are you not believing in the Buffalo Bills?
I don't.
Well, guess what? The Buffalo Bills also have found a resounding amount of bulletin board material today.
America's team?
America's team.
Bulletin board
they still
basically Canada's team.
If that. Yeah, they're playing the smallest market. This is what Josh Allen said at the end of the Bills win over the Ravens. All year, this team has heard, we got no talent. We're too small. We can't stop the run. We're not good enough to compete. We just put our head down and worked hard. Okay, they lost Stephon Diggs, and there was a little bit of are they going to be the same team going into this year? But I didn't think that way. I didn't. And I don't think that many people thought that.
Did he say not good enough to compete?
Yes, too small.
Too small. Like they're Iowa or Indiana. Not even Iowa. Like they're Indiana or like Boise State. They're too little. Look at these guys.
More motivation. So last week, a Baltimore beat reporter called Buffalo a city of losers, and Ravens coach John Harbaugh laughed at it. Sean McDermott clearly took issue and said, now it's a city of winners, talking about Buffalo after the game. Again, the motivational ploys these people find.
Also, like Sean McDermott, city of winners.
Yeah, like you won the divisional round, buddy. I mean, if you're talking about,
I'd rather him talk about a city
winners,
of winners than 9/11, so I'm okay with it. But
look, city of winners in the divisional round, that's Houston. Okay.
That ain't Buffalo. They don't win the divisional card.
No, wild card.
Oh, you're right.
Wild card round.
They're
That's
the-
city of
yeah.
losers for that round because 0-6.
Even if Jim Kelly said that they're the city of winners, I think we would have a problem with it. And they made 4 straight Super Bowls.
Yeah.
These guys beat the Ravens in the divisional round.
Also, the Bills, AJ Epineza said that we were told all week that the defense wasn't going to be able to stop the Ravens, and I'm sure they're feeling the same way. Like, again, they're stooping so low for the motivational fuel, and it's so annoying. It really is. I understand it, but you know what was great? You know what used to be cool? When we didn't have social media so that we didn't get every possible nugget, and where it was like, oh yeah, we're going to win. And then that was used against them if the other team beat them. But why are we talking about it before? And we're talking about it after the fact. Okay, I understand why, but that's why the Bills won. Because some weirdo reporter that in Baltimore said like Buffalo's a city of losers. And because everyone was saying all year long that the Bills, like, they're too small.
Too small.
And Andy Reid thinks the Bills are going to be favorites in this game. By the way, nope. Chiefs 1.5 point favorites. Like, come on. Oh.
Yeah, he didn't account for home field, I think.
I do now. Like, I need Travis Kelce to score, and I need him to do the too small celebration. Now I need that.
Kelsey would be the one to do too small.
Yeah, he would.
Because their receivers are actually too small, other than DeAndre Hopkins.
It would be funny though if like Xavier Worthy did the too small,
rocking the baby.
Yeah, rock the baby.
Money.
Give me that.
All 140 pounds of them. Yeah,
I'd appreciate it. Anyway, so you guys want to see Jaden Daniels versus Mahomes?
Yeah, that's what I want. I think it's a great story. I think it'd be a fun game. I'm
going to Buffalo, Washington. That's as far as what I want.
Okay.
I want the Bills to lose because my friend Steve in college never admitted he was a Bills fan, and I never got to bully him as a Patriots fan. So, F the Bills.
Okay.
If Patrick Mahomes had not flopped, I'm not kidding, I would be rooting for the Chiefs in this game. I'm rooting for just a tie in the AFC Championship game. A tie.
Bane? You're rooting for Bane?
I have no comment on the matter. That would involve death and destruction. I don't want that. There was a part of me that wanted the Commanders to win, but honestly, being an envious hater and someone who's a fan of Drake May, I can't believe I'm doing this. But while many Philadelphia Eagles fans are annoying, my stepdad is the man.
Ooh.
I think I'm rooting for the Eagles because they're the one team this week that hasn't been like, nobody believes in us. Shut up. No one cares. No one cares. Just go out and win, okay? And the Eagles have been getting hated on all year long, and they haven't complained about it once. At least that I can remember. They got drama going on the sidelines. They got AJ Brown reading books.
I think that's why I'm rooting against them. It's like, AJ Brown, get out of my face.
Yeah, I don't need the books.
Stop lying to me.
The gaslighting me?
Yeah, it does. What are we doing?
So I think of all the teams left, I want the Eagles to win.
Okay.
I reserve the right to change my mind, but that's where I'm at right now.
So you want the Eagles to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah. And I don't want anyone to win the AFC Championship game.
Wow.
Jaden Daniels going to the Super Bowl would make me want to jump off a bridge because of Caleb Williams.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't feel that way,
I forgot
Joe.
you guys have so much on the line with this.
I know, but like I have like a sneaky hate for the Eagles.
Wow.
I can't explain it. I've never really enjoyed them. Their fans annoy me. Every time I meet an Eagles fan,
they're a lot.
They annoy me.
I've rooted for them once in a game Paul remembers in the Super Bowl in 2017. The Nick Foles one.
I get it.
Ever since then, I think like the next year I rooted for him a little bit, just like it's the same crew. I was like, this is yucky. I don't like being lumped in with Philly fans.
Watching the first half of that game at Handlebar on Washington, and I was watching by myself because I was waiting for one of my friends who was not ready for the start of the Super Bowl, which kind of a red flag, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Big red flag.
There was this woman who actually was nice, who after the Eagles did literally anything, like we're talking 7-yard gains, she kept on going, boom, like just So after 2 quarters, I got old. I'll
Yeah,
admit.
they had like 500 yards of offense.
The first 2 quarters, especially, like the Eagles were doing whatever they wanted. Like the Patriots played really poorly in the first half.
Yeah.
So I heard boom shakalaka a lot to the point where I no longer ever want to play NBA Jam again.
That is a. Man, I don't know if I could do like a watch the Super Bowl at a bar. I don't think that'd be for me. I kind of like watching the Super Bowl by myself.
Yeah,
I go to a party every year, but like I kind of hate it.
Well, yeah, you know what?
But I love it.
People talk to you the whole time, and I have a hard time watching football and paying attention to the football when people are talking to me. And it's nothing against the people that are talking to me, but like college football, I love watching at a bar. The NFL and specifically the Texans, like I cannot watch with other people. And I'm so used. It's because I'm used to it because I've been going to so many Texans games at NRG Stadium, and you're supposed to shut up in the press box. And I've got my little Walkman in. I just don't talk to anybody for basically 4 hours.
Yeah, at least the Super Bowl party I normally go to now is like it's kind of there's like a secluded theater room where I can hang out, and normally the people in that room are quiet.
Okay.
Sometimes I get "Hey Joe" from Trey. Because he's usually at the Super Bowl party that I'm at. So
that's pretty good Trey.
That is a very good Trey.
Trey Campbell.
Trey killing Tony Campbell.
Yes. So sometimes he's there and that's an experience in itself. But when he's not asking me questions.
Can you give me a job, Trey?
That happened last year.
Yeah, that's what he does. He just will walk up to you and ask for a job.
I love him. He's funny.
He's great.
Trey's the best.
I got to say, I did not expect him to at the late Fred Fowler's service early last year. I did not expect Trey to turn it into essentially like a stand-up set, and there were a couple of moments where I was surprised by how hard I laughed. He did not pull punches.
He's good.
He is very good. I appreciated him doing that. Anyway, it is Gallant George. He's Joe. I am Paul. Sean's behind the glass. Speaking of the Super Bowl, did the Texans get closer to the Super Bowl because they moved on from Bobby Slowick? And we haven't talked about it in a bit. We talked about conference championship weekend. You know, the more I think about it, the more I'm just happy that this organization is willing to act as opposed to saying, yeah, it'll get better. Because they used to be patient to their own detriment when Bob McNair was running the show. And whether it's Cal McNair running the show or Hannah McNair is running it for Cal, I just think that this is an organization that is a lot more self-aware of who it of themselves than who they used to be.
And I think that they're more self-aware of also who they want to be. Like and they're willing to make the sacrifices financially to do it, which like that is that's a good thing for owners. You don't want to be the organization that sticks with coaches because there's plenty in the NFL. We see it every year. Where it's
Cowboys.
Like, this team is not going to fire their coach because they don't want to be in debt. They don't want to be paying a coach to not work here. Like they don't want that. They just let it draw out and ruin their franchise because they made a mistake and gave someone a 4-year contract. Like the Texans not being that, I do appreciate. Look, and they might get this wrong. This could be the wrong move. It's very possible. I think they got it right, but it's definitely possible that Bobby Slowick goes somewhere else and balls out, and this is a CJ Stroud problem. It's on the table. I don't think it will play out that way, but
wouldn't that be funny? Bobby Slowick's like the next Mike McDaniel.
I was gonna say
ripping vapes on the sideline,
or like Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan didn't he get like fired from one of the? Did he get fired from the Texans?
He did.
Yeah,
and he got fired
Mike
probably
McDaniel
in Cleveland.
Got fired from the Texans.
Yeah, he got fired in Cleveland. Yeah, that was more Manziel's fault, but yeah.
But he's got that one play they always show.
With the argument?
Yeah, the argument Johnny Manziel play.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's on the table that this is the start of Bobby Slowick's like revenge tour, and he's going to be an awesome coach for decades in the league. I don't know if football is quite. I don't know if I'm betting on that horse, the one that goes football is football, and we need to have fun to play better football. I don't know.
Gotta have fun.
I really wonder if the next place that Bobby Slowick works, if they dig up that audio like we did.
We might just have to send it to him. Like if we know anyone.
No. They have to find it on their own.
Oh,
we're gonna
make
let
them work for it.
We're gonna let them discover that surprise on their own.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking of who has an OC opening.
I know one. Could he join Ben Johnson?
I don't know. I think it
I
might
will
work.
send it to all of my friends.
I think
Say, you need to show this to everyone.
I think it might work.
Jacksonville has an opening now. They have a head coach, but they have an opening.
Yeah. By the way, just wrapping up NFL talk. Pete Carroll's the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. I know, like on a day like today, that
I know.
completely falls through the cracks. The Cowboys are supposed to be hiring Brian Schottenheimer any moment. Rex Ryan might be the defensive coordinator, but this Liam Cohen situation
is wild.
It is really wild. Honestly, I feel like we might have to table it until next week. But
Yeah.
Liam,
Review. Yeah.
let's just say Liam Cohen, the man does not seem to have much loyalty, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Looking out for number one.
You should look out for number
Look
one.
out for LC.
Mm-hmm.
That's what D'Amico's doing. He's looking out for number one.
Yeah.
He's looking out for himself by firing Bobby Sloak.
If you want to weigh in on that, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. The latest on the Texans moving on from Bobby Sloak. And if you have any thoughts on this Astro door that's ajar for Alex Bregman, you can weigh in on that too. Stick around.
football is football. What's happening, it's football.
That is former Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. The Texans moved on from him today about an hour and 40 minutes ago. I think it's a step in the right direction for the Texans, at least showing that there's a sense of urgency, that they realized the offense did not live up to expectations. Who they hire next, that is a they problem. I am not going to suggest anybody, Joe. I feel like we could play Name Some Guys radio, and we have been, and we've been having some fun with it too. But ultimately, the right hire, it's going to be really difficult for D'Amico to figure that out. And I think he's going to have to go outside of his circle of NFL buddies to do it, because they're going to, I think, need to have maybe not a completely different approach on offense, but a different approach of some sort. So we'll see what they do next.
Yeah, I did think the more we've talked through this, since the news broke, I do think it's important for me that the next Texans offensive coordinator is a play caller and someone that has experience calling plays, because you've done this with Bobby now, right? Where you brought in someone that had never called plays before, and yes, it started off well, but that's where I think like the Bobby Slow experiment fails, is that when things don't go well, he doesn't know where to turn to. He doesn't know where to adjust to. He's never he will be better off at his next job than he was at this one. But I would rather just bring in someone that has some experience. And we talked about the guys on the staff with Gerard Johnson. Like I saw Aaron Wilson tweet, I forgot this guy's on the staff, but that's why Bill Lazor could be a candidate. Like he has called plays as an offensive coordinator in the past.
Lazor.
So that's the only thing for me that, Paul, that truly matters, is that I want someone to come in that has called plays before and has just more experience in the NFL. Like I don't need someone who's totally green and new. I just think it's more challenging to see that working, personally.
So who is it? Who's the top? Who's the idea?
I think Chip Kelly's the ideal.
I just saw this tweet from Landry Locker, who does a fantastic job covering the Texans online. Chip Kelly was one of the guys D'Amico Ryans mentioned at his opening presser as someone he learned a lot from. That is correct. Has always spoken highly of him.
And Chip, to me, makes it if you can afford him, it makes a lot of sense.
If you can lure him away. I think that's not... I bet they can afford him. Can you lure him away from a job where he will have security probably forever, assuming that he stays in that role? Because, I mean, if you're even the new head coach at Ohio State and you got this guy hanging around, someone who's been a head coach at the college level, at the NFL level before, and is probably sick and tired of that song and dance, especially in the NIL era. I mean, what a right-hand man to have. And also, now that Ryan Day's won a national title, even if they're not beating Michigan, I mean, Ohio State definitely is keeping Ryan Day for at least the next 4 years. I don't think they're going to pull a who's the guy at Auburn that got fired like a couple of years after he'd won the national title?
Gene Chizik.
That.
And
or Ed Orgeron.
And what if that's a good call. What if Ryan Day became, the Cowboys head coach? Chip Kelly would be the next in line to be the head coach at Ohio State. Like if he wanted to be a head coach again.
I think he's done.
I kind of do too.
I think he's done being a head coach in college football.
And that's why I do wonder if you can pull him away, because if he left UCLA because he didn't want to deal with NIL and recruiting, he's still dealing with that. Like Jeremiah Smith is going to be a sophomore in college next year, and he's reportedly today getting $4.5 million as a sophomore to stay at Ohio State. Like he's going to be a $10 million player next year to not enter the transfer portal. So if Chip Kelly really is done with all of that stuff, I could see why
he's head
he
coach.
would
He
leave.
is done with it.
I was going to say, I wonder how much he does actually have to deal with it, because
I bet a lot less.
And just now talking Ohio State Buckeyes here, but their wide receiver coach, Brian Hartline's one of the best wide receiver coaches in the country. He could be an offensive coordinator, probably head coach if he wanted to. Ohio State alum. He's the guy who does most of the recruiting for at least the receivers and really the offense as a whole, that he's the one that kind of drives that stuff. So I wonder how much Chip Kelly actually has to spend time on the phone with 19-year-old Jeremiah Smith.
I don't know if I read it in a story or if I read a direct quote from Chip Kelly, but the implication was this is just a lot easier to do this. He just gets to focus on the offense and the football. And sure, you can do that at the NFL level too, but you're not in charge of the roster you get. And to be perfectly honest, if I were in Chip Kelly's shoes, would I want to go leave Ohio State where I will have the pick of whoever I want pretty much in the country? Like who's out recruiting Ohio State these days? Nick Saban's gone. You know? Like they are the center of the college football universe, especially because they won the national title. And I dump on their fans all the time because they're annoying, but I mean, they have been the model program in a post Nick Saban world for a very long time, even if they haven't won the national title every year.
Yeah, no, they're up there with they're never bad. Like that's the easiest way to all these other like top level programs. Like they can hire a coach who messes it up. Ohio State's like impossible to mess up.
I mean,
so
Michigan was bad like 5 years ago.
Yeah, just like name a team. Like they have stretches where they're bad. Ohio State doesn't.
I almost forgot that Urban Meyer was the coach, you know? Like I had to think for a second. Like, wait, because they had Jim Tressel, then they had Urban Meyer, and now they have Mr. Born on third base, Ryan Day, and even he's winning.
Urban Meyer? OC? No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the perfect
I don't
guy
want
is.
Urban
Yeah.
Meyer. I don't want Urban Meyer in Houston distracting people that I pursue who are
you don't want them at the porch swing pub.
I don't
want that competition.
I don't want to compete with Urban Meyer. Okay, I'm a small enough fish in this town. I don't want Urban Meyer going after people my age. Okay,
I do think that for the Texans, it does kind of it's a lot like a college football head coaching search, where it's like we have the number one target, make them say no, and then you get into the more realistic. And I think that's what Chip Kelly is. It's like, is he even interested? Let's call him and see. And it's probably not going to work out. Then you can move on into the, Clint Kubiak's, Mike LaFleur's, that kind of level, more NFL, more, reasonable hires than the home run swing.
Yeah, and there's a million different ways they can go. As long as I want them to hire someone who's called plays before, and I want them to take a little bit of time. You can't take forever. Like you are this is the right, like they had to make this decision today also because like people are going to start getting hired. Like now that Jacksonville, Vegas, Chicago, like all these jobs are basically filled besides Dallas and New Orleans. Every job is filled. And the only OC that's been hired so far is Josh McDaniels for the Patriots. So you're going to start seeing a lot of movement happening in the NFL. So like the Texans do have to act quickly, but they also they need to be thorough. Like the idea of just hiring like the next guy that D'Amico knows, unless he knew going into his press conference, unless he had guys in mind already.
That's what I was going to say.
Which is possible. Like that he already has like a list of like it's going to be one of these three guys.
Yeah, it could be fast where they fired Sloak because they know they have someone else already lined up, and that person also has ideas for who the offensive line coach should be because they have more than one vacancy right now.
And that's a lot of people's Gerard Johnson theory of why he's going to be the next OC, because people think that because of the reports of him, being this involved with the Jets search, that you had to move on it immediately.
Yeah,
he did create a little leverage for himself for sure. And I mean, there's a lot of that going on. I think that the Raiders getting the deal done with Pete Carroll to be their head coach was certainly spurred on by that report that he had talked, Pete Carroll, with Jerry Jones. And Pete, who, I used to interview on a weekly basis for 2 years. Pete has a lot of friends in the media. And that story out there, I remember seeing it. I was like, I want to believe he'd go to the Dallas Cowboys, but nah, he's using them to get a little extra money. And, we'll see what happens there. I'm really interested in the idea of Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll
fascinating
reunited.
Right? Mending fences.
Pete is so damn positive, and I truly love Pete. Pete was awesome to talk with. I thought he was always pretty forthcoming, except for the one time he lied about not firing Brian Schottenheimer, which would be really funny if that's who they end up with at the head coach is the Dallas Cowboys. But Pete's too positive. If he forgets working with Russell Wilson was a massive pain in the ass already.
I know.
I suppose Russell's reflective now. Anyway, sorry.
If I was Russell Wilson, I would love to go to Vegas because you have Brock Bowers and then Michael Mayer as their two tight ends.
Well,
so it's like, I kind of like that.
Also, it's very funny, the idea of Russell Wilson going to Vegas, because when he was trying to get traded away from the Seahawks,
Oh yeah,
with the list of teams.
Oh, that's right. It was like the Bears,
no,
the
but it wasn't a
Raiders.
trade request. It was
wasn't
just
trade
a list
request.
of teams he wanted.
If they traded him, these are the teams he'd want to get traded to. I know. Anyway, I don't want to make this too much about the Seahawks. This is just me revealing what's behind the kimono a little bit. Texans move on from Bobby Slowick. We touched on Chip Kelly. That Chip Kelly is a logical, okay, this makes sense given that he's talked up Chip Kelly. He's learned a lot from Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly theoretically could teach D'Amico a little bit more as a head coach. You should always be trying to get better. You should always be trying to improve. After that, you do have to wonder who's realistic for them to bring in. I do think that given who the quarterback is, given what the defense is on the other side of things, the talent on the roster, even if they might have to do some reshuffling on the offensive line and at wide receiver, I do think this is a very attractive job. And it's smart to have opened it while things are getting to a point where there could be potentially more openings or more coaches who are still coaching getting jobs elsewhere.
Best job, right? Not even close. What else? What's better than this?
For offensive coordinator openings?
Because you're gonna be the play caller. So like obviously like Jacksonville, Chicago, like their head coaches are gonna call plays.
You would think.
CJ Stroud's a better quarterback than both Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams, anyways.
At this point in time, correct.
He's a better quarterback. Baker Mayfield, I don't want to disrespect Baker. I've been the Bucs job might be better.
I would rather coach a guy who's 6'3" than a guy who's 5'.
Yeah, the only argument for Tampa is their last two
thanks,
offensive
Baker.
coordinators have become head coaches the year after they got hired. So it does seem to be a very upward moving position. But I would say I would take the Texans job over Tampa. I think they'll be, but it's gonna be better than the Jets job that opens. It's gonna be better than the Raiders job. And then whatever the trickle down effect is, like it really might come down to like, would you rather be the offensive coordinator for like Dak Prescott or for CJ Stroud? It's gonna be so. I think it's the best job open. So it should, in theory, attract the best candidates with that.
I do wonder if the Eagles' offensive coordinator position opens if they win the Super Bowl to the Cowboys, hire Kellen Moore,
or if he goes to the Saints.
Fair,
because he's like more of a head coaching option who could move, and then the trickle down from there. I know you said you don't want to talk Seattle, but isn't the Seattle OC job open?
I think it is. That's not a great. That's not
I just another one that's open. It just crossed my mind as one that's open.
That's fair. I mean, you'd have options, but their route to the young quarterback that can actually win for them is going to be pretty difficult.
If we're turning our nose up at Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott, like sorry, Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Now it is Jared Goff, but the Lions job is open. So
that is a good offense.
That's a good one.
The offense worked.
Yeah. So there are good jobs open. So the Texans are towards the top of all the OCs that are job.
Yeah, probably like top three.
They're top three for sure.
Yeah, better.
So,
I know the Raiders you do not want to be Pete Carroll's offensive coordinator.
No, talk about the opposite of upward move. Although Brian Schottenheimer now a head coach.
Yeah, all this time
not
later.
officially.
The launch pad from Pete Carroll 5 years ago.
I would say like that is the gig of all the ones that are currently open. That's the one you want the least. Pete Carroll's offensive coordinator.
Get to coach Aiden O'Connell.
Yes. Working with Pete would it would be fun to be around his energy. You would be frustrated by his random conservatism.
That makes
sense. Is that why he didn't work in Seattle? Oh, you mean offensive conservatism?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I probably
except for that one time where he should have been conservative.
That one big one that he messed up.
The irony.
I mean,
he changed his stripes
just because he wanted to give Russell Wilson his moment.
Dan Campbell would never have done that.
No.
Not Shane Waldron. Speaking of Pete Carroll, not Shane Waldron for offensive coordinator for this job.
Not Shane Waldron.
You know what? I will say, I would be intrigued by Thomas Brown, who was the interim head coach for the Bears. He did interview to be the head coach for the Texans. He's been the interim head coach in both Carolina and Chicago. Like he did before he became the full-time interim head coach when he was just the replacement OC. He did move forward. Like that's a guy who Sean McVay speaks very, very highly of. So that might be another one too.
Didn't they interview him before?
Yeah, he was in the Lovey cycle.
Gotcha.
When they interviewed him.
That's it.
Yeah,
right.
I think it was the Lovey cycle.
They've had so many.
Honestly, it might have been the D'Amico cycle. I can't remember.
Because I think the D'Amico one would have been after he was the Carolina interim?
Yeah, because
Am
he
I
was
right?
interim for Frank Reich after Frank Reich got
They
fired.
fired so many coaches.
It's so hard to keep track of. Like,
So January 17th, 2023. This is before they hired Lovie Smith after seeming like. Wait, hang on.
No,
a second.
January 23 is before they hired D'Amico.
Yeah, this is before they hired D'Amico. So this is one of the last interviews that they did before D'Amico. The
Okay.
Texans interviewed Los Angeles Rams assistant head coach and tight ends coach Thomas Brown for their head coaching position January 17th, 2023. Okay. So, yeah, they've at least talked to him. They're aware of him. I don't know if D'Amico's talked to him.
that's always and how much power do you think this is obviously a guess. We don't know the answer to this question, but like how much do you think this is Caserio and D'Amico working together?
It has to be.
Yeah.
I think it's a joint.
And that's why I think looking at it from the angle of like it's only what D'Amico knows, I think is short-sighted because like yes, he is the head coach of this team, but he's doing himself a disservice if he's not relying on Nick Caserio and Bill Lazor and these guys who are on his staff who have worked elsewhere to like find new candidates. Like if he's just going to be like, it's who I knew in San Francisco or who was on the Texans, who was a coach now in the NFL or who was a coach on the Eagles when I was there, like it's incredibly short-sighted. So I would think like they're going to work pretty hand in hand with this.
Yeah, and it's not a situation where you feel like the coach is kind of getting the keys taken away from him by the GM or vice versa, that the GM is on a shorter lease and that the coach has more sway in the building. I think that this, like most personnel decisions that it feels like the Texans have made, as far as the roster and stuff, it does feel like it's going to be a joint kind of decision.
I feel that he should have some input on that. I think also, though, you got to convince D'Amico that these people are worth working with. To my knowledge, and I think this is also one of the better things about the Texans since Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have taken over, and since Jack Easterby, who was 100% the squeaky wheel where all the leaks were coming from, when there were leaks, that he is out and that it is D'Amico and Nick Caserio. I do not know anything about their working relationship. I know when they did their introductory press conference together, it was, insert a laugh track from a sitcom. Beep, 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 beep. They were laughing at everything they were saying. And I remember having covered Nick Caserio the year before and inventing the character Robo Caserio, where like he's just talking and talking and talking. And I don't know if I'm hearing anything. I feel like I'm in philosophy class at 8 a.m. at Syracuse University again. Many a times in those classes, I found myself waking up after having passed out. My poor professor. I did all right in that class. I did get an A-, but it was too warm. I was wearing a hoodie.
Cozy.
But I wonder what those two are like together. And does D'Amico say, these are the guys I want to talk to? When Nick says, these are the guys I want you to talk to. These are the guys I want to talk to. So it will be an interesting process. And I know a lot of people are also going to say CJ Stroud should get a seat at the table. And call me old school, but F that. I don't like that. I think CJ Stroud thinks he knows more than he does at this point. I think most young people at this phase in their careers think they do. And perhaps there is some wisdom that he can share with them as they go about their process. But I think generally you want to keep players out of making decisions about personnel and coaching because generally they just don't have the experience or breadth of knowledge to know who is who and what is what. And I would just point to whenever they talk about free agents and receivers and drafting receivers that they should sign. Like I remember Russell Wilson did that, and Wilson had been in the NFL like a decade longer than Stroud at that point.
Yeah, I think that last part's also a big one too, where do you really want to start doing this year 2 or after year 2? Because then like year 10, he's going to be hiring your coaches. I think that it's not yet. I think you need to make it with him in mind, make the decision with him in mind. You needed to just understand what CJ likes and doesn't like, but you don't really need to actually have him included or run anything by him.
Yeah, like it's CJ, do you like the offense that we were running? Like the style of offense? And he's like, nope, hated it. I would keep that in mind.
Yeah.
If he says, nope, I absolutely love it, and it's the only offense I want to run, I would say, well, we're going to do what's best for the organization and who we hire.
But you take that
we'll
into
keep that in mind. Because, like, what does CJ Stroud, like, who does he know? Like, talk about coaching tree. Like,
He was talking about continuity, and I was thinking about it. He's
had 2 coaches.
Yeah, since high school, it's been Ryan Day at Ohio State, and it's been Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
As the offensive coordinator.
So, like, what is it? Brian Hartline going to be the next offensive coordinator? He's going to go from wide receiver coach at Ohio State to offensive coordinator because, like, if that's
it won't be
like,
Brian Hartline.
No, it will not be.
Brian
But
Hartline.
like, continuity is going to be it's impossible, and sometimes it's also it's something I think younger people, like I remember when I was younger, like not knowing this, change is good. Like not being status quo can be a very good thing for you. So I know CJ said
I agree.
You want continuity.
Yeah, you can
but
adjust.
maybe you don't need it. Like maybe you don't need someone that's run the Ohio State offense or the Kyle Shanahan offense. Like it's okay for change. Change can be a very good positive thing. And you don't know it till you experience it.
Exactly. And we'll see if CJ's open to it and if he tries to weigh in on it. I think at this point in time, CJ hasn't really shown an inclination to wield his power in the same way that we saw when I covered him in Seattle, Russell Wilson do, with pressure that he put on through his agent. I forget his agent's name. I don't want to remember his agent's name. His agent was annoying. But also I'd say the same thing with Deshaun Watson. I remember Deshaun was, after they fired O'Brien, was pissed. And he wanted to have input in who was going to be the next head coach. And I think the reporting was that he wanted Eric Bieniemy.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are 100% right.
So, again, you got to be, listen, I do not know what Bieniemy would have been as a head coach. We would have known for sure, honestly, had the Texans listened to Deshaun Watson. But do you want the Texans to listen to any player, even if it's the quarterback? Personally, I do not. I know, like, oh, your input is valuable, blah, 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 blah. And to a degree, but, like, how much of a degree?
No, the only people who should be making the real decision are D'Amico and Nick Caserio. Like, the McNairs should not really have a say in this. The fans should not have a say in this. The players should have their voices heard. The alumni, who I think are a big reason why D'Amico is the head coach, should not have a say in who the next offensive coordinator is. Like, D'Amico should not be calling up Andre Johnson being like, what do you think? Like, it's D'Amico and Nick Caserio are the only ones that should be making this decision because they will lose their jobs if they get this wrong. Like they might get, D'Amico might get a third OC if he has to fire this next one. But this is a huge hire for the future of this franchise. I mean, this is a bigger hire than hiring D'Amico potentially.
Whoa.
Well, because if you get it wrong, D'Amico's not your coach.
Yeah, I do think you bring in D'Amico, though. It's like, it's completely shifted the vibes. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Though. Like, now, I mean, listen, you don't look back. You don't look in the rearview mirror. You push forward. You got to keep pushing forward and push forward. Sorry, that got stuck in my head. There's this. I'm not even going to go.
What did you watch last night?
No, nothing.
Some movie.
The Equalizer.
That's right.
Oh,
first half of it.
Oh,
finally.
You didn't finish it?
No, I didn't finish it.
The Denzel one?
Yeah, I had insomnia, and amazingly, watching the movie made me fall asleep. But
That
not
is
that it was a bad movie. Like, I fell asleep after the bad Russian guy choked someone out. But yeah. Anyway, no one cares about that.
Don't worry, he gets equalized.
Damn
No
it!
spoilers.
Spoiler. It's a safe assumption. There's sequels. You know, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Bobby Slowick fired as Texans offensive coordinator. You want to weigh in on that? We'll keep talking about it. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter that promo code BET975, and they are going to double your initial deposit. If you're an existing customer, you get a reload bonus entering that same code. And every Thursday is a risk-free bet Thursday. That means you can bet on anything, and if you lose, you get your money back. So, the big conference championship games this weekend. First up, 2 p.m. on Fox, Commanders, Higgles, Philadelphia, a 6-point favorite. Who will I pick? Guess you're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Bills, Chiefs, 1.5-point favorites. Who am I going to pick? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. But at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, you can say F Paul. I don't care about what he says. I just want to gamble. And mybookie.ag makes it so easy to do it. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Texans moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick earlier today. You want to weigh in on it? You still can at 713-780-3776 to call, to text as we go into the weekend on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Gary has a thought on the HRP listener line. Gary, what's up, dude?
Hey, good evening, guys. Hey, help me out. I'm not sure. About the Cowboys. I think when they started off 1-15 or so, I think they added pieces in that OC, the offensive coordinator, for most of your great teams. I may be wrong. Have stood the test of time 3-4 years, but they got players like when Tom Brady. Each year they built on players. I'm not sure. And for D'Amico and this other guy, the one they just fired, I forgot his name, you just mentioned it, when it's only 2 years, and I don't know of many teams who won their conferences, I mean, as first-year coaches, offensive coordinators, quarterbacks, and the head coach. Maybe they have been, but I don't know of many. I think they were just a lot of, each year the teams improved and got better and better with one player and another player and another player, not offensive coordinator over and over and over. But I could be wrong. If you guys can help me out with that, I appreciate it, because I thought he should have stayed at least another year, because if I'm D'Amico Ryans and I get this next guy and we blow it, I don't care, unless he has a Super Bowl winning pedigree, I'm winning my division, and I may be a player or two away, or I may be just a healthy person away from over that hump. You know, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll give you the answer here, Gary. Appreciate the phone call. So I think Gary was asking, like, hey, when Jimmy Johnson first took over the Cowboys after a 1-15 season, they went 7-9 in 1990. And after that year, they hired Norv Turner for the 1991 season. They got smoked by the Lions in the second round of the playoffs, but 92, 93, they won the Super Bowl with Norv Turner running the show. And I think after that year, Norv Turner went on to be the head coach of the then Washington Redskins. Turner had been the LA Rams wide receiver coach for 6 years before that. And his background before that, he had been at USC from 1976 to 1984, then the Rams. So he was in LA for a really long time. Did anyone think that Norv Turner was the main reason that the Cowboys offense came together when it had Troy Aikman, and it had Emmitt Smith, and it had Michael Irvin, and it had Jay Novacek, and it had that offensive line with so many good players? No, it did get better over time. But it did help to get Norv Turner, who is considered one of the best offensive minds in NFL history and has had a couple of maybe not so successful stints as a head coach, but was always very much appreciated as someone calling the plays. And that's what you're looking for. Are you going to find it? I don't know. I really don't. But you can't get it twisted about if we're using the Cowboys as an example. The Cowboys found a lot of talent, while the Patriots, I think the Patriots like made the most that they could happen with less. And you could argue that they kind of got in the way of acquiring the most talent they possibly could because they're kind of cheap. And Tom Brady overcame a lot of BS, and their defense was really good, which helped them out and helped the offense overachieve. But you're in a situation, though, right now where the defense is so effing good, and you might have an opportunity here that you would miss on if you were not to try to make the offense improve after a year where it takes a step back. And going into next year with the exact same everything, and then, of course, having to make some changes at the wide receiver position because you don't know what's going on with Stephon Diggs or Tank Dell. Are you going to bring back Diggs after a torn ACL and he's in his 30s? Or is Tank Dell ever going to be the same guy again? Like, you got a lot of decisions that you got to make. And I mean, this is probably one where if you're going into it with the same guys you did the year before, it's like going back in time to keeping Gary Kubiak too long, keeping Rick Smith as GM too long, keeping Bill O'Brien too long.
Yeah, and to Gary, what you were asking too, like, yes, the Texans are the first time in which a quarterback and coach have joined a team and won the division in back-to-back years. They were the first team duo to accomplish that. So, like, I get your logic behind wanting to have an offensive coordinator, stick around to try to accomplish things for the third year. To me, what this tells me is that while people have, kind of deflected the idea that the Texans' expectations for this year were to reach the AFC Championship game or to reach the Super Bowl, because Nick Caserio wouldn't answer the question directly, nor would D'Amico Ryans. What this season tells you is that Bobby Slowick, they think he's the reason why they failed to reach farther heights this season. They failed to reach their expectations.
Yeah.
If they thought they hit their mark this year and they thought it was all on the players this year, then they would have kept Bobby Slowick and Chris Strouser. If they thought it was just replacing players, then that's all they would do. So there's at least some proportional blame that is going on here between the players and the coaches. But they wouldn't have fired Bobby Slowick if they thought it wasn't his fault. They clearly think it's his fault. At least majority is on him, and that's why they replaced him. They are not satisfied with winning 20 games in 2 years and winning the division. They want more. They should want more. So they've told you enough about their expectations for this year and that they failed to meet them. That they expect to reach farther heights next year with a new coach. And they should.
I'm with you. From the 409, maybe D'Amico should run his candidates by Jeff Bagwell. Hey, that's for Reggie Jackson, who's no longer part of the Astros organization. But Mr. October, although the Texans were 5-1 in October.
So what is it, Andre?
Yeah, I think Andre Johnson is the closest thing they have to Bagwell.
Brian Cushing?
Let's
Arian
do
Foster?
It. Let's do it.
Definitely not.
I'm in.
No Arian.
Why no Arian?
What?
He doesn't watch football.
Fresh pair of vibes.
The freshest set of vibes.
They are very fresh.
They're very fresh.
You go, hey, Aaron, what do you think of Saquon Barkley? He's like, who? Who's this? What? Charles Barkley's kid?
All right, guys. Let's do a little pick six. No line for this game, but it's Saturday. The Houston Cougars and Kansas Jayhawks. It opened on most books at Kansas by 8.5. Now it's Kansas by 4.5 to 5.5. No line yet at mybookie.ag. Promo code bet975. Check tomorrow.
So we're going 4.5 is the number we're betting on here?
Yeah.
All right. Have I watched any college basketball games this year? Nope. What do
I'll
I
watch
care?
this one, though.
Go Cougs, baby.
Go Cougs.
Give me the Cougs plus 4.5.
The Cougs are 7th ranked. Kansas is 12th ranked.
Well,
Remember.
Disrespectful.
Remember the time that they absolutely smoked Kansas. Was that the end of last year?
Yes.
Yeah. And then that white guy came in at the end of the game. Not that I see color. And just rained 9 points of death upon
Ryan
Kansas.
Elvin.
Hell yeah. Remember the Elvin. Oh. Sorry.
Maybe so you take it.
I'm also going Cougs.
Let's go.
Go Cougs. Our beloved Cougs.
Cougum.
6:30 Space City Home Network. The Houston Rockets take on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Again, no line at mybookie.ag. Promo code bet975. But the Cavs tonight, 10.5-point favorites against the 76ers. Are the Cavs going to be able to beat the Rockets at home on the second night of a back-to-back? Huh?
Take this one straight up then.
I'm going to see if I can find it on another website. The Cavaliers are 1.5-point favorites for Saturday's game. Showdown.
I'm going to take the Cavs minus 1.5.
Bro. Second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
That is true. Wait, are they at home tonight? No, they're in Philly tonight, so they are going to have to travel.
Yeah, but Philly does suck, so they'll probably be able to rest their starters.
Yeah, they are 10.5-point favorites against the Sixers tonight.
Late flight. It'll be a late flight out of Philadelphia.
I don't think it's that far.
Rockets. Joe George doesn't believe in them.
Oh.
Good. That too.
Give me the Cavs. They have revenge on their mind.
I'm going to take the Rockets because we're just going straight pander this weekend. I'm doing terrible in the standings. That's all I can do. Also,
you're not that far back.
Speaking of Rockets, Goon, I think there will be a scuffle in this one. They just played each other.
Ooh. You know what? That's a bonus one for Paul.
Okay.
Bonus win for Paul.
Paul can get 2 right.
2.5. Oh, is it 1.5 or is it at half? Half a fight or 1.5 fights?
What's that? Half a fight.
Half a fight. You get more than half a fight.
Hell yeah.
And that counts as a win. Doesn't count as a loss.
Yes.
All right,
okay.
cool.
Rockets fight +1. I'll put that. Got that in my notes here.
Wait, is it +1.5 or is it +1?
No. If there's a Rockets fight, you get
it's
you
plus
get an extra.
Oh,
you
gotcha.
You get one in the win column.
Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure if
That's gonna be so confusing.
Committee vote. Committee vote on what a fight is as we see it. We have to see the
multiple
fight first.
players shove each other and have to be separated because let's be honest, no one's going to punch each other.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
They have to come together and make contact.
Rockets, go!
They can't just be like yelling at each other and get separated.
I'm like, now just Paul's gonna be at a bar on Saturday, just going, "Good!"
Like it's a hockey game.
Yeah, we'll see. We will see. That'll be funny at McIntyre's. Just like, goon it! Goon it up! Shed goon! Sunday, conference championship weekend, 2:00. The Commanders in Philly against the Eagles. The Eagles, 6-point favorites.
I'm going to take the Washington Commanders to win this game. I know the one time they won, Mr. Kenny Two Gloves Pickett was the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. I do not care. I am taking Washington and Jaden Daniels.
To win and cover or just to win?
To cover and win.
Wow.
But right now, I only have to take the points.
Whoa.
Okay.
So I'll take the plus.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were just taking them to cover or taking them to win. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's all that matters
But
ultimately.
I have Washington. I'm going to go Washington KC in the Super Bowl. So
Okay. Interesting. Already teasing your pick for what's up next. Sean, who you got?
Give me the Eagles at home. I think they are going to be able to do whatever they want on the ground against the Washington Commanders, who throughout this year, not just against Saquon Barkley, which we talked about earlier, they have not been successful in stopping a ground attack, and now they're playing the best running back in the league and a team with a hobbled quarterback that all they want to do is run the football. So give me the Eagles. I won't try to spell it doing the chant like that one lady.
the mayor?
The mayor, yeah.
Always a bad look when your politician
Can't spell?
can't remember the team names.
Spelling's bad. Team name I would almost be more okay with. But like you should know how to spell the word eagle.
You should know the chant.
I mean, yes, but at the very least, you should be able to spell a 6-letter word.
Yeah, because even like if it was like out of rhythm, like you would still get embarrassed, but at least you spelled it right.
It's incredible just how out of touch politicians are, and they always prove it whenever they try to talk about sports. Whether it's like Ted Cruz is a fan of every team in Texas, even though he went to Yale, Harvard, both,
something like that.
Something like that.
Keep our sports out of your politics.
Listen, they're the only team that hasn't bitched and moaned about not being believed in. I think they're going to be focused.
We believe in them.
We've been waiting. We have been waiting for them to put together the convincing and complete effort that hasn't happened really all year long, outside of maybe the first time against the Rams. So I'm going to do it. And hey, Philadelphia Eagles lady, what was she? A senator?
Mayor.
She's the mayor.
Yeah,
that's
even worse, right?
Oh, for God's sake!
I thought it was like city council. Or
No,
something.
mayor.
Yeah, that's tough.
Listen,
What did she say? ESGL.
It was like
Oh.
It was like
No,
ELGES.
Yeah, she skipped like 2 letters. I
Yeah.
think.
I'm going to do it. Fly, Eagles, fly
Save this.
on the road to victory. Fight, 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 Eagles, fight. Score a touchdown. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit them low, hit them high. Throw a battery in the sky. That's not the words. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. IGGLES, Eagles, because they say Eagles. Get it right, lady.
Yeah.
Because you just sang that for me like that, I feel inspired.
Yeah?
I'm not going to pick the Eagles, but I might go home and watch Invincible, the Vince Papale story.
Nice. Nice. 5:30, Bills, Chiefs, game of the week, game of the year. I want to pick Buffalo from this perspective. Like you would think, given how good Josh Allen has been against the against the Chiefs, that eventually this is going to turn into a win. Josh Allen has awesome numbers against the Chiefs in the regular season. He has even better numbers against the Chiefs in the playoffs. It is honestly insane. James Palmer put together the comparison. Regular season, he's 4-1. The Bills have averaged 25.8 points a game. They've scored 13 total touchdowns, 4 turnovers. But in the playoffs, they're averaging 28 points a game. They're averaging nearly 50 more yards a game. They have 9 total touchdowns and 1 turnover. And yet they can't get it done because the Chiefs, they just keep on doing Chiefs things. And yeah, the Bills did beat the Chiefs last time around in the regular season in Buffalo. But, I mean, 6 straight AFC championship appearances. Patrick Mahomes can pass Joe Montana with 17 postseason wins and 5 Super Bowl starts. I'm not going against history. Chiefs are winning and covering.
What's the line? 1.5?
Sorry? 1.5.
If they could play this game with just the men on the field, not those scumbags in black and white, I might take the Bills. But
you think the refs are going to help them out?
Of course they are. And these people who pretend like they like Houston sports but are Chiefs fans are going to have to keep yelling into the night about the Kansas City Chiefs and their terrible flopping and defending them. So Chiefs win. I'll take the cover. 1.5.
Let's go.
I'm going with the Bills because
America's team.
No. Well, yes, because they're America's team. Because no, I don't believe in the Chiefs. What have the Chiefs ever done? I also believe in Clete Blakeman.
Yeah?
Bills, 5-2 with Clete Blakeman
This guy's the
calling
head
the
ref.
game. Chiefs, 3-4. And that's the Chiefs who are 3-4. The Chiefs do not lose very often. When they do, Clete Blakeman's on the sideline calling them for ticky-tack stuff, I'm assuming. Or maybe it's not correlated. It's just whatever. Still, give me the refs. Give me the Buffalo Bills. I don't believe in you. It's Allenhead Stadium.
Allenhead Stadium. Damn, dude, don't motivate the Chiefs. Don't motivate the Chiefs.
Can I change my line to Chiefs -10 now after Sean said that? You just guaranteed me a victory.
I do think the NFL is probably given the backlash to what happened in the Texans-Chiefs game. I think they're going to let them play a little more. I think that they are self-aware enough to always react in extreme manners to when people get pissed at them. See what happened with the Texans and Azeez Al-Shaair. So that's my hope, at least, is that the NFL is like, okay, we gotta let this thing play out a little bit more. It did get a little ridiculous with those 2 calls. I don't think the Chiefs are necessarily always the beneficiaries of the refs. I think the Chiefs don't screw up, and just about every other team out there does. If you want to win on the road, Josh Allen, you can't do a Josh Allen boner moment, which occasionally those happen with him.
They do. Yeah, it is like, especially like, I think it's a good point because these 2 teams or these quarterbacks are going to be running a ton. Like they're going to be outside the pocket, trying to make big plays. It is going to be very obvious if the refs favor the Chiefs because Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes are going to be in the same positions quite frequently in this game. So I kind of hope to.
By the way,
want
Mahomes
to backtrack.
Allen gets more roughing the passer calls than anybody.
I know. I think I want the Bills to win now. I'm picking the Chiefs, but
if the Chiefs had not beaten the Texans, I would be rooting for the Chiefs in this game. I'm rooting for no one in this game. I refuse to root for the Buffalo Bills. Sorry, can't do it.
Paul's other +1 gamble here is Bane moment.
No. I'm not betting on that to happen.
+10.
No, I'm not betting.
You get 10 right.
I want a tie and for the Super Bowl to be decided by the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
What's Sean McDermott's speech about this weekend?
Benedict Arnold.
Mm.
You know what he saw when he saw the promised land of England? He said to himself, you know what? I'm going to join the English. I don't know. He's going to do something stupid. Listen, I'm not as good on the fly of thinking up like who are people that did bad things to America.
What did you drop earlier? Was it Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, I did. I didn't want to do Pearl Harbor.
Going to bring up Yamamoto.
Yeah.
Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't know.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't work.
Yeah. Doesn't work. No. Sorry. I wish I had something.
John Wilkes Booth.
William,
What?
William Sherman.
William Tecumseh Sherman.
Yeah.
I do declare that man was a menace, and he burned down my front porch.
JFK. It's been declassified.
Oh, that's true.
So he's gonna feel inspired.
He's gonna have so much material to work with after these get declassified.
Yeah, he's gonna feel inspired to tell the real story.
Let me tell you about the CIA. Play like the music from Any Given Sunday in the background. Let me tell you about the CIA when JFK was stopping them from doing what they wanted to do. You know what they did? First off, they found a crazy person to call a patsy. Second off, they found a random degenerate gambler to shoot him while he was leaving a theater. Then they killed that guy too. People didn't think the CIA could cover it up for all these years. But guess what? They covered it up, and now all the people that would face consequences for it are dead. Dead, gone forever.
And that's how you cover Travis Kelce.
Woo! There we go. Thanks, Sean. On that note, Bobby Slowick's gone. Do we play it one last time as we send him off on a Viking funeral? You know, we've put Bobby Slowick's offense aboard a canoe, and we have loaded it with fire, and it is adrift. And as I shoot the bow that is notched with an arrow that is inflamed into the air, this will be the final time that we ever hear about Bobby Slowick.
Football is football. What's happening, it's football.
And on that note, football is football. And Houston Texans football will be a different kind of football in 2025.
Thank you, Bobby.
On that note, it's been fun. It's been real. Appreciate our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, and our Twitchers. We appreciate Sean Maves behind the glass. We appreciate Joe George to my right. I am merely Paul Gallant. Y'all have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brian behind the glass. So Bobby Slowick got fired. He's gone. He's no longer the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. Busy show. DJ Bieniemy is going to join us at 5. We'll talk a lot about the Bregman stuff that's going on. It's nuts. But Bobby Slowick has been sacked as the Houston Texans offensive coordinator. How are you taking the news, Blankers? How are you handling things?
I was very surprised just because of the fact that, like, when it happened, and I think that we discussed it with the fact that as much as I thought he would be back, I thought that Strasser was a goner, and whether you believe the reports that he was going to retire or not, Strasser I didn't think was going to be back no matter what. But I thought that Bobby Slowick had done enough to kind of, and then the guys were all kind of having his back, that I thought that he had lived to see another year. And when this happened, I was like, whoa, does this mean that they already have someone in mind? Like, what's the plan here? Because it's one thing to say, okay, we talked about it yesterday. Like, D'Amico knows that this is on him. So if he's going to go to bat for this guy and bring him back, well, then he better perform well, or it's on him as well as it's on Slowick. So that means you better have someone better in mind, because we always say, if you're going to make a replacement coaching, whether it's a head coach or not, once you make the decision to replace a guy and fire a guy, the guy you bring in better be better. And so now I'm curious, like, what is up their sleeve? What is D'Amico going to do, and or Nick Caserio, to try and do something better?
You think they did that, though, right?
Well, I don't know, but I would assume so. You don't make this move, and especially now that you've done it, I would think that you have your guy in mind already, and this is a move that you guys have already discussed, the decision's already made, and you probably already had discussions about. I hope to God that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think that they fired Slowick without thinking they were going to upgrade at the position. Like, I don't think teams operate that way, at least decent teams, at least good organizations. But, hey, don't put anything past the Houston Texans. Shad Khan got his guy.
He did, but he got lucky to get his guy, because going all the way back to that press conference with Balke, that was so unstable. You're like, what are you doing?
I don't know if I would call that luck. Like, he fired the general manager to assure that he got his head coach.
But, Jeremy, there wasn't an assurance, because he pulled his name out of the hat for that reason. And then because he got that, highest paid offensive coordinator in the league contract, there was no guarantees that then going back after the fact and saying, okay, now I'm going to fire the general manager to go get him. There wasn't any guarantee he was coming back.
I don't know. Agree to disagree on that one. But the Slowick thing, to me, whenever I first saw the news, I was like, oh, okay, they actually did it. Because I've been on the fence with the Slowick keeping him or moving on. For me, it's, hey, D'Amico's he's in the building with him all the time. You paid D'Amico to be the head coach to make these tough decisions. If D'Amico said, and because I've been on the fence about it, if D'Amico says, hey, we want Slowick back for another year, we don't think he is the issue, okay, let's see how it goes. But then we also reserve the right to criticize that decision. At the same time, if someone who works with Bobby Slowick every single day, it is in the same building as Bobby Slowick, if he's like, yeah, he's not the guy, we can do better, okay, well, then I'm going to back that up. Like, I trust D'Amico Ryans whenever it comes to that. Whenever I saw the news, it's like, okay, they did it. All right, let's move on. Okay, cool. Let's see what's next for the Houston Texans. So, like, I hate to say that I'm excited about the move because somebody lost their job today, but I am excited about the move because I am excited about the direction of this offense. I'm excited to see if they can get better. I'm excited to see who they can bring in. Some of these names that exist excite me. And look, I wouldn't, like, if you were to ask the question, why did Bobby Slowick get fired? I think the answer is pretty obvious. The offense went backwards. CJ Stroud didn't look as good in year 2 as it did in year 1. I think that they had more talent this year offensively than last year. Whoa, what are you talking about, Branham? You had all of the injuries that happened this year. Well, you had injuries last year too, and you did not have Diggs and you did not have Mixon, and you were running out like a fifth-string offensive line. Last year, the Texans were 13th in the league in points scored. They were 19th this year. Last year, they were 12th in the league in total yards. They were 22nd this year. So before you say, well, they were the same, they didn't go, no, that's not true. They were 6 spots worse in points per game, and they were 10 spots worse in yards per game. So that's why Slowick got fired. They regressed. They went backwards as an offense. CJ Stroud, who you thought at the end of last season could potentially be a top 5 quarterback that could be an MVP someday, that could guide you to a Super Bowl someday, went backwards. And whenever you have young quarterbacks in the NFL, you have to do whatever it takes to make their life easier. And Bobby Slowick did not do that this year with C.J. Stroud.
Look, I'm gonna leave it in their hands and trust that the plan is going to be exactly that. The plan is going to be to take this offense back to a level that we saw and more from year one. That there's going to be a lot of improvements, and then I'll hold judgment until I see who they bring in and how they handle it. Because I don't think Gerard Johnson under Bobby Slowick and in this system, and he's never called plays before. I don't think that he's going to come in and have all the answers. I think he's going to make mistakes too. I think he'll be on a learning curve, and I don't think this team, based on where the defense is, how quickly they've turned this whole thing around in the direction that they're trying to get to, I'm not sure that that's the answer. So, and I also don't think that recycled guys like Frank Reich or Doug Peterson, I don't think those guys are probably the answer. But I'm curious, I'm interested, I'm trusting, and I want to see what they do.
How many of those guys are better than Slowick? Because, like you say, the answer, the goal is not really to have the answer. I mean, you're trying to get better at the position, right? So, like I would take Doug Peterson over Bobby Slowick. I would fire Slowick for Doug Peterson.
Maybe it's because it was Trevor Lawrence, and maybe with the weapons and a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, maybe Doug Peterson still has it in him. I don't think Frank Reich does. I think the game's starting to pass him by. I think Frank Reich was, an offensive mind when the game was at a different level, at a different position than it is now offensively. I think that Gerard Johnson, to me, like I said, I think that he'll make mistakes in his first.
I asked specifically about Peterson, though. Like, would you take Peterson or Slowick?
I would consider Peterson a slight upgrade.
Yeah, I would too. Like, I would have Peter. Like, if you gave me the choice to offensive coordinate my team next year between Bobby Slowick and Doug Peterson, I'm taking Doug Peterson. Frank Reich, no thanks. Plus, he had that Buffalo Bill game against the Oilers way back in the day. He can never be employed in Houston, no matter what. Even if he was Bill Belichick on the offensive side of the ball, I don't want him in Houston. I don't want him in Houston. The comeback is enough for that. We'll get into some of these candidates in a little bit. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, because people are already throwing out names and curious to see if these names would move the needle on any of you. Texter says, to Blanker's point, the new OC has already signed and will be announced within the next 3 business days. I doubt they've been signed. They might already have like a handshake agreement, under the table agreement, but I don't think that anything has been signed already. Why do you think D'Amico made the decision to fire Slowick?
I just think that it was too little too late. I think that if people were saying, and listening to what Joe Mixon said, if you want to believe that they fixed it, they just fixed it at the end of the season. I just don't buy that. Like, you didn't make any major changes or have anybody new in the building that said that you couldn't have made these changes throughout the year and found whatever you found late in the season. I just think that there were too many things that stacked up, and the stuff that we don't even know or see led D'Amico to believe that, we can't do this for another year.
Yeah, it is funny that we were talking about that Mixon quote yesterday.
Yep.
Like, we got it all figured out after we lost on Christmas, and we played really well in week 17 or week 18 against the Titans team that wanted the number 1 pick. We played well in the wild card round. You didn't even do great in the divisional round. Maybe you moved the ball, maybe you racked up some yards, but you didn't score a bunch of points. And then Mixon's like, "Yeah, we got it figured out." D'Amico fired the offense coordinator. It is also interesting that C.J. Stroud was like, the continuity would be good. The same language 3 years in a row would be good. So, to me, that shows you the courage that D'Amico had, quite frankly, was that you have Stroud that's kind of vouching for him. You have Mixon that is vouching for him. I remember Nick Caserio, whenever he was asked about, Slowick potentially being fired midseason, and Slowick went to bat for him. He's like, he's a dang good general manager. Even that stuff. I don't think it was an easy decision. Plus, D'Amico's been boys with Slowick forever.
Mm-hmm.
They go way back to San Francisco. So to me, it shows that D'Amico's willing to be courageous and show some cojones. Even a decision that might be difficult, he is willing to make. I think we talked about this earlier in the week. Will D'Amico be the type of head coach that is too loyal to a fault because he's a nice guy, he's not cutthroat? I think he dispelled that and put all of that to rest today.
Yeah, I think we talked about it as late as yesterday where I said, look, at a certain point, D'Amico has to either show that you're either going to stick with the loyalty and then it's on you. It's not just on the fact that the offensive coordinator was less than. If there's enough of a discussion internally to say we should make a change at OC and you fight for your guy, then it's not just on your guy if he doesn't do it next year. Now it's on both of you. And to your point about, as a leader, as a guy that knows no matter what the relationships are, I got to do what's right for this team and this organization.
because I think it leads more credence to what we brought up yesterday, too, that Mixon, CJ, others, the writing was on the wall. Maybe discussions were even taking place to where the guys sounded like they were trying to make a last-ditch effort to back their guy.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't. Nope.
I like that I want that from my head coach, though. Like, I need my head coach to make the best decision for the team. Like, I don't want him playing favorites. I don't want him playing the loyalty game. I look at these coaches' positions as really like any position on the football team. Whenever you feel like you can upgrade at left guard, you upgrade at left guard. You move on from your previous left guard. You bring in your next left guard because you feel like you can get better. I feel like you should look at that with the offense coordinator spots as well, defensive coordinator spots as well. If you feel like you can upgrade at a position within your organization, you do that. Even if he's your boy, even if you're loyal to him, even if it's going to be difficult. So I applaud that. Like, if D'Amico Ryans is here for the next 10 years, this is something that we can look back on and be like, well, he's always going to do what's in the best interest of the team over his relationships. And that encourages me if he is here for a long
Listen,
time.
I think it's a good trait because you and I both know that throughout coaching, there are guys that just can't. They can't stop. They can't stop their loyalties towards their guys. We've seen it with head coaches and others. When pressed by ownership or a general manager to say, you've got to make these changes to keep your job across all sports, some guys can, some guys can't. And the loyalty card is too big for them to face doing something differently. And then they end up paying the price. So, yeah, I agree with you. Credit to D'Amico for being able to make a very tough decision, probably.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on the Bobby Slowick being sacked today by D'Amico Ryans. What is next? Who's the next offensive coordinator for the Texans? Do you have to include C.J. Stroud in this process as well? We'll talk some Stros a little bit later. Bregman, offseason. NFL is going nuts today. Pete Carroll has landed a new job. Shad Khan got his man like a gangster. What a gangster move by Shad Khan. And then DJ Bianime will be joining us a little bit later as well. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Who do you want to be the next OC in Houston? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. Texans have moved on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in the highs with the Bees. What's up? Julian,
Hey,
what's up?
Killer Bees? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Can you
can.
hear me?
What's up, Julian? Go ahead.
Okay, cool. This guy, see if you guys can guess his name. He was just recently coordinated with the UCLA Bruins. He was a Heisman finalist in the 1990s.
Are you talking about
Eric Bieniemy.
Eric Bieniemy. Yeah. What do you guys think of him?
I'll pass.
Real quick.
I'll pass.
Pass? Really?
Yeah. I mean, me personally,
I
Jeremy,
mean, the guy is credited for the Jet Chips Wasp play in the Chiefs' first Super Bowl. I mean, look.
Who do you think was calling plays,
all
Andy Reid or
players-
Eric Bieniemy?
exactly.
It's a mix of both.
When it mattered most,
Eric
Andy Reid
Bieniemy
sure
had
did look. If you go back and look at the tapes, when it mattered most, it looked like Andy Reid was calling in the plays.
Right. You got right there. But at the same time, all ex-Chiefs players, Shady McCoy, Travis Kelce, Mahomes, guys like John Ross, who actually ended up quitting because of this, the Chiefs had one of the toughest, if not the toughest, off-season workout programs in the NFL. And that was designed by Bieniemy himself. And I feel like a player's coach like Bieniemy would work perfectly under D'Amico Ryan's offense, or just his scheme alone as a player's coach association, and just being able to change the culture or help D'Amico change the culture. And mind you, like I said, he was a Heisman finalist as a running back. He's been a running back coach for basically over 30 years, from UCLA to Colorado, where he played college ball, and with the Chiefs. Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, I'm not a fan of Dameon Pierce like he used to his rookie year, but I feel like Bieniemy could easily turn those two into one of the best duos in the league, on top of helping Stroud unlock his game.
All right, appreciate the call, Julian.
I'll leave it to you guys.
Julian's he's lobbing in a vote for Eric Bieniemy, throwing Eric Bieniemy's name in the hat.
He stacked up his backup stats to bring to the table. But look, he wasn't great when he was in Washington. He didn't get head coaching jobs when everybody thought he was a shoo-in for those. He wasn't great at UCLA, and I know they've got issues as a program. But overall, and like we talked about, I don't think either one of us thought that he was the offensive mind and the play caller behind any of the Chiefs' success. Andy Reid, as long as he's the head coach, is always going to do that. And I think in a different situation than what he's been in previously too, if you want Eric Bieniemy to work with his coach hand in hand, it would help to have an offensive-minded head coach so that you could have two heads working on it, whenever you were getting into it. D'Amico, I think it's even more pressing that you can't have a guy that you have any uncertainties about because he's a defensive coach.
I'm out on Eric Bieniemy. The whole strength program was designed by the offensive coordinator and not the strength and conditioning coach. I find that difficult to believe.
It feels far-fetched.
And then the Chiefs have won without Eric Bieniemy. So the whole, we can have the argument of whenever Bieniemy was the OC with the Chiefs, and the Chiefs, I think, won 2 Super Bowls with him, who was responsible for the offense? I would go Andy Reid before I go Eric Bieniemy. I would give Mahomes the credit before I go Eric Bieniemy. Kelce would be in the mix. Bieniemy maybe makes the top 5, but then they've still won and have continued to win without Eric Bieniemy. And Bieniemy, since he has left, has had 2 failures of stops. So I'm completely out on Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, I just don't see it.
Brian, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm out on Eric Bieniemy. Like you guys mentioned, he clearly seems to be, as evidenced by his lack of success in Washington, UCLA, a product of Andy Reid basically propping him up and trying to help him out. Clearly a guy that Andy Reid likes and wanted to help promote his career, but he hasn't done well on his own. I give Bieniemy credit for going out and trying to do it on his own in Washington, because if he'd been able to turn Sam Howell into a thing, then he would have gotten that credit. And then it wasn't just Andy Reid with the Chiefs' success, but that wasn't the case. And I really think this next GM, whoever the Texans hire, needs to be somebody that D'Amico could just hand the keys over to the offense and basically close that door. It's like, you handle that. I'm going to handle the head coaching and the defense, and not be someone like Bieniemy, who's clearly seems to be, whether it be like he's obviously not interviewing well, maybe he has some interpersonal issues, obviously not trusted to completely run an offense on his own because Andy Reid did it. He wouldn't be the sort of guy that I'd be willing to just hand the keys to the offense to and walk away and then go handle my own side of the ball and the head coaching duties. And that's really who the Texans need. I don't think Bieniemy is that guy.
Let's talk more about these interpersonal things that Eric Bieniemy has.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that was just, I mean, that was part of the report. There were some reports, I guess it kind of got touched on there when Julian called in and mentioned John Ross quitting football over the difficulties or the toughness of their strength and their workout programs. But there was talk and chatter that some of the players didn't love Bieniemy, that he was a little too harsh on them times, and Andy Reid had to pull him back in. Now, I mean, it's just rumor and innuendo, but that was chatter that's been heard.
On the text line, 713-780-ESPN, maybe Bobby refused to fire the offensive line coach, so he got fired, question mark. I don't think Bobby's going to bat for Chris Strouser to say, like, if you fire him, you're firing me. I don't think that Slowik would do that. Plus, I think that there was some writing on the wall here. We've discussed it, like DeMeco really throughout the back half of the year was kind of like, the offense isn't playing great. But then also this week, like he had that Monday end of season press conference. He opened up the press conference by saying, I know I'm going to get a lot of questions about my staff. I'm taking the week to decide and they'll figure it out later. Okay, that's kind of odd. He didn't do that last year, and then he does that this year. And then whenever he was asked about Slowik, he gave a pretty quick answer about, I think he improved and he's doing a fine job or something like that. I don't even think he said he's doing a fine job. I think I saw improvement out of him is what DeMeco said. And whenever he had that press conference, I mentioned that it dropped my confidence of Bobby Slowik being back from 75-25 to 50-50. So the writing was on the wall a bit there. I don't think that Slowik was like, if you fire Strouser, you fire me. I guess I don't know if that's like, could it have happened? Maybe. I just highly doubt it.
I'm with you. And you were on that and you did say that. And I think that that's why the further we started talking about it, it almost seemed like when we were playing the Mixon comments and we had the CJ comments prior to that it seemed like they already knew something. It seemed like it was like not completely a eulogy, but like that they were actually trying to do whatever they could to see if they could change a decision.
Yeah. So I think the writing on the wall was there. 713-780-ESPN. Who is responsible for the culture of the offense? The head coach or the offensive coordinator?
The structure of the offense, did they say?
You said culture.
Culture of the offense. I would say in this case, because you have a defensive-minded head coach, the overall locker room culture is DeMeco, the culture of the offense. And we heard from Damian Pierce, who talked about how Slowik ran his meetings and how he got everybody fired up and, everything he did with the offense. I think it's definitely the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I think it's case by case. I think that it varies based on the team. Like if you have an Andy Reid team, I think it's Andy Reid. If you have DeMeco Ryans, I think it's the offensive coordinator. But even some defensive-minded coaches will get in on the offense a little bit. Like you see Tomlin do it a bit on Hard Knocks. Like Harbaugh for the Ravens is somebody who's willing to. I mean, even the Harbaugh for the Chargers. So I think it's case by case. For a DeMeco team, I think it's more the offensive coordinator than it is the head coach. What was the bigger detriment to the Texans' offense last season? Bobby Slowik or poor offensive line play? Sacks, hits, penalties.
I think I would say it's the offensive line. I mean, we can all question we pointed out where Bobby made mistakes, but I think that it's all connected. And I think that it starts with the offensive line, but like we talked about, there's plenty of blame to go around. CJ gets blame, Slowik gets blame, Strouser gets blame, but I think it all starts with the play of the offensive line.
Yeah, I think that the offensive line was the bigger detriment than like play calling, but you could also say that Bobby Slowik, as the head of the snake, as the leader and CEO of the offense, should be the one that's responsible for improving the offensive line. So I would say that those two things correlate. Like if you're getting poor offensive line play, I can point my finger at the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I don't think you can separate those two things because how long did it take for the Texans to show that they had any answer to teams running stunts and twists at them? I mean, week 9, week 10, it was deep into the season before it felt like they had any grasp on how to fix something that teams were throwing against them week after week. I mean, I think part of what got Slowick fired, other than what you mentioned in the first segment of the show with the points and yards and the overall play of CJ Stroud dropping off, was he was just slow to adjust to everything. The offensive line with the communication and the twists and stunts took a long time to improve. And we also saw in the Chiefs game in their divisional round loss where he kept putting Dalton Schultz, on Karlaftis. And one sack wasn't enough. He did it again. Like Slowick feels like he's just slower than he should be to adjust to things happening. And that's got to play a factor in D'Amico firing.
I see what you did there.
I mean, remember the Grenard game too. He's doing the same thing. He was putting. I mean, JJ went out. And was
that's week 3.
That's right.
And he's still doing it.
It was all season because JJ came out after the season and said, "Guys, let's just be very clear. You cannot block defensive ends with tight ends."
Yeah,
Especially
Benjamin
Dalton
Albright.
Schultz.
Yeah, he's tough.
I mean, one thing is George Kittle, but Dalton Schultz.
It's tough. I've called Bobby Slowick binary Bobby because I feel like he's very robotic. Like he draws up the game plan, and that is the game plan. Yeah, like there's not a whole lot of like feel from Bobby. Like I've been on that for a while. Like I've wanted him to go up to the booth to see if maybe he could get more feel. And I saw this tweet earlier that kind of reminded me of binary Bobby, Benjamin Albright, who is kind of, he's had his days. He's had his bad days as an NFL reporter. Now he does radio in Denver. But he tweeted that this is like from leaked sources and stuff. Slowick didn't adjust his offense much from year 1 to year 2, and opposing defensive coordinators picked up on tendencies and specifically blocking. The Texans believe that's a large part of the regression of Stroud this season. Like, we watch every single one of these games a lot. I think that's 100% accurate. Like, he didn't have feel. Like, he didn't have the good vibes. He had a tough time adjusting. Whenever he was asked about adjusting, he's like, well, I think adjusting is overrated. And it's like, well, that makes sense because you're not good at it. So, like, to me, that was his biggest hang up as an offensive coordinator, because I think he's a good game planner. I think he's very smart. I think he had the offense ready to go, ready to play. But then whenever somebody gave him a counter punch, he had a tough time countering that counter punch.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that you're right. I think that we also kind of talked about, in terms of the way he regressed in year 2, it's just the feel. The feel sometimes when they had things rolling and the last thing they needed was a gadget play, and the gadget play kept happening. And, you kind of have that happen in a couple of games, to Brian's point.
Joe Mixon's halfback pass.
Yeah, and you're like, you know what? I probably shouldn't be doing that in those spots the way I have. But when you can't get a feel, you're still doing it all the way up to what the Mixon halfback pass that ends up being a fumble by Mixon when it goes haywire. I think that he had a lot of innovative offensive ideas. I think he had a lot of things that worked. But I think that there were other areas. Maybe it's because he was a first-time coordinator. I don't know. But there were other things where he definitely had weakness.
Yeah. Sorry, but what you mentioned there at the front of that setup there, Jeremy, reminded me of something DJ told us earlier in the season about not changing the offense from year to year, and basically opposing defensive coordinators having a complete grasp on how to mix things up. And it was the fact that with their blocking scheme, if you overloaded one side, the center or whoever was calling the protection would slide protection that way, left, loogie, or whatever the code is to go right, something else with an R. And you can line up guys on one side, get the Texans to shift their protection that way, then bring the blitz off the other side and get a free rusher. And they would do it time after time after time. And Texans, and specifically Bobby Slowick, were very slow to adjust to it.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who do you want as the next offensive coordinator for the Texans? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bobby Slowick sacked today. Who do you want to be the new OC of the Texans? What do you make of this move? 713-780-ESPN. My sauces told me that D'Amico made this move after meeting with Cal McNair today. He was like, Mr. McNair, what do you think about our offense this year and us going backwards? Do you think we should make a move? And this is what the owner had to say to D'Amico.
Never quit.
And then D'Amico heard those inspiring words and fired Bobby Slowick as soon as he left the office. That's what my sauces are telling me. 713-780-ESPN. Not sure if y'all touched on this, but do y'all think it was a D'Amico Ryan's decision to fire Slowick or Caserio or both?
I think it was a little of both. I think it definitely falls on the shoulders of D'Amico to make the final call, but I'm sure Nick was involved in conversations. I'm sure he gave his 2 cents worth, and I'm sure that it was an internal discussion that wasn't just D'Amico.
I have no idea, right? Like us totally guessing. We'll listen to the off-season sound and see if we can find some clues to try to get some information on it. I hope that it was all D'Amico, and I have no problem if Caserio was a sounding board and he listened and like, hey, this is what I think. But I hope that Caserio does not have any input with this coaching staff, and he probably does. I mean, there are guys that are on this staff who were held over from the previous staff, Frank Ross, who I'm cool with. But then you had Ben McDaniels, who's Josh McDaniels' brother, who's on this staff, who was on this staff prior to D'Amico Ryan. So he probably has some influence, if I had to guess, but I would hope he doesn't. Like, I think the head coach should have 100% control of who they hire. So that's where I'm at on that. I hope he didn't, but it wouldn't shock me if he did.
I think that's essentially, we're saying the same. I think that it's D'Amico's call to make, but I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that Caserio had input. Because
I just want there to be 0% influence. That's where I'm at. And I doubt that's the case, but I would like it to have 0% influence. I think you hire a head coach and then you get out of the head coach's way and you ask how you should help. How can I help you, head coach? That's the way that it should be. I don't want Caserio making coaching decisions. You know why? I saw Caserio hire David Culley and Lovie Smith. And even though it was a rebuild and like a bridge until you finally got D'Amico, he also hired David Culley hoping he would be a 2-year bridge. And it was so bad that he had to fire him after year 1.
See, and you can also hope that, hey, maybe, he gets offensive linemen wrong, so he reads the head coach wrong, but maybe he knows coordinators. And I'm kidding. I think the bigger thing is when you listen to him in his weekly chats with Vandermeer and John Harris, he's so into every single play and every tendency and all the things, both with the opponent and with the team. And because of the fact that he has the title that he has, again, I don't know. I just have the feeling that he is definitely letting his input be known on a regular basis.
Yeah, I feel like he's taking a backseat more with D'Amico.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I wish that it was 100%, but there's no way of really knowing that.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says Bobby was leaving either way. Where's he going? Where's Bobby going?
Are they saying that because of the fact that he's possibly going to get another interview, or he was supposed to get another interview, and that's not going to happen because Jacksonville hired a coach? Like, I think it's a pipe dream to think that Bobby Slowick would be leaving for a head coaching job. I don't know that maybe someone hires him as a coordinator. I don't know.
I doubt it. Like, I don't think so.
I'm trying to think of where around the league. Would Aaron Glenn consider him?
No. He might consider Gerard. I don't think he would consider Bobby Slowick.
Then
I don't think he's getting an offense coordinator job. Not this year.
Would Pete Carroll?
I don't know.
I don't think he really runs.
My
what Pete
money
Carroll
is on
wants to do.
Slowick not getting an offensive coordinator job.
I would bet the same.
So I don't see what is Slowick doing. Like, he was leaving either way. I don't believe that for a second. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Real quick, Jeremy, good luck tomorrow with the Kansas Jayhawks. This will be a true test for the Cougars.
You should be
if
listening.
they can hit
Chris.
some 3-pointers, they'll win. And it's not the same old Kansas team anyway, but it'll be a good test for the Cougars. I'm glad this happened. Texans Nation's been calling this for all year, right, guys? I mean, we've been, complaining about Bobby all year long and his play calling. I heard today that Bobby ran the ball on first and second down more than any other team in the NFL. I mean, that's very, very, very predictable. So, yeah, of course, CJ is going to, be on third down throwing the ball because we didn't get much on first and second. So he's going to be, rushed and very predictable. So I'm glad that Bobby got fired. And I think this also says a lot about the head coach, that he's not afraid to make these moves. I mean, I think there's probably some pressure during the season, Jeremy and Joel, about firing the offensive line coach, and Bobby didn't want to do that. So that was my point earlier, was I think that during the season a change needed to be made. So I'm looking forward to the future of the offense and maybe Chip Kelly. What do you think about Chip Kelly, guys? Have a good weekend.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Look, I think from the standpoint of firing Strasser in the middle of the season, I don't know if, we don't know what we don't know. So as much as I have my opinions, Jeremy's normally pretty quick to say we don't know, and that's true. We don't know unless we have got some sources right there in the middle of what's going on behind the scenes. And even if you did, they probably weren't going to tell you what's going on. We'll never know. But I'm not going to say that was on Bobby Slowick in the middle of the season to fire Strasser.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of firing coaches in the middle of the year unless they're like tearing down the team, like they're a cancer. I'm not a fan of that. So I have no problem with them keeping Strouser throughout the year. I like the idea of Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly would intrigue me. If they came out Monday and Chip Kelly is the new offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans, I would be excited. Chip just won the national championship as a play caller. He has NFL experience, has NFL head coaching experience, has a relationship with DeMeco Ryans, coached him whenever he was the head coach in Philly. I would be happy about Chip Kelly.
Yeah, I would definitely be excited about Chip Kelly, because when you watched the innovative ways that he worked in some of his play calling and stuff like that too, there's nothing that makes me believe the game's passed him by. I was a little concerned when he left UCLA. We didn't know exactly what was going on there. And then I was like, he's going back to OC and he's got all the talent in the world. I hope that, he can really be innovative. I'll take Chip Kelly.
Maybe Slowick can ask Kingsbury for the hangout spots in Thailand. I don't think that Slowick has the dog in him that Cliff Kingsbury does.
He's got the game of Cliff Kingsbury.
I don't think Binary Bobby has the game, the sauce, the any of that Cliff does. You think Pete Carroll's better than Bobby Slowick? ? I have a bridge to sell you. I really don't understand that text.
When did we ever say that Bobby was better than?
I think he might have misheard you whenever you said the Raider thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I think someone said, would Pete Carroll hire Bobby? But that was the question. That was the question. It was never that Bobby was better than Pete. Yeah,
no. I think the texter says you think Pete is better than Bobby. Yes, I do think that Pete is better than Bobby.
Yeah, definitely better than Bobby.
He says I have a bridge to sell you. Okay, well I think Pete is better than Bobby, and give me the information on that bridge, because I don't think I'm the only one that would think that.
Yeah, one guy has titles in college football and the NFL, plus multiple title game appearances in both college football and the NFL, and the other is Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, Carroll has what? He's one of 4 coaches that has a Super Bowl championship and a college football championship. It's one of 4, 1 of 3. I think it's 4 now. And then Bobby Slowick worked at Pro Football Focus. So, yeah, give me Pete Carroll on that one.
It couldn't hang in Thailand.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Willie?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. When DeMeco went to talk to Cal today, he should have went up there and asked him to fire Nick, because he the one brought in every one of them sorry offensive linemen. And the next guy they get to call the plays for CJ, they need to dumb it down even more for him. Just let him players in the box and either run or pass the ball.
Are you saying CJ has a low S2, Willie?
Excuse me?
You're saying that CJ Stroud has a low S2, that they need to dumb it down for him?
Well, I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
Okay. Appreciate the call, Willie.
I didn't say that, but that's what I meant. That's
I got to
fantastic.
say that as a drop. That was good.
Yeah, I
Willie.
was just gonna say you gotta rack that. That's
rack them.
phenomenal.
Good job.
Apparently, D'Amico. My sources also tell me that D'Amico did ask Cal McNair about Nick Caserio, and when he asked him, "Can I fire Nick Caserio?" Cal had this to say:
Never quit.
Which D'Amico said, "Okay, I guess that means I can't fire him."
Cal is kind of like Groot in that he only says "never, never quit," and you have to interpret the meaning of that "never, never
Or
quit."
maybe to like the texture's point, he wasn't going to quit and get another job, so you're gonna have to fire him.
Did Look, I don't think that the offensive line players are bad though. Like I feel like the scheme just did not fit them. Like I think Laramie Tunsil obviously is an above average offensive lineman. I think that Titus Howard's an above average offensive lineman. Maybe Blake Fisher wasn't in his rookie year. I think he can be. Was Juice Scruggs an above average offensive lineman? Probably not this year, but could a scheme that fits him better make him above average? Possibly. Jared Patterson, maybe. I don't think that the offensive line from a talent perspective is as bad as they played. So that's why I think you can point the finger at Slowick. And my number one offseason goal was to make this offensive line better by any means necessary. I think today was mean number one that it was necessary.
I think that, we're all on the same page that was priority one. I think that the thing is when we're talking about the offensive linemen, the biggest backup to what you were saying too is at the end of the season, you found your 5 best linemen. They were adequate. They weren't great, but they were adequate. And it took too long. And for people to start saying all of a sudden we figured out at the end of the season, and we figured, in the offensive line, they, to their point, D'Amico even said after the Charger game, they played better. We really were pleased with the way they played. Well, it took all year, and you finally figured out 5 guys that could play.
And you also had 8 sacks in the last game that you played. Yep. And yes, 4 of them happened on that, like basically the last drive when you were down multiple possessions, but 4 still too many. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's start to toss around some names. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You're saying that C.J. Stroud has a low S2, that they need to dumb it down for him?
Well, I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I always admire Willie. Willie will give you the truth. He will give you his truth.
That was fantastic.
It was very good. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho says there's only one or two offensive line projections in the first round, even if you like drafting offensive line, which I don't. Might as well draft Matthew Golden. Ocho's on the Matthew Golden train, but he was on the Brian Thomas train last year, so I got to listen to what Ocho speaks about wide receivers.
I just don't like them drafting. Their track record drafting, I'd rather they go out in free agency and find themselves some offensive linemen. I just don't trust Nick drafting offensive linemen.
Well, Golden's a receiver.
I know that. I'm just saying, to the point of anybody asking about the draft and who's in there, an offensive lineman that could possibly be available, I'd rather they stay away from drafting offensive linemen. Trade, free agency.
Yeah, I agree. But Ocho was talking about a receiver.
Okay.
I think Laramie Tunsil's a bad leader for a unit that should be dogs. I think it's a fair point. We don't know what he's like in the locker room. Usually teammates speak highly of him, but does he have enough dog to be that left tackle and the leader in a unit where you need him to be dogs? Maybe, maybe not. Can you say sauce a few more times, please, Boomer? Sauce, sauce, sauce. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the Hive. What's up, Vera?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you letting me call in, as always. We'll start by tossing a couple of names for the offensive coordinator, and then as a result, the associated offensive line coach, since Strasser and Popovich got let go today. Nick Caley, he's the Titans and passing game coordinator with the Rams, or Dave Ragone, I think he's the quarterback's coach with the Rams. I definitely appears that the league has caught up to the Shanahan system, because there've been a lot of Shanahan system hires. So defensive coaches had a lot of chance to study the Shanahan system. But I think maybe the McVay system is doing okay for now. So I think Nick Caley or Dave Ragone, who was drafted by the Houston Texans, 2003 third-round pick. So I think either of them would be a decent candidate for the offensive coordinator position. And the offensive line coach that should come with them would be the assistant offensive line coach of the Rams. That's Zach Cromer, son of Bill's offensive line coach Aaron Cromer. Wanted to kind of get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up and listen.
I want to say that the Rams quarterback's coach is up for OC for one of the jobs that was just filled. Dave Ragone, I think, went to Louisville. I remember him as a quarterback. I didn't know that he was.
Look at you at the pool.
Yeah,
the lefty out of Louisville.
Yeah, I just don't remember. I didn't know that he was in the league.
He was a Texan.
I know. I'm saying as a coach.
Yeah, I didn't either. I haven't heard that name in a while.
No, I haven't either. And yeah, I was. So I don't know enough to say on that. But I want to say that his quarterback coach from the Rams, I believe, I can't remember which coach was. Maybe it was Aaron Glenn that was considering him as their OC.
Yeah, I saw that too. Kaylee has been rumored to be the OC in New York. So Gerard's been rumored to go there too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it comes down to those two guys. I don't know. Vera's idea sounds good. It does sound like they want to get away from the Shanahan stuff. You moved on from Slowick, who was a Shanahan staple. So maybe they are going to move on from that. I wouldn't hate Nick Caley. I think Nick Caley would make some sense. He interviewed for the offensive coordinator job in the past, too, with Houston. And he has Nick Caserio ties because he used to be in New England, which some people might feel a certain kind of way about that. They might not like that idea. One of the things we haven't mentioned was that they did fire their assistant offensive line coach, Popovich, in this as well. Strouser, of course, fired. Slowick, of course, fired. But also, there were rumors. I think Aaron Wilson said it. It's another mess. Said that Popovich could be considered to take over for Chris Strouser, and then he got it today. He also was one of 3 coaches that were sacked.
Yeah, we weren't sure if he was going to be back with the Spurs this year, and then he gets fired from the Texans. I mean,
no.
That's the thing that surprised me the most, though, was that you're right. Aaron Wilson, when he mentioned that, I was like, I don't want them to hire internal for the line coach. And you and I had that discussion the other day, and I was like, I wouldn't like that. But maybe that's a clearer sign that, hey, it's a full cleaning house, and we got to go in a different direction.
They didn't fire Gerard, though. They didn't fire Gerard. I think Gerard is possibly the next offensive coordinator of the Texans.
He's definitely in the running.
20-25% maybe. Sarge tweeted earlier, according to a source, You're supposed to have two sources in journalism. He said, according to a source, hearing that the interest from the Jets and Gerard is the reason for letting Bobby go sooner. They want to be the first ones to interview him. So,
yeah, I was going to mention the fact that the Jets wanted to speak to him at least probably stops you short of firing him and figuring out what you have in house before he walks out the door.
I know Gerard personally, so I don't know if I want him to be the offensive coordinator for the Texans because I don't want to have to criticize Gerard. I would do it, obviously, but I'd rather not. I also like a bigger topic. No one cares about my personal relationship with him, but bigger topic is like you had a first-time offensive coordinator with Slowick, and like it didn't really go well. You're firing him after 2 seasons. Like I want a guy with some experience. I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking along the lines of I'm looking at Kevin O'Connell, I'm looking at McVay, I'm looking if they're getting away from the Shanahan staff, that's one thing. But then I'm just not so sure that I'm sold on taking a quarterback coach, a receivers coach, someone that has worked in an offensive system under one of those guys and saying they're ready to just plug and play and be better than what you had, because we've seen Bobby as a first-time coordinator make mistakes. I'm a little leery of the fact you're going to have another first-time coordinator and they're bound to make mistakes, as opposed to a guy that's been there, done that can just come in and have more of a command.
Yeah, I mean, I like Gerard Johnson, obviously, humble guy from the area, but I don't want another, and it's not just a Gerard Johnson thing, but I don't want another first-time play caller as the Texans OC. They're going into likely the last year of Stroud on a rookie contract before he gets this big deal going into year 4. You're going to be going into season where you're reshuffling wide receivers with Tank Dell out for the year and the uncertainty of Stephon Diggs. You're probably reshuffling the offensive line, and Stroud took a step backwards. I don't want to hand that over and fixing that, handing that the job of fixing that over to a guy who's also learning on the job in a way. I'd prefer someone that's been here, done that, has experience calling it, and I think my first choice would be Chip Kelly.
I have a guy that has OC experience that I think would check all your boxes, Brian.
Okay.
I'll tell you who it is next.
Oh,
713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a minute for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, I bought my house a little over a year ago, and my wife and I were looking for ways to make it more energy efficient. And the first thing I thought about was Allstate Siding and Windows and getting new windows on the house. Boy, are we glad we did, because we called Allstate Siding and Windows. They came to the rescue by coming to the house with a free, no obligation walkthrough, and they started suggesting exactly what products and what kind of look and feel we could consider for what we wanted to do with the house. And in no time at all, we had it figured out. We got the right windows for our house. The energy bills went down, the curb appeal went up, and we were so thankful that Allstate Siding and Windows were there, accessible, and able to help us out. They can help you too. Right now, they've got deals going on. 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a siding job. Free estimates are available. All it takes is a phone call. Just pick up the phone and call 832-204-1936. 832-204-1936. Call them. They will come to you and tell you exactly how they can help, the products that they would suggest based on the year and the design of your house, and all the different ways that they will be effective for you, both in the curb appeal, but more so the energy efficiency and how they can help you on a month-to-month basis. They're fantastic. Family owned and operated for almost 50 years. Mary holds down the fort back at the headquarters. Her brother is the guy that actually came out and did our free estimate and walkthrough and made the suggestions that have made a difference for us. They have discounts for senior citizens and military too, as well as first responders. Why don't you go to their website and see, from front doors to siding and windows, all the different products that they offer. AllStateSidingandWindows.com will get you there, but make sure you get that free estimate just to see what they can do for you, because it costs you nothing. 832-204-1936. AllStateSidingandWindows.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, the name that you wanted, Brian, offensive coordinator, experience, has been in the league for a while, knows D'Amico well. Bill Lazor, he's on the staff. You just have to go down the hall to interview him. Who says no? Cornell grad. He's an Ivy Leaguer. He's from Scranton, so he's good friends with Michael Scott. What's not to like?
Did he also promise to put a bunch
Michael
of kids
Scott.
through college and
Michael
not
Scott?
follow through? You don't know who Michael Scott is? Why am I surprised?
No.
He's the main character from The Office, the American version.
Yeah.
Steve
He worked
Carell's
for Dan
character.
Reeves. He worked for Joe Gibbs. He worked for Mike Holmgren.
I don't want to.
He worked for Chip Kelly. Like, this guy's a little bit of all of them.
I don't know. I think working for Joe Gibbs in 2025 is a disqualification at this point. That's been too long ago.
He was rehired by the Commanders once upon a time.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Sounds like you're poo-pooing the ideal Bill Lazor.
Too
who's already in the building. He's 52.
I'll pass.
Sheesh.
What are you guys' thoughts?
Blankers, do you think 52 is too old?
I see. I knew you were going to do this. It's the same way when you pulled the Ocho text. You forgot the first part of the text where he mentioned the offensive lineman that might be available in the draft.
No, he didn't. He said there's only 2 offensive linemen that are available in the mock. Just draft Matthew Golden.
Right, which was I was saying. I wasn't looking for Nick to make a draft pick with an offensive lineman. It wasn't about Matthew Golden. But
his
at the
text
same time,
was specifically about Matthew Golden.
Okay, Jeremy. I was going to suggest to you guys another big name that everybody loved the last time his name came up in this market, but Josh McCown. Josh McCown, quarterback's coach under Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people mention Josh McCown.
I think he was one that
worse.
Was Aaron Glenn considering him too? I thought I had heard that they might be considering him with the Jets.
Maybe. I haven't seen that link as much as I've seen Gerard and the other guy we were talking about, Kaylee.
The guy from the Rams.
McCown, I'm okay with McCown. Like, I don't think it's going to happen because of the history of McCown in Houston. I think simply the history alone.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
I think that, like, Josh McCown could be the best candidate for the job. But because of the history of him in Houston, I don't think there's any chance he'll even get interviewed.
Yeah, I don't think so here, but I think that he's going to get a promotion somewhere in the league and probably be.
But I mean, we're talking about here, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't think he would get an interview here. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Terry, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Terry?
Gentlemen, as always, an honor to come on here and converse with you on my drive home. Appreciate it. Thinking outside the box a little bit here, and I want to get your opinion on this gentleman's name as an offensive coordinator. And I'm well prepared for you to call me crazy if you want to. But when I heard yesterday that Tampa Bay was looking for an offensive coordinator, myself, and I'm a big Sooner fan, so I thought to myself, if I'm Baker, you know what? I go up there to that coach and I'm going to say, Todd Bowles, I'm going to say, go get Bob Stoops. Let's see what he can do here. As an offensive coordinator in the NFL, I think he'd be awesome. And if they don't get him, maybe the Texans can get him. But I'd like to hear your thought. My reasoning is, even though it's a college game, you can say, well, look what Chip Kelly did. But also look what the guy did for Washington. I'm drawing the blank, the Texas Tech coach that went to Arizona and now Washington. Yeah, so him, the Tebow, Lincoln Riley, we'll see what he could do in the NFL. But I think Bob Stoops knows an offense that could work with an NFL quarterback, especially a quarterback that, like he had toward his golden years when he was with the Sooners. So just interested in hearing your thoughts, and I'll hang up and listen.
I'm not excited about Bob Stoops. I mean, what last couple of years he's been toiling in the XFL or whatever you call it now. Yeah, no, I'm not feeling like he's going to be on the cutting edge and the cusp of offense in the NFL.
I ate Bob Stoops' leftover wings once. They were in the suite next to the radio booth when we played in Norman, and they didn't eat any of their food. Like, they didn't eat their wings, they didn't eat their ribs. So, I ate his leftovers. Bob Stoops was a defensive guy. He was a defensive coordinator before he was a head coach. So he probably knows offenses, but not to the level that I would want from my offensive coordinator. Where I thought that Terry was going to start, where actually Terry said it was an honor to converse with you guys. That's what I tell Blankers every time, that right before we start a show. Yeah. Like, Blanker, it's an honor to share the airwaves with you. I thought he was going to say Lincoln Riley. I thought he was going to say Lincoln Riley as an offensive coordinator option. Like, college coaches are fleeing the college game because it's very, very difficult these days. I thought he was going the Lincoln Riley route, not the Bob Stoops route, which Riley would make way more sense.
Yeah, I was, until he said Sooners and he was talking Baker, but Buccaneers, I was thinking, oh, he's going to pull the Byron Leftwich card. Because Byron Leftwich getting an interview during this cycle too, we were like, where's Byron Leftwich? And I could see someone throwing out. I could see Byron Leftwich being a name that someone throws out.
Yeah, I've seen Leftwich thrown out. He's unemployed right now. Yeah, I never really thought he was going to say Leftwich. But Riley would make some sense, I think, but he would have to be willing to make the jump and stop being a head coach, which some people aren't willing to do.
I think the other thing is he's so well compensated that he's waiting for them to fire him. He's not going to walk like Chip Kelly. He's got we've seen a lot of the details of that, from the mansion and the use of the plane and the big contract and everything like that. I don't think he's just walking away. He'll dare them to fire him where he still gets to collect a lot of that.
That was where I was going to go. I mean, he's the head coach of a major program in a major conference. He'd have to take a massive pay cut to do this show. I would absolutely love to have him here because we've seen what he's done with Baker and with Jalen Hurts and with Kyler Murray. I mean, the guys, and obviously Caleb Williams is too. He's put tons of guys in the NFL as number 1 overall picks and led them to Heisman's. But I don't see any way he would take in what many would view as a demotion to come here and be the Texans OC.
Yeah, that would be the biggest hang up there. That's way too much money. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Cruz, what's going on, Cruz?
Yes. I don't think Bobby Slowick was a problem. I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I mean, it's not his fault on the injuries, but for some reason, I think he's going to go somewhere else in the NFL. He'll end up getting a championship, a Super Bowl. But I think he was a good offensive coordinator.
Okay, Cruz, appreciate the call. I don't know if Bobby was his neighbor or not, or he knew him personally, but yeah, I mean, look, I think that Bobby got experience with the Texans. I think Bobby did some things really well. He was innovative in a lot of ways. But I think that the bumps along the way, and the fact that the Texans made this decision doesn't mean that he's not going to get another job. I just think that from a Texans perspective, like we talked about at the start of the show, I trust that with this team and how high their aspirations and how high the bar is set, where they want to go, I trust that they made the decision that Bobby couldn't get them there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how innovative he was. Like, I never really saw Slowick do things that nobody else did, other than like having so many guys run routes that led them into each other. He was innovative at that. He was really good at having guys that run routes that led directly into each other, which was always very frustrating.
He was innovative at getting Tank Dell hurt.
He was very innovative getting Tank Dell hurt. That is true. Here you go, block in the box and break your leg. That's really fun. I'm not gonna say that Slowick will never have success as an offensive coordinator in the NFL. I think he can. He's gonna have to work his way back up. Like most coaches, he's going to have to find a spot that suits him very well, that has a ton of talent, that maybe has a veteran staff around him. But I don't think it's impossible that Slowick won't be, a good offense coordinator. It is kind of crazy, though. Like, I always talk about how sports happens fast, things change fast. 365 days ago, we thought that Slowick was going to get a head coaching job somewhere, and now he's going to be a position coach somewhere next year, more than likely. So this is another example of, A, things happen fast in sports. And then secondly, if you're a head coaching candidate, you almost always have to take the job. Like, it's very, very rare where you get a Ben Johnson, where you're going to be a head coaching commodity the next year. But even then, like, what if Goff gets hurt, Hendon Hooker's no good, and then the Lions are mediocre offensively for 2 to 3 years? He might not ever get his head coaching job. I remember that Chris Richard guy who was like a hot shot assistant. Yeah, he was with Dallas for a little bit. He was with New Orleans for a little bit. Everybody considered him like this hot shot future head coach. Has never been a head coach in his life. Like, you almost always have to take that NFL head coaching job whenever it presents itself, because if it doesn't, then you could easily go the Bobby Slowick route.
Yeah, you're right. The exception to the rule is what happened to Ben Johnson, because in most cases, like we just saw, if guys start pulling their name out of consideration, that means that they've had red flags. Otherwise, they are all about trying to get the ultimate, goal of a head coaching job. And if a team is actually trying to get you, they're going to do probably whatever they can do to try and solidify that position. That's why, Ben Johnson, I didn't know what he was doing for the last 2 years, walking away from jobs. But at the end of the day, it worked out for him. I don't think that same scenario is going to play out for most OCs and other coaches that decide, well, yeah, they're offering me the job, but I think I'm gonna pass.
Very few do it. Like, very few do it. Like, Cliff maybe did it this year, but did anybody offer Cliff a head coaching job? Like, we say Slowick did it last year, but nobody offered Slowick a job. I think Slowick also read the writing a little bit that, hey, this is probably not my turn yet. I don't know if he would have gotten a head coaching job.
Didn't McDaniels do it with the Colts? Did he do it with the Colts one year?
Well, he took the job with this Colts until Jim Irsay creeped out his wife, and then his wife told him, "You can't take this job."
Yeah.
Is that what really happened? I just know that he
was the report
he
that
was in
apparently
agreement and then pulled out. He said he pulled out.
Irsay apparently came to their home, spent a crazy amount of time in their bathroom to the point it creeped out McDaniel's wife, and he after taking the job, he then declined it.
Yeah, hours, they say. Spent hours in the bathroom of the McDaniel household. That's what the rumor was. Any thoughts on Frank Reich getting a look for offensive coordinator, or is that a nah? No, I do not want
hard pass.
That
Yeah, I got
Buffalo
thoughts,
Bill
and they're all no.
in Houston. Absolutely no on that. Any Kubiaks available? There's two. I mean, Clint Kubiak is out there. He could be, in the mix perhaps. I would be cool with that. I'd be cool with Clint Kubiak. I'd be cool with Gary Kubiak. Let's go full nostalgia. Let's bring back the old man. He's been successful as an offensive coordinator in the NFL. Why not? Why not Gary Kubiak?
I just think Gary's probably at a point with what he's been through with his health and the stresses and everything else. I think Gary's probably I can't speak for Gary, but I don't think that Gary's up for the full-time OC job.
Remember whenever he was on with us, he said never say never.
Yeah.
He said never say never.
I kind of pressed him.
Who else says that?
Never quit.
There you go. They're aligned. That's important to have with an owner and an offensive coordinator. Alignment.
All right, because I mean, remember that? Because I was hinting at that and thought he was going to be the OC for Jimbo when they wanted Jimbo to hire an OC, and I don't think he was too happy about that.
I don't remember it that way.
Okay, shocking to me. Okay, we'll just move on.
Yeah, I would be in favor of it, though. I really would. Like, he's been good everywhere. He's been good everywhere. It's been a while. He hadn't been in the league since 2020. You know what'd be really cool is if Clint Kubiak's the OC and Gary's like an offensive analyst.
That'd be a dream. Yeah, that'd be a dream.
Yeah, or like the consultant or whatever. But he some of the teams he's consulted.
On the staff,
he's been in the box. He's been part of the offensive
but doesn't
staff.
have the day-to-day stress.
Okay, if you want to talk to nostalgic connections, I mean, the OC at Minnesota is Wade's kid. It's Wes Phillips.
That's not as nostalgic.
Okay, great.
Gary.
I'm just saying it's another name with the Wade Phillips positive vibes in Houston, all the way to Wade's dad. To where would you consider Wes Phillips? He doesn't.
You know his Twitter handle, Wes's? It's grandson of bum.
There you go, just like son of bum.
I would like it. I'd be in favor of it. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I think that I would. He didn't call the plays, but I would assume that he's learned plenty working under Kevin O'Connell.
And that's an offensive coordinator that can be a lateral move. Like, if you're not play calling somewhere, you can go somewhere to be the OC and call plays. Like, you don't see offensive coordinators that are calling plays somewhere go somewhere else to call plays. Like, people are on the text line saying Cliff Kingsbury. He's not leaving Washington. He's a play caller there. He's in charge of the offense. They would probably deny the request. Like, they would deny the interview request of the Houston Texans. It's a lateral move.
Yeah, why go and try to prove what he can do at another franchise when the franchise that he went to, he proved that he can take a rookie quarterback to the NFC Championship game and possibly further. He ain't going anywhere.
There's a lot of ideas on the text line right now. Let's get to some of them when we return. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says, love you guys. Have a good weekend. Love you too, 4488. Blankers, I love you. Brian, I love you.
Okay, great. Texter, thank you. Appreciate you.
Silence is deafening.
That was very quick and dismissive of the I love you there.
Silence is
Didn't hear you
deafening.
chime in.
713.
I was managing the board.
Oh, of course you were. Okay.
Yeah, he's talented. He's not supposed to, or he's not talented. He's not supposed to turn his microphone on. Texter says Marcus Freeman. He was a defensive player.
And then also be a demotion again.
Yeah, it'd be another demotion. He also he was a defensive coordinator, and so sometimes they play defense, but then they coach offense. So I was curious if Freeman coached defense. He did.
He also didn't he just get an extension?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they're throwing some silly money at him too. So
Texter says, let's get Tom Herman in there in case Stroud starts crying again on the sideline. Tom will comfort him with kisses on the forehead. Oh, man, we're getting emotional on this Friday afternoon with Killer Bees. That's funny. It's funny text. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I think I would lean Kubiak's son just for the couple of reasons. First off, I feel like the biggest problem we have right now is interior offensive line, and the idea of those bootlegs that Gary used to run all the time, that's like running away from the problem. That seems like a faster, quicker solution than trying to coach up or replace all these guys in the interior of the offensive line if you know your guys in motion getting away from it to buy more time. Also, I think to a degree that we talk about Stroud developing bad habits or getting shell-shocked from all the lack of protection, him being on the move, making him work with his feet, get out of the pocket more, I think that could help him break some of the habits just from your body physically having to do different things than what you were doing the year before. And it might make it a little bit easier for purposes of getting back into some good habits. Finally, when you look at a lot of his best plays, he seems like he's at his best on the scramble drills, which probably doesn't say such great things about the mastermind of the offense when they do their best when they're just scrambling. But when he's rolling out of the pocket to the side, that's when they seem to get a lot of these busted plays that pay off well. And when you sit back and look at it, it looks a lot like the old Kubiak bootlegs to the side where you're reading half the field and letting your playmakers like out man their guys, like use their physical tools to beat the other guys and get open. And if you're telling me you're relying on Nico one-on-one in man coverage to get open, and all you need to do is buy an extra second or two by bootlegging, Nico's going to win that 9 times out of 10 against most corners.
Appreciate the call, Philip. Good insight. Look, I think that, yes, I think CJ's really good off script, but I think that also when he and Nico are on the field together, Nico's good wherever you put him, and on script and on quick routes, timing routes. We've seen it over and over again. And the one that always comes to my mind is when they decided to pass it on third down in that the 1-score game against the Colts with 2 minutes to go. And, CJ throws a seed low and outside on the sideline. Nico dives out, catches it, ball game. They have chemistry. And so that's more so than anything else. We know, I was just thinking when he was talking, it would be helpful that you have someone that's, and more the ex-quarterback factor of being able to help CJ with, kind of holding onto the ball too long and what he does when the play is about to go off script as part of this deal. But, you have Gerard Johnson who played the position too. So you still have a quarterback on staff, assuming he's back.
Yeah, I think the play action suits Stroud's game pretty well as well, and I like where Phillips' mind's at. I'm mostly on board with that. Look, I would love the Kubiak pairing, pipe dream for me. The one pushback I would have on it though is that Slowick scheme and Kubiak scheme from a blocking standpoint are very similar, and it doesn't seem like the pieces you currently have fit that scheme all that well. So I wonder if that would be a deterrent from going to that Kubiak style, is that you don't really have the horses to run that kind of race. And I think it's a big reason they got Slowick fired. So, I mean, we'll see. But maybe they're willing to just get rid of 4 of them and just go with an offensive line that fits scheme instead of spending a whole lot of money on offensive line. So we'll see. Texter says that last caller, Philip, needs to be the OC. Maybe so. Have y'all talked to Astros yet? No, we'll get to it, Jill. Will Stein, offensive coordinator for Oregon. Yeah, I like Will Stein. I don't know if I love Will Stein in the NFL, especially as a first-year play caller in the NFL.
Yeah, I didn't know his name, but I brought it up you guys told me his name the other day. I was like, well, I mean, I like their offense, but I don't know how that translates to the NFL.
Can anyone convince one of the Manning brothers to be an OC, or would that be stupid? I mean, they have a head for the game. They've never done it, so that would be kind of a hang-up there.
Why would they? They got all the money in the world, and they're sitting on another cash cow with all they're doing broadcasting-wise and endorsement-wise.
Cooper Manning could get a need a job.
I don't think that they were thinking about Cooper being the guy that would be a good fit.
Do you think Cooper's dumber than Peyton or Eli?
No.
I wonder if people think that, though, just because he didn't play in the NFL.
I think a lot of people don't realize that, and if it was a special or a documentary they did on the Mannings that basically said he's the best athlete of the 3 of them and would have probably also ended up in the NFL had he not be forced to quit because of medicals.
Yeah, his problem, though, is he was a receiver. You think he's dumber?
Yeah, he was just dumber. I mean, I clearly Eli is the Harvard grad of the
Why do you
Ole
think
Miss
he's
is
dumber?
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss is the Harvard of South Mississippi, but I would say Cooper, just by the logic of Peyton and Eli made the NFL, has to be the dumbest brother.
Yeah, and he was not smart enough to not play quarterback. I ran into him once upon a time too.
Of course,
he dresses like a frat boy. He's like a 50-year-old frat boy. It's weird.
Did you lock eyes with him in the elevator like you did with Joe Burrow?
No, we didn't lock eyes.
No magical moments.
No, Applebee's with AI.
TGI Fridays.
Close enough.
Get it right. TGI Fridays is way better than Applebee's.
I don't even facts.
I'm not sure TGI Fridays exist anymore, but way better than Applebee's.
There's at least one because I've passed it on the way home, and it's an Humble.
I thought they get rid of that one.
No, I think it's still
There
open.
used to be one on Westheimer, but I think to Jeremy's, I think it closed down.
I think a lot of them did close down, but I'm pretty sure the one in Humble's still open. Maybe it's on his last legs, but I thought it was still open.
Do you remember the Monte Cristo at Binnigan's?
Binnigan's was elite.
Was late night after Rockets game.
Yeah, I loved Binnigan's back in the day. I wish that had survived.
All the waitresses had the flair. Kubiak's scheme made Matt Schaub a Pro Bowler. Imagine what it would do for CJ. Yeah. They would have to revamp the offensive line, which I'm okay about. I'm okay with that. Have y'all heard about the Chip Kelly angle? I'm assuming you mean just like hiring him and that he coached D'Amico Ryans. I don't know any other angle than that.
I think
if you know an angle, let me know.
Maybe because he's at Ohio State. CJ came from Ohio State, and we covered that the other day. They never worked
but
together.
they wouldn't have crossed over.
They did not cross paths.
Well, I mean, Chip coached D'Amico, though. That would be the relationship.
Right. What about Mike LaFleur?
Yeah, I've seen that name come up quite a bit. What do you know about Mike LaFleur?
Well, I mean, I know that he's in the Shanahan system. I know that Saleh had him with the Jets. I know that he's now under McVay, so you get kind of the best of both worlds. I know his brother's a damn good play caller, so I would consider him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. All right, there's more of these. 713-780-ESPN. Let's bang through this list, see who would move our needle. We'll do that when we come back. 713-780-3776. And also, should CJ Stroud be involved in this process? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, it is the B, 713-780-ESPN. Somebody said Kellen Moore. Why would he leave the Philly OC
Exactly.
job? Like, what are y'all talking about?
Isn't he the favorite or one of the favorite leading candidates now for the Saints job?
Is he? I haven't seen the betting favorites on that.
I heard that this morning.
I read Joe Brady was getting hot and heavy there.
Yeah, that's the last favorite from Vegas that I saw was Joe Brady.
Which makes some sense. Was the LSU OC when they won the Natty. Obviously having a good year as the OC with Buffalo. Their season ends Sunday. Yeah, I mean, just
Can't
the
stop
Saints
that
and the
Josh
Cowboys.
Allen hate.
Saints and Cowboys, the last two openings, right? After Pete Carroll, the old man, going to the Vegas Raiders. I kind of like that hire, though. Good on the culture. Good on the culture. Have y'all hit on the Bregman rumors yet? If not, when y'all getting to it, want to hear y'all's take on it. We'll do it in about 15 minutes or so. Do you think CJ had an input on Slowick's firing, Blinkers?
I don't think he had input on the firing. I think that they're never going to shut the door if CJ wants to talk. I'm sure that maybe he heard rumblings, or maybe that's why we heard guys going to the defense of Slowick, that in the building it's either was a foregone conclusion or players got wind of it and maybe he wanted to voice his opinion. But I think at the end of the day, D'Amico realizes this isn't going to be on CJ as much as it's going to be on him as the head coach and the organization. So yeah, I think that's as far as it went.
I would not include CJ Stroud in the process at all, and I think we've already seen evidence that they will not. I don't think you should ask the player. Like, to me, you don't ask the first graders to pick the teacher. You do what is best for your organization, and you as the head coach should be deciding what is best for your organization. If you feel like Stroud needs to be in that conversation, that's D'Amico Ryan's decision. But D'Amico Ryan should be hiring this offensive coordinator without the input of Nick Caserio, without the input of CJ Stroud, without the input of Cal McNair. Nobody. This is D'Amico Ryan's hire. And the proof that I think we already have to D'Amico not really caring what C.J. Stroud's opinion is on this is C.J. Stroud's press conference on Monday. I think that Bobby Slowick did a good job paraphrasing what C.J. Stroud said. I don't think that it's great for quarterbacks to have multiple offensive coordinators. So it sounded like Stroud was vouching for Bobby Slowick, and 4 days later, D'Amico Ryans fires the guy that C.J. Stroud was vouching for.
Yeah, I think the big thing, too, is it's one thing to talk with CJ about potential candidates. It's another thing if you're asking him opinion, because that the quarterback develops a very strong relationship in most cases with his quarterback coach and his offensive coordinator. And if that's a discussion that happens, and if there's any talk about his possible demise, you can't tell me that it might not get back to Bobby Slowick either. So that's the other thing where I don't think that that's conducive to a very good culture within the building if that's something that you're doing.
Yeah. Texture Case Keenum, offensive coordinator, laughing face emoji, hashtag go Cougs. Case Keenum will be the best at any position that he chooses to do. If the Texans want to bring him back as the third-string quarterback, he's going to be the best third-string quarterback in the NFL. If the Texans want to make him their quarterback coach to replace Gerard, because Gerard's the offensive coordinator, he'll be the best quarterback coach in the NFL. If he wants to go in the broadcast booth, he'll be better than all of them, better than Romo, better than Aikman, better than Brady. Case will be the best at whatever position you put Case in.
I could see him as a quarterback coach and the quarterback coach of the Texans.
But yeah, maybe we'll see. Like, I'm very interested to see what's next for CJ. He patted me on the back the other day. Case did. Texter says this is a divorce. You always have to upgrade after a divorce. Gerard Johnson and Josh McCown isn't an upgrade. Okay, would you rather have Gerard Johnson or Bobby Slowick call plays next year if your job's on the line?
I honestly think Bobby Slowick.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fair. I'm biased, so I'll say Gerard. And my friends might kill me. And then the Josh McCown. Would you rather have Josh McCown or Bobby Slowick call plays? Your job's on the line. One of them's calling. See, I don't know about that one. That one's risky because we've never seen McCown.
But that's
I feel
my thing.
McCown's sharp, man. I feel like he's a sharp cat.
Okay. And I just feel like at least I go back to the point about the first-year coordinator. He's going to make mistakes. He's never done it before. At least I can know that we're using the same playbook, so CJ's familiar with it, and hopefully Bobby learned from the mistakes he made in the past so that maybe that they can be better next year before I turn the reins over to a guy that's never done it before and say, be better.
Yeah. I mean, it would be it's volatile, right? Like, I think he can be better, but I also think he can be worse. Like, Slowick would be the safer pick, whereas McCown would be the more volatile, riskier pick, but with upside, because I don't think Slowick would have that upside. Mike McCarthy or Doug Peterson? A couple of retreads from this texter.
Well, I hate Mike McCarthy's play calling.
You gotta weigh
it's
in.
just the play calling, and I just don't think. I think it's starting to pass Mike McCarthy by to where I would say no for sure on McCarthy. If you want to have the conversation we had earlier, is Peterson an upgrade from Slowick? If you want to say that maybe he just didn't have anything to work with a guy like Trevor Lawrence, and you think that he could do better than Slowick, yeah, I'll listen to that.
He wasn't calling plays this year, right? I don't think Peterson was calling plays this year.
All that I don't know.
I think either he had, or I thought he still was, or at least as the head coach, maybe he was overruling. But yeah,
I'm pretty sure Press Taylor called plays this year, and I think he handed them over to Doug Peterson because Trevor Lawrence actually had a career year under Doug Peterson. Was it last year? So I'm kind of curious, like the dynamic of the play calling and who was calling the plays, because I think Doug Peterson brought the best out of Trevor Lawrence. Maybe it was 2 years ago was his better year.
23 year.
And was he doing it?
22 year looks better on paper than the 23 year, but they're pretty similar. This year was not good. So I wonder if Peterson was calling. I know he was calling plays previously. I don't know if he was calling plays this year. So if you tell me that Peterson was calling plays in 22 and 23, but Press Taylor was calling plays this year, it would really back up Jacksonville's struggles and Trevor Lawrence's struggles, where it would actually show you that Peterson brought out the best in Lawrence.
Okay, well, I'd be open to that. I mean, look, I think he's proven himself enough in the league to know that he's a veteran offensive coordinator that knows, I think he would be in complete control. I don't think he'd be having the kind of hiccups we saw with Bobby Slowick, and I believe that he's better than Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I would agree with that. How about Ken Dorsey?
I'm out. He's been
Is it because he threw that temper tantrum that one time in the press box?
He broke an iPad or something, or he slammed his headset down?
He was upset.
Yeah. No, I think he got fired again this year. And wasn't he calling plays in Cleveland this year? And he got fired.
They like alternated.
Yeah, and now Stefanski just came out in a basically very short press conference, said, I'm calling plays. They said, can we ask questions? And he said no and walked off. But I don't need Ken Dorsey.
Is D'Amico wanting to go a completely different route in offensive scheme? I don't know. Like, that's gonna be curious. Maybe he does. Like, that would be damning on Bobby Slowick. If D'Amico were to fire Bobby Slowick and then he hires somebody else from the scheme, that tells me that D'Amico thought that Slowick was incompetent at his job.
Yeah, you're right. I'd be open to a guy that's had the experience of, a different system if it's O'Connell and or McVay, as opposed to just the Shanahan system. But I mean, if you get a guy that had both, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
That's
not
LaFleur.
happy with my. What's that?
Who else? Is there anybody that besides LaFleur that's had experience with both guys?
I'm not sure. Texter's telling me to let it go. Cougars suck. Okay. All right. Well, that's your opinion. He's fired.
I'm loving Cougs.
You have to stop playing that. It hurts my ears. Texter says he's fired this early because D'Amico has his eye on someone, I'd bet. What's the time frame y'all think the next one is hired? I don't think it was this early in the process. Like, the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator carousel has been going on. Like, this to me isn't early. To me, it's like in the middle, maybe even towards the latter stages of it. I don't think it'll take that long. I think we might know who the offensive coordinator is by close of business next Friday.
And I wouldn't say he waited because you can't. He also waited 4 or 5 days because obviously they lost on Saturday, and here they are making the decision Friday around noon. So if they were in a rush because they had to get the guy right away, I don't think he would have waited until today to make the decision.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I definitely think I think in by midweek, I think they're going to make an announcement.
Maybe Kingsbury ? He's not leaving Washington.
No, 0% chance.
0% chance he's leaving Washington.
According to this, Press Taylor he split play calling duties with Peterson starting in 2022.
That doesn't really answer anything.
It said Peterson and Taylor split play calling duties for all the credit Peterson and Trevor Lawrence got for the success of 2022. Taylor owned some of it as well. Fans didn't know that.
That's very confusing. I don't know if that tells me.
2023, Taylor was the full-time play caller.
What year? 23?
Yep. 24, Peterson was undecided whether to take it back or let Taylor continue.
I wonder who called him this year.
Taylor called plays during the preseason, and then they don't have any clarity on who called them this year.
Because I know there were times where Doug Peterson was very, very cryptic about play calling, and it was almost like he was biting his tongue at times. Like, I really want to tell you guys what's going on here, but I'm not going to. And that situation was such a mess. Like, it's very bizarre. So, I would want to know who was calling plays for the last 3 years. But I'm not closing the book on Doug Peterson. I think Doug Peterson's a good offensive mind. But if he was calling plays this year and I find that out, then I'm probably going to throw his name away. I would be out if he was calling plays this year. Previous years, I'm okay with. Jordan Pun, who's at Texans Thoughts on Twitter, he threw out the name Kevin Wilson, who was C.J. Stroud's offensive coordinator at Ohio State in 2021. Ooh. He was most recently fired as the head coach at Tulsa, has never called plays in the NFL as an offensive coordinator. That's a weird name to me. I'm out on Kevin Wilson, but that is a name that's been tossed around.
But if I recall correctly, and you always question my memory, but I believe that Ryan Day was the guy calling plays. He was the OC. CJ got extremely annoyed with the OC and started ignoring him and going straight to Ryan Day. That was a story that I believe was out there that CJ didn't think that the OC, one, he wasn't calling plays, and two, he didn't think he knew the playbook in ball the way he did. And so he was directly communicating with Ryan Day.
That's not great teammate stuff from CJ Stroud.
It's also not great for a guy that you want to be OC.
No, yeah, it seems like it would not be a fit there between the two. I don't remember that story, but I'm not dismissing it. I just don't really remember. That was a long time ago. I'm day by day. So who do you want it to be?
I'll take Chip Kelly or Mike LaFleur.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm on the Kelly side.
Brian?
Yeah, no, Chip Kelly's my number one choice. I want someone that they can hand the keys to, and D'Amico could just hand it over and focus on defense and head coaching. But if that's not the case, Matt LaFleur would be a good name, and also the Kubiak pipe dream would be in my top 3.
Yeah, I forgot about the Kubiak pipe dream. That's up there for me, too. McCown would be fun for the entertainment.
Wow,
I don't think he gets an interview, though.
Shout out to the fish.
Hey, Easterby told us that he was interviewing for a job this week.
Right before the team president was fired by the Texans?
Just saying. We knew that Easterby was interviewing for a job this week. Just saying.
I heard
never quit.
What'd you say?
I heard a little something on that after we questioned why yesterday.
Well, why?
I heard that there might be a desire by certain folks, like maybe the owners, to explore a new stadium, and that Greg might not have been the right guy for the job.
Greg Grissom can't lobby for a stadium?
And I think that there are people that have been there, done that before, that might be better suited to get it done again.
Are they going to hire Ed Emmett? They need a politician in there?
Anyone is.
I'm just telling you what I heard.
No, I believe it. I wonder why. I'm not poo-pooing on it. I know I do that from time to time. It's not happening this time. I just wonder what makes Grissom unqualified to do that.
He was a sales guy, came from a sales background, and a lot of guys, I worked for a couple of them that, come in and they've gotten arenas done previously. So that's like the calling card of, now we need someone else, because now we not only need someone that can sell and do the sponsorship angle and bring all the revenue in, but now we needed someone that is very skilled at being able to put the plan together, get the people to do the plans, and then see the whole thing develop in terms of, getting a new stadium, getting approved by the city if it needs be, and all those different things that go with it.
There you go. That makes sense. And I feel like they've needed a new stadium.
You think about it, right?
Need a new stadium.
A lot of people think they're off the radar now for Super Bowls because they were saying the stadium's getting outdated. You've got the rodeo in partnership with the Texans that would back anything that they do as something that they would want to see and would love and would need as well. It does seem like there's some traction there.
Texter says, stop saying McCown. Dang, you just made me do it. I'll try not to say McCown anymore. All right, coming up next. Is Bregman the best way to spend $26 million? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Brian, it's not what we teased.
Yeah, that's not really relevant to me. I mean, I look.
That's great.
I mean, I'm a man of the people. This is America's favorite game, and the people wanted it, so I'm giving the people what they want.
Debatable. Whatever. Number one.
Plus, I'm giving you a chance of redemption. I mean, I don't want to mention it, but 1-9 the last 2 weeks. All right, quote number 1. And he is like I said, he's a more sensibly dressed John Gruden. Because he has that same Gruden intensity, the same Gruden vibes. He is more of a dressed up package. Same little man fire and anger. This is talking about Sean McVay.
I have a tough time hearing you over the music.
I will turn it down.
Thanks. I think it's going to be anybody but Joe. Maybe not Granado. I think it's Dell or Paul.
No Lance. I thought Paul first, but no Lance. He's out.
No, Lance could be in the mix a little bit too, I guess.
I hate to do this, Brian, but could we
need
please?
it one more time?
Yes.
Yeah, the music was too loud.
All right. Excuses already happening here.
Oh, shut up.
And he is like I said, he's a more sensibly dressed John Gruden. Because he has that same Gruden intensity, the same Gruden vibes. He's in a more of a dressed up package. Same little man fire and anger. Again, talking about Sean McVay.
Why not Joe?
Too long winded.
Oh,
and I don't think Joe uses the word sensible.
So you think it's either Paul or Dell?
Yeah, I could be Lance, but I'm more leaning Paul or Dell.
Okay, which one do you feel strongly about?
I don't know.
I'm
on the fence.
I could lean Paul.
Well, let's do it.
And he is like I said, he's a more sensibly dressed John Gruden, because he has that same Gruden intensity, the same Gruden vibes. He's in more of a dressed up package. Same little man fire and anger.
I think my favorite part of this segment each week is when Jeremy dismisses anything as being Joe because the vocabulary is too expansive.
They're usually like rudimentary words.
I thought you were going to say that you love it when we dismiss it after we're right on the hot trail of it and then watch it fade away.
Yeah, that is also fun. When you immediately dismiss the correct answer, that is also enjoyable. All right, quote number 2. 5'9", I don't know how much he weighed. Two bills with his butt and his legs. But he was 5'9", a Division III pitcher, and now he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. A great story.
This sounds like Granado.
Obviously,
Bills one.
Billy Wags.
Yes, talking about Billy Wagner.
3 bills?
I don't think this is Paul.
Mean.
Just to clarify, 2 bills. He didn't say 3 bills.
Oh, he said 2 bills. I feel like 2 bills is a bench phrase though. Like I don't see the younger whippersnappers using 2 bills.
Those 2 guys at least saw Billy Wags pitch.
You don't think Del Paul or Joe saw Billy Wagner's pitch?
I don't. Maybe Joe.
Yeah. I think it's Granado.
Okay, let's do it.
5'9".
Yeah.
I don't know how much he weighed. Two bills with his butt and his legs.
With his butt.
He was 5'9", a Division III pitcher, and now he's going into the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's a great story.
That line is what got that into the show today.
He's got an LA face and a Wagner booty.
The 2 bills with his butt and legs line was great from Granado. All right. Quote number 3, tied 1-1. I care 0% about athletes doing shows. And I'm sure, and a lot of them are good. And I notice, like, there's some interesting stories and things like that. I'll catch a snippet and think, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty funny. I'm sure Pat McAfee's show is fine. They don't do anything for me.
Lance or Dell?
It sounds to me like a Dell one. I don't think Joe would use the word snippet.
So the only thing I'll say before we make the final decision on that is because I was thinking Dell, but then I heard this morning that Lance doesn't like all the ex-players talking, and he mentioned McAfee, and I don't know if that rolled in. Otherwise, I'm with you on Dell.
Well, he said that I'm sure it's fine. The quote did.
Okay, let's go Dell.
All right, Dell.
I care 0% about athletes doing shows. And I'm sure, and a lot of them are good. And I notice like there's some interesting stories and things like that. I'll catch a snippet and think, oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty funny.
He didn't say
I'm sure
snippet.
Pat McAfee's show is fine.
I think he said snippet.
They don't do anything for me.
Did he mispronounce it? Snippet?
Play that again.
All right, hold on.
I care 0% about athletes doing shows. And I'm sure, and a lot of them are good. And I notice like there's some interesting stories and things like that. I'll catch a snippet and think, oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's pretty funny.
What did he say?
I don't think he said snippet.
Right.
I think he just said, I'll catch a sniff.
He might have
said sniff.
He might have said sniff.
I think he said
that
sniff.
is my
So
bad.
we have to throw out the question.
No chance
We do.
of that. No
We
chance.
have to throw it out.
No
713-780-ESPN. Does this question get thrown out?
Oh, God.
It sounds like what happens. What is it? It's a
misleading the evidence.
Mistrial?
Yeah, it's a mistrial. It's a mistrial now because
So
you
we're
didn't present the evidence in the proper way.
So we call it 111?
That's one that doesn't exist. It's
All
been
right.
thrown out.
All right. You know what? After the rough weeks, the last 2 weeks, I'll give you guys that one. All right, quote number 4, 1-1. Kelvin Sampson, he's not like Bob Huggins or Bobby Knight or anything like that, but he's a disciplinarian. He's one of these guys you would worry about getting yelled at for, asking the wrong question, or even in the media. I don't want to get yelled at by Kelvin Sampson. I'm going to do whatever it takes not to get yelled at.
Yeah, it's wise words.
Now my first question is, who knows the Huggy Bear besides the morning show?
I think everybody knows the Huggy Bear.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm usually on the wrong side of these. I thought everybody knew Greg Grissom. So, I mean, Paul watches. I mean, Paul was a huge Syracuse guy. Paul's a basketball guy. He knows who Huggins is. Huggins was around up until 2 years ago. Dell's a basketball guy. He knows who Huggins is. I think they all know who Huggins is.
Okay.
But they might not. But to your point, it might not be like, in the arsenal. They might not have it ready to go in the chamber to be able to say it. Can you read it again, Brian? Sorry.
Sure. Kelvin Sampson, he's not like Bob Huggins or Bobby Knight or anything like that, but he's a disciplinarian. He's one of these guys you would worry about getting yelled at for, asking the wrong question, or even in the media. I don't want to get yelled at by Kelvin Sampson. I'm going to do whatever it takes not to get yelled at.
I'm hearing Dell.
Yeah, I think it could be Dell, Lance, Joe, or Paul.
Well, it narrows it down.
Go with your gut. My gut's not been good.
You had one right today, and that's all we got.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, you go. I picked the last one wrong.
Dell.
Kelvin Sampson, he's not like Bob Huggins or Bobby Knight or anything like that.
Lance.
But he's a disciplinarian. He's one of these guys that you would worry about getting yelled at for, asking the wrong question, or even in the media.
He'll go at
I don't
you.
want to get yelled at by Kelvin Sampson. And I'm going to
gotta
do
be on your
whatever it takes
toes.
not to get yelled at.
This came up because they told a story about Carlos Correa apparently getting kicked out of practice and yelled at a few years ago.
Sampson?
By Sampson. Yeah, like Sampson didn't recognize. Correa had been invited, but Sampson didn't recognize him and kicked him out of practice and yelled at him. Like, why the F are you in my practice? But apparently Correa was cool with it. He thought it was good.
No, I bet you what it was. I bet you he was being too loud. I promise you.
Okay.
I can
see that.
I don't know the story, but he doesn't mind if people are around practice. He actually likes people to be there. But if you're making noise whenever he's teaching in his classroom,
oh yeah, I can see that for sure.
Goodbye. I bet you that's what it was. I bet you Correa's walking in there like, he's this, Carlos Correa. I'm the star. Look at me. Makes a little bit too much noise, and you're out of here. I bet you that's what happened. I didn't know that story. That's fascinating. I'm gonna find some intel on that.
All right. Quote number 5.
For
you
the
guys
tie.
can tie it here. Yeah, you guys can tie it. And I'll just go ahead and say out front here, this quote was from a true American hero that I'm 100% aligned with. I hope it did occur. He got her in her prime. If it happened, I don't need morning show Jennifer Aniston. If you're a president, the prime is what you deserve. I hope this alleged affair, spans over 25 years.
It's messed up. It's a messed up thing to say. The true American is applauding 25-year-old affairs? Listen to yourself, Brian. You have take lock. I think I used that correctly.
On the Obama
Didn't I?
and Jennifer Aniston thing, yes, I have take
Did
lock.
I use that correctly? I think I used that correctly.
You did.
I'm proud of
Although,
myself.
I don't think enough time has passed for me to have take lock. I mean, your Josh Allen thing goes like 4 or 5 years at this point.
I think this is either it could be anybody.
So let me ask you a question.
I think
Can
it's Dell
Dell's
or
quotes be
Paul.
used on John and Lance?
Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
You heard it?
I think so, yeah.
I also don't think you would say this if you're married, for what it's worth.
But I'm trying to. I
think that
heard it
eliminates
this
everybody
morning,
but
and I
Paul
know
or Dell.
I know it was on John and Lance. I think
I don't
it
think
was
Lance
Dell.
I don't think Lance or John. I will die on the hill that a married man would not have that take.
I hope it wasn't John. Because John doesn't give a rip. He's going to say it anyway.
That's true. You call it.
Do you need it one more time?
Yes, please.
I hope if it did occur, he got her in her prime. If it happened, I don't need morning show Jennifer Aniston. If you're a president, the prime is what you deserve. I hope this alleged affair, spanned over 25 years.
It's not Lance. It's either Dell or John, and I know it because I was like, "Ooh, they don't normally jump on him and he doesn't normally slip up, but they're coming at him on this." And I apologize that I can't think of which one it is. Oh man, I'm gonna say John.
I hope if it did occur,
damn it,
he got her in a prime.
Yeah, I don't think a married man
If
saying
it
that.
happened, I don't need morning show Jennifer Aniston. If you're a president, the prime is what you deserve. I hope this alleged affair spans over 25 years.
All right. I'm glad that's over. Let's get to DJ B Anime whenever we come back. DJ covers the Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com. We'll break down the firing of Slowick. Who could be next? Who else would be let go by the Texans as well? It is DJ B Anime joining us when we return. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. All right, DJ Bianime joining us in studio. Texans making a big move today, firing Bobby Slowick. DJ, why did D'Amico fire Bobby?
Oh man, that's a lot of reasons. But the main one I would say, is, they just didn't make enough adjustments throughout the year. I think even with all the injuries, they felt that they still had enough to have a more functional offense. And they just didn't have that because regardless, CJ never played a game without one of the three main receivers. Granted, he only at the end he was only playing with one, but there was enough stretches where you had at least Tank and Nico or Tank and Diggs, to where the offense could still look, from at least from a passing standpoint, look productive. And in the offensive line issues, as much as we want to blame on the players, a lot of that does also fall on the coaches. So, it starts with the fact that the offense failed to meet expectations, and honestly, we can all say that's the reason why they're not getting ready for the AFC Championship game and they're at home.
Is this fall solely on a D'Amico decision? Was this a combination with Nick? Because D'Amico seems to me to be a loyal guy.
Yeah.
And we heard the players seemingly go to bat for Bobby in their last press conferences.
I would say I don't think Nick was involved. But I'm pretty sure there was a little bit of management being involved, just a little bit, because they were also frustrated too. So it wasn't necessarily just D'Amico, you know what I mean? This was a team that was paid to make a Super Bowl run.
Think the players were involved?
Nah, I don't think the players are involved. And D'Amico isn't gonna make decisions based off of what players are thinking. I think he's he'll listen on smaller things, but big things, nah, he's not making unless it's CJ begging for it, which CJ wasn't. He's not making that type of seismic shift. He's gonna talk about what the people that are in charge. So yeah.
DJ Bianime joining us. You can follow him on Twitter. DJ Bianime covers the Texans for ESPN and ESPN.com. What do you think D'Amico will be looking for in his next offensive coordinator?
I think someone that could find answers. I think that's the most important thing is because Bobby, when the answers, well, let me not say that answers. I said with Bobby, when the test started and he knew what the questions were going to be, it was fine. But once there was a few things that were thrown off, maybe he thought this question was going to be multiple choice. This one was open-ended. That would throw him off to an extent, using that parable. So I think it's guys that can find solutions. I think you have enough talent to where I think most offensive coordinators can divvy up a game plan that you can move the ball and score early. Because they look good on opening drives. It was always after that first and second drive where things would fall apart. And I think that they really struggled at adjusting the second halves. I know, D'Amico, it's funny. That's why you can only take the press conference with a grain of salt, because they always minimized publicly the second halves when they talk to us, but in reality, that was obviously a crook in their craw, or however you say it. However you say that line. Crutch in their craw, is that how you say it?
I'm not touching it. I don't know what you said, and I don't know the saying well enough to try and correct it.
Whatever the saying is, whoever knows it, go ahead and fill it in for me. But I think that was I was actually looking, I know they had a stretch where they didn't score offensive touchdown in the second half from week 7 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that they were still that, because they had some stretches where they scored at the end, and obviously early in the year in the second halves, they ranked dead last in second half points. Dead last. I think it was 7.5 per second halves. So for me, it's just that's an adjustment thing. When people adjust to you, how do you adjust, right? Granted, yes, D'Amico always dismissed the idea of halftime adjustments. He said they're making adjustments throughout the entire game, but clearly there wasn't enough adjustments being made. I remember there was a game, and I probably put it in one of my stories. I guess the Lions, at halftime, you remember they were leading by a decent amount. What was it, 23-6 or 23-7? It was one of the two. But even when they had 23 points, and Bobby and the crew, they come in there and say, "Hey, what do you guys want to run?" And it's more they didn't really have answers in terms of players, but then Bobby and them were we're going to just keep running the same stuff. And you could tell that's what they kept doing, was running the same stuff, right? Because they had a much better grip on what the Texans were doing, and obviously the Texans didn't score in the entire second half, right? And they ended up losing that game. So I think that overall they have to find a guy that can find answers once things get hard. Because again, there's gonna be ups and downs throughout the entire season. And for you to get to where you want to go, you're gonna have to beat Steve Spagnuolo, or with the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm trying to think, McDermott. So you have to beat those defenses, regardless. You have to come up with plans against those defensive minds. Which is why, for me, I wouldn't go with a first-time play caller. First-time play caller in year 3, when you're trying to win a Super Bowl, that's tough. That's really, really tough, right? Because like that first year, no matter what, it's gonna have some bumps and bruises, and you're only gonna get so far, right? Like usually that second year is when like, okay, now they take even a bigger leap. Obviously, Bobby regressed, but like if you look at Joe Brady, right? Joe Brady, his first year calling plays with the Bills. Obviously, he called plays before, but even his first year was okay. Well, even though like Teddy threw for 4,000 yards, whatever, and they had 2,000 yard receivers, the offense was still okay. And then his first year with the Bills, it was solid. They got to the division round, they lost. But this year, the offense has been better, right? Because like you've had more continuity, things of that nature. And he was able to figure out, okay, how a team's attacking me with this team. How do I build off of that? Going with a first-time play call in this situation in year 3, because now, like, once you fire the OC, there's less people to blame, right? The offense, because obviously the Migos down on the hot seat. Let's say like they struggle again, and the offense is middle leaning. Let's say like they lose in the wild card round. Now, going to year 4, the heat starts to turn up just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Because things turn fast. Like I know like we think that everything's always going to look good and the future always looks promising, but the future can get dim fast. Look at Jacksonville. The future did not look brighter than it ever could have with Jacksonville after that first year with Doug Peterson. And by year 3 with Doug Peterson, they're one of the worst teams in the league. Now, I'm not saying the Texans would be that, but the window closes really fast.
So Zach Orr, I think, too, with Baltimore. So you're talking about guys like that. And we were talking about the fact that it seems like this decision was made. When do you think the decision was made? And then with what you said, it sounds like Gerard Johnson's probably not going to be in. How quickly do you think they're going to name somebody else?
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, probably by end of next week, mainly because you don't fire Bobby if you don't have people in mind. You know what I mean? I think Gerard has a good shot, mainly because he's been in the building. I think he'll have a good shot at. Obviously, he'll get interviews and things of that nature. I don't know if he'll get hired, but I think he'll be in the mix. But I think he'll be the main guy in the mix that has no play calling experience. And then I would say that, there's some people that thought about like, I'm gonna keep mentioning his name, Michael LaFleur. I think it'd be a really good option. He's worked with Bobby. He's worked with D'Amico before. He's worked in. Granted, the Jets were never ever a good team, but he's worked in high pressure situations. Because whether you're good or bad in New York, it's always high pressure. So obviously next year is gonna be a high pressure situation for the Texans. It's gonna be a lot of urgency, and he's operating that space. So that could work. But again, like they gotta get a guy that has history calling plays, in my opinion.
DJ Baname joining us. DJ, how important is the personnel with this hire, do you think? Because, Slowick would use the offense, he would use the zone blocking scheme on the offensive line. Maybe they didn't have the right pieces for that. Certainly didn't play to their level of potential. Do you feel like they need to get away from that?
If they keep this O-line, yes. We saw how much better they looked running the football when they ran more duo, inside zones, gap schemes in the last 2 playoff games. They ran pretty well, right? Joe Mixon was averaging 5 yards a carry against the Chiefs. And then against, obviously in the playoff game that they won, he had over 100 rushing yards. And a lot of it was dual inside zones, gap schemes, powers, things of that nature. That is much more effective for this particular set of offensive line men. And I think that, Bobby kind of got stuck in his ways because all he knows is outside zone, right? Because when he first came into the league, when he was first on a coaching staff was with Mike Shanahan with the Washington Commanders, right? And then obviously he ends up back in, he leaves and then he's with PFF, comes back, he's with the Niners, and they run a bunch of outside zone, right? So all he knows is that, and it wasn't working for this particular set of group, along with the fact that, they whiffed on the online coach hire because he couldn't connect with the players in a way that would make them trust the technique that he was trying to teach them. So you culminate all of that and leads you to this point, which is why I think, if they're gonna go with a wide, outside zone guy, that's gonna be tricky. But that's why I'm good with if you go get a guy like Mike LaFleur or even like the tight ends coach who's the pass game coordinator for the Rams that people have talked about. His agent's doing a great job getting people to talk about him. We have no idea. He's never called plays, nothing like that. But no, it's not here nor there. Sean McVay kind of moves. He still does it here and there, but he moved away from like heavy outside zone. It's more inside zone duos, things of that nature. Because especially when you're seeing a lot more too high looks, you have to be able to get north and south, get east and west, kind of plays into their hands to an extent, in my opinion. And I think that they need to go get a guy that can also adapt to these personnel. Because Bobby obviously struggled with that.
We all can identify the offensive line as the biggest problem this team had for this last season. Mm-hmm. We all can say that that's the first thing they should be working on fixing. Mm-hmm. How many changes do you think will be made on the offensive line for next season?
So the guy make a decision on Titus. That's gonna be tough. $23 million cap hit, but if you cut him, you only save $2 million. So you probably, if you want to, move on, you got to trade him, or you could just stick him inside. It really just depends on who the O-line coach. Who the offensive coordinator is, because at that point, then he can figure out what works for his scheme. And I think so. If you go with a guy that's more outside zone, you got to either stick him at right tackle, but you drafted Blake, so you probably got to move on from him. But if you got to go with a guy that's more duo, you got to probably leave him inside, to allow him to work in that aspect. But you got to cut Shaq, because Shaq is obviously, he's regressed, older. It is what it is. And you probably got to find, if you could get an upgrade at center, you do that too, because Jared Patterson's fine, but he's not like, doesn't move the needle. Honestly, doesn't move the needle for real. So they really got to figure out the interior offensive line, because I do think, like, whether we like it or not, like, Blake is gonna have to play a lot more at right tackle. They drafted him for a reason, right? Like, the Knicks' reasoning was, your backup tackle is gonna play at some point in the season, but you also drafted him knowing that there's a chance that you might have to move on from Titus if he didn't. Cause remember, he was coming off of a knee surgery. He was coming off knee surgery, and they didn't necessarily know how he was going to recover. So you have to also prepare for that. Obviously, he played the majority of the year, but still, obviously, you made that move just in case you did want to move on, to give yourself that flexibility. So I think, at the bare minimum, 2 positions can change, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4. Obviously Blake would probably still be the right tackle, but like a completely new interior offensive line group.
Yeah. I don't think you draft a guy in the second round and then he's supposed to be on your bench in year 2. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Let's get away from the offensive coordinator position for a moment. What do you think are the critical must-dos in the offseason for this team?
They got to fix the interior offensive line. They got to get some more skill players. Mechie and Hutch weren't able to take a full advantage of the opportunities that they had once Diggs and Tank went out. So you got to get, and obviously Robert's going to be free agent. Ironically, you could always bring back Noah Brown, but that's not there. But I would say, add some pieces at receiver, and you got to fix the interior offensive line. I think that's mainly it, man. Like, they're not that far off. They just got to figure out that part. And if they can nail the OC hire and then figure out, who's going to be on the interior offensive line and have a better pass protection plan, then they'll be better off and be more prepared to take the next step once they get to the playoffs next year, if they get there.
What the hell happened to Christian Harris? And are we to be worried about that for next year? And of the guys that are free agents, who do you think they have to bring back?
Obviously the injury, it's just hard to not play football that long and come back at the most intense part of the year. And he was still dealing with nicks and bruises, but he was still active. Obviously, I just think that they felt like they could trust. 'Cause at that point, it's more about trust than like ability. They felt they could just trust Aziz, Hugh, Neville, and Henry just to do what was needed more often than not. And also, we got to factor in, Miles Bryant was doing a admirable job at the nickel corner spot He did a solid job against against the Chargers, and did a very good job against the the Chiefs. Outside of, still don't know who busted that coverage between him and Aziz when it came to Travis Kelce, but I still do think that he did a solid job there, and I think that's probably played into them, not playing him as much time, not playing Harris as much down the stretch.
DJ, who do you like in the conference championship games on Sunday?
I feel like the Bills got to eventually break through, so I feel like maybe this is the year. And I think the Commanders are going to beat Philly, mainly because
Jalen's hurt and he can't throw.
Yeah, I think that they're devising a game plan that's so static and simplistic from a passing standpoint that gives me no confidence that when it matters most, they'll be able to get it done. Like, it's so simplistic, so mundane, bland, all that. Any description you want to think of, it's that. So I think that that catches up to them soon. I feel like the Bills just got to break through at a certain point, right? They just have to break through at a certain point against the Chiefs. This will be the third time they played them in the playoffs, and obviously the 0-3, but they always beat them in the regular season. At a certain point, that has to translate into the playoffs, and I think they're kind of in a sense due. But we'll see. I mean, if they can run the ball, they'll be fine. Mainly because the Texans ran the ball on them with effectiveness. And if the Texans can run the ball on you, then I know the Bills can too.
How far off is this Texans team? We know that everybody was like, wait, the schedule's tough. It's only, don't be too worried if they do kind of exactly what they did. They ended up still winning the division. But now we're looking at it going, hey, the bar set higher. The expectations higher. They hung with the Chiefs. So the natural progression is they need to aim higher. How far off are they, and can they get to that kind of point to be a contender in this offseason?
Yeah, I don't think they're that far off because the defense is so elite, and it's only going to get better because Kalen's going to be older, Kamari's going to be older. As long as they don't fall into this, because the sophomore slump thing is a real thing, right? We've now seen it from three different players. We've seen it from CJ, Damian, and Jalen, where they all looked incredible as rookies. And then in year two, they were like, oh, where's that player that was there before? Obviously, Jalen bounced back. Damian didn't get the chance to bounce back because they brought in Joe Mixon. Obviously, I know CJ will bounce back. But if as long as those guys don't have, they just stay at the same level, right? Then, we're talking about a defense, and, if they can find a safety, maybe a D tackle, and maybe you add one more linebacker. We're talking about that could be the best defense in the league, because they have everything you need. 2 edge rushers that are hellacious, 2 corners that are truly it's truly a shock to me that Kamari went as under the radar, and that some of that's on us. We didn't highlight him enough, right? At least on social media, that is, just tweeting stuff out what he was doing, because he did have an incredible year. Again, for him to have the lowest completion percentage when targeted among according to Next Gen Stats amongst all cornerbacks who had at least 300 coverage snaps, the lowest completion percentage, 1 slot ahead of Derek Stingley, All Pro, who was second. And they were only 2 interceptions off. He had 3 interceptions. Obviously, Derek had 5. Obviously, Derek was better, but regardless, he was elite. Well, he was a stud. I think as long as he stays at that, he doesn't have to get better. Just stay at that. And then Kalen, just stay at that. You add another safety, or maybe Kalen improve a little bit of tackling, but you add another safety. Maybe if the kid from Georgia falls to you, a D tackle, that could be one of the best defenses in the league. And then, if on offense you could just get 2 good interior offensive linemen, or one that's good and one that's just solid. And then you get an offensive coordinator that can find answers to the problems. Now we are looking at a team that could truly get to the AFC Championship game. So I don't think they're that far off. I actually didn't leave the game against the Chiefs that discouraged. I kind of left if the special team, even with Bobby, it's offense not blue. If the special teams didn't vomit all over themselves and poop all over themselves, that is a 1-score game with a chance to go win it, not tie it, but win it in the fourth quarter, but the special teams vomited all of themselves. So kind of is what it is.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't feel like they're crazy off. Like if they hit the critical holes that they have, I think they could be right there. DJ, appreciate the time. Appreciate you all season long. Enjoy your off season. Get a little rest. It's been a long year for you.
Well, I tried the rest, but then they decided to fire Bobby. So
yeah, maybe
Press
wait
on.
a month.
Press
I
on.
guess.
Onward.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
DJ.
DJ.
No problem.
DJ Anime covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on Twitter at DJ Anime. Let's get to BZ Money. Who's winning these championship games coming up on Sunday? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, you know the drill. We got big football games coming up this weekend. College basketball on a nightly basis, NBA basketball on a nightly basis, soccer, golf. If you're watching sports on TV and you want to bet on it, there's a darn good chance you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. It's the place you want to be when you want to place bets because they're constantly taking care of their customers like you. Right now, there's a sign-up bonus. Whatever you put in when you sign up, they'll put money on top of it. Instantly, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. They also have live dealers standing by if you don't feel like betting on sports, but you feel like gambling a little bit. Poker, blackjack, casino games, live dealers standing by, all at your fingertips with your tablet or your phone or your desktop, thanks to mybookie.ag. All you got to do is remember our promo code BET975 because it opens those doors, gets those discounts, and sets you up with their rewards program called MyBookie Plus. The more you bet, the more you're going to move up the tiers of the MyBookie Plus program, cashing in with better deals, better chances to win, and better prop bets as well. All you got to do is always remember our promo code, use it whenever you can, and do what I always tell you to do. That is bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, and always use our promo code BET975.
It is BZ money. We've been killing it with BZ money. We're up over $260. We're at $260. Last week we went 2-2, lost $50. Blankers in first place, 17, 11, and 2 on the year. I'm in second, a very, very close second at 17 and 15, and then Brian's a distant third.
I knew that joke
at
was
16,
coming.
15, and 1. Joe has the best winning percentage, though. We give him a lot of grief. He can pick games. He's undefeated, 2-0.
Can't pay bets, but
Yes, he can't pay bets. It's accurate. He's now 13 calendar months from losing a bet and not paying Blankers and I.
2 bets, yeah. Was it the same bet?
Yeah, we
it was the
both,
Bears winning the
Yeah,
division.
but I thought Jeremy. I
season,
thought Jeremy
right?
made a separate bet with him that he didn't pay.
No.
I didn't realize you just jumped.
No,
up.
he tried to weasel his way into saying that I bet him Georgia Notre Dame the other day. He's like, no, we went double-nothing Georgia Notre Dame. No, we didn't. We went double-or-nothing on the Ravens Chargers should they meet. He was trying to weasel his way out of it. Can you believe that?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yes, I honestly can.
Good answer. That's a really good answer. Apparently the Astros, by the way, real quick, have asked Ryan Presley if he's willing to waive his no-trade clause to the Chicago Cubs. Just for whatever that
Well,
is
it's not
worth.
East or West Coast, so maybe.
I'm just interested in what's the other side of the deal. Is it just unloading the finances to make room for an Alex Bregman or free up more money? Or is there someone coming back that might also provide some assistance like in the outfield?
My answer is a hard no. I think that they're going to trade Presley, eat some of his money, and get a bucket of curveballs in return.
Wasn't there early in the offseason, wasn't there the rumored trade to consider of Hap for him?
I don't remember that. That seems crazy.
I want to say Joe or someone either tweeted it or comment on it because being a Cubs fan, but I was like, well, anytime they can get any kind of outfield prospect for Ryan Presley, you take it.
Hap is on a pretty sizable contract, but I don't think the Astros are trying to add salary. Like, the reason they're trying to trade Presley is to lose salary. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get anything back. I think they're going to eat some of the money, get nothing, get like a flyer of a prospect, and then in the hope that they're clearing the money for Bregman. I think that's like their plan because it's all like happening at the same time. Like, okay, the full court press to trade Presley, and they're interested on Bregman. I think one of the precursors to signing Bregman is that they trade Presley.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. So, look, I hope it all comes together.
I'm not sure that I do, but we'll talk about that on Monday. AFC, NFC championship games on Sunday. We'll go based on when they kick off. I flew into Kansas City today, by the way. Lots of Bills fans on my flight to Kansas City going to the game.
Bills fans, Bills Mafia travels. They get it. They not only support the people that screw up when they play their team, they travel in droves. So that
it's just weird that It's just weird that they're on a flight from Houston to Kansas City. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Maybe there's just a lot of Buffalo
I wouldn't
fans
have thought
in
that
Houston.
would be a stopover. Like, if they had a stopover, it'd be Chicago, right?
There was, like, I don't know how many seats are on a plane. Let's see. There's
like
40 rows, 6 seats a plane, 6, 12, 18, 24, 240 seats a plane. We were probably at 67% capacity, so like 160. There's probably like 50 football fans, like at least dressed in football attire. And the Bills fans had them outnumbered 3-1. Going to Kansas City.
Now, that's one thing. I'd be interested how many Bills fans, because Kansas City, that was through and through red and yellow. We'll find out when we see how many Bills fans get in the stadium and get tickets for that game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun game. I can't wait for it. We'll get to that one in a moment. Texter's going to work on you. He said the disrespect of Jalen Hurts, who had already been to a Super Bowl, is crazy. And then he told you to stick to basketball emoji, cheese head.
He's been lighting it up in the playoffs, and I mentioned he's hurt and they can't throw. So you're right. Go see the numbers back that up. Yeah.
Let's start with that game. Commanders go on the road to Philly. The Eagles are 6-point favorites against their division rival. Which side do you want to? Tickets as low as $622, by the way, to get into the link tomorrow. As low as $622. That's a lot to go to the link.
And weather matters,
Philly fans,
right?
Yeah, that's just degrees. To get in.
That's just to get in, and you don't know if you're going to be
very
like
top
a blizzard
or standing room only.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I mean, that weather's pretty good, right? 68 degrees for Philly this time of year.
Yeah, that's great, actually.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that warm. Hell yeah, that's great.
That's not bad. All right, what are y'all thinking on this game?
I think Cinderella's slipper falls off. The clock hits midnight. I just think Washington is close. They've had a hell of a year. But, okay, cry, Eagles, cry on the text line. I'm actually going to pick the Eagles. I just think that on both sides, they know each other very well from the division, but I think the Eagles are the better team. I think the Eagles are going to be able to run the football. The biggest key is going to be if Jalen Hurts is hurt and if he does try and run or if he gets hit, what happens. But I'm at home, I'm leaning Eagles.
That surprises me with, you knocking on Hurts' ability to run if he's hurt. I've gone back and forth on this game. I feel like this is just where the Commanders run out of steam. The Eagles have been dominant. Their running game is so good. I don't even know if they need Jalen Hurts to win this game. Now, to cover the 6 points can be difficult if they're one-dimensional. I just don't see them stopping this Eagle offense. I think the Eagles slow down the Commanders, home field advantage. I actually think the Eagles win this game by a touchdown or more. I favor the Eagles a bit.
So you're both taking the Eagles to cover?
Yeah.
Yep.
We could not be on more opposite sides because wrong team favored. Give me the Commanders to win outright. Look, with third meaning, obviously divisional opponents, and beyond that, their head coach Dan Quinn obviously been in this division for a long time as the former DC of the Dallas Cowboys. I think of anyone the Eagles could meet, and not to mention he's obviously seen Saquon for years since they're also in the same division. I think Dan Quinn's going to have some answers. Now, the run defense does worry me, but we saw, towards the end of that game, in the last round with the Eagles, Jalen Hurts could barely move. That safety he took, when they just brought out pressure because they know he couldn't move, it looked bad, and there's talks about he's going to be in a brace. It doesn't seem like he's practicing much. I think the drop-off with his mobility is going to make that offense too one-dimensional, and I'll take the Commanders to win outright.
Wow. Dropped the wrong team favorite on us. At least Sterling special. Interesting. So Blankers and I have the Eagles. Brian has the Commanders. We'll see which one of us are on the wrong side of history come Sunday afternoon. The AFC Championship game, the game to follow. The Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs are 2-point favorites at Arrowhead. You can get in for this one for $196. My goodness, Kansas City fans. What's up with that?
The weather's bad?
I think that means
33 degrees.
I think
about
that means
same.
complacency. They're just so used to being here, they don't care anymore.
That means, to my initial point, Bills fans should have no problem getting in the stadium.
No, seems like they should be able to get in for sure.
The Eagle ticket prices are 3 times as much as Kansas City ticket price. You should be ashamed, Kansas City. All right, how do you feel like this one's going to play out?
Man, I'm skeptical to bet against the Chiefs, but if there's any year that it's going to happen with your boy Josh Allen, it's going to be this year. I just feel like they're playing their best football at the right time, that they've been there and done this before, and I feel like DJ feels. I feel like this is the year they get off the schneid, and that Brady and company with the offense keep Allen out of his own way when they have to. I think the Bills are going to win a really close game.
So you're on the wrong team favored.
I am.
Gotcha.
Let me guess where you're at, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's going to make a critical mistake.
Here we go.
At a critical time, and the Kansas City Chiefs will head to the Super Bowl seeking to be the first team in NFL history to three-peat. Chiefs win. A tight one, but they cover because it's only a 2-point spread.
Take lock. I'm going to say wrong team favorite again. Give me the Buffalo Bills to win this one by more than a field goal. I'll say 5 points. I just think what we've seen with Joe Mixon and the Texans being able to run the ball, I would say James Cook more explosive at this point in his career. And I just think the Bills offense is playing better. I would even say the Bills defense is playing better at this point. I know their playoff games to this point have been at home, but they've been shutting people down. Ravens moved the ball and scored, but they held the Ravens far beyond what they usually do. So I think the Bills are playing better. The Chiefs have kind of been living on the edge with these one-score games for the entire season. I think the Bills finally push through and get to the Super Bowl.
Did you say James Click?
If I did, I meant James Cook, but I could have said James Click. I'm not sure.
I'll have to check the tape.
Yeah, see, because that's what you guys would do to me. But I thought you said
We do it
James
to
Blake.
everybody, not just you.
What was the
Everybody
number
can get
that you had locked in? 3?
I said they would win by 5.
No, but what's the spread that we're playing?
2.
With?
Oh, Chiefs -2.
Oh, see, 2. Yeah. Okay. Because I could see a scenario where I'm going to stick with it. Bills win.
I was about to say.
I said it was going to be
waffling
close.
in a matter of minutes?
That's why the spread. Which number we locked in? I've
Bills,
seen it at 3
Bills
and at
would've,
2.
But I mean, you picked the Bills.
I did
to win outright.
I didn't say outright, but I did say I took the Bills. Yes, I was curious if I could get in and also.
Well, that would
even
mean you're
lost.
taking a Chiefs 1-point win.
Right? No, because I thought I had seen it at 3.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said that you agree with DJ, and this is the year that Allen's going to get over the hump.
Yeah, you did say that.
I did say that. Yes, but I mean, I'm just checking to see if I could have hedged.
Gotcha. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. The Bills would have lost last week if the Ravens didn't pee down their leg. They weren't even the best team on the field last Sunday.
That's so take lock.
It's not take. It's fact. It's fact
you're
lock
looking
is
for
what that is.
storylines to fit your narrative.
Do you disagree?
I
disagree?
I do.
You think if the Ravens don't turn the ball over at all in that game that they lose?
I don't think it's a guarantee they win. It certainly improves their chances. I mean, I can't argue that.
Boy.
Well, you also could throw in the drops by Mark Andrews. He was equally as responsible for that loss as the turnovers.
That's proving my point.
I disagree. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Look, I mean, this is your big moment. If Josh Allen doesn't come through here, I don't think you're ever going to be wrong.
Well, it could happen in the Super Bowl. He still
yeah.
have 2 more games.
No, I know, but if
happen.
he loses, I don't see where he comes through later on in his career is what I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, let's get to our car wrecks of the day. What do you nominate for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What do you nominate for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. 713-780-3776. What you got?
I'm going to nominate Shad Khan, and I know you're going to push back. I'm going to nominate Shad Khan because I think he just got lucky. He, by everybody's thoughts at the end of the season, the Jags, who never seem to get their coaching hires right under Shad Khan, we're going to fire both their GM and their head coach. Wrong. You fire the head coach, you don't fire the GM, but then you do the ridiculous press conference that say you'd consider it, and then lo and behold, you get coaches that turn you down, and you go ahead and then fire the GM, which is a bad look, but thankfully you get the coach right at the end, but I still think it was a car wreck the way he handled everything.
Yeah, I think that I think he had a pretty good idea that he was going to be able to get Cohen if he fired Balky, which is why he did it, and he got Cohen. So there is that. And then there's also there's also the point too that sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Like if you get your guy, you get your guy. Like who cares how it came about? So yeah, I mean it was weird how it all happened.
The fact that Zoom press conference happened though, and that he could have just said, whatever, just skirted it, took the high road instead, basically with Balky sitting right there in the conference to basically say he was still open to it. It's just a bad luck.
He was right. He did. I mean, he did what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was handled in a very Jaguar way, just kind of clunky. But I wouldn't call it luck because whether or not Shad knew this, well, who knows? But I don't think Liam Cohen at that point was going anywhere else other than back to Tampa. Like, I don't think he wasn't getting the Raiders job. It didn't seem like he was out there. I don't see him obviously as a candidate to get the Saints job. Or otherwise he probably would have taken it. So I think Shad probably knew that all he had to do was give in on Trent Baalke and he would get Liam Cohen.
Yeah, it was weird how it all played out, but
definitely clunky.
They got Cohen. It's crazy to me how desirable Cohen is, though. Too. It's like, okay.
I wonder how desired he was outside of Jacksonville.
Big thing too. Like they focused on him.
And when they focused after they missed out, like I will agree the car wreck is they probably had to settle on Liam Cohen because they struck out everywhere else. But I think they knew that Liam Cohen was going to come to them if they gave in on the Trent Baalke demand.
The bigger question, because Ben Johnson was also evidently one of the guys they interviewed that was one of their top choices. If Ben Johnson knew that Baalke was going to be gone before he took the Bears job, which one does he take?
I still think he takes Chicago.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I don't think it cost him Ben Johnson. Maybe it did. I don't think that it did. I'm going to. I got a few of these today. First one I'm going to nominate is the NYPD News Twitter. They were flexing. They were flexing that they've been able to stop some crimes, which is great to see. We want that. We support that. But the NYPD tweeted out, for the first time in 30 years, there have been 0 shooting victims in New York City for a 5-day period. This is the longest we've gone without a shooting victim since the beginning of the CompStat era, and as a result of the brave work that the members of the NYPD do every day. Yes, great job. Love all the police. Thank you for what y'all do. But the Twitter of like, yes, this is the first time we've had 0 shooting victims in a 5-day period for 30 years. That's not really the brag you think it is.
It's a weird flex.
It's not really the flex that you think it is. Not really.
I'm glad you weren't going to. I was scared you were going to follow it up and go, and right after they released that,
5 shootings
right
after.
Shootings.
Yeah. That was actually exactly what I was expecting the but to be.
Maybe they did. I don't know. Another one that I have, Mariano Rivera. Do you see this?
No.
Where he's like apparently he's the preacher of a church. And this is alleged. Where 55-year-old Mariano Rivera is the lead pastor.
I don't like where this is going.
The suit filed in the Supreme Court of Westchester County alleges the Riveras were negligent and did not act upon learning a girl that had been sexually abused. They're being accused of covering up a sexual abuse of a minor at their church. Just alleged.
I knew I didn't like where that was going.
Not great on that. And then the final one that I have, the NBA is going from a square shot clock to a round shot clock. Anything for the ratings, Whatever it takes to drive eyeballs to the NBA, you got to do it. Adam Silver's going away from the square shot clock, and he's going to implement a round shot clock. And I think this is going to be the biggest thing in basketball since the advent of the three-point line.
You think that's going to work? No, Joel?
I think,
You're just shaking your head?
I think the shot clock will work, yeah.
I can pretty much tell you why they did it.
Well, tell us.
Because Tissot, or however you say, the watch company, also sponsors the shot clock, so it draws attention to the new sponsor.
Okay, makes
that
sense.
actually makes some sense.
That does, yeah.
That makes me like the move, actually. Like, at least you're, like, getting some benefit out of this. I thought they were just, like, sitting around, like, meetings on how to improve the game. Like, you know what? Let's make it a circle. Like, so at least this has some
square peg,
to it.
round hole. Literally.
Yeah. No, not literally, but
yeah, I guess not technically, literally. Close enough. Yeah, I've got a few Car Wreck of the Day nominees as well. First, Adam Schefter for his Booby Slowick tweet before he eventually fixed it, which
that.
I mean, it was already up on the screen on the McAfee show. At that point, it's too late to fix it. Just roll with Booby Slowick at that point. Plus, the man got fired. It wasn't like he got promoted somewhere. You got fired. Maybe you're Booby Slowick. The other two would be, well, this is maybe a personal tag, but y'all's record and who said it in January.
Oh, boy.
It's 2-12 at this point. And then Jeremy trying to throw take lock on me one day after my Jennifer Aniston tag. Poor use of take lock, sir.
I think it was good use of take lock.
You're
trying to supplement a bad take.
Day.
You're supplementing a bad take with another bad take.
No, I had the take yesterday. I was saying that Dale backed me up on it, was what I was saying.
How about ESPN, too? Their top 15 Coach of the Year rankings and no Kelvin Sampson.
Oh, really?
Top 15 in the country? And Kelvin, after the slow start? Come on.
Slow start?
You lost a couple games early, and now look where you're back at.
That was a slow start?
Okay, defense lawyer, just finish up.
Ocho's saying after the show, I want y'all to binge On Call on Amazon Prime. Never heard of it. I'm going to go to practice, actually. Car Wreck of the Day, Josh from Seabrook. Bobby Slowit. That's pretty good.
It's not bad.
Slowit, not Slowick. And you know what stinks about that, though, is that he comes up with it on the final day that Bobby Slowick's in Houston. So he can't ever use it again.
That's true.
Like, Slowit would have been good throughout the entire process. All right, what's winning?
Booby Slowick?
Sure.
Yeah.
From a credible source.
Adam Schefter gets the win. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you Monday. ESPN National coming up on ESPN 97.5.